1. Prologue. Rise of the Kitsune. Here is the prologue of the story, which will introduce Naruto and his background into the Arrow universe. For people who like the story, leave a review and some ideas for future chapters. For those that don't like it, sorry and please don't hate me. Prologue. Naruto's origins. During the times of feudal Japan, there was a nation of warriors that were among the most trained and feared across the lands. These shinobi or ninja were a part of the land of Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. It was one of the most powerful nations that existed during this time period because of the fierce and loyal shinobi that served their leader, the Hokage. Unlike the mercenaries and assassins that killed for money, these people were different. They fought to protect the world against the evil of the world, the men and women who would harm innocent people for personal gain or enslave the weak because they were strong, would feel the wrath of these shinobi. They worked to help the innocent and fought for freedom and justice. They worked behind the scenes of events throughout the years to protect the innocent, and their work wasn't limited to Japan. England, France, Germany, China, Russia, and the US, wherever there were people in danger or in need, they would be there to help. Masters of various forms of disciplines and martial arts, they could strike far away with a bow and poison arrow, sneak through a castle of armed guards, and steal a scroll or defend and win when surrounded by a group of 50 hostiles. As the years progressed on, the nation of shinobi had to change and adapt from a more progressive and technological advanced world. The central location of the nation disappeared, and the large groups of the shinobi moved to different countries to train and combat the growing evil. The advancements in warfare and weapons changed, as guns became more powerful and more shinobi were having difficulties combating the growing power of their enemies. The nation's numbers dwindled over the years, and soon very few remained. But of the few that remained, they were among of the most trained and skilled shinobi that ever existed in the history of the nation. Two, the greatest, were Minato, the Flash, Namikaze, and Kushina, the Red Death, Uzumaki. They were the most powerful and well-trained shinobi that Konoha had ever produced. Minato was skilled archer and was unstoppable with his signature three-pronged kunai, see Naruto anime, and was called the Flash because of the unbelievable speed he could achieve in combat. Kushina was famous as the Red Death because the last thing the victim would see would be a flash of red and then death. She was an accomplished swordswoman, and her signature sword style, the Red Whirlpool, was unstoppable. Over the years of their service, the two fell madly in love and knew that they wanted to start a family together, but they had blood on their hands. Granted, the people they killed were bad and the world was better off without them, they knew that they couldn't raise a child like this. So they decided that after their next mission, they would leave the life, and that is what they did. Their mission was to kill the ruthless dictator of Bialia. DC comic country, run by ruthless dictator, needed something for the story, and after would create new identities and live a normal life. Little did they know that their last mission would cause problems for them later. After their final missions, Minato and Kushina moved to Happy Harbor in Rhode Island, got married. Both had accumulated funds over the years from the different jobs they had done, but they needed ordinary jobs so they wouldn't raise suspicion. Minato became a writer to honor his sensei Jiraiya, who was traveling the world as a writer after his retirement. Kushina became a stay-at-home mum, but would occasionally help at the local hospital with her knowledge of the human anatomy. She helped many people. 1 year after they had moved, Kushina was pregnant with a child, and both of them couldn't have been happier. Both couldn't be happier that they were having a child, and months later they had a new baby boy. They named him Naruto after the main character from Jiraiya's book. They couldn't have been happier, but couldn't shake the feeling that Naruto could get hurt or worse. They both then made a promise that day that they would always make sure that Naruto would be safe and would die to protect him. Naruto's childhood was a great one, but wasn't exactly normal. He had two formal shinobi as parents. They were very protective of him. Whenever he would skin his knee or get a cut, they would be there right away. When Naruto turned 2, Minato and Kushina began his training. They knew that if they weren't with him, he would need to protect himself from whatever he encountered. Minato would focus on kunai and shuriken throwing and showing Naruto how to use a bow and his three-pronged kunai, while Kushina would train in kenjutsu, sword fighting, and bojutsu, staff fighting, and both would train him in hand-to-hand fighting as well as his stamina, parkour skills, and free-running skills and survival. Along with his martial arts training, Minato and Kushina also taught him the human anatomy, so he would know where to hit, as well as the details of herbal medicine to create poisons and antidotes. They also taught him military strategy and leadership, and pretty much everything that they had learned when they were becoming shinobi. As Naruto got older and his training got more intense, Naruto discovered his parents' collection of weapons from their shinobi lives and discovered what they did when they were younger. After that, his parents told him the truth of who they were and his legacy and why they left. They didn't want to raise him in their lifestyle and always stressed to him that they wanted him to be prepared for anything but not become what they were, killers. He understood that, and that was the one lesson he always took to heart. Growing up, he looked a lot like his father, with his spiky blonde hair and blue eyes, with the one exception of the 6 whisker-like birthmarks he had on his face. His personality was more of his mother. He was brash and dense, and could be immature at times and wasn't the best with authority, especially his teachers. But he also had a big heart and would always help people in need and hated bullies, or people who thought they were better than him, which gave the rise to bullies. But with Naruto's training, that never was a problem. Naruto was everything Minato and Kushina could have hoped for in a child. He was a pure soul who knew right from wrong and was always willing to help people. They hoped that nothing would tear them away from him, but fate had other plans for them. 3 years after Oliver has been stranded on the island, ring, ring, ring is what Naruto woke up to at 9 in the morning, his phone going off. He reached his hand over to pick it up and saw that it was his mother. "Hey Mom, what's up?" asked Naruto as he sat up in his bed. "Hey Naru, did I wake you up?" asked his mother on the phone. "Yeah, sorry I stayed up late last night writing for my next book." "What's up?" asked Naruto as he rubbed his eyes. "Nothing, just wanted to make sure that you're coming home at 7 tonight, right?" Kushina asked. "Yeah, Mom, I got a bus ticket for 7 tonight to Happy Harbor, so don't worry." "Okay, I'll be home soon, just make sure that you and Dad will pick me up," said Naruto. "Don't worry, Naru, we'll be there. Can't wait to have you home, sweetie," Kushina said. "Can't wait to be home, Mom. Love you," said Naruto as he said goodbye to his mom. Naruto placed his phone on his nightstand and got up from the bed and woke over to the mirror near the dresser in his room. Naruto had grown in over years. He was now 24 years old and a writer. He wanted to be a writer like his father was, and after graduating high school went to college to become a writer, and he was on his way to becoming a best-selling author. He had 1 book out already, and it was doing pretty well, considering he just started writing. It was the first in a series of a ninja who fought to protect the world and protect his precious people. The Naruto series was inspired by his parents' adventures when they were younger, with details changed to make it better for a book. His training over the years had strengthened his body and made him into a force to be reckoned with. He stood at a solid 6'1" win with a solid muscle build that made him intimidating to someone if they pissed him off, but not to the point where he was disgustingly muscular. He was lean, yet had enough muscle to be afraid of, tall with a six-pack and scars over his body from the training he had received over the years. His training made him dangerous, but he knew restraint. He knew that he shouldn't use his training unless he had to, or he could really hurt someone. His signature blonde hair was a little longer than normal. His hair in Naruto Shippuden and his whisker marks were still there, and they added to his charm. He stepped out of the shower and dried himself on and put on his clothes, which consisted of a dark jeans, blue Converse sneakers, an orange undershirt and a black button-up shirt, and his Uzumaki swirl necklace over his neck he got from his parents when he graduated college. He grabbed his overnight bag and slung it over his shoulder and grabbed his keys, making sure that he had everything he needed. Then he noticed he was missing a furry companion. "Kurama, where are you?" Naruto called out as he looked around the room searching for him. "Yip, yip," he heard from behind and saw a cute red furred fox come out of the closet. "Hey there, buddy, didn't see you there," Naruto said to his pet fox, Kurama. Naruto found and injured Kurama a year ago when he was walking home. He took the fox to the vet, and after they treated the fox, Kurama grew attached to Naruto, and Naruto kept him as a pet. Kurama was a loyal pet to Naruto and was very smart for a fox. Naruto thought that he was expecting Kurama to saying something, but that was crazy. Kurama climbed up and sat on Naruto's shoulder while Naruto rubbed his head. "You ready to go home, buddy?" Naruto said. "Yip, yip." Kurama barked, obviously excited to go home. Naruto left his apartment in Starling City and was heading to the bus stop to head home. He moved to Starling City a year ago for his work as an author, since there was a publishing agency there that was willing to publish his story. He didn't hate it in Starling City, but he did miss Happy Harbor. He moved to Starling a year after Oliver Queen died on his boat. He never met him, but he felt sorry for what his family must be going through. He did meet some good people in the city, like Tommy Merlin and Laurel Lance. Tommy was a rich kid, but was good once you got to know him, and Laurel was a great person. She was a lawyer who was working for the unfortunate people in the city. She was going through a lot with her boyfriend Oliver dead, and her sister dead as well, and when she needed someone, Naruto was there as a friend. As Naruto got a cab and was heading to the bus station, he looked out and saw the two sides of Starling City. The happy rich, well-off population, and then the poor people of the glades. Naruto wished he could help, because he didn't like watching people suffer. He was hoping that if he could get a bestseller, he could help the glades more, but that was for the future to tell. Naruto was on the bus heading home with his iPod headphones in listening to music. He really missed his parents, being the only son of two overprotective parents. He was all that they had, and they were all he had. His parents were sad the day he left for Starling to pursue his writing career, but they couldn't be happier. Naruto woke up a few hours later with Kurama licking his face. Naruto blinked his eyes and said that they were in Happy Harbor. He rubbed Kurama's head, thanking him, grabbed his bag and got off the bus. He stood outside of the station and looked at his watch and saw that it was 7:10 p.m. Thinking his parents would be waiting for them, he was surprised to see them not there. They were always on time, no matter what. He gave them a call, but it was going to voicemail, so he decided to wait and see. 45 minutes passed, and Naruto was getting worried. He kept calling, but he only reached voicemail. He got a cab to his house and was hoping that his parents were just busy with dinner or something like that. When he got home, he paid the cab driver and walked up to the house, but he noticed something was off. The lights were off and the front door was slightly open. His parent would never leave the house like that. He put his bag down and grabbed the kunai his parents kept hidden under the mat in case of emergencies and entered the house. He was instantly hit with the smell of blood. Naruto called out for his parents and turned on the light, and what he saw killed him inside. He saw blood on the ground with his parents on the ground. They both had knives in their hand but were covered in cuts and wounds and bullet holes. Naruto was frozen in place for a second when he saw his parent there. He then saw his dad move a little and rushed over. "Dad, can you hear me? Don't worry, you're going to be all right." Naruto ran over to his dad and tried to plug some of the wounds that were bleeding. It must have just happened recently because they were still bleeding. "Naruto," Minato said weakly, "is that you?" Reaching up to grab his son's hand. "Yeah, Dad, it's me. Don't worry, you and Mom are gonna be all right," Naruto said while reaching for his phone and then calling the police. "Naruto, it's too late," said his mother weakly, obviously trying to stay awake despite the amount of blood she lost. "Don't say that, Mom. You and Dad are gonna make it," Naruto said in a worried voice, just getting off the phone from telling the police what happened. He moved over to help his mom. "Your mother's right's cough. We don't have much time, son," Minato said as he grabbed his wife's hand. "No, please don't. You guys can't leave. I need you," Naruto said while tears fell from his head. "It's okay, Naruto. It's okay, sweetie. Don't cry," Kushina said while holding onto Naruto's hand. "We're just glad we got to see you before we die. Naruto Kuf know that. We will always be with you, and you will go on to do great things," Minato said while cugging up blood. "Kushina and I have done things that we are not proud of. I guess they came back for us. Kuf Kuf, but know this, out of every horrible thing we have done, we were able to give the world one great thing, and that is you, and we couldn't be happier," Minato said before he closed eyes dead along with his wife. They died in their son's arms, holding hands with smiles on their faces, knowing that their son was still alive and that he would live. Naruto was crying his eyes out as he held his mom and dad in his arms, hoping that this was just a bad dream. The police came into the house, seeing Naruto crying, holding his parents with his pet fox next to him. A month later, there was a funeral service for Naruto's parents. The local people who knew Naruto's family was there to offer their condolences to him, as well as Tommy and Laurel, who came from Starling City to be there for their friend. Laurel had her hand in Naruto's and Tommy his hand on Naruto's shoulder, both of them there for their friend who needed them. For weeks after the service, Naruto was a wreck. He was back in Starling City, but refused to write. He would spend his entire nights drinking to dull the pain away and get in fights with people who pissed him off. He ended up putting 3 guys in the hospital after one altercation. The police would have pressed charged, but Detective Lance knew Naruto was going through and cut him some slack. Naruto seemed to give up hope until he received a package in the mail. It was a video that would be sent to him if his parents died. The video was made by his parents ago. They wanted to be prepared should something happen. Naruto, if you're watching this, then we're dead. We can't imagine how you must be feeling with us, not longer alive. Naruto just watched his parents trying to finish the message without crying. We want you to know, son, that we couldn't be more proud of who you've become. We both know that you will go on to do great things and help change the world without blood on your hands like us. But we want you to know that no matter what happens, we will always love you and never forget what we taught. The world isn't perfect, but you have to make it worth fighting for. We love you, son. The message stopped after that. Naruto was crying from the message his parents left him, knowing that they were right. He should be trying to make a real difference. Attached to the note and video were also coordinated and a key. He followed the coordinates and it led him to an old house that his parents keep paying for. When he entered the house, he saw that it was small and empty except for one closet. He used the key on the door, and when he unlocked it, was an armory, filled with his parents' old weapons from way they were ninjas. Swords lined the walls, shuriken and kunai were stacked together, and his father's signature 3-pronged kunai and his mother's sword were together on a pile near a set of clothes. It was a black outfit consisting of a hoodie-like top and black pants, similar to what his parents wore but more modernized. On the note said, "For when you find something worth fighting for." As he was reading the note, there was a computer on a desk that was flashing. Kurama, who was with Naruto, saw it and jumped on the chair and barked. This got Naruto's attention. He went over and turned the computer on, and it was receiving a message. When he looked at it, he saw that it was the same date that his parents were killed. He clicked play and was shocked at what he heard. "The Great Flash and Red Death, your reputation precedes you, but you never faced someone like me," someone was saying in an Australian New Zealandish accent. Naruto's eyes widened. His parents were recording the voice of their killer and sent it to this computer, hoping that I would activate it. "Whoever sent you, we've been out of the game for years. We don't want trouble," Minato shouted, sounding injured. "Someone from Bialia made it personal when they hire me to kill you too. You must have pissed someone off big time," the mystery attacker said. "It doesn't matter what you do to us. Just know that you opened a world of pain on you and your employer, mercenary," his mother said. "I'm looking forward to it. Believe this was nothing personal, just business," the killer said before 2 gunshouts rang out and ending the recorded message. Naruto stood there for second, letting the information soak in. A mercenary, hired by someone from Bialia, killed his parents, and it was personal. To him. Naruto's hands tightened into fists and some knuckles in his hand cracked. He walked over the pair of clothes his parents left him. His mother was right, that mercenary had just opened a world of pain, and it was coming for him. That day, the Kitsune was born. Hope you guys likes the prologue. Sorry it was really long. Had a lot to get into the story to give you guys a background into how Naruto will fit. Now you guys have a rough understanding on how this will play out. Don't worry, more of Naruto's origins, and early life will be explained in other chapters as I go more into his origin. Next chapter, City of Heroes. The Arrow and the Kitsune meet. 2. City of Heroes. Here is the first chapter, based on Episode 1 of Season 2, City of Heroes. It will start during the 5 months after Oliver left Tommy's funerals. He left the year Oliver returned during Season 1 to travel abroad for his writing but to also train and find out any leads about the mercenary who killed his parents. More of Naruto's time away will be explained in later chapters. Also, thanks to some advice, the pairing of the story will be Naruto, Felicity. Enjoy. Introduction, see beginning sequence of City of Heroes to understand it. Previously on Arrow. If I only knew how you were spending your nights, Malcolm. Why should I trust you, Oliver? Tommy? I thought it was past time we talked, Oliver said. About what? You being a serial killer. Tommy. Let's start with Laurel, since you're still in love with her. Oh. So are you. Lord knows I'm guilty of a lot of things between us, but not you and her. She chose you. Oh. My name is Moira Dearden Queen. I'm CEO of Queen Consolidated. I have been complicit in and undertaking with one horrible purpose, to destroy the Glades and everyone in it. But you need to know that the architect of this nightmare is Malcolm Merlin, Moira said with a heavy heart to the media. You can't beat me, Oliver, because you don't know in your heart what you're fighting for, said Malcolm. Is Laurel safe? Asked Tommy. Yeah, you saved her, Oliver responded. Tommy's head starts to fall as he dies while Oliver reaches for his friend. No, Tommy. It should have been me. 2 months after the undertaking, Naruto stared out of the window of the plane as it landed at Starling International Airport. He had been away from 2.5 years after he heard about a notorious Bialian weapons dealer who was captured by Interpol. He left the next day to chat with the man and see if he knew anything about the man who killed his parents. It was a bust, but he kept looking. After he learned about what his parents left him and received the video file on his parents' killer, Naruto committed himself to honoring his parents' memory and dying wish that he would use his skills to fight and bring his parents' killer to justice and to help people in need, like his parents did years ago. As he traveled through Europe, he used his public occupation as a writer as an excuse to explain his sudden departure as a need for inspiration. He kept writing and would send his publisher finished manuscripts for novels. Based on his own experiences, and the Naruto series became a worldwide phenomenon, and he became a best-selling author, which was a convenient method to fund his nightly activities. Over the years that Naruto was away from Starling City, he tracked every lead he could in trying to find anyone who would help him get closer to identifying the man who killed his parents. Drug dealers, mob bosses, corrupt politicians, and the rogue mercenaries, all of them didn't get him any closer into identifying the voice of the man on the recording. He may not have gotten answers, but the journey changed him into the man he needed to be. He knew that he couldn't confront the bad guys of the world as Naruto, so with some creative thinking and personal touches, he changed the outfit his parents left for him into an alter ego who was capable of doing what was necessary. And he was coming home. Naruto landed in Starling City, and the city was looking horrible. He heard stories and saw the images of Starling City's new, hooded vigilante, and how the return of Oliver Queen from 5 years on an island matched up with the appearance of the hood. Naruto wasn't an idiot. He saw in pictures how the island had changed Oliver, and even though he was able to fool the media and his family, Naruto knew the truth. He also knew how his mother was a part of the undertaking that leveled the city, and how Tommy's dad was the mastermind, and how both were killed in the earthquake. This was part of the reason that Naruto was returning. Tommy was having a memorial service, and he knew that just like Laurel was there for him, he needed to be there for her. The ceremony was hard for everyone, especially Laurel. She was glad her friend was back, but the bad outweighed the good. Her boyfriend Tommy was dead, Oliver had left, Moira was in jail, and half the city was demolished. Naruto was there as a shoulder to cry on, and she did. That day was a sad one for Naruto as well. He lost a really good friend, and he wasn't even there to say goodbye before he died. Naruto comforted Laurel for days after the funeral, listening to her, comforting her, making sure she was okay. But soon grief turned into determination as she used it as a means to drive her work. And that was to put the hood behind bars for the cause of Tommy's death and the 100 of people who lost their lives in the Glades. Naruto used this as a time to change as well. Even though he didn't agree with Oliver's methods of killing, he knew that what Oliver was doing helped the city. He made the people feel safe and punished the wicked, and with him gone, Starling City needed someone more than ever. So they were getting both. Naruto had amassed a substantial amount of money from his best-selling books, and he would keep writing so that he could donate money to the hospitals and charities and organizations that were helping people devastated by the quake. To the public, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze was a godsend to the people of the Glades, but he knew he needed to do more. Crime was up for the city, and the police were too short-staffed and overloaded to deal with everyone. The city needed a new protector, and with the hood gone, the Kitsune took his place. The start of Season 2. A male figure was running through a forest. He was running in a manner that didn't seem to suggest that he was running away from something, but rather to something. Soon the figure passed through a bush to reveal Oliver Queen, Starling City's vigilante, staring at the sky as a plane flew overhead. He narrowed his eyes at the plane and ran toward it. The plane flew through some cloud and appeared clearer as a small two-engine plane that had seen better days and had a Chinese pilot with a blonde-haired woman with glasses in the passenger seat. For the characters that speak a different language, I'm just say speaking Chinese or whatever language. Speaking Chinese. The pilot was talking as the blonde-haired woman had her eyes shut tight, obviously afraid of where she was right now. Then a tall African-American man, John Diggle, came up to the cockpit. "Felicity, if you're so scared, why did you insist on sitting up front?" "It was the only seat with a seatbelt," Felicity Smoke said frantically, "which will come in handy when we hit the water at 180 miles an hour." Diggle said, and then Felicity looked at him scared. "Which will not happen." The pilot looked out to the horizon and spoke to them, which drew their attention to the large figure coming up. "I think that means we're here," Diggle said. The clouds cleared up, showing the island of Lianyu, where Oliver was stranded for 5 years. "Lianyu," Felicity said, looking back to Diggle, who was near the door of the plane. "But you said the parachutes were just in case." "Yeah, just in case we made it here. Come on," Diggle told her as he was fastening the parachute to his back. "No," Felicity said seriously. The door of the plane opened to show a frightened Felicity strapped to Diggle with the parachute. "All right, Felicity, on 3. Ready, 1." He yelled as he jumped, and Felicity screamed as they parachuted down to Lianyu. When they hit the beach, Diggle was packing the parachute while Felicity was throwing up. "Thanks for waiting until we touched down," he told her. "My pleasure," she replied as she wiped the vomit of her lips. "Let's move," Diggle said as he and Felicity left the beach, not before noticing the strange black and orange mask with an arrow through the eye hole on a wooden post. Diggle and Felicity walked through the forest until Diggle shushed them both, thinking he heard something, but continued on until Felicity stepped forward and heard a click and stopped. "Dig," she said as Diggle turned and saw her foot on something. She looked frightened. Diggle motioned her not to move, and he got a knife out and inspected what she was sitting on. "It's a landmine. I'm going to try and disarm it," Diggle said to her. "You can't." They both heard and turned and saw Oliver in a tree, shirtless, holding a boy and arrow. "Diggle, back away. Felicity, don't move," he told them as he shot an arrow into a tree to use as a swing. He swung one-handed and scooped Felicity off the mine as it blew up. "God, you're really sweaty," Felicity said to Oliver. "You're a hard man to find." Oliver heard Diggle say to him, "You shouldn't have come here." Oliver told them, "Line break, xi." Olive led Diggle and Felicity into the remains of a downed airplane overrun with shrubbery, which was where he was living on the island. "Would have emailed, but this isn't exactly an Wi-Fi hotspot," Diggle said. "Is this where you lived when you were here?" "I mean the first time you were here," Felicity asked. "For some of it," Oliver responded while putting on a grey shirt. "Could you at least pretend like you're happy to see us? Dig and I spent weeks tracking you down. We've traveled halfway across the world. And this morning we flew in a plane so old, I'm pretty sure I was safer once I jumped out of it. You could at least offer us a water. Or a coconut," Felicity explained to him in her cute yet rambling-like manner. Oliver went to a trunk while smiling and pulled out a canteen and handed it to her. "Fresh out of coconuts. I am happy to see you, but I know why you're here. I'm not going back to Starling City. I can't. My mission, my father list, it was a fool's crusade. And I failed. Malcolm Merlin destroyed the Glades, Tommy died, and the Hood couldn't stop it. So don't ask me to put it on again, ever." Oliver told them while walking around the fuselage. Diggle put down the canteen while saying, "This isn't about you being the vigilante. This is about you being Oliver Queen. Your mother's in prison, Oliver. Her trail's coming up. Thea's out on her own. Your family needs you. So does the family business." All of the bad press after the undertaking left Queen Consolidated ripe for a hostile takeover by Stellmore International. They've gutted every company they've taken over. Once they gobble up Queen Consolidated, 30,000 employees are going to be out of a job, including one very blonde IT expert. Felicity told Oliver while he was going over the different emotions that he was feeling when hearing the news. "Listen, I get why you had to leave, Oliver. Probably better than anyone else. I've been there. And after what happened, nobody can blame you for leaving. But it's time to come home." Diggle told Oliver as he knew that Diggle was right. Line break, Ixas, Tsiksix, won't really include Oliver's Island flashbacks until they get to the point of introducing Sarah and later plot elements. Watch the show to see the flashbacks. It's online. At the same time in Starling City, the glades were still being fixed, with people living on the street and authority pretty much gone in this area, which made it a haven for criminals. But that had begun to change over the past months. Reports of a mysterious hooded vigilante stopping criminals and keeping the people of Starling City safe. It wasn't the Hood, since he didn't use arrows, but ninja-style throwing stars and knives. The major difference between the Hood and the new guy was that none of the victims ended up dead. Sure, they were beaten and hurt, and some sent to the hospital, but none of the people he stopped were killed. Also, eyewitnesses saw the vigilante wearing crimson and orange rather than green. One eyewitness saw that the fox sewn onto the back of the vigilante's jacket, and he said to one civilian he saved to call him Kitsune. Starling City had a new hooded vigilante, and hearing what the eyewitness said, the media called him the Kitsune. It was nighttime, and that was when the criminals roamed free in Starling City. One small family-owned convenience store was being robbed by a group of 6 gangbangers. 5 of them were robbing the store, taking anything that would be worth a lot of money and breaking open the safe to get the money, while the last one held the owner and his daughter at gunpoint. The father and daughter were terrified and hoping that they would leave as soon as possible, but were sad because this robbery would ruin them. After the gangbangers got everything of value, they left the store laughing and shouting because they were going to get away with this and the police were too busy. After the last gangbanger left the store, a shuriken hit the wall next to him. When the shuriken hit the wall, all of the gangbangers stopped and drew their guns and knives out ready for a fight. Then a kunai hit the street lamp above them, which caused the lights to flicker on and off, and frightened the gangbangers. They waved their weapons around waiting to use them when a dark figure dropped down from the roof and slammed his knee guard onto the gangbanger below him, knocking him out. He then leg swept the second gangbanger and knocked out the third member with a solid punch to the face. He then took out a katana and sliced the knife of the fourth member in half. Then, using the Uzumaki sword style, he sliced several different arties on the gangbangers, which caused them all to fall down and pass out, but not die. The whole fight took less than 10 seconds, and when it was over, all of the gangbangers were down on the ground, knocked out. The flickering light shone on the figure, revealing a 6'' tall man with a dark crimson hoodie and dark orange pants with knee guards and black metal spiked forearm guards. He had a maelstrom swirl on the front of his jacket and a roaring fox on the back. He had multiple pouches and compartments for his various tools, such as his shuriken and kunai with 2 katanas on his back. The hood of his jacket covered his face, and his face was covered with a face mask that showed 6 distinct fox-like whisker marks and a dark orange eye mask. This was the Kitsune, Starling City's newest vigilante. The owner and the daughter saw the Kitsune take down the gangbangers like it was nothing. Kitsune grabbed the bag of money on the ground and tossed it back to the owner. The street lamp flickered off and then on to reveal Kitsune gone. Police sirens soon came to the store and saw the gangbanger on the floor, and the shopkeeper and his daughter told them what happened. On the rooftop was Kitsune watching his own work, and even though you could see his face, there was a sense of pride in what he saw. The Kitsune then entered through the window of a very nice apartment in Starling City and began to remove the weapons he had, and took off his hood and face mask to reveal his spiky blonde hair and 6 whisker-like birthmarks. Yes, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze was the Kitsune. He created the persona to help the city and honor the memory of his parents by fighting for something. Kurama, Naruto's pet fox, ran over to him and jumps and licked his face, excited that he was back from patrol. "Thanks, boy. Missed you too," he said as he took off his costume. He then looked out at Starling City with a feeling that soon this city would experience a huge set of events soon, and he would need to be ready. Line break XXXXX. Oliver had returned to Starling City. The billboard for Starling City was spray-painted to say Scar City, representing how the city fell after the undertaking. Diggle, Felicity, and Oliver were in a car driving through the city as Oliver saw the families living in tents on the streets because they lost their homes. Oliver looked out the car window, seeing people living on the streets, families and friends setting up memorials for loved ones lost in the quake and the devastation that the undertaking had caused. As they were driving, he saw some pictures of foxes spray-painted on posters with the word Kitsune next to it and signs that said, "Vote for blood now." "Whose blood?" Oliver asked. "An alderman from the Glades trying to save the city. Fill our shoes." Diggle responded. He also noticed the Kitsune writing in the street and knew Oliver would want to know about that too. As for the foxes drawn in the streets, it's in honor of the Glades' newest protector. A new hooded vigilante who's been protecting the city a month or two after you left. He's part of the reason the city isn't in worse shape. Felicity gave Oliver some files. "Here's everything on Stellmore International." Oliver took the file and opened it. The vice president of acquisitions is a woman named Isabel Rochev. She looks angry in every photo. "So where to?" "Office?" Diggle asked. "Home. I want to check in on Thea." Oliver responded. She's not at your house, Oliver," Felicity told him. "Where is she?" In Oliver's Club Verdant, Thea was with Roy Harper, her boyfriend, getting intimate. They stopped when Roy groaned in pain and Thea lifted his shirt to reveal bruising on his side. "You have got to be kidding me," Thea shouted, and she pushed him away and walked downstairs. "Come on, I don't want to fight," Roy said as he went after her. "Clearly you do, since you keep taking on every street corner drug dealer that you can get your fists on," Thea said in an annoyed tone. "It's not like that. The Glades are still pretty bad out there," Roy said. "I know, but you already managed to save a busload of people and managed not to get buried alive," she said. "I mean, how much more of a hero do you need to be? It's like you have a death wish. And guess what? It's going to come true." "Yeah, well, Kitsune isn't the only who's trying to do something, standing up for what's right like he did," Roy told her. "The Hood?" Thea said with an amused look. "Who hasn't been seen since the earthquake, which means he did get buried alive and isn't coming back." "I'm back," said Oliver, and he walked into his club to greet his sister. "Ollie, you're back. I missed you," Thea said when she hugged him. "You remember my friend Roy?" "Still here, huh?" Oliver said as he shook Roy's hand. "Always," Roy responded. Oliver and Thea walked to the counter of the bar where he learned that Thea was in charge. She seemed very well put together and happy then last year, though she still hadn't made it to Iron Heights to see her mother. Oliver turns to the TV to see an anchorwoman talking about the Star Labs particle accelerator, then switches to news about him return to the city. They also bring up images and news about the Relief Fund Gala tonight for the Glades and mentions a very famous Starling City resident. In other news, tonight in Starling City is the Relief Fund Charity Gala for the victims who were ravaged by the earthquake. Among the guest list are some of Star City's top business players and our local celebrity writer, Naruto Uzumaki. The Starling City award-winning best-selling author, who is known for his generous contributions to Starling City's residents, will be at the gala to help raise money for the city, said the anchorwoman on the TV. Oliver had heard of Naruto as a great writer and had read some of his work, but what drew Oliver's attention was the photo they showed, which was of Naruto and Laurel, rather close, which made Oliver feel uneasy. Line break XX. At the gala was Starling City's rich and privileged high society residents at the gala drinking champagne and talking with press. One conversation that was interesting was between the mayor of Starling and the assistant DA. "Wasn't our country founded on a brand of vigilantism, Mr. Donner? The revolutionaries in the Boston Tea Party were certainly choosing justice over law," said the mayor to the assistant DA, Mr. Donner. I'd hardly compare our founding fathers to the Hood, Mr. Mayor, or these twisted copycats and the Kitsune who have risen in his wake. Mr. Donner told the mayor while the mayor needed help in the conversation. Laurel Lance, in a beautiful orange dress, came down the stairs as the mayor asked her opinion on the vigilantes. I'd be foolish to disagree with my new boss, she said as Mr. Donner said hello. You wouldn't be trying to drag my date into one of your endless vigilante chats now, would you, Mr. Mayor? Spoke a figure that had all three of them turn their heads to greet Naruto Uzumaki. He was walking down the stairs in a very fancy black Armani suit with a dark orange vest, and his spiky blonde hair slicked up a bit to make him look more dashing. Laurel smiled as she saw her friend stop the mayor from dragging her into more conversations about the vigilantes. She reached out and her arm into his. Do you not like vigilantes, Mr. Uzumaki? After all, you write about them in your novels, said the mayor to Naruto. Tonight is not the night to be talking about the vigilantes, but rather about the money we can raise to help Starling, said Naruto as he smiled at Laurel and Mr. Donner, both of who smiled back. The mayor was called up to the podium to speak. When he left, Naruto snickered a little as Laurel whispered how grateful she was in getting the mayor to stop. The mayor began his speech about how the gala would tremendously help the people devastated by the quake. During the speech, Naruto whispered to Laurel and told her that he was going to the bathroom really quickly. He left and the people of Starling continued to listen to the mayor as he went on and on, but soon was stopped. You have failed this city, Mr. Mayor, shouted a man as the people in the gala were looking around, wondering where it was coming from. The Glades descended into hell on your watch. You swore to protect all citizens of Starling City, not just the rich and wealthy. As the mayor was trying to calm down the crowd, he was shot. The copycat hoods descended from the stairs and were firing at the police stationed in the gala. When they reached the bottom, before they could approach the district attorney, and Laurel Kitsune vaulted over the balcony and knee slammed into the hoods, knocking them away. He drew a three-pronged kunai and fought them as they came after him, easily countering them and beating them soundly. When one of the hoods grabbed a gun on the floor and pointed at Kitsune, Laurel went up and punched him in the face, putting him on the ground. She would have been shot if a shuriken didn't knock the gun that was aimed at her way. The hoods were leaving and shooting at Laurel. Kitsune grabbed her and ducked behind a pillar. When the hoods left and Laurel looked around, Kitsune was also gone. Everyone was feeling safe when Naruto ran up to Laurel and hugged her, glad that she was safe, but angry that he didn't stop the hoods before they killed the mayor. Line break XXXX. The police were at the gala taking questions as Naruto was with a detective. Laurel was talking to her father. She then saw Oliver walk and went to talk to him. Naruto knew that she needed to talk to Oliver to explain a lot of things that were going on, and he knew that they needed some space, but would interrupt them eventually. As Naruto was walking down the stairs, he saw Oliver with Laurel, and they were talking about something very seriously. She then hugged him and then saw Naruto watching them and broke it up rather abruptly. Oliver turned and saw Naruto Uzumaki. Laurel walked over to Naruto and brought him closer to Oliver to introduce him. Ollie, this is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, this is Oliver Queen. Naruto raised his hand for Oliver to shake it. It's nice to meet you. Laurel told me a lot about you. Oliver shook Naruto's hand. Not so much the other way around. Oliver responded. Well, when you were on the island, that's when I met Laurel. And when you came back, I was abroad for my book. I guess we finally got to meet. Sorry it had to be under such bad circumstances. Naruto said as Oliver chuckled a little bit. Yeah, well, at least we finally got to meet. I'm sorry about what happened at the gala. I'm glad you two are all right. Look, I got to go. Big things to deal with coming tomorrow. I'll see you two around, Oliver said as he waved goodbye to Laurel and Naruto. That was a little awkward, right? Naruto asked Laurel. Laurel had an uncomfortable tell on her face. Look, Naruto, about what you saw before. Laurel was cut off when Naruto raised his hand up. It's all right, he replied. You both needed to talk and need some time to work things out. It's fine. Laurel was happy that Naruto understood. Come on, let's get out of here. We both had a rough day, said Naruto as he led Laurel out of gala. Meanwhile, outside Diggle and Oliver were having a little fight about how Oliver refuses to be the hood again, saying that Kitsune is enough. They left for Oliver's adventures with Queen Consolidated tomorrow. Line break, X. In an abandoned warehouse were the copycat hoods gathered around a television, hoping to see their deed of killing the mayor, but were angry that the news was more interested in Oliver Queen's return to Starling and his promotion to Queen Consolidated CEO. Unbelievable, said the leader of the hoods. We off the mayor on live TV, and what's the local news keep showing? Oliver Queen, why? Guess he's taking over the family business, said on the hoods. We've been going about this all wrong, said the leader. Another of the hoods asked him why. If we want real payback, we got to take the fight to the name that did this to us. Queen? He's just some useless brat, said of the hoods. The leader laughed. The Applied Sciences division of Queen Consolidated built the earthquake generator. If we want real justice, then that family has to pay for the suffering it caused us. In full. Line break XXX. And 2014 red Chevrolet Corvette ZR1 drove into a parking garage and the driver door opened to reveal Naruto Uzumaki. He had just gotten back from Laurel's apartment after dropping her home and making sure that she was all right. They had some wine, talked, and she got a little tipsy and tried to kiss him, but he put her to bed and left. He cared for Laurel, he did, but not in the romantic way. He just thought of her as a really good friend, and he knew that her heart was set on someone else, and he was okay with that. With him protecting the city as Kitsune, it would be very hard for him to maintain a relationship with someone he cared for. Naruto exited the elevator to his apartment, where he threw his jacket onto the hanger as he caught Kurama, who ran up to him. He scratched the fox behind the ears as Kurama purred into his arms. Miss you to buddy. Believe me, I hate those types of events, but it was for a good cause, and I was right in thinking that the hoods would strike there. If I had been faster, then the mayor would be alive, Naruto told his furry friend. He put Kurama on the bed as he changed from his suit into some comfortable clothes and turned on the TV. As he was listening to the TV, he went to a dresser and opened it to reveal his Kitsune outfit and the weapons he used. Next to it was a picture of him and his parents when he was a kid, and next to that was a picture of him, Laurel and Tommy when he first moved to Starling City. How he missed the old days. He then heard the news mention Oliver and his taking up the mantle of CEO of Queen Consolidated. All right then, Oliver, hope you're ready to put the hood back on, Naruto said out loud as he went to bed. Line break. The next day brought a new turn of events that made the papers. Oliver was in a meeting with Isabel Rochev about controlling interests in Queen Consolidated when the hoods showed up and tried to kill him. With some help from Felicity, the hoods failed. The police were at Queen Consolidated, asking questions and getting everything they could to find the hoods. Felicity walked up to one cop in particular, who turned out to be Quentin Lance, Laurel's father. I still can't get used to you in the uniform, Detective Lance, Felicity told him. It's officer now, and I'm just glad it still fits. Did they hurt you? He asked. I'm okay, she replied. You, heard anything from our mutual friend lately? Detective Lance asked her in a hushed tone. Nope. In fact, I keep waiting for him to show up, she told him. What about Kitsune? Any news on him? He said. Sorry, Detective. Guess I'm not the vigilante beacon I once was, she said. Soon the cops left, and Oliver, Felicity, and Diggle were walking into Oliver's office when Felicity spoke. You could have stopped those guys. Yeah, not without giving Isabel Rochev and the hoods a pretty good idea of what I'm capable of, Oliver told her. I think what Felicity's wondering is whether you avoided taking those hoods on. And Oliver, she's not the only one wondering, Diggle said. Oliver stopped him. I told you I did not come back to Starling City to be the vigilante. But they came after you, Oliver. You could have taken them out. Diggle responded. No, I couldn't, Diggle, Oliver said, getting angry about the topic. Looks, there's a part about being the hood that neither one of you are considering. They both looked at him, wondering what, until he told them the body count. Felicity went up to him. And excuse me for saying this, but so what? Since when do you care? Oliver had pained look on his face, and Diggle understood and said out loud, Since Tommy. After he found out my secret, you know what Tommy called me? A murderer. He was right. My best friend died thinking I was a murderer, and anyone that I kill dishonors his memory. Oliver told them, So don't. It's not like you killed every guy you faced, Felicity told him. I could have, because when I put on the hood, it's kill or be killed. That is what kept me alive. That's why I should have stayed on the island. Oliver picked up his jacket and was leaving. Is that where you're going now? Felicity asked him. The two of you won't help me save my family's company. I'm going to talk to somebody who will. Oliver told them as he left. Line break XXX. Oliver left to Iron Heights prison to talk with his mother about what to do. Now, while he was there, Naruto was outside walking down the street near the Queen Consolidated building to a meeting with his publisher. As he turned the corner, he ran into someone, which caused some stuff to fall on the floor. They both apologized, and Naruto helped the person with their stuff when he realized the high heels the person was wearing and looked up to see a beautiful blonde-haired woman with glasses who was wearing a lovely work outfit. Naruto blushed a little, staring at the lovely and beautiful lady in front of him. Felicity had just left Queen Consolidated, a little angry that Oliver refused to put the hood back on when she bumped into someone on the street. She realized soon that it was the famous Starling City writer Naruto Uzumaki. FYI, in public, Naruto shortened his full name and goes with his mother's maiden name. She blushed looking at the handsome, tall gentleman in front of her. He had spiky blonde hair, his face was chiseled, and he looked gorgeous in his suit, and the whisker marks on his face helped a lot. Felicity was a big fan of Naruto's books, a big fan. She had every book he published and knew them cover to cover. She missed him in Starling City when Oliver came back from the island, and again when she left with Diggle to track Oliver down, and she finally met him. And for her, the wait was worth it. Naruto handed her phone that fell. Sorry about bumping into you, miss. Didn't see where I was going. That's all right. I should have been paying better attention, Felicity said, a little flushed and nervous about meeting her favorite writer. Again, I'm sorry about that. Let me introduce myself. Naruto was cut off as Felicity spoke. You're Naruto Uzumaki. Full name, Naruto Uzumaki. Namikaze, 27 years old and worldwide best-selling author. Graduated from Columbia University and published your first novel 3 years ago, and have published up to 10 novels based on the character you named after yourself, Felicity told him, excited and giddy about meeting him. Wow, you sure seem to know a lot about me. Naruto was surprised at her outburst. Yeah, well, I'm graduated from MIT, and since everything is pretty much run by computer, it's not that hard to find information on someone, Felicity said, then realizing what she said. Not that I would hack into your accounts or private records or something like that. Most of the stuff I know about you, I've read on your fan site. Not that I'm one of those creepy stalkers who stalk their idols, and I'm rambling again, Felicity said, feeling embarrassed that she just said all of that in front of Naruto. It's all right, my life is out there on the internet. But it seems unfair that I don't even know your name, Naruto said, laughing a little at first at her outburst, but thought her rambling was cute. Oh, Felicity smoke. I work at Queen Consolidated, which is why I was walking away from the building, she said, pointed to the building behind her. Oh, right. I met Oliver yesterday at the gala. Nice guy. I also heard about the hostile takeover by Stelmore International. How are you handling that? Naruto asked her. Oh, I'm fine. Well, I mean, not completely fine. I could lose my job and so would 30,000 other people, and Oliver doesn't seem to know what to do to stop it, Felicity told him. I wouldn't worry about that. From what I saw about Oliver, I'm sure he'll think of something. Look, Felicity, I gotta run. I have a meeting with my publisher about my new book. But it was nice talking to you. If you want to get together for some coffee sometime, here's my card, Naruto said as he handed her his business card with his phone number on it. Right, so I will call you later, Felicity said. It was a pleasure meeting you, Felicity, Naruto said to her as he picked up her hand and kissed it like a gentleman would at a fancy gala or event. He then left around the corner, but not before he heard Felicity scream in excitement. Line break S6. Police cars and cops were at Verdant because the Hoods crashed the club looking for Oliver, but instead took Thea Queen hostage. Oliver had come back from seeing his mom and was angry and ready to get his sister back. He motioned Felicity and Diggle to the basement where his Arrow cave was. I've made a few improvements down here, Felicity told Oliver as they were walking into the Arrow cave. She went over to the light switch. Just in case, you decided to come back. She turned them on to reveal a completely clean and redesigned base, much better than what Oliver had used last year. High-tech computers were at the main desk, desks with medical and forgery equipment, and cases for Oliver's arrow, and his outfit was on a dress mannequin. Oliver was surprised to see the changes. He turned to Felicity with a smile, then said, "We need to find these guys," as he and the others moved to the computers. "I've been trying ever since you got back. I'd figure you come around eventually." Pointing at the salmon row bar, "I kept that. I liked watching you do that." Thaya's boyfriend said one of them was missing a part of his hand. Maybe a veteran. Check hospital records, any males that have had surgical amputations on their extremities. Oliver told her. Felicity was typing on her computer, cross-checking by race and age. Got one. Jeff DeVoe, African-American, late 30s, ex-Marine. Lost his hand in the earthquake. Says here that he and his wife were trying to escape across the 52nd Street Bridge when it collapsed. She didn't make it. "Phone records, please. I want to know who he's been in contact with," Oliver said as he went to a case holding his arrows. Felicity typed on the computer. "He's made a lot of calls to a church in the Glades, something called Standing Strong. It's a support group for people who lost loved ones in the quake. Great place to meet 3 other guys as angry as you, looking for a little payback," Diggle said. Oliver nodded. "Get me an address, please." Diggle nodded at Felicity, who got up and went to a case on a desk. "You're going to need this. I had it custom-made," she said as she opened it to reveal a custom Oneida Kestrel compound bow. Oliver picked it up as she asked him how it was, and he said it was perfect. "You were right. Once I signed on, I stopped thinking about all of the bodies you dropped. Because I knew that being the Hood meant occasionally being a killer. Maybe there's another way," Felicity told Oliver as he went to the display case holding his hood. "They have my sister. What other way is there?" Oliver said in a serious tone. Line break, Ixki. Naruto was in his apartment on his computer, with the television on, simultaneously writing for his book, but searching databases for other leads on his parents' killer. He was also thinking about Felicity, the girl he met earlier in the day. He knew that she was the one helping Oliver as the Hood. She was smart and beautiful, and Naruto couldn't stop thinking about her. Kurama was on the bed, watching the TV until he barked because he saw something on screen. His bark drew Naruto's attention to the news, which showed that Oliver's sister was kidnapped by the Hoods. Naruto knew Oliver was going to go after them, and this would be the perfect opportunity for the Hood to meet the Kitsune. Naruto went over to the dresser to get suited up. "Okay, Oliver, let's see how you do," he said as he put on his jacket. A minute later, a dark orange Kawasaki Ninja motorcycle was driving down the street with the Kitsune driving. Line break XXXX. In the abandoned church that helped people who lost people in the quake were the Hoods and Thea as a hostage. Thea was frightened beyond belief as the Hoods came back. The Hoods began to discuss what to do with her when the leader spoke. "She's seen our faces," said the leader. "Look-offing Oliver Queen is one thing, but his sister, she's not that much older than my sister was when she was killed in the earthquake," said of the goons. "Your sister wasn't killed, she was murdered by her mother. What we're doing here is justice, which makes us the heroes," said the leader. "She didn't kill anybody," Thea said. "My mother didn't kill anyone. Malcolm Merlin destroyed the Glades. Merlin killed my father. She thought he'd killed my brother too. She was afraid of him. She must have been so afraid." The leader grabbed his handgun and cocked it. "Just like my wife, when our house collapsed on top of her." He raised it to shoot her, but an arrow knocked it out of his hand. "Get away from her." Oliver, dressed as the Hood said with his voice disguiser on. The other Hoods fired their guns at his position, but he ran away. The Hoods spread out searching for him when Oliver came up to one, twisted his arm, and punched him 4 times in the face with his bow. He turned and shot an arrow, knocking the gun out of the hands of one of the Hoods. The other shot at him, but Oliver took cover. The Hood ran out of bullets, so he ran at Oliver to fist-fight him, but that failed as Oliver knocked him out and used his bow to smack the other in the face. He saw the leader taking Thea away, but while he was looking, the first Hood he attacked grabbed his gun and would have shot him, but a sword sliced the gun in 2. This drew Oliver's attention as he saw for the first time the Kitsune take out the last hood copycat. The Kitsune looked to Oliver and then to Thea and said, "Go help the girl, I'll take care of this." Oliver didn't trust Kitsune but had no choice as he ran to Thea. Naruto gathered the copycats and tied them up as he saw Oliver shoot an arrow at the leader knocking over a ledge, but caught him before he could fall. Naruto smiled under his mask because Oliver chose to not kill him. Oliver picked the leader up over the edge, pulled out the arrow, but knocked him out. When he turned around, he saw the other copycats tied up, but Kitsune gone. Line break, x. Office Lance had just finished giving a speedy driver a ticket when he walked to his police car, but stopped when he saw 4 guys in hoodies handcuffed to a fence, alive and struggling to get out. He drew his gun as the hood stepped into view. "Do you know who they are?" he asked Officer Lance. "I think the hoods give me a pretty good idea," he replied. "Bring them in." He hauled Lance. "Where have you been? Typically when I bring in guys, you've gone after they're a little more dead." Lance asked. "I'm trying another way," Oliver told him as he fired a grapple arrow and grappled away. Oliver was running across the rooftops when a shuriken hit the wall next to him, causing him to stop and draw an arrow ready to fire. He aimed it at Kitsune, who came into view. "Finally we meet. Welcome back to Starling City," Kitsune said to the hood. "What do you want?" Oliver asked as he was ready to fire. "Just a moment of your time, Hood, or would you like me to address you by your real name, Mr. Queen?" Kitsune said as Oliver's eyes widened that someone knew who he was. "Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. I just wanted to congratulate you on stopping your copycats without killing. Now with you back in the city, Starling City will feel safer," Kitsune told him as he began to walk away. "What are you doing in Starling City, and why did you help me?" Oliver asked, not dropping his aim. "You're not the only one who wants to make a difference. So long as you don't kill, I'll be there to help," Kitsune told him as he walked to the edge of the roof. "By the way, a bit of friendly advice. One hero to another, change the name," he said as he flipped off the roof. Oliver ran off to the edge and saw Kitsune on a bike riding off. He narrowed his eyes and knew he would need to keep tabs on Kitsune because even though he said he was an ally, he didn't trust him. Line break Act 6. Naruto was out on patrol and was fairly happy. He helped Oliver save his sister, while telling him in his own way that he was here to help. He also heard that Oliver bowed the remaining shares, so his company was safe. Speaking of the company, Felicity had called him and asked him out to coffee. Overall, things were pretty good. He was just hoping Oliver would be ready for the shift he would need to make. He stared down from the roof and saw Roy Harper, Thea's boyfriend, stop some thugs from attacking a lady. He had to admit the kid had spunk, but would need some training or he would end up dead. Naruto was about to intervene when a blonde woman in a black outfit carrying a bow staff jumped in and fought the thugs. Naruto saw that she was very skilled with the staff, and soon the punks were on the ground unconscious. As she left, Naruto thought to himself that things were about to get interesting. Line break, XXXXXX. Diggle was in the Arrow Cave as Oliver and Felicity walked in. "Well, it looks like Starling City is back down to only 2 men in hoods. And the 3 of us are back in the archery business," Felicity said. "Not just us, Kitsune too," Oliver said as Felicity and Diggle looked at him weird. "He knows who I am." "Oh my God, then what do we do? Is he gonna expose us?" Felicity asked, scared. "No, I don't think so. He told me that he wanted to congratulate me on not killing the copycats, and that as long as I stopped killing, he would help," Oliver told them while holding up the shuriken Kitsune threw. "You don't trust this man, do you, Oliver?" Diggle asked as he picked up the shuriken and looked at it. "No, the sooner we find out who he is the better, but he did make a good point," Oliver said. "I spent the past year trying to avenge my father. If we're gonna do this, it has to be about honoring Tommy. I need to become the man he hoped I could be. You two have helped me take the first step, and Kitsune helped me realize step 2. The city still needs saving, but not by the hood, and not by some vigilante who's just crossing names of a list. It needs, something more. It needs a hero, Oliver," Diggle said. "It's too bad that the hoods kind of ruined your nickname," Felicity stated. "No, it's good. I don't want to be called the hood anymore," Oliver said. "Okay, so what do you want to be called?" Diggle asked. Oliver looked at the arrow tip he had in his hands and smiled at the name he had for himself. End of Chapter 1. The Kitsune in Starling City. Hope you guys liked the chapter. It took a little longer than I would have hoped for because I didn't really know the length I was going to write. But from now on, this will be about the approximate length of each chapter based on an episode. If it didn't seem too Naruto-centric, I'm still trying to find the right blend of Naruto and Arrow, so bear with me for a while. I started the romantic pairing of Naruto Felicity, so look forward to that in future chapters and more Kitsune Arrow fights, so just wait. Please a review and helpful advice or ideas, and if you didn't, sorry, and don't hate me. Disclaimer, I don't own Arrow or Naruto, both belong to their respective owners, I'm just a big fan. 3. Identity. Here is Chapter 2 based on Episode 2 of Season 2, Identity. It will pretty much follow the plot of the episode with some other stuff. Also, this is the chapter with the coffee date between Naruto and Felicity. So enjoy. My name is Oliver Queen. After 5 years trapped on a hellish island, I have come home with only one goal, to save my city. But to do so, I can't be the killer I once was. To honor my friend's memory, I must be someone else. I must be something else. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. For my entire life, I have undergone training that forged me into a weapon. After my parents died, they wanted me to use my gifts to change the world and find something worth fighting for. And I have, to honor their memory, I have become Kitsune. And I will defend Starling City and keep the innocent safe. But my parents' killer is still out there, and as long as he still breathes free air, I will not stop until he is brought to justice, and no one will get in my way. Oliver was in the Arrow Cave training to get ready to be the hero that Starling City needed. The only problem was that he didn't really know where to start. Meanwhile, a FEMA truck carrying medicine for the hospital in the Glades was driving when 3 motorcycles came out of nowhere. The drivers knew they were going to get hijacked, so they called it in. This is FEMA Truck 52. We're being pursued by 3 armed bikers heading south on 3rd Street, requesting immediate assistance, said the driver over the police radio. Roy Harper was a couple streets away, sitting in his car listening to a stolen police radio, and when he heard what was happening, he drove to help. Roy was driving head-on to the truck, and the 3 cyclists, he drove in the path of one motorcycle, which caused the driver to veer off and hit a parked car. The other 2 cyclists stopped and drove at Roy. Roy turned around and was heading to the cyclists head-on again. One of the cyclists drew a gun and fired at Roy. While not hitting him, the bullets did hit the tire, which caused him to crash off the road. But before he did, Kitsune drove up in his dark orange Kawasaki Ninja motorcycle and knocked the second cyclists off the bike, saving Roy. The second cyclist got off the bike and shot at Naruto, but he threw a kunai at him, which knocked the gun away. Then he ran up to the cyclists and engaged in hand-to-hand combat, and then grabbed his head and knee slammed him, knocking him out. Meanwhile, the truck carrying the medicine that got away was driving ahead, when a woman in black with white hair twirling a knife in her hands stepped out into the road. She then threw 2 knives through the truck window, killing the 2 truck drivers. The truck eventually stopped in front of the woman known as China White. A 4th cyclist came up, and China told him to take the truck and leave nothing behind. Naruto saw Roy getting out of the wrecked car, and Naruto was going to check on him and go after the truck to make sure it got to the hospital safe, but he heard police sirens coming and he needed to get out of there. He drove off, leaving the police to arrest Roy while the triads took the medicine. Line break XXX. At Thea Queen's Club Verdant, the teens and young adults of Starling City were partying the night away, dancing and drinking. In the club was John Diggle, Oliver's bodyguard. Oliver had come up from the cave from training and went to Diggle. "We're going to need more sparing dummies," Oliver told Diggle. "I'll start ordering them in bulk." "This mean you're ready to launch Crusade 2.0? Diggle asked. "I'm ready, I just don't know where to begin. Last year I had the list. Getting justice was as simple as crossing names out of a book. I don't know how Kitsune does it," Oliver told him. "I'm sure he has a way. This is Starling City. You don't need to look far to find someone engaged in illegal activity. Yesterday Big Belly Burger was robbed," Diggle said. "Was Carly there? Is she okay?" Oliver asked, concerned. "Yeah, she was, it was her day off." Diggle replied, but looked uncomfortable answering. Good. Well, the three of us should get dinner. I haven't seen her since I got back, Oliver said. Why the sudden interest in my love life? Diggle asked. If it's important to you, then it's important to me, Oliver responded as Thea came up to her brother. Hey, I didn't see you come in, Thea said. I had a secret entrance installed when I ran the club, Oliver told her while she looked at him weird. Kidding, he said. Thea's phone rang and she answered it, annoyed that it was the police telling her that Roy was at the police station. Line break XXX. Naruto walked through the front door of the Starling police station to pick Laurel up and drop her off at home. She needed a ride since her car was in the shop, and Naruto said he would pick her up. While he was walking through the station, he was thinking about the Arak on the FEMA truck. The Glades Hospital was still not doing well, even with the money he had donated to help rebuild it, and the motorcyclists stealing the medicine was not helping. He needed to figure out who was stealing the medicine and stop them. Maybe Oliver would help him dig up some leads. As he turned the corner, he saw Laurel talking to Oliver about Thea's boyfriend Roy. Ask him if he knows anything about the Vigilante. Roy has obviously forged some sort of connection to him. Maybe it goes both ways, Laurel asked Oliver. Doesn't sound like the Vigilante to have a groupie. Oliver told her. That's just it. We don't know anything about the Vigilante, except for that every time he shows up, all hell breaks loose. It has to stop, Ollie. He has to be stopped, Laurel told him. Laurel walked away and went to grab her stuff that she left in the interrogation room when Naruto walked in. Hey, hope I'm not too late, asked Naruto, surprising Laurel. No, just in time. I'm ready, let's go, Laurel told him as she grabbed her coat and left with Naruto. As they were walking out of the precinct, Naruto decided to break the silence. So Laurel, what was going on with Oliver and Thea's boyfriend back there? He seemed pretty beat up. Naruto asked, sound curious, but knew what was going on. Well, it turns out that Roy was playing Hood Jr. and totaled a car in an attempt to stop some robbers. I asked Oliver to see if he can get any info out of Roy about the Hood. If he can, then we are one step closer into stopping the Hood permanently, Laurel said with determination. Wow, Laurel. It seems your time with the Vigilante response team definitely has changed you. Naruto said, a little scared at how serious Laurel got. What do you mean? She asked. Well, the Laurel I remember a few years ago was never this scary, determined at times, but never scary, Naruto said. Well, I guess times change, and I got tired of not acting enough, Laurel said while in her mind trying to find a way to change the subject to the news of Naruto with Felicity. So Naruto, want to tell me about the picture in the news with you and Felicity Smoke? Laurel said with a happy glint that she shifted the conversation. What are you talking about, Laurel? Naruto said, a little panicked that this would lead into some awkward territory. Oh, please, the picture is all over the celebrity news. And I'm glad. I think it's about time you got out there. I mean, don't get me wrong, all of the dates to galas and book signings has been great, but you need a girlfriend, Naruto, and I don't want to be the friend you take to events because you can't get a read date, Laurel said, laughing a little bit. Okay, I get it. Don't worry about that. I'm meeting her for coffee tomorrow, so stop pestering. What you do have to worry about is me leaving with you, he said as he ran to his car, threatening to leave her stranded. Hey, no fair. You said you drive me, Laurel screamed as she raced after him. Line break XXXX. Same time Laurel and Naruto were talking. After hearing what Laurel said about Roy getting into trouble to fight crime, Oliver knew he needed to speak to Roy. He turned to Thea and said, Thea, can you ask Mr. Diggle to bring the car around, please? Thea sighed, knowing that Oliver was about to chew Roy up. I'll always think of you fondly, she said to Roy as she left. Save the speeches. Your ex-girlfriend already laid one on me. Still, no effect, Roy said to Oliver. I used to be a lot like you, Roy, Oliver told him. I doubt that. I spend more time in the back of cop cars than limos, so... Roy was walking away when Oliver grabbed Roy's arm and held it tightly, causing Roy groan in discomfort a little. The world doesn't seem to work anymore. It broke a long time ago, but it was like you were the only one who noticed. That makes you angry. And you're afraid that that anger is going to burn you up inside if you have to live in the world 1 second longer, knowing that you could do something to fix it. Oliver said to Roy very seriously, That anger's going to put you in the hospital, kid. Or worse. Well, I'll take worse. It's better to be dead than in a hospital these days, right? Roy said. What do you mean? Oliver asked. Been to the Glades Memorial lately? Roy asked. No, but I didn't read that it was damaged by the quake. Oliver replied. It wasn't. The medicine that FEMA's been sending to the hospital is being hijacked. So if they don't resupply, they'll be forced to close. Roy told him. By who? Oliver asked. I don't know. The doctors and nurses are already bailing on the place and the cops. The cops rarely venture that far deep into the glades, so I guess that leaves only me. What's it take to make you angry? Roy said as he left to go join Thea, leaving Oliver to his thoughts. Line break X's X. It was the next morning and Naruto was waiting for Felicity at the local coffee shop. He dropped Laurel off at home last night and then tried to find out who was stealing the medicine meant for the glades. He knew that the truck schedule had restrictive access and only few people had access to, which meant that it was an inside job, or someone was being paid to give up the time slots. Whoever was stealing the medicine was likely selling the medicine for money, and that usually involved the work of organized crime families. He hoped that Oliver had caught on to the fact that Glades Memorial needed the medicine and would help stop the culprits. Naruto was interrupted from his thoughts when he saw Felicity enter the coffee shop. He waved at her and she saw him and made her way over. He got up and pulled out the seat for her as she sat down. Sorry I'm late, got stuck in some traffic, she said. That's all right, I haven't been waiting too long. What would you like to drink? He asked as a barista came over ready to take their order. I'll have a decaf latte, she told the waitress. Espresso, please. Naruto told the waitress, who nodded and left with a blush on her face from Naruto. Both Naruto and Felicity saw the blush on her face, and it was a little awkward. Well, she must be a fan of your books, Felicity said, referring to the blush the waitress had. Yeah, sorry, Felicity, I can't really seem to go anywhere with someone without a girl blushing and fawning over me. He said, referring to the group of teens he saw a few tables away taking pictures of him with their phones. It must be a curse, huh? She asked. You tell me, you're pretty good friends with Starling City's billionaire playboy. Naruto responded. Yeah, being friends to a celebrity is pretty hard, Felicity said. Yeah, come on, let's get out of here, he said as he led Felicity to the counter where they grabbed their drinks to go and left the coffee shop to walk and talk. After walking for a few minutes, Naruto decided to break the silence. So, Felicity, you know a lot about me, and yet I still only know your name and where you work. So why don't you tell me about yourself? Naruto asked, curious about Felicity. Well, there really isn't that much that is interesting, Felicity said, trying to avoid talking about her family since it wasn't exactly a happy memory. I doubt that. I mean, you don't find many women graduating from MIT, becoming IT specialists, working for a big company like Queen Consolidated without there being something interesting to tell, Naruto asked. Well, nothing too interesting to tell, graduated from MIT in 2009, had a crazy stalker my freshman year. Had my wisdom teeth removed when I was 16, which gave me 3 stitches, and last Hanukkah, I had to re-dye my hair blonde, she told Naruto. Naruto looked at her funny, thinking that the stuff she told her was weird, but her little social awkwardness was cute. Okay, maybe not what I was hoping to hear, but you still shared with me, and I thank you for that, Naruto said. So when we met, you said that you were going to talk to your publisher about your upcoming book. Anything you can share? She said, hopeful that he said yes. Well, I can say that the next book is almost done, and you are definitely going to like it, Naruto said, but he then had an idea come to him. But to make sure that you're going to like it, how about an advanced copy? Naruto asked her, and Felicity's eyes widened. Are you serious? You'll really let me read your next book before it comes out? Asked Felicity. Yeah, you're a big fan from what you've told me and from what I've observed, so getting your input on the next book would be a great help before we release to the public, Naruto told her. Yes, that'd be great. I mean, yeah, that'd be fine, Felicity said in an excited manner, then calmed down. Great, so when should I give it to? Naruto was interrupted by Felicity's phone going off. Sorry, let me take this. Give me a second, Felicity said, answering her phone. From what Naruto heard her say back, it was Oliver. She was receiving some frustrating information. She then hung up and turned to Naruto. Sorry, Naruto, I have to head to Queen Consolidated. Something's come up. Don't worry, Oliver probably needs you. I'll get the book to you next time. I had a lot of fun today. We should do this again. Naruto told her. Yeah, that'd be great. Call me whenever. Bye, Naruto, Felicity said as she hugged him, and he hugged her back, and she left for Queen Consolidated. Naruto smiled as he saw Felicity leave. Now he left knowing that he needed to do two things. One was still figure out and stop the truck robbers, and two was to convince his publisher to give him an extra copy of the new book. Line break XSX. Felicity was in elevator hallway, leading to Oliver's office, upset of what he told her on the phone. Oliver and Diggle exited the elevator, and she told him, I quit. No, you don't, Oliver responded. Yes, I do. Not my old job in the IT department, but my new job as your executive assistant, which you think I'm going to accept. Your thinking could not be more wrong in this matter. Felicity told him in a mixture of seriousness and anger. I need a girl Wednesday, Oliver told her. It's Friday and the answer is no, Felicity replied. Oliver pointed to the desk where she would be working. These computers have been upgraded. Far more processing power than your typical secretary, he told her as he walked into his office. Felicity went after him. Did you know I went to MIT? Guess what I majored in? Hint, not the secretarial arts. Felicity, Oliver said to get her to stop. We all need to have secret identities now. If I'm going to be Oliver Queen CEO, then I can't very well travel down 18 floors every time you and I need to discuss how we spend our nights. And I love spending the night with you, she said, then realizing what she said. 3.2.1. I worked very hard to get where I am, and it wasn't so I could fetch you coffee. Well, it could be worse, Diggle intervenes. My secret identity is his black driver. Oliver was going to respond to Diggle's comment, but decided to change the subject. Right now, I need you to figure out how the hijackers are getting a line on the goods earmarked for Glade's memorial. If we know how they're picking their targets, we'll know when and where to stop them. Diggle finished Oliver's thought. Fine. Felicity left with an annoyed expression. Oh, may I get you a cup of coffee? Oliver sighed. You're not actually offering to get me a cup of coffee, are you? Yeah, no. That won't be happening ever, Felicity said as she went to her desk. Well, if you can bring yourself to do it, can you please make reservations for Dig, Carly and I, Saturday night at Table Salt? Oliver asked her. Felicity looked at Diggle and both were thinking the same thing. Sure, I'll get right on that. Using the internet, which you also happen to have access to, Felicity told Oliver as he exhaled in exhaustion. You still didn't tell him, Felicity asked Diggle. He has enough on his plate, Diggle responded to her. Oliver turned on his computer to the news, which showed footage of how the public began to turn on him, since he hasn't done anything yet to help the city, and Sebastian Blood, the alderman for the Glades, wasn't helping much. He thought to himself that he needed to do something quick. Line break XSX. Naruto had gotten back to his apartment after negotiating with his publisher to give him an extra copy of the book, which involved an extra bonus on top of their normal bonus. He was sure that Felicity was going to love it. He loved it. He looked at the copy of Naruto Uzumaki, Ninja Clash in the Land of Snow, and smiled at the great story he wrote, filled with action, adventure, hardship, which pushed the characters in the book and showed the heroism of Naruto. He had no idea how these ideas came to him. It's like they were more of memories than ideas, of him actually doing these things. But that was ridiculous, even by his standards. He heard Kurama bark, which drew him away from his to his computer. It was beeping. Naruto had set it to run a program to look for a possible target that would result in a lot of money if sold on the black market. He turned it on and saw that FEMA had a surplus of medical-grade opiate that they were getting ready to ship in a warehouse, and that would be the perfect time for the hijackers to strike, so Naruto would stop them. He went to the dresser to get suited up, and after he put on his hood and mask, he went to the garage and got on his motorcycle. As he put on his helmet and drove off, he hoped that he wouldn't be the only vigilante to stop the hijackers. Line break XX. Felicity had called Diggle and Oliver to the Arrow Cave because she had some news to tell them. Never though I'd say this, but I'm actually getting more done in a basement of an abandoned steel factory than in the corner office of a high-rise, she told him. What did you have? Oliver asked. FEMA is shipping 100,000 units of medical-grade opiates to Glades Memorial, Felicity told him. When? He asked. Truck is scheduled to leave the FEMA depot in 20 minutes, she said. Not if this motorcycle gang has anything to say about it, Diggle said. Bad luck for them. I have something to say about it, Oliver said as he went over to his hood and bow. Line break, Ixcax. Workers at the FEMA depot were packing the opiates into containers and putting them into 2 trucks. Then 2 motorcycles drove into the depot and gunned down the guards, causing the workers to flee. They were about to shoot the driver when Oliver shot down the 2 gunmen, saving the driver. Make your delivery, Oliver told the driver. The driver opened the driver door and was going to leave when a knife hit the driver in the neck, killing him. Oliver was about to draw, but he heard a voice. The Emerald Archer, he heard a female voice say, who turned out to be China White, Triad Enforcer. I feared you had perished in the quake, denying me the opportunity to pay you back in full for your past interference in my business, she told him while twirling a knife. Your business is going under, permanently, he shouted as he fired an arrow, but a figure with claws wearing an orange jacket dropped down and sliced the arrow. Oliver saw the man as a tall African-American man in an orange jacket that had tiger stripes and had titanium claws on his hands. This was Ben Turner, the mercenary known as Bronze Tiger. I don't think my friend agrees with you. Our new partnership was easily cemented. See, I was eager to see you dead, and he was eager to kill you, China White said. She was about to leave when a shuriken hit the truck door. She, Bronze Tiger, and the arrow turned to reveal Kitsune standing behind China White. He not the only person who can stop you, Kitsune said to China White, who was angry that someone else was here to stop her. God, where do you vigilantes come from? You're coming out of the weird work these days, she said in frustration. It doesn't matter, you'll end up dead if you mess with me. I don't think so, Naruto said as he engaged China White in a fight. The arrow shot 3 arrows at Bronze Tiger, who sliced up all of them. No kill shots, I was promised a fight. I hope you haven't lost your nerve, Tiger said. Find out, Arrow said as he and Tiger engaged in a fight. Both of the vigilantes were drawing the Triad Enforcers away from the trucks as they fought against both of them. Oliver was having a little trouble since Tiger's claws made every strike potentially dangerous. Naruto was dragging China White away from the trucks, using one sword to fight against her knives. Naruto was able to knock out one knife from her hand, which allowed him to flip her over his shoulder, taking her out. He then heard police sirens coming closer, and he turned to see that China White had left. He saw that Oliver was still fighting, but Naruto couldn't stay around, so he threw a smoke bomb and grappled out of the factory. He saw the police and the vigilante response team close in on Oliver and Bronze Tiger, with Laurel with them, which really surprised him. He knew that she was working with them, but he didn't think that she would be here. Oliver left as the police shot at him, nicking him in the heel, which caused him to wobble before he dropped 2 smoke bombs and grappled away. Line break XXXX. Naruto was back at his apartment, happy that he stopped the triads from taking the opiates, but the police were more interested in stopping him and Oliver than catching the hijackers, which concerned him deeply. He would have to be ready because he knew the hijackers would try again. He needed to get some sleep because Oliver had invited him to Queen Consolidated to talk about a benefit for the Glades. That would be the perfect place to hand Felicity her copy of the new book and ask her on a date. He laid down on his bed as Kurama curled up next to him sleeping. Naruto fell asleep with a smile on his face. Line break. Sex. Oliver was back at the Arrow Cave, stitching up his wound on his leg he got from the bullet. Felicity had a pained look seeing the wound, and she asked, "Does it hurt?" Oliver groaned, sitting up in the chair. "Not as much as some things. I love that we live in a city where the police are more interested in catching you than the drug-stealing mobsters." "Our tax dollars at work," Felicity said in disappointment. Diggle was at the computer, looking up on what the police had on what happened. The authorities have always gone after the vigilante. "This time was different," Oliver said. "Why, because this time it's Laurel leading the charge," Diggle said in amusement. "Because they got in my way," Oliver said as he got up out of the chair. "I can't make things better as Oliver Queen, and now I can't make things better as the vigilante. So what if Laurel's involved?" Oliver said in frustration. Hey, go easy on him, Felicity told Oliver. It's all right, Felicity, Diggle told her. No, it's not, she said while getting in Oliver's face about his attitude. You don't get to jump down his throat just because you happen to be having a lousy week. Okay, you're pissed he invoked the almighty Laurel. Well, you're not the only one whose love life is taking it on the chin. What are you talking about? Oliver asked. I'm talking about you keep bringing up Carly, but you're so involved with yourself that you don't even realize the look he gets every time you do, Felicity said. What is she talking about? Oliver asked, concerned what was going on with Diggle. Me and Carly pulled the pin. Diggle said, it happened when you were gone. Truth is, it's been happening for a while now. Being the Vigilante's wingman was a strain. He needs to hear this, Felicity said. This wasn't just what we were doing, Oliver. Diggle exhales. This isn't just about you, man. I couldn't separate what's going on with me and Carly and what went on with my brother. Deadshot, Oliver said as he understood. He's still out there. My brother's killer. He's still breathing. And I guess I couldn't hate him and love her at the same time. Diggle said, hurt on the inside. See? You're not the only one having trouble reconciling two sides with himself, Diggle said as he left. Felicity had an angry expression on her face for Oliver's insensitivity. She then left, leaving Oliver to his thoughts. Line break, ix dax, xix. Oliver was in his office at Queen Consolidated, waiting for an appointment. He had to help raise money to save the Glades. One of the guests was Sebastian Blood, the alderman for the Glades. The other was Naruto Uzumaki. Oliver had met Naruto at the gala where the Hoods attacked Laurel, and he seemed pretty okay. Oliver also knew that Naruto was a very nice and generous person who always donated a portion of his funds to charities and people in need. It seemed like a good idea to get him involved in Oliver's plan. Oliver also wasn't too fond of how he was so close to Laurel and just wanted to check on him, just to make sure. Felicity walked into the office. Your 4-0 is here, although I'm not entirely sure why you invited him up to your office, she told him. Because I need to fix the situation, and there are no cameras or people to throw things at me here. He said to Felicity, Alderman, thank you for coming. Mr. Queen, Sebastian said as he walked past Oliver, this is some view, how small the rest of us must all look from up here. Mr. Smoke, Oliver said. Yes, she replied. Would you get my guest and I some coffee? Oliver asked. You know I would, Mr. Queen, but it seems that someone's broken our coffee maker, she said. Violently. She then whispered, I was surprised you wanted to meet, Sebastian said. As surprised I was when you turned a frenzied mob on me, Oliver said. Oh, that shouldn't have been too surprising. My constituents have a lot of anger toward your family, Sebastian said as he sat down. They have a right to be, Oliver said. My mother was involved in something unspeakable. But I'm my own man, and I'm not your enemy, Oliver said to Sebastian. As Oliver and Sebastian were talking about how to fix the problem, Naruto had just gotten out of the elevator to Oliver's office. He was late because he went to see Felicity at the IT department, but she wasn't there. The floor manager then told him that she was promoted to be Oliver Queen's new secretary. Naruto just got out of the elevator and walked to Oliver's office, seeing Felicity at her desk typing. Hey Felicity, hard at work, Naruto said, which caused her to look up surprised that he was here. Hey Naruto, I didn't know you were going to be here today. She got up and hugged him as he hugged her back. You're not stalking me now, are you? She asked. No, Felicity. Oliver asked me to come visit him. By the way, this is for you, he said as he brought his hand from behind his back to reveal the new book he promised Felicity. Oh my God, is this it? She asked. Yup, this is an advanced copy of my new book, Naruto Uzumaki, Ninja Clash in the Land of Snow. I hope you like it. I even signed it for you, Naruto said. Felicity marveled at the cover art, which showed the ninja Naruto Uzumaki with his teammates and the princess he had to protect, and the tyrant he would stop. See the movie poster cover, it's the same. She always thought it was funny how the Naruto from the book looked a lot like the Naruto, the author. She opened the front cover to reveal where Naruto signed the book. It read to Felicity, Hope this is as good as the rest of my books you love so much, Paz. Will you go out with me on Saturday night? Naruto. Felicity read the last part and froze. Did he just ask her out? On a date? She looked up and she saw Naruto with a hopeful look on his face that she would say yes. She wasn't going to say no. She thought he was gorgeous and nice and funny, and she definitely wanted to go out on a date. Yes, yes, I will go out with you, Naruto, Felicity said confidently. Naruto smiled hearing that she said yes and would have picked her up and twirled her around. But Oliver was looking at him, signaling him to walk in. That's great, Felicity. I'll call you with the time and place. I better get in there. Oliver looks like he needs me, and I don't need Sebastian chewing him up, Naruto said as he was about to leave, but kissed Felicity on the cheek before he left. Felicity blushed and put her hand on where he kissed her and smiled as she fell back in her chair to read the new book. Oliver was talking with Sebastian Blood about holding a benefit to help support the people in Starling City and the Glades, and to shift a lot of the high society people of Starling to support their fellow city members. He had also invited Naruto since he knew that he would help, and Naruto was a nice enough person, and Oliver wanted to get to know him more, which meant seeing if he was a threat to Laurel. He saw Naruto exit from the elevator and saw him talk to Felicity. This interesting Oliver since he thought he was with Laurel. He watched her give her a book, so he initially thought it was just a book thing, but after he signaled Naruto to come in, he saw him give Felicity a kiss on the cheek. Okay, now this needed to be looked into. He didn't want someone he didn't look into close to two different people he knew. Was this safety that was driving this train of though, or jealousy? Naruto walked into Oliver's office, and both Oliver and Sebastian greeted him. Oliver didn't know, but Naruto and Sebastian were pretty good friends. Sebastian was very vocal in his attitude and always worked to help the people in the Glades, which he found very admirable, and Sebastian knew that even though Naruto was of a higher tax bracket and famous, yet he always contributed to the people in the Glades who desperately needed help and wasn't like other high society people in Starling. Naruto walked up to Oliver and Sebastian. Hey fellows, sorry I'm late. Oliver, it's good to see you. Sebastian, how are you doing? Naruto said as he shook Oliver and Sebastian's hand. It's quite all right. It's been a long time, Naruto. How have you been? Sebastian asked his friend. Busy, Sebastian, busy. My new book is coming out soon, and it's been chaos. I sent a copy to you. It should be at your office in a few days, Naruto said. Much appreciated, Sebastian said. Naruto, I'm glad you're here. Sebastian and I were having a talk on how to improve Starling City. The Glades are in need of help, and I thought I would host a benefit where the three of us could help show and change people's minds and lend aid to the people in need, Oliver said. Naruto thought a little bit as he walked over to the window looking out to Starling City. It's true that many of the elitist of Starling City have abandoned their fellow citizens, but it is only by changing their mind will the Glades ever get back to normal and improve life in this city for everyone. You have my support, Oliver, Naruto said as he stuck his hand out for Oliver to shake, and he did. Unfortunately, I will be unavailable to attend the benefit in person, as more pressing matters about my book must take priority, Naruto said sympathetically. Oh, that's unfortunate. Are you sure that's the reason, or does your hate of social events drive this absence? Sebastian said jokingly, knowing Naruto's distaste for public events, unless they were for a good cause. A little of both, Sebastian, but this time it is about my book, so sorry, Oliver, I won't be there. I will still donate to the benefit, and I will do my best to help persuade as many people as I can, Naruto said to Oliver. That's quite all right, Naruto. It's sad that we won't be able to talk, maybe some other time, Oliver said. Yeah, Oliver, another time, Naruto said as he and Sebastian left. As Naruto left, he winked at Felicity, who was reading the new book Naruto gave her and loving it. Oliver sat back down in his chair, glad that Naruto agreed to help with the benefit, but still uneasy at how close he was to two of his close friends. He would need to keep an eye on him, or this would come back to bite him in the ass. Line break XXX. Laurel was at the DA's office going through files and thinking a little about the text she got from Naruto saying that he wouldn't be at the benefit that Oliver was hosting. He would make it up to her by giving her a signed copy of his new book when it came out, so it wasn't that bad. Right now she was just looking at some files late at night, working on a case when the lights went out, and she a voice behind her. Hello, Laurel, said the Arrow. This seems like old times. She said a little nervous. I figured that we should talk, he said. Laurel turned around facing the hood. Fine, turn that thing off and pull back your hood. I'm not your enemy, and I thought we understood each other. He said, I understand that you're a criminal. And you think the law doesn't apply to you. It does, she said. But you didn't always feel that way. You used to think that I was helping the people in this city, he said. And then I saw you, she said, choking a little bit, revealing that it was a deeply personal and emotional. The night of the earthquake, I saw you at CNRI. My friend was inside that building when it collapsed. He went there to rescue me, and by the time I managed to climb inside, he was gone. But I saw you running away into the night. You didn't save him. You were too busy fighting a meaningless duel with Malcolm Merlin. And when people you told me you would protect needed your help, you weren't there. I don't think you wear that hood because you're a hero. I think you wear it to hide that you're a coward, and I promise you, I will see you unmasked, prosecuted, and sent to prison. Don't ever speak to me again, she said as she walked away. The lights turned on and Laurel turned to reveal that he had left, not knowing that Oliver was under the hood and feeling the immense guilt about letting his best friend die. Line break XXXX. Naruto was in his apartment. He just got back from a meeting with his publisher, setting up a book release party and signings for him. He made sure that it was set up during the day so it wouldn't interfere with nightly patrols. He invited Laurel, Sebastian, and a bunch of other of Starling City's high society, since a portion of the party's revenue would help the local charities and homeless shelters. He also invited Oliver and Felicity. He thought the book release party would be a good idea for a first date with Felicity. He even arranged for a limo to pick her up. Naruto was getting suited up in his Kitsune costume, getting ready to go out and stop China White and Bronze Tiger from stealing the next shipment of goods marked for Glade's memorial. The once concern Naruto had was that it was also the night that Oliver was hosting his benefit. He knew that Oliver would need to choose between staying at the benefit and possibly let the triads take the medicine and help change the people of Starling City, or stop the hijackers and ruin his image to the elitist of Starling City and the media. Naruto was skilled enough to take on both China White and Bronze Tiger easily, but hoped that Oliver would be there to fight beside him, slowly building trust with the Arrow. He knew that Oliver would have to make a decision, and it wasn't an easy one. He thought that maybe the Arrow could use some encouragement. Line break XXXXX. On the top floor of Queen Consolidated was the benefit that Oliver Queen was hosting to raise money and awareness for the people in need in the Glades. It was also an eye-opener for the elitists of Starling to do more to help. Among the many guests was Laurel Lance wandering the party looking for Oliver. She knew Naruto wasn't coming and needed a friend to hang out with. You look like a woman who's looking for someone, Sebastian said. Friend of mine, he's throwing this benefit, Laurel said as she continued looking as Sebastian walked with her. Ah, Oliver Queen. Didn't realize you were friends. I knew you and Naruto were friends since he talks about you quite often, Sebastian said as he drank his champagne. Yes, but Naruto isn't coming. He's busy with his new book to make it. But he did donate to the benefit. But yes, Oliver and I are very old friends. So you can imagine how I feel about you putting him in the crosshairs of a public opinion, Alderman, Laurel told him. For what it's worth, I've apologized to Oliver for my rhetorical excesses. In fact, it is in this détente which brings us all here tonight, Sebastian told her. So where is Oliver? Laurel asked. That's exactly the question I'm asking myself, Blood said. In the elevator were Diggle and Oliver riding up to the party, late. Oliver looked at his watch and sighed. We're late, he said. The good news is at least you get to make a dramatic entrance, Diggle replied. Oh, I'm just lucky Oliver Queen has a reputation for not showing up on time, Oliver responded. You know I've been meaning to tell you, it really weirds me out to no end, the way you refer to yourself in third person like that, Diggle said as the elevator opened. The both left as Oliver's cell phone ringed. He saw that it was Felicity and answered it. I've got good news and bad news. I hacked into FEMA's server, yet another federal offense, thank you very much, and was able to find out when the next shipment of pharmaceuticals is taking place, Felicity told him. When? Oliver asked. That's the bad news. 5 minutes ago. I know this is the definition of sucky timing, but which suit are you planning on wearing tonight? Felicity asked. Oliver was debating when he heard some static on the line until he heard a familiar voice. "I would suggest your green hoodie, Mr. Queen," said Kitsune, who hacked into Oliver's phone call. "Kitsune, how do you get this number?" he asked, buying time since he knew Felicity was still listening and would trace the call. "One of my many talents, and don't bother trying to triangulate my position." "Mr. Smoke, I won't be on for that long," Kitsune said, which surprised her that he knew what she was doing. "I know the time and location of the transport of the medicine, and know that the triads are already on the way to hijack it. And I know that you have a benefit to help the people of the Glades. This is one dilemma that you will continue to face so long as you wear the hood." Oliver, though to himself, knowing that what Kitsune said was true. "I have faced that trouble before, and I found my balance. This night will be your first test. I will stop the triads, and I hope to see you there," Kitsune said as he hung up. Oliver stood there thinking until he realized that the arrow needed to stop the hijackers. Line break, exc. Oliver, in his hoodie and geared up, was driving on his motorcycle to stop the hijackers. Naruto was also on his way there as well, and the Arrow and the Kitsune would need to work together to stop China White and Bronze Tiger. Tiger and White had just taken out the drivers of the trucks, and China White ordered the goons with her to take the medicine away. Oliver drove up and shot an arrow at the goon entering the truck and knocked him out. White ordered the second goon to take the truck, while she and Tiger took care of the hood, and when the goon approached the truck, he was knee-slammed against it and then thrown on the ground and knocked out. Tiger and White turned to see Kitsune standing there as well. It was Bronze Tiger and China White versus the Arrow and the Kitsune. Tiger and White walked around surrounding Arrow and Kitsune as the two, much to Oliver's discomfort, were forced back to back as the two enforcers were ready to kill them. "I guess both of you are on time to die," China White said as she and Tiger engaged the vigilantes. Oliver used his bow, while Naruto his swords, and the two fought against the two enforcers. Line break XXXX. Police sires closed in, and police and SWAT vans stopped on an intersection where they had video footage of the vigilante engaging some criminal. They all arrived guns blazing, but were saddened to see no one there. One of the techs had live footage, but saw that it was a year-old footage being fed to them by Felicity to throw the police off of Oliver's trail as she smiled on her computer, proud of her work. Tiger and White fought against the two heroes, and it was pretty evenly matched. Arrow and Kitsune stayed back to back, fighting in tandem, covering each other and striking when they could. Oliver would smack China with his bow, while Naruto blocked Tiger's swipe with his katana, and Oliver would shoot and arrow whenever China threw a dagger at Kitsune. To an outsider, the two heroes seemed to be in perfect harmony, like they had done this before. Naruto was glad that Oliver was willing to let him help in taking these enforcers down, and Oliver was slightly happy at how good it felt to have someone watching his back when he was fighting. Diggle soon arrived and took the truck far away, where the authorities could pick it up later. China White saw that the truck was leaving and her goons weren't driving, so Naruto used this opportunity to grab her behind and flip her onto the ground hard. Oliver then was able to gain enough distance from Bronze Tiger to shoot an arrow in which didn't stop Tiger as he closed the distance ready to stab the arrow through the chest. But before he could, Oliver pressed a switch, which activated the taser arrow Oliver shot, knocking out Bronze Tiger. Oliver relaxed a bit, not knowing that China White had gotten up and was about to stab him until Naruto threw a kunai with a bolo at her wrists, which pinned them to an electrical pole. Oliver turned to see China subdued, and that it was Kitsune who did it. China looked at the arrow. "You've changed. You would have killed by now if you hadn't, and Kitsune didn't interfere." Oliver looked at Kitsune. "The police can take the shipment the rest of the way." As both were leaving, China spoke. "They still won't see you as anything more than the enemy," China said, which caused Oliver to turn. "You'll never be anything but a criminal to them, which means you'll never be a hero, and no sidekick will change that. As long as this city is safe, it doesn't matter," Oliver said. Then Kitsune walked up to her and knocked her out, shocking Oliver. "I'm no one's sidekick," Kitsune said in anger, being referred to as a sidekick. Once they were far away, Oliver stopped walking as Diggle approached both him and Kitsune. "The truck is safe. The cops are taking them to the hospital as we speak," Diggle told Oliver. "Good, then the hospital will stay open to those in need," Kitsune said, walking away from them while activating a button on his wrist. which turned on his bike parked nearby. Thanks for the advice, Oliver told him. Heroes have to stick together even when one of them doesn't want the help. Doesn't mean they aren't in need of it, Kitsune said as he got on his motorcycle. What's your angle, Kitsune? You know who I am, and yet you haven't done anything about it. Oliver asked, still not completely trusting Kitsune. No angle, Starling City belongs to the Arrow. So long as you don't kill, I'll be there to help. Naruto said, getting ready to leave before he said, and when you find out who I am, I'll be willing to talk about a partnership. See you later, Oliver. Naruto said as he drove off, leaving Oliver thinking that Kitsune said when, not if, meaning he wanted Oliver to figure it out. Line break, xxxxxx. Oliver was back at his desk in his office, watching the news with Diggle as they covered the hijacking of the FEMA trucks. After a prolonged pursuit, the police have arresting Qian Na Wei, a high-ranking member of the local Chinese triad, which was responsible for the recent hijackings of pharmaceuticals bound for Glade Memorial. Representatives praised the efforts of the SCPD in saving the hospital from shutting down, though some sources say that the vigilantes may have been involved, said the anchorwoman. I gotta say that without Kitsune there, it probably would have been me taking her on. But I wouldn't need any of your trick arrows getting in the way, Diggle said. I wouldn't risk it. Where would I be without my black driver? Oliver said as he and Diggle laughed. Diggle, I'm sorry about you and Carly. Yeah, well, couples break up. Not everything that happens in Starling City is your responsibility, Diggle told him. I'm learning that. What I meant was that I'm sorry that I wasn't there for you, because I should have been. I got wrapped up in my own suffering and I forgot that some other people might be suffering too, Oliver said. You know we're getting dangerously close to hug territory, so I'm going to fall back. You need a ride? Diggle asked. Turns out that being CEO, I actually have some work to do, Oliver said. Would that include continuing to find out who Kitsune is? He helped you out today, taking on the triads and saved you from being killed. Maybe he really is on our side, Diggle said. Maybe he did help me tonight, but he's got an agenda, and until I know for sure, I can't trust him. We still have the throwing star he threw, and he called my phone, so I'll have Felicity run a trace on both to see if we can find anything. If he left a crumb, I need to find it, Oliver said, determined, holding the throwing star he got from Kitsune. Okay, but what happens when you find out who he really is and he might be a threat? You said you were done with killing. He know your secret. What are you going to do? Diggle said. Oliver thought about this. He was starting a different way to be a hero, and that including not killing. He hoped Kitsune was a good guy so that he wouldn't have to think about that. Oliver also had one other issue to deal with, and this would affect not only him in the future, but also Thea. Line break XXX. Roy was in the back alley of Verdun where the trash and recycling was as he was taking out some garbage, still thinking about what Thea had said to him before. She was going to break things off with him unless he stopped trying to help people, but that was something that he might not be able to do. As he was taking out the bottles, an empty bottle on the ground rolled out. This put Roy on alert since it wouldn't have moved unless someone hit it. He put the recycling down, reached in his pocket to get the mini red arrow he got when the Hood rescued him last year and threw it behind him only for a figure to catch it. Roy saw that the person who caught his arrow was the Hood, the vigilante he was looking for. I've been looking for you, Roy said with a little fear in his voice. You need to stop. Oliver, as the arrow told him. You saved my life, Roy exclaimed, made me realize it. Wasn't much of a life, but I could do what others couldn't, or too afraid to do. I could help you save this city, Roy said confidently. You're untrained, Oliver said. I can fight, Roy said. You can take a beating. There's a difference, Oliver told him. Then teach me. Let me help you, Roy asked. Okay, you can help me. But not by taking on the triads or the cops, Oliver told him. Then how? Roy asked. To do what I do, I need intel. You can be my eyes and ears in the glades. That's how you can save the city, Oliver said. How do I contact you? Roy asked him. Oliver threw Roy his red arrow. Leave that in the alley wall, then I'll know to contact you, Oliver said as he left. Roy picked it up. Are you sure that it's all right that I keep this? He asked, but saw that the arrow was gone. Roy smiled finally at the prospect of working with the vigilante that inspired him to help people. Line break XXX. Naruto was in a pretty good mood. Glades Memorial Hospital got the FEMA medicine and wasn't shutting down. Oliver's benefit did raise awareness for the people in need, and they raised a lot of money, but Oliver's reputation was hurt with him now showing up. The best thing from tonight would have to be when Oliver fought side by side with him against China White and Bronze Tiger. He was close to building trust with Oliver. He knew that eventually Oliver would figure out who he was, and when he did, Naruto would be willingly to work together to save the city. He just needed to wait. Actually, scratch the last thing. The best thing for tonight would be coming up. Naruto was on the phone dialing Felicity to ask her out on a date. He was excited. Felicity was a great girl. She was funny, smart, beautiful, and her social awkwardness and rambling was cute. He was glad that she agreed to go on a date with him, and he hoped that the book release party would be a great first date. Naruto heard Felicity answer the phone. "Hey, Naruto, how are you?" Felicity asked. "Hey, Felicity, I'm great. Look about our date coming up. I have a book launch party coming up, and I was hoping that you would accompany me." Naruto asked, hopeful. "That'd be great. Sounds like fun." Felicity said, excited. "Awesome. I already sent you an invite to the release party. You should get it in the mail in a few days. It will have the time and place, so I'll pick you up then. Can't wait to see you. Bye, Felicity," Naruto said. "Bye, Naruto," Felicity said as she hung up. Naruto put his phone away as he went to bed with Kurama with a smile on, happy that he was going on a date with Felicity, unaware that in the next few days, events would quickly shift the balance he had between him and Felicity and Kitsune and the Arrow. End of Chapter 2, The Kitsune in Starling City. Hoped you guys liked the chapter. There was more Arrow-Kitsune fights and more of the Felicity and Naruto pairing romance. Sorry if this took a while. I've been busy and haven't had that much time to write. Next chapter will not be based on an episode, but will be one I created where it will have Naruto and Felicity date, Oliver's distrust of Naruto's proximity with Felicity and Laurel, the introduction of some Naruto characters as villains and supporting characters, and Oliver's discovery of Kitsune's secret identity. In addition to my Naruto Arrow story, I just got the seasons of Spartacus Vengeance and War of the Damned, so expect the first chapter in my Naruto Spartacus story. Go look at that if you haven't already. I will be alternating posting chapters for both stories. Thanks for your support. Please leave a nice review with some advice, but not flames, please. And if you didn't like it, don't hate me. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or Arrow. Both belong to their respective owners. I'm just a big fan. 4. The Sound 4. Here is my first original chapter for Kitsune in Starling City. It will feature some Naruto characters as villains and supporting characters, including Naruto's and Felicity's date, and Oliver will find out Naruto's secret. How will he handle it? Enjoy. The Sound 4. My name is Oliver Queen. After 5 years trapped on a hellish island, I have come home with only one goal: to save my city. But to do so, I can't be the killer I once was. To honor my friend's memory, I must be someone else. I must be something else. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. For my entire life, I have undergone training that forged me into a weapon. After my parents died, they wanted me to use my gifts to change the world and find something worth fighting for. And I have, to honor their memory, I have become Kitsune. And I will defend Starling City and keep the innocent safe. But my parents' killer is still out there, and as long as he still breathes free air, I will not stop until he is brought to justice, and no one will get in my way. It was night in Starling City, and the Arrow was patrolling the city for 2 reasons. One was to keep the city safe, and the other was to find out any info he could get on who Kitsune was. Even though Kitsune was helping him, he still didn't feel comfortable with him out there knowing Oliver's secret. Diggle and Felicity knew who Oliver was, but Oliver did his homework on both of them and chose to tell them. Kitsune was a variable he needed to figure out. In terms of his secret identity as CEO Oliver Queen, it wasn't that bad. His reputation wasn't doing that well after he ditched the benefit he hosted to stop the triads from stealing FEMA medicine. The Glades Hospital was still open, but his reputation was getting worse. There was also the problem with the Vigilante response team and Laurel's work with them. But there was also good news. He got Roy to stop his crazy suicidal attack on criminals in return for working as his informant. He was also able to reconcile things with Diggle and Felicity. Laurel was still in some weird territory since he still loved her, but they were just friends. There was also the concern of Naruto Uzumaki. Oliver had met Naruto twice, and he seemed like a good guy. He, a world-renowned author, and he was a charitable man, donating a lot of his money to charities and families in need, and the people in the glades adored him. But Oliver couldn't help but feel that Naruto was hiding something. Much like how Oliver himself hides his vigilante side from people, Naruto was hiding something. This thought was also partially driven by his closeness to both Felicity and Laurel. After his patrol, Oliver returned to the Arrow Cave alone. He had just finished up patrol and had Diggle and Felicity go home. She set the computer to contact them, should it pick up anything suspicious. Oliver used the privacy to use the computers and search databases for any info on Naruto. He checked local databases and other databases, such as CIA, Interpol, and NSA, to see if he could find anything. He also did a background check on Naruto to learn more about him. He didn't find anything in any other databases like CIA, and the only reported crimes were the dropped charges of drunken brawls a few years ago. Oliver was also able to find out Naruto's history. He was born in Happy Harbor to Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto graduated from Columbia University, and his parents were killed a few years ago. Maybe that was the thing Naruto was hiding, but Oliver wasn't sure about that. He also had Felicity scan the throwing star and trace the call and phone that Kitsune used, and also look into the swirl he saw on Kitsune's jacket. It was a long shot, but maybe she would find something. Oliver was discreet in telling Felicity that he was looking into Kitsune and not Naruto. He didn't want Felicity to know he was looking into him, since he wasn't sure himself. This was just something he wanted to make sure, and he didn't want Felicity blowing things out of proportion. Oliver picked up the copy of the invitation Naruto sent him about his book launch party, and Oliver was invited. Maybe he would be able to find out some more there. Lena breaks 6. Felicity was out dress shopping, something C didn't really do too much, but this was for a special occasion. She was going to be Naruto's date to his book launch party tomorrow night, and she needed to make sure that she looked amazing to wow Naruto. She was happy but was extremely nervous. The party was big deal, and there would be paparazzi and cameras, and with Naruto being the star of the event, his date would attract equal attention. So not to embarrass her or Naruto, she needed to make sure that her dress was amazing. Having a boss, friend, and crime-fighting cohort who was a multi-billionaire with his own company did have some perks, meaning that she would be able to get Oliver to cover the bill for her dress. Felicity also had to do other things as well in the past few days. After Oliver and Kitsune were able to stop the triads, he wanted her to dig more in Kitsune by tracing and analyzing the throwing star and the phone call he made a few days ago. The phone call was harder since Kitsune was smart. He was able to route the calls through several different cell towers before it was sent through a payphone, making it pretty impossible for her to find out who made the call. She analyzed the shuriken and saw that it was a titanium-carbon-steel mixture with lacings of chromium for increased corrosion resistance and sharpening, as well as vanadium, which made it durable to higher temperatures and increased the strength without adding on weight. Whoever this guy was, he was extremely smart and specific, but that would probably be his downfall. Making a weapon out of material like this would make it a lot easier to find out where they came from or where they had been before, making it much easier to track him down and find out who he is. She set the cave computer to look through international databases for findings or entries with similar findings or incidents with similar weapons found. Maybe that would help Oliver, but enough about that. She found the perfect dress, and she knew Naruto was gonna love it. Line break X Kex. Unknown to Starling City, 4 criminals wanted throughout the world had made their way into the city, determined to take it over and make it their playground. They were the Sound 4, a gang consisting of 4 of the deadliest assassins and killers who did whatever they wanted. The Sound 4 were originally top-ranking soldiers and bodyguards for the heavy crime syndicate, and in charge of protecting the leader, Orochimaru, who was a ruthless killer and obsessed with discovering all of the vast wonders of the world and make himself the most powerful man in history. Eventually, Orochimaru retreated into himself and disappeared, leaving the syndicate to collapse with several members getting arrested and the Sound Four to leave and do whatever they wanted. After terrorizing Asia and Europe while avoiding Interpol, Hong Kong's Criminal Intelligence Bureau, and Japan's Defense Intelligence Agency, they decided to move leave for the US and see what they could do. Sakon was the leader of the Sound Four since he was the most skilled and strongest out of the four. He was the strongest and fastest of the group, and he never let them or his opponents forget it, so he became a very cocky man and a bit of a show-off. He had a split personality, so Sakon was one while his alter ego, Ukon, was his other half, and while Sakon was headstrong, Ukon was the opposite, which made for some weird banter. Sakon said that they are twins and both are the leader, so the others of the group don't question him, so they don't get on his bad side. His split personality also impacted his fighting, since he fought so fast that it would look like it was two people fighting. Then one, and he was deadly in a style of fighting that targeted the muscles and killed cells, making him very deadly. And when he was equipped with his two daggers, he could kill even faster. Jirobo is the muscle of the group, towering over the rest in both size and height. He was the most well-mannered in the groups, but at times when he fights, he is just as sarcastic and cocky as the rest. His menacing form and giant build also contributed to his fighting style. He was a brute, in the sense that his greatest weapon was his strength, which was far greater than any normal human. He could tear junks out of the earth and bend and break metal if he needed, and his skills are refined to their peak in his Arhat fist fighting style, which combined simple strikes and immense strength to kill, and his use of a giant hammer made him even deadlier and someone you should never face in combat. The team's strategist was Kidomaru, and was the smartest and the most analytical member of the four. Kidomaru has a genius-level IQ, which was a major contribution and perk for the team, since he could analyze any situation or battle and figure out a solution or weakness. With his gift of knowledge, Kidomaru is without a doubt the cockiest and most playful out the group. He loves to toy with his victims and opponents, often extending the duration of the fight for opponents he found interesting. Obsessed with spiders, Kidomaru created a bow with special arrows that have a special web-like adhesive, making them perfect for capturing opponents. His intelligence also made Kidomaru the perfect marksman, making him the team's long-range support. Finally, there was the femme fatale of the group, Tayuya. Even though she was the only female member, she was just as strong as the other three males in the group, and was the most foul-mouthed and overbearing member of the group. Despite her being the youngest of the four, she was considered the second strongest, barely being beaten by Sakon, and that was something she never stopped trying to fix. She was skilled in hand-to-hand combat, but unlike the others of the groups who used physical weapons to cause harm, she was the only one to use sound as a weapon. She had a special flute created, and when she played it at different frequencies, it would either cause pain, knock the opponent unconscious, or kill. Even though they were strong individually, they were deadlier as a group. They had taken down heavily fortified banks, safe houses, and were able to defeat a private army of 100 armed men with guns in under 10 minutes. They were not to be messed with, but their constant success made them bigger targets by police and intelligence agencies determined to take them down. So they needed a place to lay low and then an area to build a permanent place of residence and show the world that no one could mess with them. They decided to move to Starling City. It was ripe with potential spots to profit from, and they recently suffered from an earthquake, which made the city vulnerable. They heard the stories about the Vigilantes, but they knew two guys in hoods couldn't stop them. Starling City was going to meet the Sound Four, and they were going to introduce themselves. Big. Line break, X. It was a big night for Starling City, and one place in particular received the most attention since it was home to one of the city's biggest events. At one of the fanciest hotels in Starling City, paparazzi and photographers were lined up to get pictures of the guest, and one in particular, since it was his party. Naruto's Uzumaki's newest book was going to be released in a few days, and Naruto was holding a launch party in celebration with a guest list of Starling City's elite, including one Oliver Queen. Diggle had driven up to the entrance of the Ritz Hotel in Starling City, where the book launch party was being held. Naruto invited him and Oliver to the party. Naruto liked Oliver, and he wanted to get to know him better, and since a lot of the party's revenue would be donated to a local charity, Oliver's checkbook helped a lot too. Diggle knew that Oliver was looking into Naruto and that he hadn't told Felicity since she was interested in him. Diggle knew that keeping a secret like that from Felicity would definitely come back to kick him in the rear, and he would happily watch. After Oliver and Diggle got past the cameras and reporters, they made it to the main ballroom where the party was being held. There were waiters walking around carrying champagne and fancy appetizers, while many of the guests mingled. The guests were a variety of big business players of the city and a combination of Naruto's friends. Oliver saw Laurel sipping some champagne and made his way over to talk to her. As he was walking over, he saw several copies of his new book on displays. The cover art for all of Naruto's previous books on display. A collection booth for donations to the charity, and a podium where Naruto would speak to the crowd. Oliver walked up to Laurel. "Hey, enjoying the drinks tonight, Laurel?" Oliver asked, trying to act normal even though she was a lead member of the Vigilante response team. "Hey, Oliver, glad you could make it," Laurel said as Oliver kissed her on the cheek. "So how have you been?" "Fine. Being the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company is a lot harder than managing a nightclub," Oliver said as he picked up a champagne glass as a waiter passed by. "So you excited for tonight? I know you love Naruto's books, and you will get an advanced copy." "Yeah, tonight will be great, but not only for that. Naruto is going to be able to help a lot of people with the money he raises tonight," Laurel said. "And he was nice enough to invite some good people, including my dad," she said as she pointed to Office Lance, who was not in uniform but as a guest chatting with some other people. "Wow, I haven't seen your dad in a suit in a long time. Naruto must be one heck of a friend of yours to get him to do that," Oliver said as he sipped some champagne. "Well, my dad and Naruto get along pretty well, and you'd be surprised about Naruto. He always has a habit of being unpredictable." Laurel was interrupted as the paparazzi outside became rowdier, drawing everyone's attention to a limo pull up in front of the party. Oliver expected it to be Naruto, but what he saw step out dropped his jaw. A valet opened the passenger door of the limo, and out walked Naruto, looking very dashing and handsome in a black Armani tuxedo. His hair was styled to make him look more dashing, but it still kept the spiky nature. After Naruto got out, he reached his hand out to help his date out of the car. Oliver expected some girl he didn't know to be with him, but was shocked to see Felicity getting out of the limo. Felicity stepped out of the limo in one of the most beautiful gowns imaginable, expensive, but that's something Oliver would worry about later. It's the dress Stana Katic wore in the Castle Season 1 episode, "Home is where the heart stops." It was a sleeveless gown, red with specks and arrangements of gold on it, with a matching red gem necklace to tie in the outfit. Felicity stepped out with a shawl over her shoulders and her hair done with no glasses but contacts. Naruto smiled as he helped Felicity out of the limo. Remembering when he picked her up, he nearly fainted seeing her in such a beautiful dress. Felicity smiled as Naruto helped her out. She was so happy that Naruto loved it, and acting like a true gentleman, he kissed her hand as he hooked his arm with hers and escorted her through the doors to the party. All of the guests were awestruck at the couple that walked into the party. Naruto and Felicity looked perfect together, and everyone at the party who witnessed them walk in together would agree. Even Oliver had to admit that they looked good together. He saw Naruto whisper something into Felicity's ear, and she then laughed. He really hoped that he was wrong about Naruto, so Felicity wouldn't suffer. "Wow, who knew our little Ms. Smoak would turn that many heads with a dress?" Diggle said as he went up to Oliver after seeing Naruto and Felicity walk in. "They seem good together, and she looks happy. I hope your search doesn't find anything." Diggle said hopeful. "Believe me, so do I. Last thing I want to do is to ruin Felicity's happiness," Oliver said hopeful as he saw Naruto wave at him, with Felicity awkwardly waving as well. "You invited my boss to your book launch party. Well, this will make an awkward workplace tomorrow," Felicity said, referring to what she was wearing and the weird conversation they would have tomorrow. "Oliver's a good guy. I wanted to invite him so Laurel wouldn't get too lonely, and his money will help a lot of people. Plus, it was worth it to see your expression right now," Naruto said as he chuckled while he sipped his champagne, and Felicity lightly punched him in the arm for that joke. "Well, you're definitely going to have to make it up to me sometime," Felicity said, glaring slightly, but eventually laughing at the joke. "I have a bad feeling that my checkbook and I are going to regret this," Naruto said. "Maybe," Felicity said cutely then, sipping her champagne as she and Naruto laughed, and after they walked around a bit, talking to some friends and people who showed up. Laurel saw Naruto walk in with Felicity and was happy at how good the two looked together. As a friend, Laurel wanted Naruto to be happy after everything he had done for her when Oliver was on the island and Tommy died. Naruto was there during the whole grieving process. Naruto was a good shoulder for her when she needed it, and Naruto needed some of his own happiness. And even though she didn't really know Felicity that well, all she knew was that she was someone who worked at Queen Consolidated and knew Oliver. They looked good together and looked very happy. Officer Lance walked up to his daughter, seeing Felicity and Naruto walk into the party. He was glad that Naruto invited him. He knew Naruto since he hanged out with Laurel a lot when he moved to Starling. Out of the male friends that she had, he was his favorite. Oliver and Tommy were spoiled rich kids and party animals, but Naruto was different. He was extremely educated, his job was great, and he was a very liked public figure, and he got along with everyone. He was polite, but at times could be childish, immature, and headstrong, and Lance admired that. Well, it seems Naruto had finally arrived at his party. At least he doesn't follow Queen's extremely yet fashionably late arrivals, said Quentin Lance to Laurel. Yeah, well, Naruto isn't like other guys, Dad. You know this pretty well. I mean, he's been a big help to the city, even before the earthquake. Naruto is just one of a kind, even though he is a bit hyperactive and a knucklehead, Laurel said while laughing a little while drinking some champagne. Quentin had to admit she was right. After Naruto moved to the city, he has helped a lot, being there for Laurel, not causing too much trouble for the police, and helping a lot of the families in need made Naruto one of a kind. Also, there were big points in being a charming friend and making a good first impression with Lance when Laurel first introduced him. Soon enough, after half an hour when everyone was settled, a woman walked onto the podium. A pink-haired woman, wearing a lovely blue dress, tapped on the microphone to make sure it was working before clearing her throat, gathering all of the guests' attention. This woman was Sakura Haruno, head of the Tree Petal Publishing, the publishing company that published Naruto's books. Sakura was the lead publisher and was the one who agreed to publish Naruto's first book when he just got out of college. Her mother owned the publishing company for years, and then Sakura took over so her mother and father could focus on other things. Sakura and Naruto's relationship was weird at first. It was mainly professional, but eventually Naruto's personality was able to break through Sakura's bubble, and the two became best friends. Sakura was a headstrong woman who was no pushover and very passionate with a distaste for people who pissed her off. But after some time and getting to know each other, they became good friends, but she would still knock him upside the head when he did something annoying. Hello everyone, and thank you for coming to Tree Petal Publishing's book launch party, she said as everyone applauded. As head publisher, I would like to thank everyone for coming and for the generous contributions to the Starling City Quake Fund. Now the people who have suffered from the quake will get the support they need, and Starling City is one step closer to safety and security. Everyone cheered at this, especially Naruto, since this party was really going to help a lot of people. Felicity smiled as she saw the happy expression on his face when Sakura spoke. Oliver was happy as well that the city was going to get help. Now, without further ado, I would like to introduce the star of tonight's event. The man who started a book series that has now taken the world by storm, selling a grand total of over 100 million books worldwide. The Naruto series is one of the most popular in the world. And to celebrate the release of the newest in the series, Naruto Uzumaki, Ninja Clash in the Land of Snow. Let's bring the man of the hour up here. Here he is, the writer of the Shinobis, the #1 knucklehead writer, and my good friend, Naruto Uzumaki, she said as she pointed to Naruto as a spotlight shone at him and Felicity. Naruto smiled as he waved at the crowd, and everyone applauded and cheered for Naruto. Naruto put his champagne down and kissed Felicity on the cheek, which caused everyone to let out whistles and catcalls as Felicity blushed and Naruto went up to the podium. He and Sakura hugged, and she then got off the podium as Naruto went up to the microphone to speak. Thank you, Sakura, and thank you everyone for coming here in support for my new book. I don't think my book could be this much of a success without your support, so thank you everyone again, Naruto said as he applauded, and everyone clapped as well. I hope you all enjoy yourselves tonight. Enjoy your copies of the new book, and don't forget the charity donation booth over there. All you can help Starling City and your donations would be greatly appreciated. Now that that's out of the way, everyone enjoy the evening, Naruto said as he stepped down. He then rejoined Felicity, but not before noticing a figure on the ceiling. But before he could do something, a loud piercing noise filled the room, causing glasses to break, and all of the guests, including Oliver and Naruto, to cover their ears and scream in pain. After all of the glass in the room was broken and the guests on the floor in pain, dazed and scared of what was going on, Oliver went over to Laurel to make sure that she was all right, and so did Officer Lance. Naruto went over to Felicity and Sakura, who were together to check on both of them, and Diggle also checked on Felicity. Then they heard some gunshots, guards' cries of pain, and then 4 guards were thrown into the room unconscious. The guests looked in shock to see 3 men dressed in similar outfits with weapons. Think the outfits they wore in the anime, but a little more modern. Sakon walked up in front very slowly, all pompous and confident as Jirobo and Kidomaru walked around the hall, observing the guest and making sure that they didn't do anything stupid. Jirobo hefted his giant hammer and Kidomaru prepared his bow in case he needed to shoot. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of Starling City. My name is Sakon and my compatriots, and I are new to the city and decided to introduce ourselves to the elite of this fine town. And I must admit you people know how to party, Sakon said as he drank some champagne and ate some food. Oliver wanted to make a move and stop them, but he couldn't risk getting anyone else hurt or exposing who he might be. Diggle and Officer Lance prepared to get their guns and pull them out when Sakon said, "Hey guys, where's Tayuya?" A woman dropped down from the roof and grabbed Officer Lance and threw him into Diggle as the woman revealed herself to be the red-headed bad-mouthed lady of the group, Tayuya. "Hey shithead, do you have eyes in your fucking skull or do you want to get shot? Jesus, pay some fucking attention, would you?" she said loudly as she walked over to drink some champagne while picking up a copy of Naruto's new book. "Relax, little lady, I saw them go for their guns, but those weapons wouldn't help the trash here," Sakon said as he leaned down to look at Diggle and Lance. Oliver was ready to move and help Diggle, and Naruto would have done the same for Mr. Lance, but they couldn't risk it. "Don't worry, we won't kill you. Tonight is no killing. Tonight we celebrate our arrival to Star City with stealing your money. You wealthy people have raised a lot of money here, and I'm sure that these little books would go for a lot of money too," Sakon said as he picked up one of Naruto's books and then tossed it away and went over to the donation booth. "Stay away from that," Naruto yelled at Sakon. Sakon was shocked to see Naruto call out to him, even though they were able to take out the guards and Tayuya the cop. "That money is for people in need, not some petty thieves," Naruto yelled while Felicity was shocked by Naruto's bravery but concerned for his safety. Sakon laughed a little as he walked up to Naruto, drawing a knife. "You got some guts on you, writer, I'll admit that. But we're not thieves, we're the Sound Four, and don't forget it," Sakon said as he little cut Naruto on the cheek and drew some blood. Sakon then got back up and he and Kidomaru grabbed the money from the booth. Felicity was relieved that Naruto was okay, but saw the red-haired woman walk over. "Hey shithead, you're the writer Naruto Uzumaki?" she asked. "Yes," Naruto replied. "Good, then I'll just take a photo to commemorate us robbing your stupid rich ass," Tayuya said as she took out a phone and took a picture. Jirobo then heard cop sires coming and signaled everyone to leave. Sakon and Kidomaru grabbed the rest of the money and were preparing to leave. "Well, ladies and gentlemen, we must depart tonight. So lucky enough for all of you, you all get to live. Tayuya, exit, let's go," Sakon said. "Yeah, I'm coming, pisshead. By the way, Blondie, nice book," Tayuya said as she drew her flute and played some song that created more loud noises which distracted everyone as they left. When they were far enough, the noises stopped and everyone got up as the SCPD came in, shocked to see what happened. Felicity ran up and hugged Naruto, glad he was safe, and Naruto hugged Felicity back, glad that she was okay, but inside was pissed that the Sound Four made their way to Starling City. Line break sishks. When the SCPD came into the room, the guests were getting up off the floor and the money in the donation booth was gone and the Sound Four were nowhere to be seen. Detectives were talking with guests and Officer Lance was talking with Lieutenant Pike about the robbers. Naruto was with Sakura, comforting her and trying to piece together what they could about what to do next in terms of the failure of the launch party and his new book being released in a week. Oliver, Felicity, and Diggle were talking away, form wondering ears about what happened. Felicity, after the cops are done here, I want you to hack into the police network and analyze any of the samples that they got here. Whoever they were trained and they need to be stopped. Oliver said while Felicity agreed. Too bad the Arrow couldn't make an appearance tonight. Diggle said. Not so bad. I'm not sure I could have taken them down by myself. Whoever they were well trained and coordinated. They've done this before, and when we know who we're dealing with, then they're going down, Oliver said. I'm a little surprised Kitsune didn't show up. Not that I'm saying that he could take them down and you couldn't, but you were here and he should have been, Felicity said. Yeah, he should have, Oliver said, while looking in Naruto's direction. Then two figures walked into the room, dressed as detectives, but they were not part of the SCPD. One was female, while the other was male. The female was a tall brunette, with her hair in a ponytail and a trench coat with a snake on it. The other was a male with dark hair, shaped rather weird, in the shape of a bird's rear end. Despite the hairstyle, he was a tall man with a special jacket with a fan symbol on the back. Lieutenant Pike walked up to the two figures. Sorry, you two, but this is a restricted crime zone. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Actually, we're here to help, the male said as he and the woman took out badges. Sasuke Uchiha, this is my partner Anko Mitarashi. We're with the Japanese Defense Intelligence Agency. We're here to help, Sasuke said as he and Anko showed their badges, and Anko smiled, being the energetic and unusual person she is. What are two Japanese special agents doing here about some robbery? Officer Lance said, overhearing and joining the conversation. We're here about your robbers. They aren't normal petty thieves. They are trained killers and mercenaries, and they are extremely dangerous, Anko said, with a little venom in her voice, showing her distaste for the group. Easy, Anko. The four have been causing trouble for years back in Japan until we put them in jail, Sasuke said while looking around and taking some pictures with a camera. There was a prison escape, and we've been tracking them for months. They left Japan and moved throughout Europe until they came to America. It seems that they have made Starling their new home. Look, I don't know how you guys do things in Japan, but they're just criminals, and like all criminals, some bullets and handcuffs and they'll go down, said Lieutenant Pike confidently. These four aren't normal criminals that steal some drugstore for a couple of bucks. They are four trained killers who were able to evade and take down any police or private military force they encountered. Not to mention they have technology that makes your computers and weapons look like kindergarten computers that will make you look like fools while they go on a rampage. Don't underestimate these guys, Lieutenant. If you do, a lot of your men will die. Just like ours, Anko said with a heavy heart as she and Sasuke both lost partners to the four. Okay, these guys were confident and weren't here to kill but for the money. And from what you've told us, they know how to evade the authorities, so we got to play this smart, Officer Lance said as everyone agreed, and they left to discuss what to do while Oliver and Diggle listened it. Oliver now understood that if the Japanese Defense Intelligence Agency sent over two agents to deal with these four, they were a serious problem. We need to find out where those four are hiding and stop them. They didn't kill tonight, but from what those agents said, they will again and the police won't be able to stop them, Oliver said to Diggle. Maybe the Arrow can, Diggle said. Maybe, but maybe not alone. Something tells me that Kitsune will have a part to play in this sooner or later. In the meantime, let's dig up everything we can, Oliver asked, and Diggle agreed. Oliver then looked around. Where's Felicity? He asked. Well, Diggle said, line break 666. After the drama of what the date turned into, with the interruption and robbery of the money and Naruto's books, by the sound 4, Naruto and Felicity, though it was best to call it a night. Naruto calmed Sakura down and promised her that everything would be fine, and after some more champagne, she calmed down and sent her home. After talking to some detectives, Naruto dropped Felicity off at her home. Naruto walked Felicity up to her front door. So Felicity, sorry about how the night turned out. I thought the worst thing that would happen tonight would be the paparazzi, Naruto said as he chuckled nervously. Felicity chuckled a little too. Yeah, other than the robbery and short hostage situation and the possible scenario of death, the date was great. Thanks again, Naruto, Felicity said as she smiled at him. It was my pleasure, Felicity. Even though I would never want to put you into that kind of situation, I don't think I would want to spend the night with anyone else, Naruto said as he smiled at Felicity. Yeah, well, if you do decide to take me on a second date, let's avoid the paparazzi and criminals, Felicity said jokingly. Naruto laughed. Don't worry, our next date won't be as stressful, Naruto said as they finally got to the front door. Thanks again, Naruto. Well, good night, Felicity said as she was about to leave when Naruto gently touched her arm, which caused Felicity to look at Naruto. Felicity, Naruto said lovingly as he brought her closer and cupped her cheek in his hand. Felicity was blushing a storm, and her heart was beating extremely fast, nervous about what he was doing. Naruto and Felicity leaned into each other, and their lips finally met in their first kiss. It was pure euphoria to the both of them. The kiss was gentle and slow, as if the two were in love for years. Eventually, after a few more seconds, Naruto and Felicity separated, with both Naruto and Felicity sporting a blush, with Felicity having a larger one. Naruto didn't know what came over him. He just acted on instinct and kissed her, and he wasn't complaining. After a few seconds of looking into each other's eyes and some awkward silence, Felicity and Naruto finally unfroze. I'll call you sometime again, Felicity, Naruto said. Oh, okay. See you later, Naruto, Felicity said as she opened the door and went inside. Good night, Naruto said. Good night, Naruto, Felicity said as she finally closed the door. After she did, she stood there for a second, realizing what happened in the past couple of minutes, and smiled as she leaned back. Then she heard Naruto yell in excitement as he finally left. Felicity blushed at what Naruto did and was happy that he liked it as well. She then got ready for bed, hoping that nothing would ruin the happiness she was feeling. Line break, X. The Sound Four were in an abandoned warehouse that they were using as their base for their stay in Starling. Sakon was looking over some newspapers and maps, deciding what place to hit next. Jirobo was sitting on a couch eating some takeout and watching the news. Kidomaru was working on some new arrows and nets for his bow, while Tayuya was drinking some beer and reading Naruto's new book. If one of the other four looked at her, they would see that she was extremely engrossed in the book and not paying attention to anything else. As Jirobo was watching TV, he saw news coverage and saw the two Japanese agents that put them in jail years ago. Hey guys, come over here, take a look at this, he said as Sakon and Kidomaru came over. Tayuya was still too engrossed in the book to pay attention. Jirobo looked and saw that Tayuya wasn't moving. Tayuya, you should probably look at this too. God, you fat ass, can't you just leave me alone? Damn it, and I was just getting to the good part, Tayuya said as she got up and went over to the TV. The news was showing the coverage of the robbery and hostage situation at the book launch party. For our guests tuning just in, earlier tonight at the launch party for Naruto Uzumaki's newest book, 4 armed criminals held the guest hostage and then robbed the event. Reports say that they got away with over $5 million of money meant for the donation to the charity. The police are urging people to keep an eye out for these 4 people, the reporter said as they showed the Sound 4 pictures, and if they are spotted to call the authorities. They are reported to be armed and extremely dangerous, said the reporter as Sakon turned the TV off. Well, it seems that we have made our Starling City debut, Sakon said. That's probably not why Fat Ass called us over here. Shithead, look at the TV again, Tayuya said as she turned on the TV. Sakon looked and saw the news with agents Sasuke and Anko talking to the SCPD. Those 2 agents were chasing them for years, and the reason they got arrested. Oh, those pieces of trash. Please, they got lucky that they were able to take us down, and it was only with help from the hood-wearing sword guy. But don't worry, they can't measure up to us now, Sakon said as he went back to work and others went back to what they were doing before. Line break, X. The next morning at Queen Consolidated, Oliver was looking over some revenue reports and also looking more into Naruto. But now he was looking into the break-in at the launch party and seeing if he could find more about the group that held the party hostage. Those agents knew who they were or that had done this before, so there would be a pattern that he could follow and he would track them that way. Soon Diggle called him to the Arrow Cave. Felicity ran some checks on the group and found something. "Hey Oliver, I found out some stuff on the group that robbed Naruto's launch party yesterday," Felicity said. "What did you find?" Oliver said. "Well, after some hacking into the police database and some remote hacking into those agents' computers, wow, an international offense. Thanks again, Oliver," Felicity said as Oliver looked at her funny. "Anyway, there was no DNA evidence left at the hall. They're good. But those agents were right that they know who they are," she said as she showed the mugshots of the Sound Four. "Look familiar." "That's them," Oliver said. "Who are they?" "Well, it seems that we have maintained our ability to attract the worst of the worst. They call themselves the Sound Four," Felicity said as she showed Oliver and Diggle their pictures. Apparently, they were the top enforcers and bodyguards for the heavy crime syndicate back in Japan. "I've heard of them. Apparently, they were supposed to be one of the most feared organized crime syndicates in the world. Even the Yakuza and Triads didn't want to deal with them. Their leader was a real sadistic and insane killer. Then one day he vanished, leaving the syndicate to collapse," Diggle said. "And after the collapse, the members either were killed or put in jail. The Sound Four were only ones to escape, and then spent years moving throughout Asia and Europe, robbing and killing anyone that got in their way," Felicity said. "Geez, good things those agents put them away," Diggle said. "Yeah, well, I'm not so sure about that," Felicity said. "What do you mean?" Oliver said. "I went over the reports of the Sound Four, and it seems that the night they were captured, there were reports of fighting before the cops took the building, and among the things found in the warehouse were these," Felicity said as she showed them a picture of a shuriken. "Is it me, or does that look familiar?" Diggle said. "Is that Kitsune's shuriken?" Oliver said. "Yeah, it seems that he was in Japan before he came to Starling. After I found this report, I looked into other instances in Japan and searched databases for other entries like this and found other instances where criminals, mercenaries and killers were arrested, and every time the cops were at the scene, the bad guys were captured and these throwing stars were always there," Felicity said. "That's not all I found. When you asked me to dig into the swirl you saw on Kitsune's jacket, I found this," Felicity said as she showed them some ancient scroll containing ancient Japanese writing with the same symbol. "What is it?" Oliver asked. "It's part of legend in Japan. Apparently centuries ago there was a nation of assassins that were supposed to be the strongest and skilled in the entire world. But unlike others, they fought for good. Ancient time Robin Hoods," Felicity said. "So the swirl on Kitsune's jacket is the symbol for those people?" Diggle asked. "Yes, apparently they were the best of the best, and then over the years they eventually disappeared. The nation was gone, but there were still small groups of them alive, continuing to fight for good," Felicity said. "That would explain how well-trained Kitsune is and why he stopped the Sound Four. If the legend is true, then Kitsune is a good guy," Diggle said. "So Kitsune moved throughout Europe and Asia before he came to Starling?" Oliver. "And like Kitsune, the Sound Four followed him here," Diggle said. "And Kitsune brought some serious villains with him. The Sound Four are serious psychopaths, and now that they are in Starling City, I'm seriously worried," Felicity said as the computer flashed, showing some report. "What's that?" Diggle asked. "I also hacked the computers of the federal database to figure out anything I could about the Four, habits, and favorite places to rob, and it seems that the computer was able to find a match. There's an old abandoned instrument-making factory on the outskirts of Starling. It could be where they are holed up," Felicity said. "Okay, it's time for these guys to meet the Arrow," Oliver said as he grabbed his bow. Line break. Xiskasisis. Naruto was doing one-handed push-ups in his room, thinking about what had transpired the past day. His date with Felicity wasn't exactly how he would have wanted it to go, but the end result was beyond expectations. Naruto's first kiss with Felicity was perfect, and he wanted to make a relationship with her that would last for a long time. But he knew that since she worked with Oliver as the Hood, Naruto would need to tell her who he really was. The problem was deciding when the proper time and place to tell her was. But that wasn't the only problem he was facing. The Sound Four were in Starling City. He encountered them before, when he was abroad working on his book and digging up any info he could on his parents' killer. He was digging up some sources on his parents' killer in Japan when he heard about the collapse of the heavy crime syndicate. The Sound Four were in the middle of the heist of an ancient sword known as the Sword of the Thunder God, and sword supposed to give the holder unbelievable skill and strength, and according to legend allowed the user to control lightning. They were going to steal it and sell it to a buyer, but Naruto found out what they were doing and stalled them long enough for the federal agents to arrest them. Now that they were out, they were going to cause some serious trouble. Naruto needed to put them away again before more people would die. He saw his computer blink and got up and went over. He set the computer to find any places where the Sound Four would most likely stay. His computer found one, and now they were going down again. Line break XXXXX. At the abandoned instrument factory, two figures could be seen entering from the roof. The factory was dark, with no lights, except for the natural light that the moon gave. Soon one figure dropped onto the ground floor to see an empty table except for one copy of Naruto's new book. Then another figure dropped down, and both engaged each other. One drew a sword, while the other fought bare-handed with a bow, and both were pretty evenly matched. Then the ceiling lights turned on to reveal Kitsune with a sword pointed at his head, and the Arrow with his bow and arrow ready to shoot Kitsune in the chest. "Kitsune, what are you doing here?" Arrow said as he lowered his bow slightly. "I could ask the same of you. I'm here because the Sound Four made their way to Starling City. They should be here," Kitsune said. "Oh, we are my sword-wielding friend." A voice said. Arrow and Kitsune turned to the roof to see the Sound Four standing on the rafters with their weapons ready. Kidomaru had his bow out, Jirobo with his hammer, Tayuya readied her flute, and Sakon was twirling his daggers. Arrow turned and pointed an arrow at the four, while Naruto drew his second sword. "Sakon, how I was hoping you would stay in jail. How's your twin?" Kitsune asked. "I am just fine. My brother and I were counting down the days to when we could repay you for our extended stay in that horrid place of a prison," Ukon said. "Easy, brother. Kitsune will pay soon, and so will his green friend for thinking that trash could stop us," Sakon said. Oliver looked at them weird, and then Naruto explained. "Split personality. You get use after a while. Enough of the idle chit-chat, Sakon. Just surrender, and this won't have to get out of hand. I don't care of the history between you two. Just surrender now and return the money and the books you stole," the Arrow said. "Ha ha 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 ha. Those fucking pieces of trash actually think they can take us. Now that is something worth laughing about, right, fat ass?" said Tayuya. "Please, Tayuya, there is no need to further put down our enemies, and please refrain from the vulgar language," Jirobo said. "Okay, can we just take these guys down and move on with our night, please?" Kidomaru said as he readied an arrow. "Okay, now let's get rid of some trash and continue on with our night," Sakon said as he and Jirobo and Tayuya jumped down from the rood, and Kidomaru shot an arrow which Oliver was able to deflect with his own. Sakon readied his daggers and engaged Naruto, and he met Sakon head-on with his katanas. Naruto and Sakon were pretty even in skill, as Sakon was charging with his knives, using his fighting style which made it look like there were two men fighting. But Naruto was able to use his two swords to defend himself and put Sakon on the defensive. Then Tayuya interrupted the fight and fought Kitsune, and then it was 2 against 1. After Oliver deflected Kidomaru's arrow, Oliver shot one at Kidomaru, who jumped down to avoid it. Then Jirobo charged at Oliver with his hammer and swung down as Oliver moved to the side, and when the hammer was stuck in the ground, Oliver then swung and hit Jirobo in the jaw with his bow, and then spun and whacked him again with his bow. Jirobo then pulled the hammer out and swung, which made Oliver duck, and then Kidomaru showed 2 arrows at Oliver, which made move to the side. Kidomaru then shot a net arrow, and Oliver shot a fire arrow, which caught the net and caused it to burst into flames. Then Jirobo was able to tackle Oliver to the floor and punched at him, but Oliver moved his head out of the way, but saw that Jirobo's fist made an imprint in the floor. Naruto saw that Oliver was in trouble and threw a taser shuriken at Jirobo, hitting him in the shoulder. This gave Oliver the opportunity to throw Jirobo off of him. Then they heard sirens coming in, and then a voice from a speaker, which caused the fighting to come to a standstill. "This is Agent Sasuke Uchiha. We know you're in there, Sound 4. Come out with your hand up and you won't be harmed," said Agent Uchiha. The police and Agents Sasuke and Anko were outside with their guns drawn, ready should they have to fire. Well, it seems that we must end our little dance. Don't worry, we will meet again, Sakon said as he and others began to leave. Oh, we don't want both of you to feel left out, so we have a little parting gift. Have fun and don't try and find us, that is if you survive, Sakon said as he pushed a button which caused explosives planted in the warehouse to arm and start counting down. Oliver and Naruto, realizing the situation they were in, needed to get out of the building. Oliver and Naruto ran for the window leading to the back and jumped out of it as the building exploded, which pushed the cops and agents and Oliver and Naruto away. Oliver felt like crap. Being blasted out of building would do that to someone. Oliver got up, feeling the flame of the building on his face since the force pushed his hood off. Oliver looked around and saw the cops on the floor from the explosion. He then turned to see Kitsune standing up with his hood down. Kitsune turned to reveal blonde, spiky hair with blue eyes. Naruto? Oliver asked. Well, I guess that the cat is out of the bag now. To be honest, this wasn't exactly how I was going to reveal myself. Let's move somewhere else where we can have some privacy away from open ears and prying eyes, Naruto said as he activated his bike nearby while looking at the cops and agents who were getting up. Oliver got on his bike and they both left, and Oliver was following him. Naruto was leading Oliver to his garage training area where the two could talk. Naruto and Oliver drove in as Naruto got off his bike and was taking his eye and face mask off as Oliver approached him. So my suspicions were right. There was something off about you, Oliver said. So you thought I was Kitsune all along? I didn't give you enough credit, Oliver, Naruto said as he unstrapped his katanas. No, I didn't think you were Kitsune. I had my suspicions that there was something you were hiding. Guess I killed two birds with one stone, Oliver said. Are you sure that it was suspicion or jealousy about how close I was to Laurel and Felicity? Naruto said. That may have been a part of it, Oliver said. Naruto chuckled at Oliver's reply. So you know who I am. I know who you are. Where do we go from here? Naruto said. Well, for one, answer this. Do you plan on telling Felicity? Oliver asked, seeing Naruto's concerned face at the question. Yes, I did plan on telling her about who I am. You may not like me, Oliver, and I don't blame you, but I do care for her and Laurel both. But Laurel as a friend and Felicity as maybe something more, Naruto said. Oliver saw the serious and committed look in Naruto's eyes. Okay, now do you plan on to continue doing whatever it is you're doing? Oliver asked. This is the path I have to follow. I'm not like you, Oliver. I didn't have a list, and my father's dying wish to guide me into becoming a vigilante. Let's face it, Oliver, if it wasn't for the island, you would still be living a life of luxury and bliss, Naruto said. You're right, the whole reason I became the Arrow was to honor my father's memory, but now I'm doing to honor Tommy and to become the hero this city needs, Oliver said. And I respect that, I do, Oliver. But my parents were all I had, and when they were killed, they wanted me to do something with my life and to find something worth fighting for. You have your mother and sister, but I had no one. Then I decided to honor my parents' memory by becoming the person they knew I could become, Naruto said as Oliver began to understand Naruto's reason for being who he was. Oliver's phone then rang and answered it to reveal a panicked Felicity. Oliver, oh my God, are you all right? Reports are coming in that the warehouse exploded. Are you all right? Yeah, Felicity, I'm all right. And I with a friend, Oliver said. A friend? Oh, is it Kitsune? I didn't know that we were working together now. Can you ask him if we are working together to stop the Sound 4? Because if we aren't, then you are at a disadvantage with 4-1, Felicity said, which caused Naruto to smirk, and then he decided to answer. Don't worry, Felicity. I'm here to help, Naruto said. Wait, that voice, Naruto. Is that you? You are Kitsune? Oh my God, this is ridiculous. Seriously, were you ever going to tell me, or were you just riding me along the whole time? What is with me? I just attract the hood-wearing vigilantes. I honestly thought that I was going to have a normal relationship with someone I really liked. Felicity was ranting on as Naruto and Oliver had amused looks on their faces, and Felicity went on. Then they heard the phone change and Diggle spoke. Easy, Felicity. So Oliver, it looks like your suspicion and digging finally paid off, Diggle said. Wait, Oliver, you were looking into Naruto and you didn't tell me. Oh my God, could my day get any worse? Felicity said. Easy, Felicity. You can yell at Oliver and Naruto later. Right now, you guys need to head east, Diggle said. What's going on? Naruto asked. After the explosion at the factory, we kept track of the police radio in case the Sound 4 decided to make another move, and they are. There is a break-in at the museum, the police are moving as fast as they can, but they are all at the factory, Diggle said. I'm on my way, Oliver said as he hung up. You want some help? Naruto asked. Let's go, Oliver said as they both got on their bikes and drove off. Line break X, Act 6. At the Starling City Museum, the Sound 4 were ransacking the museum of jewelry and anything valuable that they could sell or keep for themselves. Sakon was stealing some antique swords, Tayuya was in the music room stealing some old flutes and instruments, Jirobo was stealing some ancient armor, and Kidomaru was in the ancient Egypt display. Ha, these idiots sure got some nice things that they are giving us, Tayuya said as she packed away some stuff. Yup, those cops are idiots. Take your time, guys. We got plenty. Kidomaru said as he walked by, revealing 4 dead security guards with arrows in their chests. Then the 4 were meeting together in the main room of the museum when an arrow shot out, which nailed on of the bags to the wall. The 4 looked up and saw the arrow alive and readying another arrow. Oh, come on, why can't you goody two-shoes just die? Sakon yelled. Sorry to disappoint you, Sakon. The 4 turned to see Kitsune jump down onto the second floor of the museum with his sword drawn. Great, both of these fuckers. I told you that you should have used more C4, dumbass. Tayuya yelled at Sakon while Jirobo and Kidomaru just shook their heads at their situation. Whatever, we can kill them now. Tayuya, if you don't mind, Sakon asked her. She snorted at him, then played her flute, which released a sound wave that shattered the glass and the ceiling roof, which made Arrow and Kitsune move. When they looked back, the 4 were gone. They split up. They want to catch us one-on-one, Kitsune said to Arrow. You got a plan in mind? Arrow asked. Oh yeah, they think we'll split up to cover more ground. But that is exactly what they want. When we're alone, they will attack us in pairs with Sakon staying behind. So let's meet them head-on and take them out, and then Sakon is done for, Kitsune said. Sounds like a plan, Arrow said as they both left. Kidomaru and Tayuya were moving silently through the famous painting section of the museum, waiting to ambush either Kitsune or Arrow. Man, where are those fuckers? The sooner we kill them, the sooner I can get back to the book, Tayuya whispered. Oh, so you like the book that the blondie wrote, Kidomaru said. Yeah, Whiskers maybe look like an idiot, but he sure can, right? Tayuya said. Then they heard a sound and stopped. They looked around, and then an arrow came out and hit Tayuya in the shoulder. Kidomaru saw Tayuya get hit, and then he saw a shuriken thrown in his direction, and he deflected it with an arrow. Then Kitsune dropped down from the roof and slashed down, but Kidomaru dodged to the left. Kitsune engaged Kidomaru in a fight with his swords, while Kidomaru used his bow and some of his arrow webbing to fight back. Meanwhile got up and pulled the arrow out of her shoulder and saw Arrow drop down and engage him. She attacked, using her flute to fight, while Oliver defended himself with his bow. Oliver then ducked as Naruto rolled over off his back and kicked Tayuya back as Oliver spin-kicked Kidomaru, causing both villains to stagger back. Oliver shot a taser arrow at Kidomaru, knocking him out, while Naruto threw a knockout gas-filled shuriken, which knocked out Tayuya. Both got up and smirked at each other, admiring their teamwork. Jirobo walked into the room, hearing the struggle, and was shocked to see Kidomaru and Tayuya tied up with Kidomaru hanging upside down from a rope. He then heard movement behind him and knocked away an arrow and shuriken. Kitsune and Arrow ran at Jirobo while he charged with his hammer, and when he swung they both slid underneath him and then moved to the left, and Jirobo swung the hammer down. When the hammer got stuck, Naruto kicked him in the face, while Oliver smacked him in the bow, which pushed Jirobo on his back. Jirobo then flipped up and grabbed his hammer and swung again, which caused Kitsune and Arrow to flip away. Jirobo charged, Naruto threw a bolo, while Oliver showed a bolo arrow which constricted Jirobo before he broke free. But this gave Naruto and Oliver the opportunity to shoot Jirobo with taser and knockout gas darts. Jirobo, even though he was hit, stumbled toward the two of them before Naruto threw a bolo at his feet, which caused him to fall on his face asleep. Okay, one left, Arrow said. Sakon was back in the main room, piling up some of the loot that he got when the others went off to deal with the heroes. Then an arrow knocked the bag out of his hands and restrained it to the floor. Sakon turned around with his daggers out. He then dodged the next two arrows, and Kitsune came down and drew his three-pronged kunais and fought Sakon. When Naruto pushed Sakon to the railing of the second floor, Sakon jumped down with Naruto following behind him. Sakon decided that he needed to leave and made a break for the exit when Oliver came down and punched Sakon back. Naruto then ran at Sakon and jumped and put his legs on Sakon's shoulders and flipped him on his back. Sakon leaned up and saw Kitsune and Arrow looking at him. "Oh, come on, you guys couldn't leave well enough alone," Sakon complained. Kitsune and Arrow looked at each other, then at the same time, both punched him in the face, knocking him out. The police came to the museum because there were reports of a break-in, and the agents told them that the warehouse explosion was just a diversion. The cops arrived and busted through the main entrance and were shocked to see what was waiting for them. The Sound Four were all tied up together, unconscious, with all of the stuff that they were going to steal all there. The police fanned out to check the building while the agents walked in, shocked at what was waiting for them. If we knew that Starling City's vigilantes were going to capture the Sound Four for us, we would have asked them to gift wrap them for us, Anko said jokingly. "You think this is funny?" Lieutenant Pike said. "Easy, Lieutenant, she was just kidding." But it was nice to know that Kitsune was going to help again. He helped us put them away before, and he's here to help us now, Sasuke said. "You let a vigilante help you?" Lieutenant Pike asked, shocked. "Yeah, he helped put away criminals, and so has your hooded vigilante. Sound like to me that this is less about putting him away and more about embarrassment that you can't bring guys like this down," Anko said with a smirk. Lieutenant Pike stood there, not knowing what to say, and then just left to join the other cops. Anko looked at Sasuke and saw him holding in a laugh while she then busted out laughing. Then they got their laughter under control and put the Sound Four in a van that would take them to jail before they could transfer them to the high-security prison. On the nearby rooftop was Naruto and Oliver looking at their hard work. They smirked at how they were able to take down a group of highly trained killers. Both were thinking how good it felt to work together again. They began to leave when Oliver spoke. "Hey, Naruto, not bad today." "Yeah, it felt good having someone watch my back," Naruto said. "Me too, by the way. Do you plan on talking to Felicity soon?" Oliver asked. "Yeah, I'll be around soon to talk. Felicity and I need to discuss some things, and so do we. I'll be there soon," Naruto said as he was walking away. "Wait, you know where to meet us?" Oliver asked. "I figured out who you were. I think I can figure out where you hold your stuff." "See ya," Naruto said as he fired a grapple hook and flew away. Oliver smirked at Naruto's response and was looking forward to his conversation with Felicity. Line break XXX. Naruto returned to his apartment and got out of his uniform while Kurama was playing with a ball. Naruto wasn't exactly to the conversation he would have with Felicity, but he did care for her, and if he wanted to have a relationship with her, he needed to talk to her about it. He looked at Kurama and smirked at the idea that his furry friend might help. The next day, Oliver, Diggle, and Felicity were at the Arrow Cave watching the news about the SCPD and Agents Sasuke and Anko taking down the Sound Four, even though the police claimed that they were the ones responsible for capturing the killers. The press and agents told the press that the vigilantes helped. Oliver smirked at how the press and the people were beginning to understand that he was here to help. Felicity then turned off the computer and twirled in her chair with a serious look on her face. "So now that the four psychopaths are gone from the city, can we now talk about the elephant in the room? The fact that you were looking into the guy I was dating without telling me," Felicity said with a serious look. Diggle had an amused look on his face as Oliver had an uncomfortable look on his face. "Okay, I will admit that I probably should have told you that I was looking into Naruto, but hey, Felicity, I was right in my assumption," Oliver said. "That may be, but the next time you decide to look into a guy that I'm dating, I will hack into your accounts and ruin you. Understood?" Felicity said. "Crystal," Oliver said. After they were done talking, the vehicle entranced opened to reveal Naruto driving on his bike. He got off and walked toward the group. Whistle. "Wow, nice digs, Oliver. I guess have a multi-billion-dollar company to fund your nightly activities does have its advantages," Naruto said. "You must be Naruto. I'm John Diggle. Nice to meet you." Diggle said as he shook Naruto's hand. Nice to meet you too. Look, Oliver, Diggle, you mind giving me and Felicity some privacy? Naruto asked. Oliver and Diggle left, leaving Felicity and Naruto to talk. After they left, there was a moment of awkward silence before Naruto spoke. So, nice digs you got here, Naruto said awkwardly, not really knowing how to start the conversation they needed to have. Really, is that how you're going to start this? Felicity said. Yeah, sorry. Felicity, look, I'm really sorry I didn't tell you who I was. It's not exactly something you bring up on a first date. But believe me, I had every intention of telling you who I was soon. Believe me, Naruto said. Felicity stood there for a second, letting it soak in. Then she went up to Naruto and slapped him on the face hard. Ow, okay, I definitely deserved that, Naruto said while holding his cheek. Yeah, you did. You have no idea how it felt to learn that your boyfriend is a vigilante and he didn't tell you, Felicity said. I know and I'm sorry. But believe me, Felicity, that it was never my intention to hurt you. I really do care for you, and now that you know who I am, and I know what you do, I'm willingly to try and make this work if you are. After all, I wouldn't be a great boyfriend if I didn't try, Naruto said. Yeah, you wouldn't be if you didn't try. You are so gonna have to make this up to me later, Felicity said as she smirked. Okay, that's fine as long as it doesn't ruin us, Naruto said as he leaned in closer to Felicity and she leaned in as well. I don't think it should, she said, and then they kissed. Felicity's arms went around Naruto's head while Naruto's went around her waist. The kiss lasted for a few seconds until both of them heard an animal speak. What was that? Felicity asked. Oh, right, I forgot. Kurama come out, Naruto said as Kurama came out of a compartment on his motorcycle and ran up to Felicity. Who's this cute guy? Felicity said as she caught Kurama. Kurama cuddled into her arms as she scratched his head. That's Kurama, my pet fox. I thought that this would be the best time for you two to meet, Naruto said as Felicity fawned over Kurama. Oliver and Diggle came back into the room. So Naruto, what else did you want to talk about? I'm pretty sure you didn't just come here to talk to Felicity, Oliver asked. You're right, there was something else I wanted to talk to you about. Now that you know who I am, and I know who you are, I was wondering if you gave any thought to a possible partnership, Naruto said. You mean you and Oliver would work together? Diggle said. Yeah, Kitsune is here to help Starling, but Starling is the Arrow's city, and they need you, even if they don't know it yet. And even though you could help this city, Starling needs a lot more work to get back to normal. And something tells me that Starling is going to undergo some great changes and obstacles along the way. So if you're willing to, I want to help, Naruto said as he extended his hand for Oliver to shake. Oliver stood there for a second thinking about what Naruto said. Diggle was looking at Oliver, waiting for his response, and so was Felicity. Eventually a smile formed on Oliver's face, and he shook Naruto's hand. You're right, Starling needs help, and the Arrow has a lot of work to do on his own. Maybe the Kitsune can help, Oliver said as Naruto smirked. Well, I'm here to help, partner, Naruto said as he smiled, shaking Oliver's hand, and Oliver and Felicity smiled that they had a new team member and Starling would get 2 heroes to protect it. The end. The Kitsune in Starling City. Hope you guys liked this chapter. It was my first original plot and story, and it was a lot harder than normal. Sorry if it took longer for a new chapter. This chapter was hard to write, and I was busy with work, so I have very little time to write. Hopefully that shouldn't happen, and you can expect a chapter every week, if not sooner. Don't worry, more Naruto characters will make future appearances. Naruto and Oliver are now partners, and Naruto and Felicity are together. Next chapter, Broken Dolls. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto or Arrow, both belong to their respective owners. I'm just a huge fan. 5. Broken Dolls. Here is Chapter 4 based on the episode Broken Dolls. Naruto and Oliver are officially working together, and they will both have to work to help Officer Lance. Also, Naruto and Felicity are also together, which will make for some interesting Team Arrow chemistry. Enjoy! My name is Oliver Queen. After 5 years trapped on a hellish island, I have come home with only one goal: to save my city. But to do so, I can't be the killer I once was. To honor my friend's memory, I must be someone else. I must be something else. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. For my entire life, I have undergone training that forged me into a weapon. After my parents died, they wanted me to use my gifts to change the world and find something worth fighting for, and I have, to honor their memory, I have become Kitsune. And I will defend Starling City and keep the innocent safe, but my parents' killer is still out there, and as long as he still breathes free air, I will not stop until he is brought to justice, and no one will get in my way. After Oliver and Naruto decided to work together as partners, Naruto told them more about him. Now that they trusted him to work with them, he needed to trust them as well, so they needed to know a little more about him. He told them more about his life and what he was doing in Europe and Asia when he was on his book tour. He also told them more about his parents and the reason how well trained he was, although he didn't them everything. Oliver, Diggle, and Felicity were glad that Naruto was trusting them enough to tell them this, and they now trusted him even more than before. Felicity was glad that she learned more, and Oliver was happy that Naruto now trusted him enough to tell him this and that both of them would be able to work together without too many secrets between them. Naruto also got Oliver's permission, or more like Felicity's, to move his equipment to the Arrow Cave. Now next to Oliver's hoodie on a mannequin was Naruto's Kitsune outfit. Also, Naruto had some of his spare swords, as well as his mother's sword on display, and his bike was in the cave as well. Kurama also spent more time in the cave, partly to be closer to his owner, but also partly to be with Felicity. Kurama had really taken a shine to Felicity and vice versa. Felicity adored Kurama, and she could be seen at the computers with Kurama on her lap, sleeping or on the desk observing. Oliver also wanted to see how well Naruto fought. He saw him fight, but he wanted to get a better gauge of Naruto's skill. Since Naruto was trained his entire life instead of Oliver's 5 years on the island, Naruto was more well-versed in different styles of combat, including using the sword and his family's fighting techniques. But Naruto was also able to teach Oliver some more fighting techniques. Naruto had to admit that Oliver was very well trained for only his 5 years on an island as his training. Naruto also helped Diggle improve his fighting as well, and Diggle had to admit that Oliver having some backup when he is out there was a relief. After one night of training, Oliver, in his hoodie, left to go talk to Laurel. Line break, Iscas X. Laurel was in the office working on some reports when the power went out, which caused her to stop. "I told you to stay away from me," Laurel said as she turned around to see the Arrow standing there with his bow out. "I thought you might have changed your mind after I stopped the men terrorizing the city and the Sound 4. Arrow said. "This isn't your city, it's your killing fields," Laurel said. "The copycats are still alive, and so are the Sound 4, Arrow said. "Tommy Merlin isn't," Laurel said. "I lost a friend that day too, and I would gladly have given my life for his," Arrow said. "Well, don't worry, your life is over. Your life as a free man," Laurel said as she showed him a microphone and silent alarm button she pressed a while ago. A second later, the SCPD SWAT teams came into the building. Oliver tried to leave but was cut off from escape from the cops, so when he was surrounded, he drew an arrow as the cops' gun sights and lasers were set on the arrow. "I told you to stay away. Somehow I knew you wouldn't listen," Laurel said. "Put your weapon down," she ordered. "I'm not your enemy," Arrow said. "Then put your weapon down," Laurel commanded. Oliver began to lower his bow and arrow when something crashed through the glass ceiling, which caused the cops to stagger back. Oliver looked at the figure and saw a blonde woman in a black outfit. She then activated a sonar device which caused the surrounding glass to shake and the cops and Laurel to try and cover their ears from the extremely loud sound. The woman then went up to Oliver and then led him to the window to escape, but not before some cops tried shooting at them, but they missed. Arrow and the masked female made it to an abandoned alley when they escaped from the SCPD. Oliver stopped, but the woman was about to leave. "Nice mask. Why'd you help me?" Arrow asked. The woman turned her head and looked like she was about to say something, but she then jumped up to the fire escape and left, leaving Oliver to wonder who the newest vigilante was. He had Naruto now, but who was she? Line break, XXX. Oliver arrived back at the Arrow Cave to see Felicity, Diggle, and Naruto at the computers. They turned to see Oliver return. "Hey Oliver, you're back," Naruto said. Oh, thank God. Felicity said, relieved to see he was okay. The police scanner's been blowing up for the past hour. Laurel called in half the force with that silent alarm, Diggle said as Oliver put his stuff away. Yeah, because going after actual bad guys is so last year, Felicity said. To her, I am the bad guy, Oliver said. Since when? Felicity asked. Since I didn't make it to Tommy in time, Oliver said. Oliver, you know that wasn't your fault. Malcolm is the reason Tommy is dead. Laurel just doesn't understand that yet. Naruto said, feeling for him since Tommy was his friend as well. How did you get out of there? Felicity asked. I had help from a masked woman in black, Oliver said. Another copycat vigilante? Diggle asked. No, she was different. She was trained and she used a sonic thing, Oliver said. Wait, sonic thing? Could you be a bit more specific? Felicity asked. She turned it on and the glass shattered, Oliver said. I've seen her before, too. She's been going around the glades beating up criminals, Naruto said. Okay, well, who was she and why would she help you? Diggle asked. And how did she know to help you? Felicity asked. All good questions. I don't like the idea of another player in town. No offense, Naruto, Oliver said while looking at him. None taken, Naruto replied. I'll see what I can find. If what Naruto said is true, and she has been taking down criminals, I'll find something, Felicity said as she went to the computers. Oliver, what I would like to know is what you're doing at Laurel's office in the first place. She makes you public enemy number 1, and you figure this is a good time to chat, Diggle said. I agree with Diggle. Laurel is hell-driven to bring you down. Seeing her was not a smart idea, Naruto said. Because I thought that I could talk to her and make her understand that I'm doing things differently this time, that I'm not the bad guy. I was wrong, Oliver said. Line break. X. Flashback. I will not start to include some of the flashbacks that involve the Mirakuru to help with the plot. A year after Oliver was on the island and he was able to stop Fire's plan to isolate China and hurt their economy. With the help of Slade and Shadow, Oliver was becoming more of a fighter. But soon they had another problem to deal with. Some mercenaries came to the island looking for something, and they were going to kill Shadow for answers. Oliver was able to stop them, and Slade was able to discover that they were looking for a cave that housed old Japanese soldiers from World War II, but their skeletons were disfigured, and a Hosen was left with the body, which drew up more questions. The group brought back the skeletons to the fuselage of the plane where they were staying to look into skeletons. Wonderful. Now we have a dead Japanese soldier in our home, Slade said as he put the skeleton down, and Shadow knelt down to the remains to look at them. Those men on the island were looking for these corpses. Aren't you least bit interested in why? Shadow asked. I'm more interested in how many more there are of them and where they are operating from. They'll be coming for that, which means they'll be coming for us. And as we have already seen, they aren't the friendliest bunch, Slade said as he was getting some bags ready. Oliver put down the Hosen as he was talking to Shadow. So, it kind of looks like you've done that before, Oliver said. Back in Xinjiang, I was pre-med. Shadow said, she's a woman of many talents. Come on, Slade said as he threw Oliver a pack and he left the fuselage. Come on where? Oliver asked as he followed Slade outside. To higher ground. We need to get to a vantage point where we can establish the enemy's position, Slade said. What about Shadow? Oliver asked. I'll be fine here, she said. We shouldn't split up, Oliver said. Let her play with her corpse. We'll be back before she even knows it, Slade said as they both left. Line break. Ashkashkaks. Back in Starling City, Naruto was on his way to talk with Sakura about how things were going with his book release and about the idea of a new book he had. After the Sound 4 incident and Agents Sasuke and Anko showing up, Naruto got some new inspiration. Naruto walked into Tree Petal Publishing and went to Sakura's office. Naruto went in to see Sakura looking at some of the projection sheets about Naruto's new book, and she was smiling. She saw Naruto walk in and got up to greet him. Hey Naruto, I think you're going to be happy with what I have to tell you, Sakura said as she hugged him. Would it have anything to do with how well my book is doing now? Naruto asked as he smirked. Yup, despite the robbery at your launch party, the SCPD were able to get back the books, and with the release, your book sales are going through the roof. Your fans are loving your new book, and so am I, and I'm not just saying that because you named one of your main characters after me, Sakura said with a smile. Well, I'm glad my new book is doing so great, and despite the downhill turn the launch party took, the Quake charity receives the donation money and people are getting help, Naruto said. Yup, you helped a lot of people, and we do owe some thanks to the Vigilantes, Sakura said. Sakura was indifferent on her opinion of the Vigilantes. They helped save Naruto's book and retrieve the money for the donation, so they were okay in her book. Now that's the reason why I'm here. The reason I'm here is because of the idea I have for my new book, and the story will involve the character who looks a lot like the special agent you were getting so comfortable with 2 days ago, Naruto said with a smirk as Sakura blushed. When Sasuke came to Starling, he met Sakura and they hit it off. They went out on dates and were getting very close. Shut up, you idiot, she said with a blush as she bonked him on the head. Naruto rubbed the spot she hit as he chuckled. So what's the idea of your next book? She asked, trying to change the subject. Well, with some inspiration from the recent events that took place and my own blend of imagination, I give you Naruto, Retrieval at the Valley of the End, Naruto said as he showed her some rough sketch art which showed the Naruto and Sasuke characters fighting with the Sound 4 in the background, fighting Shikamaru, Kiba, Choiji, and Neji, with Orochimaru's menacing face in the distance. Wow, are those the robbers from the event? She said as she marveled at the idea and art. Yup, those robbers gave me the idea for some new villains for my next book. I think you'll like where this story is going, Naruto said. Well, if this book turns out like your others, then I can't argue with you. Try to get me a rough manuscript in a few months, Sakura said as she handed him a paycheck from the books. Wow, Naruto, already another book. Where do you get your ideas? She asked. That is a trade secret, Sakura, Naruto said as he smirked and left. Meanwhile, in another part of Starling, Officer Lance was taking a break and getting a hot dog. Here you go, bud, Officer Lance said as he handed him money for the hot dog. On the house, Officer Lance, he said, handing him the dog. Hey, no, here you go, a dog this delicious. I'd have to book myself for robbery. Take it. Take care, Officer Lance said as he was walking back to his squad car. Then the police radio went off. All units 1078 at 2nd and Fletcher, please respond. The police radar went off. Officer Lance picked up his walkie-talkie. Lance, Patrol Delta Charlie 52, 1060, officer responding. Over, he said as he threw his hot dog away and got in his car. Negative DC 52, disregard 1078 and resume patrol, the police radar told him. According to whose orders? Officer Lance asked. Lieutenant Pike. The police radar responded. Officer Lance disregarded that and went to the scene of the crime and was shocked at what he saw. There were police officers all over the area asking possible witnesses questions, and the CSI were taking pictures and packaging evidence around the scene. The victim was a young female, dead, but positioned in a manner that sent chills down Officer Lance's spine. Officer Lance walked onto the scene. Bill, what the hell is going on? This is my beat. Why did Pike wave me off of this? He said as he was heading to the victim. Quentin, we got this under control, Bill said. Excuse me, what is under control? Lance said. When he saw the victim, he stopped and was shocked at what he saw. It was a woman, killed with some kind of substance in her mouth, probably what killed her, and she was dressed and positioned in a manner that was similar to a porcelain doll. That's Barton Mathis, Lance said. That seems to be what the MO indicates, Bill said as the CSU were moving through the area. He's doing consecutive life sentences in Iron Heights, Lance said. Not anymore. The quake split open a section of Iron Heights. Mathis was among the escapees. The brass wanted to avoid a panic, so they're keeping it quiet, Bill said. Are they keeping it quiet from me, too? Lance asked. Come on, man. Pike knows what happened to you last time. The man got inside your head, Bill said. Yeah, and I caught him. And no one knows Mathis better, Lance stated. And I got all your notes and your files. Pike's order. If you go anywhere near this, he's going to have you arrested for obstruction, Bill said. Lance was angry about this and went up to the victim. He knew that they wouldn't be able to take Mathis down and everyone killed would be another person on his conscience, and he couldn't have that. He needed to call in help. Line break. Back at the Arrow Cave, Oliver, Diggle, and Naruto were training. Oliver and Diggle were on the mat sparring, and Naruto was training with a training dummy. Felicity was on her computers with Kurama sleeping on the desk as well. Felicity blushed, seeing Naruto shirtless as he was practicing fighting techniques against the dummy. She saw his well-defined body, his strong arms with a six-pack, along with the scars he obtained from training and fighting against criminals. Oliver was fighting with Diggle when Oliver caught Diggle in a headlock when Felicity got their attention. I found a number of police reports from the last few months that may involve our mystery girl. They described a masked woman in black attacking attackers. She put 5 would-be rapists in the hospital so far, Felicity said as Oliver, Diggle, and Naruto went over to the computers. Are you sure it's her? Oliver asked. Broken limbs, ruptured eardrums. Your Sonic thing, Felicity said as Naruto went over to her. That's her. She's targeting criminals, Oliver said. Misogynist criminals. She replied as Naruto kissed her head and she smiled at him. First Naruto, then the hoods, and now her. Looks like you started a movement. Diggle said, I don't want to start a movement, so we catch her. I'm not letting the city get overrun with vigilantes. Again, no offense, Naruto, Oliver said. And again, none taken, Naruto said as he dried himself off with a towel and pet Kurama on the head. Soon Felicity's phone rang and she was shocked to see it was Detective Lance. Hi, Detective, Felicity said as Oliver and Naruto were surprised that her called her. He called her to ask the Arrow for help, and it was time for Officer Lance to meet the Kitsune. Line break X6X66. Officer Lance was waiting on a rooftop of a building with a file in his hands. He was waiting for the hood. He asked Felicity to call him because he needed help. He turned and saw the hood with Kitsune next to him. So, Miss Smoke gives you a way to call me now, Oliver said. Officer Lance walked up to the platform Oliver was standing on. She vouches for you, and you told me that you're trying to help the city without dropping bodies. And since you got Kitsune here with you, I can guess you two are partners now. That true? Lance asked. What do you think? Oliver asked. Let's just say, I'm willing to be convinced. This city is hurting. And the police? Sigh. I always thought that we didn't need to go outside the law to find justice. But in light of recent events, I'm not so sure anymore. You two have helped this city, let's make me a believer, Lance said as he put a file down in front of them, and Arrow picked it up. Baron Mathis, the media calls him the doll maker, 'cause he suffocates his victims with a flexible polymer that he pours down their throats and then he dresses them up like dolls. I put him away. But because of the quake, he's out and he's killing again, Lance said. These are from 6 years ago, Oliver said as he handed it to Kitsune to read. That's my personal file, Lance replied. Maybe it's not just the file that's personal. Kitsune sad as he was reading over the file. Mathis killed 8 girls before I got him last time. I don't want any more on my conscience, Lance said. So why don't you let the police do their job? Arrow asked. Scoff. I could ask the same thing to you. They're spread so thin they can't even risk letting the public know that Mathis is out. You said you were trying another way? Maybe I am too, Lance said. Meanwhile, far away, a young lady was walking to her car after a day of shopping. When she was about to leave, Barton Mathis appeared out of nowhere and took her. With a chloroform rag, he dragged her away, ready to make another doll. Line break 6 sacks. Back in the Arrow Cave, Felicity was copying all of the files that Lance gave them and uploading them onto her computer. Oliver walked in. Lance's file give you anything? Last time the dollmaker was active in Starling City, he ramped up 1 kill every 3 days, Diggle said while looking at the files on the computer. That gives us 2 to catch him. Can we connect them? Oliver said. Naruto was at one of the computers pressing some buttons which made some pictures show up. Young, pretty. According to Lance's files, he couldn't figure out he chose them, Naruto said. As if porcelain dolls weren't creepy enough all on their own, Felicity said. Barton Mathis doesn't have any family or known acquaintances. Lone wolves are harder to catch, Diggle said. But they do have the right to an attorney. Call Lance. Tell him to set up a meeting tomorrow, Oliver said. Where? Felicity asked. At the office of whoever represented Barton Mathis, Oliver said. So I'm guessing that this takes priority over finding out the identity of our secret admirer, Felicity asked. I got that covered, Oliver asked as he grabbed his bow. Roy was in the back alley of Verdant recycling some bottles when he turned and saw the Arrow there. "Hey, I was wondering when I was going to see you again," Roy said. "There's someone new in town, a woman. She's targeting men who target women." Arrow said. "I know, I've seen her." Roy said. "Find her but don't engage. Leave that to me." Arrow said. "Line break, ix. Back at Laurel's work office, the damage that the masked woman's sonic device was shown, and there were custodians cleaning up, and some officers there as well, taking about the incident, and there was Laurel with the ADA Mr. Donner. "The Archer makes quite a mess," Mr. Donner said. "I'll add that charge to the indictment," Laurel said. "Well, you called it right. He showed," Mr. Donner said with a smirk. "I know him pretty well, at least better than others," Laurel said as Officer Lance walked in and went to talk to his daughter. "This place is a mess. Twice in 3 weeks you're ducking bullets," Lance said. "I'm fine," Laurel said. "You don't look fine. You look tired," Lance said. I'll give you two a moment," Mr. Donner said as he left to give the father and daughter to talk. "Did you just come here to tell me how tired I look?" Laurel asked. "No, I came here to check up on you and check up on some court records. Barton Mathis is out, and I'm looking for his attorney," Lance said. "Why? You're no longer a detective," Laurel said. "Yeah, well, I'm just doing a little digging off the books," Lance said. "Dad, this case, it took you to such a dark place last time," Laurel said, sincerely worried about her dad. "Yeah, well, I think we both know that it wasn't Mathis who did that. Look, nobody knows this guy better than me, which means nobody's got a better chance of stopping him, okay? And that means every girl that he kills is like another one on my conscience," Lance said. "No," Laurel said as she went up to her father. "No, Dad, it's not. Whatever guilt you're feeling, you're just using it to justify a vendetta," Laurel said. "Well, maybe I'm not the only one," he said as he left, leaving Laurel to think about what he said as she looked at the board she had on everything about the Vigilante. Line break C, sexy. Office Lance arrived at the office of the attorney who represented Barton Mathis. He walked into the office to talk to the attorney. "Tony Daniel?" Lance asked. "Help you with something, officer?" Tony Daniel asked. "Barton Mathis, according to the DA's office, you handled his post-trail appeals, and I'd like to know where he is," Lance asked. "So you can give him a parking ticket or something? If you want to talk to me about one of my clients, come back with a detective shield. Or a court order," he said as he was packing away his briefcase. He saw Lance smirk. "What, you find that funny?" "Well, a little bit," Lance said. The two shadows showed themselves, and the lawyer turned to see Starling City's two vigilantes there. He was extremely afraid. "Where do we find him?" Kitsune asked. "Iron Heights Prison," the lawyer said. "He got out," Arrow said. "What? How?" the lawyer said. "You spent hours with him." "Where would he run?" "Where?" Arrow yelled. "I don't know, I swear," lawyer said. Kitsune turned toward Arrow and nodded as Arrow nodded in understanding. He then drew an arrow and shot it through the lawyer's shoulder. "And what the hell are you doing? I thought you were done killing people," Lance yelled at what he just did. "He'll live," Arrow said. "Yeah, but he'll report me to my lieutenant," Lance told him. "He won't talk to anyone," Arrow said. "Yeah, what makes you so sure?" Lance asked. "Because he has another shoulder," Arrow said as he pushed the arrow further into the lawyer's shoulder, causing him to yell in pain. "Ah, okay, groaning. There is another place. He was always drawing it, sketching it." "His cell walls were covered with the place," the lawyer said in pain. "Yeah, well, what's the place? Was it in Starling City?" Lance asked. "Yeah, the Bisque Museum." He said the building reminded him of Germany, where porcelain dolls were invented, he said. Arrow then left, leaving the lawyer with the arrow in the shoulder. "I'm sorry, I guess he just gets enthusiastic sometimes," Lance said as he left as well. At the apartment buildings across the street from the Bisque Museum, Arrow, Kitsune, and Officer Lance were looking for the doll maker. They were walking down the hallway. The lady at the desk said a guy matching Mathis's description checked in last week, room 52, and he paid in cash. He said as they stopped outside the door. "Now listen, just so we're clear. When we go through that door, we're here to arrest Mathis, okay? Not to torture him." "You asked for my help," Arrow said. "Yeah, that wasn't easy, and neither is aiding and abetting." And I'm still a police officer, Lance said. Do you want to catch him or not? Arrow asked. Let's go, Lance said as he got out his gun. Kitsune, the door, Arrow said. Got it, Kitsune said as he drew a sword. He then slashed the door diagonally twice in an X form and then kicked the door apart as he, Lance, and Arrow entered. The room was empty except for a porcelain doll in the center with a light shining down on it along with a phone. The doll was holding an article from the Starling newspaper which showed Officer Lance when he took down the doll maker years ago. The phone then rung, Lance picked it up and Barton Mathis answered. Felicity, I need a trace, Oliver said as he contacted Felicity back in the cave. On it, she responded. You sick son of a bitch, Lance said to Mathis. Sick? I've never felt better. Fresh air agrees with me, Mathis said. Yeah, well don't get too used to it. I caught you before. It's just a matter of time before I do it again. Lance said. Fair enough. In the meantime, however, I have someone who'd like to say hello to you. Say hello, dear, Mathis said as a woman shrieked and screamed on the phone. She's a little inarticulate. She's done nothing to you. Please don't hurt her, just let her go. Lance said, and allow her to wither away in a mediocre and forgettable life. No, 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 no. She deserves so much better. She deserves to see her beauty preserved. Pristine. Forever. Don't worry. I will turn her into something special. Pay attention, detective. What comes next is really quite exquisite. The sound of an esophagus slowly hardening. Like a symphony. Mathis explained. Felicity? Arrow asked in a hurry. We're trying, but he's blocked the skip trace, Felicity said. Barton, don't do it. I'm begging you, okay? Is that what you want? I am begging you. Please, just stop, Lance exclaimed. It's for the world to enjoy. After all, everyone loves a pretty doll. Mathis said as he hung up, leaving Lance with the knowledge that another girl died. Line break, XXX. The police were at the scene where the doll maker has put his second victim. The police were covering the area looking for clues, while the CSI teams were bagging and photographing evidence. Officer Lance walked onto the scene with a heavy heart, seeing another girl he couldn't save. Back in the Arrow cave, Oliver and Naruto returned while Felicity was at the computers. The police found her body an hour ago, Felicity said. Does the new victim give us any forensics we can use? Oliver asked as he and Naruto went up to the computers. CSI did a complete forensics workup, but they sent everything out to a private lab, Diggle said. Can you get in? Naruto asked Felicity. No, they took their system offline. It seems like someone hacked into a lot of police-related systems last year, Felicity said. Then we do it like we did the Merlin job. We some more help, Oliver said as he and Naruto got suited up. At Granger Laboratories were the CSI files that the SCPD shipped over for later analysis. Oliver, Naruto, and Lance broke in to reach the archive room where the digital files were kept. Two guards were walking down the hall outside the archive room when a tranq dart and a shuriken with a knockout poison on it hit the two of them, causing the two guards to fall down, unconscious. Arrow, Kitsune, and Officer Lance then appeared and walked down the hall and into the door of the archive room. So glad you invited me to tag along, Lance said as they walked in. Tranq dart. He'll be for 36 minutes, Arrow said. Yeah, I remember, Lance said, pointing to the part where Arrow hit him with a dart before. Arrow then handed Kitsune the USB drive that Felicity could use to hack the computers, and he plugged it into a terminal. You're up, Felicity, Kitsune said. So this is what a typical night's like for you, huh? Just a little breaking and entering, Lance said. Felicity, back at the cave, finally got into their system. All right, I got toxicology first, she said as some reports appeared on the computers at the labs so Arrow, Kitsune, and Lance could see what she was seeing. What are all these? Lance asked. Chemical ingredients of all of the makeup found on the victims, skin cream, nail polish, lipstick, Felicity said. Lance was looking at the chemicals when he recognized something. Wait, stop, scroll back. This one, ethyl paraben, sodium lauryl sulfate. I've seen this before, Lance said. It's skin cream. Forensics found traces of it on her fingers. Probably something she used before he grabbed her. Felicity said, skin cream, mermaid something. One of the victims from his last run, she had this in her purse, and I had the lab analyze it, and it's the same formula, Lance said. Felicity, Oliver said. Already on it, she said as she showed them the Mermaiden logo for the skin cream. How the hell could she do that? Lance asked, amazed that she could do that. Oliver and Naruto smirked at Lance's statement. Ethyl paraben and sodium lauryl sulfate is Mermaiden's proprietary formula, Felicity said. 2 victims with the same taste in skin cream. That can't be a coincidence, Oliver said. I could never figure out how he chose his victims, Lance said. I think you just did, Kitsune said as he grabbed the USB and they left. Flashback, Oliver and Slade were hiking up the mountains on Lian Yu to find the vantage point. We shouldn't have left Shadow, Oliver said. Well, it's her life, it's her choice. You listen to my advice, Slade said. What advice? Oliver asked. To avoid attachment, Slade said. Yeah, that was bad advice, Oliver said. But it will save your life, Slade said. Well, maybe I don't want to live under those terms, Oliver said. Well, maybe you're an idiot, Slade said. Hey, you think that caring about people gets you killed? I think it's what keeps people alive, Oliver said. I was wrong about you, Slade said as he got close to Oliver. You're definitely an idiot. Then that's who I am. I'm not changing, Oliver said as Slade scoffs but then trips on some loose rocks and fell down the side of the mountain until Oliver caught him. And you should be happy that I haven't avoided attachment to you, Oliver said as he pulled Slade up. Line break, xxx. Roy Harper was in the glades, carrying a box of fancy champagne to a local collector and seller that he knew. He brought the champagne to use as a barter to find out some info about the mysterious blonde women in black carrying a bow staff. He was able to find out that a local girl, Cindy or Sin, was seen talking to the mystery lady. This gave Roy another lead to follow. At the Arrow Cave, the group was deciding on their next move. Diggle was at the computers while Felicity was playing with Kurama. So this is it. Skin cream, that's our lead, Diggle said. It's better than nothing, Naruto said as he got up. It's something. What do we know about the product? Oliver asked Felicity. It's made from crushed mother of pearl and it's super high-end. Only carried in a handful of boutiques and it's marketed for women with extremely delicate complexions, Felicity said. Oliver was looking at the pictures of the previous victims. He picks his victims for their skin. The cream is how he finds them, Oliver said. Only 4 stores in the city carry it and 3 have surveillance systems. I've ran facial recognition through all of them looking for Mathis, but come up empty. He must be staking out the shops from the outside, Felicity said. Fine. So we'll do the same, Diggle said. Even with 4 of us it would take way too long, Naruto said. Naruto's right. He's probably out there right now looking for another girl, Oliver said. So that's what we give him, Felicity said as the others looked at her weird. I'll go to the stores that carry Mermaiden and buy it in each one to cover our base. That is way too dangerous, Felicity. I don't want you out there by yourself, Naruto told her, not wanted her to be put in harm's way. Oliver and Diggle agreed. More dangerous than going undercover in a mob casino or jumping out of a plane. It's my life, it's my choice, she said while looking at Oliver and Diggle. I'll be fine, Naruto, don't worry. If something does happen, you'll be there, she said to Naruto. Naruto hugged her in comfort, hoping that this would help the group catch Mathis, but he didn't want her to get hurt. Line break xxxxx. It was night in Starling City, and their plan to lure out the dollmaker was in full swing. They told Officer Lance of the plan, and he was reluctant about using Felicity as bait, but the Arrow and Kitsune would be there just in case. Felicity had just finished shopping at the final boutique store and came out, dressed like she was going out, with shopping bags on her arms. Left the last store, Felicity said as she spoke into her earpiece. You're going to reimburse me for these, fight? I saved my receipts. On the rooftops were Oliver and Naruto, keeping an eye on her as well as Diggle in a car and Officer Lance. Go to the rendezvous point. Stay in public, Oliver said as she walked by Diggle. Naruto had to admit that Felicity looked amazing tonight. If it wasn't for the fact that the dollmaker could pick her as his next victim, he would think they were on a date. He needed to make sure that she stayed safe. Just for the record, I'm not a huge fan of dangling helpless girls in front of psychopaths like meat, Lance said. Neither am I, Detective, neither am I, Kitsune said while keeping an eye on Felicity walking down the street. She volunteered, Arrow said. Well, she must really believe in you, Lance said. So did your daughter, Arrow told him. Exhale. She suffered a loss. Grife's got a way of shifting a person's beliefs, but then I'm sure that you two know that better than anyone. You've lost people too, right? Lance said, which caused Oliver and Naruto to freeze at his statement. Why would you say that? Arrow asked. Why else would you two be doing this? Lance said as he prepared himself to talk about Sarah. My youngest, she died. I'm sorry, Arrow said. Less than a month after it happened, I ended up catching the dollmaker case, threw myself into it. I think on some level, with each girl I was trying to save, Sarah. And just like with Sarah, I couldn't. He killed 8 girls Sarah's age before I caught him, Lance said with a heavy heart. Oliver and Naruto both were sad, thinking about how much Sarah's death had an impact on both him and Laurel. Then Felicity called the group. Someone's coming, Felicity said. Oliver and Naruto got into better positions and saw Felicity walking down the street with a man wearing black with a hat, covering his face, walking in the same direction. Okay, I'm going to admit to being seriously wigged out right now, Felicity said, scared. I got him in my sights, Felicity. I'm here, Kitsune said as he got closer. The man then entered a restaurant as Felicity calmed down. False alarm, but next time I offer to be bait for your serial killer, please turn me down, she said as she walked near an alley when Barton Mathis appeared in front of her, putting her hand over her mouth as she screamed to alert the others. Kitsune moved immediately to her position as Oliver moved as well as Diggle and Lance. Delta Charlie 52 to Central, Lance called in as he saw Felicity being dragged away. Code 99, possible 207 in progress, immediate backup required. He yelled into his police radio as he ran after Felicity and Mathis. Mathis was dragging Felicity through a construction site when an arrow hit his shoulder. He staggered in pain and threw Felicity to the side and she hit her head on a dumpster. Then Kitsune jumped down from the ceiling and kicked him in the chest, which put Mathis on his back. Mathis then crawled up, pulled the arrow out of his shoulder and ran away. Naruto threw a kunai at Mathis, but he ran through some plastic covering, so he avoided it. Naruto and Oliver went up to Felicity to check up on her as Lance ran past them with his gun out. You all right, Felicity? Don't move, Naruto said as he checked her head, and Oliver saw if she was all right. She hit her head, he told Diggle when he came up to Felicity. Go, 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 Diggle told both of them. Oliver and Naruto ran to catch up with Lance and Mathis. Mathis was running through the construction site with Lance right on his tail. They ran through the plastic covering that separated the rooms from each other, and when Lance came up to an empty wide area and moved forward when Mathis came from around the corner and hit Lance with a pipe and knocked him on his back. Mathis then bent down to pick up Lance's gun that was on the ground. I thought there'd be more ceremony to this moment. I'm a little disappointed, to be honest, Mathis said as he pointed the gun at Lance's head, ready to blow his brains out until an arrow knocked it out of his hands, and then a kunai hit Mathis in the shoulder and put him on his back. Lance turned to see the arrow and Kitsune there. The police had arrived and were close. Kitsune and Arrow turned to see the cops arriving, and they turned, ready to take Mathis down, but saw him gone. Lance got up off the ground. Get out of here. Arrow and Kitsune ran as the police cars came into the construction site. Lance walked up to them, showing his badge. Officer Lance, SCPD. It's Mathis. I almost had him. Search the area, the whole building, Detective Bill said as he went up to Lance. Sorry, he said as he got behind Mathis. For what? Lance asked. Pike's orders. He wants you collared for obstruction, Bill said as he handcuffed Lance. Lance protested, but eventually knew he couldn't do anything. Quentin Larry. Lance, you have the right to remain silent. If you give up that right to remain silent, anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Bill told him his Miranda rights as he took Lance into a patrol car. Line break. X. The next day, Oliver was out, heading to the court hearing for his mother, while Naruto was still with Felicity at the Arrow Cave. They were going to go out to lunch in a little bit, so he was with her. Felicity and Naruto was on the phone with Oliver as he was heading into the courthouse for the hearing. They're charging Lance with obstruction. He's in custody, Felicity told him. Mathis isn't. He'll be looking for another target, Oliver said. I hacked Mermaiden and sent out an email blast from their servers telling stores the product was defective, Felicity said. That will slow him down. I'll try and dig up some other possible leads and targets Mathis could choose, Naruto said. Smart, Oliver replied. What about Lance? Felicity asked. One legal problem at a time, Oliver said as he hung up. Well, now that is out of the way, and your boss is at the courthouse, I believe we have a lunch date, Miss Smoak, Naruto said as he stood up and extended his hand for Felicity to take. She smiled and chuckled a little as she set the computers to notify them in case something came up or Oliver called them. Well then, Mr. Uzumaki, where are we going out to eat? Felicity asked. Actually, I have something else in mind, he said as he grabbed his coat and her jacket and then went outside to his Corvette. I would like to have a quiet lunch where the two of us could eat in peace, but with my new book just released earlier this week and me being a worldwide famous author as part of my secret identity, I highly doubt we would get any privacy, so I have something better planned. They both got into Naruto's car and drove to Naruto's apartment. Naruto drove into his garage and they both headed up to his apartment. When they entered, Felicity was amazed at how amazing the apartment looked. Naruto had nice painting hung up, as well as large posters of the cover art for his previous books. They were brilliantly drawn and showed the Naruto character and his fellow ninjas ready for action. Also on a shelf were some pictures of Naruto at charity events and giving money donations to hospitals. Also on the shelf were pictures of Naruto graduating from Columbia. Some pictures of him when he was a kid with his parents, a picture of him and Sakura, and some more recent ones that showed him and Laurel, and some with him, Laurel and Tommy. She smiled, seeing the pictures of Naruto when he was young and happy. She then saw one of the newest pictures he had, which was of him and Felicity at his latest launch party. She smiled that he put up a photo of the two of them. That's my favorite picture. Felicity heard. She turned to see Naruto behind her looking at the photo. I'm glad, you've sure got a lot of them, Felicity said as she pointed to the photos he had. Yeah, they're reminders of a lot of good memories, and they help remind me that out of the bad that has happened, there is still some good in the world, Naruto said while looking at the picture of him when he was a kid with his parents and the pictures of him, Laurel and Tommy. So we're eating here? Felicity asked. Yeah, I decided that for us to have some real privacy, I made us lunch today. I believe it should be ready. Now where is Kurama? He needs to eat too, Naruto said as he looked around for Kurama and then saw his furry friend walk into the kitchen with his toy fish in his mouth. Kurama then dropped the toy and jumped into Felicity's arms as she caught him and scratched his ears as he yipped in delight. Here he is, Felicity said as she scratched him, and Kurama got comfortable. He must really like you, Felicity. I don't think I have ever seen him this happy and comfortable with anyone else except me, Naruto said as they went into the kitchen. Felicity saw a big pot on the stove with a delicious aroma that filled the air. Wow, that smells great, Naruto. What kind of soup is that? She asked as she sat down on a chair at the kitchen counter where the two would eat. It isn't actually soup. It's something I have eaten since I was born. My parents love the dish, and so do I. Ramen, Naruto said as he opened the pot to show the soup lightly boiling and some noodles on the side ready to be eaten. Ramen, I've heard about it, but I've never eaten it, Felicity said. Naruto looked at her with some shock, but quickly adjusted himself. Well, you are going to love this ramen. I got the recipe from a stand in Japan called Ichiraku. A man named Tucci and his daughter Ayame run the stand, and they are without a doubt the nicest people you will ever meet. I helped them with their stand when I was in Japan, and after I stopped some robbers, they wanted to thank me. They gave me the recipe for their miso ramen as thanks. I'm the only one they trusted enough to give one of their recipes to, and I have never shared it with anyone else, except now you, Naruto said as he put the noodles in the broth to heat up and then put ramen in 2 bowls and placed them on the counter. Wow, it sure smells good, Felicity said. Dig in, Naruto said as he got his chopsticks and ate some ramen. Felicity then ate some and her eyes widened. Wow, this is amazing, Felicity said as she ate some more. Naruto laughed at her reaction and got up to put some ramen soup in a bowl for Kurama. When Naruto put the bowl on the counter, Kurama yipped in excitement and greedily drank the soup. "So, Felicity, please don't ever do anything like last night again, please," Naruto said with pleading eyes. "Don't worry, I don't plan on putting myself out there as bait ever again. And if I do, I want you there with me," Felicity said. "Don't worry, if I have to, I'd take a bullet to make sure you're safe," Naruto said. Felicity smiled at Naruto's statement and they both kissed. After, they talked about other things, Naruto's book and what to do this weekend, unaware of the drama that Oliver was experiencing at the courthouse. Line break sex. At the SCPD building, in the interrogation room where the worst of Starling were put in an effort to break and confess to their crimes, sat Officer Quentin Lance. Lance was sitting in the chair in interrogation, handcuffed, because Pike had him arrested for chasing the dollmaker case. Lance exhaled from exhaustion and boredom until a pair of handcuff keys landed next to him. Lance turned to see his daughter walk in. "I had to call in a lot of favors to get those. The only problem is that I've been at the DA's office for less than a month, and no one owes me any favors," Laurel said as Lance unlocked the cuffs on his wrists. "So how did you get the charges dropped?" Lance asked as he got up and was leaving the room. "Your friend Pike and I have been working together on the anti-vigilante task force. Do you remember?" Laurel said as she followed him. Last year you were working with the Arrow. What a difference a few months makes," Lance said. "The Arrow?" Laurel asked. "Yeah, seems more appropriate than the Hood," Lance said. "And now you're working with him. Guess I'm not the only one in the Lance family that's done a 180, Laurel told him. "This city needs help. I just became less particular about where it comes from." "What's your excuse?" "Still Tommy?" Lance told her. "What would you tell me if I said it is?" Laurel asked him. Exhale. "That a guy with a bow and arrow can't save a guy who's had a building fall on top of him. What's going on with you is not about the arrow," Lance told her. "Then what is it, Dad?" I mean, why don't you tell me? You seem to have all the answers." "That crack that you made about me feeling guilty about something," Laurel said. "Tommy's death," Lance said. "Why would I feel guilty about that?" Laurel said. "I don't know. I wish I did cause it's eating you up," Lance said. "Your psychoanalysis would probably have a bit more credibility if it wasn't being offered under police custody," Laurel told him. "Laurel, I'm worried about you. I'd stay away from Pike if I were you, and the dollmaker case." Laurel interrupted him. She then left, leaving Lance, wondering what his next move was. Line break, XXXXX. In the glades, Roy Harper, in his red hoodie, was looking for Cindy or Sin. The Arrow wanted him to find a lead on the mysterious blonde woman in black, and Sin would hopefully get him the info he needed. Roy was walking through the glades when he saw a girl whose description matched that of Sin. She had short, spiky hair and was wearing black. Roy approached her. "Excuse me," he said. Sin chuckled. "Step off, Abercrombie," she said. "Cindy, Sin," Roy asked. "What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?" she said. "I'm looking for a friend of yours, blonde, black leather, head to toe," Roy said. Sin looked at him weird about his questions, then ran off immediately. Roy saw he take off. "So I guess that's a yes," Roy said as he ran after her. Sin was running down the streets, over the fences, and through a parking lot. Roy followed her, right on her tail. He kept her in his sights while weaving through the parked cars. Sin then ran to the edge of the lot, where it led into another alley, and Roy followed while parkour jumping over a car, showing his skill. Sin was running down the alley as fast as she could with Roy right on her ass. Sin then ran down a short case of stairs and Roy then jumped through the railings. Sin then ran into an old City Hall building with a clock tower. Sin ran up the multiple staircases and Roy followed her until he was up to the top floor of the clock tower. He looked around the top floor, looking for any sign of Sin, when a bow stabbed him in the back of the head, knocking him out. Line break X, X. Back at the SCPD building, Lance was in the parking garage, heading to his car to head home. He was walking to his car when he heard some rambling and saw what looked like a homeless man leaning against a police van. "You all right, pal?" Lance asked as he went to help. "Need a doctor or something?" Then the man turned and tased Lance in the neck, and under the garb was Barton Mathis the dollmaker. "No, I'm all right, thanks," He grabbed the now dazed and weak Lance and threw him into the back of the police van, where Lance saw Laurel tied up and unconscious as well. Back at Verdant, Thea was on the phone with a distributor about a missing case of champagne that she should have received. She hung up, annoyed by the distributor's carelessness, and grabbed and looked at a bottle of scotch, thinking about what had happened at the courthouse earlier. Oliver was walking towards her. "That won't help," Oliver said as she put it down. "Yeah, well, neither is yelling at my vendors, but I want to yell at someone right now," Thea said. "Mom's going to be fine, because we are going to help her fight this. As a family," Oliver told her. "They want to kill her," she said. "I won't let them," Oliver said. His phone then rang, showing a text from Felicity saying to watch the news now. "Thea, can you turn to channel 52, please?" Oliver asked, and she did. The anchorwoman on the news was reporting the story. "Officer Quentin Lance and his daughter Laurel were abducted earlier today. No ransom has been demanded. SCPD are urging anyone with information regarding their whereabouts." Oliver then left to the cave to see Felicity, Diggle, and Naruto getting suited up. "How did he get them?" Oliver asked. "I don't know about Laurel. Detective Lance was abducted from the precinct parking lot. Mathis shot a guard on the way out, which sounded the alarm. I pulled up the department's security camera footage, and a van from Metamorpho Chemical caught my eye." Felicity said, "Metamorpho was condemned after the quake. Perfect place to make some dolls," Naruto said as he strapped on his swords. "Not tonight," Oliver said as he went over to his hood. "Cops will use tracers, Oliver, same as we did," Diggle said. "They won't make it in time," Oliver said. Meanwhile, back with Roy, he was still unconscious and his hands were restrained until Sin went up to him and smacked him in the face, waking him up. "Wake up, Abercrombie," Sin said. Roy then heard footsteps next to him and turned to see the mysterious blonde woman in black he was looking for. She had her bow staff separated into her eskrima sticks. "Did they send you?" she asked. "Did who what?" Roy asked, confused and a little frightened. He groaned in pain as he sat up, and then she hit him across the face with her stick. "Not my face," Roy said in pain. "I have a disapproving girlfriend." "Are you one of them?" the woman asked again. "One of who?" he said again. She was going to hit him again until his cell phone rang. The woman looked at it and saw the message and looked at Sin. "Let him go," she said. She then jumped up to the ceiling of the clock tower and left. Roy looked at his phone to see it was a message from Thea that Laurel was kidnapped. Line break XXX. At Metamorpho plant, Laurel was restrained to a board with a tube in her throat. She was panicking and extremely afraid that she would be the dollmaker's next victim. Officer Lance was across from his daughter, retrained to a pole, incapable of moving to help his daughter. Mathis was in a chair near a desk, preparing the chemicals for the doll-making process. "Isn't this nice? All of us here together. It's like Thanksgiving," Mathis said to the two Lances. "Laurel, just stay calm. Stay calm," Lance said to his daughter. "Barton, I'm sorry. I know you hate me. I know you hate me." "Okay, and I understand that. But you hate me. So please let my daughter go," Lance begged Mathis. "Now why would I do that?" Mathis said as he attached a pipe to the container that would hold the polymer. "She's so lovely. Maybe a little too much melanin in the skin, but it's the imperfections that make art sublime," Mathis said. "I am the one who put you away. She had nothing to do with it," Lance yelled at him. "She had everything to do with it," Mathis yelled at Lance. "She's your world. She's your very soul. You know I could kill you. I could maim you. I could slice you up into 1,000 pieces. But if your soul remains intact, what have I done?" "Huh?" "Nothing." Mathis as he poured the polymer into the container near Laurel. "I will kill you, you son of a bitch. I will kill you," Lance yelled. "You son of a bitch." The fluid began moving through the tube, making its way closer to Laurel. She was freaking out, doing whatever she could to free herself, but failed. "Laurel, sweetheart, close your eyes. I'm here. I'm here, honey," Lance said with Laurel looking at him. "If you struggle, it will take longer," Mathis said as he watched the fluid move closer and closer. As the fluid almost reached her mouth, a shuriken flew through the air and cut the tube, letting the fluid fall out. Mathis and the Lances turned to see the arrow land on the desk Mathis had his chemicals on and Kitsune jump on the ground. The arrow shot and arrow at the fluid container, knocking it on the ground, while Kitsune threw a kunai at Matis, which barely missed as he ran away. Arrow moved to free Lance, while Kitsune moved to Laurel. When the arrow freed Lance, he yelled, "Do whatever you need to do, just get him, get him." Laurel saw the arrow and was shocked to see that he saved her, and then saw him run off after Matis with Kitsune behind him after he freed Laurel's hands. Matis was running through the plants and stopped in an empty area when he heard a noise. The noise was the blonde woman in black rappelling down from the roof using some kind of cloth. When she landed, she pulled out her staff and knocked Matis on the ground. She then whacked him across the face as he got up, and then in the stomach, and then scooped his leg and knocked him down again. Matis grabbed a pipe on the ground and fought back, but the woman was able to dodge it and knock him away. Matis then crawled away and pulled on a chain which caused some large lead pipes to fall on top of the woman, pinning her to the ground. Matis then got up and strolled over to the woman. "Let's take a better look at this face of yours. You have such lovely skin," Matis said. But before he could move any further, two arrow hit him in the shoulder and forced him on his back. As he sat up in pain, he saw the arrow and Kitsune with his sword out land in front of him. "You're going back to prison," Arrow said. Matis didn't look afraid until a dagger hit him in the chest, killing him. "No, he's not," the woman said. Arrow and Kitsune turned and she was gone. Officer Lance had his coat over Laurel as he was walking her away from the lab that Matis had them in. "It's okay, sweetheart. It's okay, he saved us," Lance said. I know he did. And after I hunted him," Laurel said. "It's okay, it's all right," Lance told her. "No, he came to save me," Laurel said. "Yeah, he saved us both," Lance said. "No, not him, not the arrow. Tommy. Oliver, he told me to stay out of the glades, and he told me to get out of CNRI, and I didn't. Tommy was only there because I was too stubborn to get out when I had the chance. You were right. I was blaming the arrow because... Oh my God. It's all my fault, Dad. It's all my fault that Tommy died," Laurel said as she broke down crying, and Lance hugged his daughter. Lance hugged her, telling her it's all right, and saw Arrow and Kitsune on the catwalks above, looking at them, and then they left. Line break. Xiskaxex. Back at Laurel's apartment, Laurel was fast asleep, with her father coming in to kiss her goodnight and turn off the lights. Lance then walked into the living room to see Kitsune and the arrow there. "How is she?" Arrow asked. "She'll be all right, in time. I might not always agree with your methods, but I can't argue with your results. You both saved my daughter, again," Lance told them. "She needed help," Kitsune said, "and she wasn't the only one." "Thanks," Lance said. They both nodded to him, and they left. Our mysterious blonde woman returned to the clock tower and was about to take off her costume when a figure appeared dressed exactly like Malcolm's Dark Archer costume. The man removed his hood to reveal that he wasn't Malcolm, but he told the woman that Ras Al Ghul sent him, and she needed to return, and if she didn't, he would have to kill her. She solved that by killing him. Back at the Arrow Cave, the group was huddled together, taking about the masked mystery woman. "Something's going on with this woman. She keeps following you around, helping you out," Diggle said. "We've got to find her," Oliver said. "To stop her or send her a thank you note," Felicity said. "That depends," Naruto said, understanding Oliver's train of thought. "On what?" Felicity asked. "What side she's on," Oliver said. End of Chapter 4. The Kitsune in Starling City. Hoped you guys like this chapter, the first chapter where Oliver and Naruto are working as partners. The next chapter will introduce the Canary. More Oliver and Naruto fights, more Naruto-Felicity moments, and some Oliver-Laurel moments as well. Next chapter. Crucible. Hope you guys liked it. Please leave a review, but no flames, and if you didn't like it, sorry and don't hate me. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Arrow. Both belong to their respective owners. I'm just a huge fan. 6. Crucible. Here is Chapter 5 based on the episode Crucible. Naruto and Oliver must now deal with the new woman Vigilante that has been helping them. Also, they must now face off against the mayor and his horde of armed gangbangers. Plus the beginning of some Oliver-Laurel romance. Enjoy. My name is Oliver Queen. After 5 years trapped on a hellish island, I have come home with only one goal: to save my city. But to do so, I can't be the killer I once was. To honor my friend's memory, I must be someone else. I must be something else. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. For my entire life, I have undergone training that forged me into a weapon. After my parents died, they wanted me to use my gifts to change the world and find something worth fighting for. And I have, to honor their memory, I have become Kitsune. And I will defend Starling City and keep the innocent safe, but my parents' killer is still out there, and as long as he still breathes free air, I will not stop until he is brought to justice, and no one will get in my way. Crucible. It was night in Starling City, and at the Queen's mansion, jazz music and chatter could be heard. The Queen Mansion was playing host to an investor party to raise interest in Queen Consolidated, since its reputation was bad ever since the quake. The possible hope of new investors would help generate new publicity and increase funding. Inside the mansion, wealthy investors were mingling with each other, as Isabel Rochev was waiting for her co-CEO Oliver Queen, who is fashionable late again. Felicity then walked up to her. "Mr. Queen's going to be late. He's extremely sorry, it couldn't be helped," she told Isabel. "Where is he?" she asked. Felicity was trying to find the right excuse to use. Back in the glades, Oliver as the Arrow was facing off against 3 gangbangers armed with assault rifles who were shooting at him while he was trying to take them down. "Just got a little held up. Tying up some loose ends," Felicity said. Oliver then shot a bolo arrow at one gangbanger, which dragged him up to the roof. The other 2 ran off in fear as Oliver moved to take them out. "I'm actually in direct contact with him now. Let me check," Felicity said as she left. She then activated her Bluetooth headset and immediately heard gunfire, causing her to jump in shock. The other 2 gangbangers shot at the Arrow as they ran away, but Oliver was able to shoot another bolo arrow at a gangbanger, tying him up. The third then dropped his gun and ran off. "Where are you getting the guns?" Arrow asked. "Are you going to kill me? Get it over with." The gangbanger told him. Oliver then knocked him out. He activated his comlink to dig, took down 2 more gangbangers. They were armed with fully automatic M4A1 assault rifles. M4A1s are military-grade weapons. Stolen, most likely, Dig responded. "Stolen from where?" Oliver asked. "Let's see if Naruto found anything," Diggle said as he opened the comlink to Naruto, who just finished tying up 3 more gangbangers after they tried killing him. "Yeah," Naruto responded to the call. "Naruto, how did your patrol go?" Oliver asked. "Intercepted a few armed gangbangers. They're taken care of, but they weren't using pistols or shotguns. They had assault rifles. They must be getting supplied by someone, but no one would talk," Naruto said. "I don't think we are getting any more info tonight," Diggle told them. "We'll have to find more leads," Oliver said. "Well, we can look into that after your party," Diggle told Oliver. "What party?" Oliver asked, forgetting the investor party. "Line break XXXX. Oliver, after taking care of the gangbangers, changed out of his Arrow suit and into a tuxedo for his investor party at his mansion. "He's here," Felicity said as he walked in. "Sorry I'm late," Oliver told Isabel. "This party is to attract investors for your failing company. Being fashionably late might do well for the club circuit, but it does not inspire confidence in Wall Street." "Is that blood on your face?" Isabel asked. Oliver then checked his jawbone and found some blood. "Don't worry, it's not his blood. Of course it's his blood. Why would he have someone else's blood on his face? Who taught you to shave, mister?" Felicity said as they joined the party. "What kept you? Was it our masked blonde that carries that giant staff to beat the sauce out of attackers?" Felicity asked. "This time it was guns," Oliver said. "We were just talking about guns," Blood said as he and Laurel talked to Oliver while Felicity left. "Hey, Oliver," Laurel said. "Hi," Oliver responded. "What's your interest in guns, Mr. Queen?" Blood asked. "Never touched them myself," Oliver said. "The gun epidemic in the Glades has gotten increasingly out of control," Blood said. "Which is why the DA's office has committed to ending the gun violence," Laurel said. "Well, I'm sure the police are doing whatever they can to catch whoever's bringing the weapons into the city," Oliver said as Blood chuckled. "Did I say something funny?" "They know who's been arming the gangs, Oliver, the mayor," Laurel told him. I thought the hood copycats killed the mayor," Oliver said. Well, not the actual mayor. A local gang lord calls himself the mayor. Think he's the man to save our city. Blood told him. But that position has already been filled, hasn't it? Laurel said, while looking at Blood, causing him to chuckle. Now this mayor has only one goal, to create chaos so he can rule the Glades with a barrel of a gun. Blood said. In the Glades, in an abandoned club that had a sign saying City Hall, the mayor was shooting at a mannequin that he was using for target practice. The mayor was a tall African-American with a black leather trench coat and glasses to make him look more distinguished. He finished, unloaded his clip from his assault rifle into the mannequin and was laughing as the head came off. Then in walked one of the gangbangers that the arrow stopped. "You are noticeably unarmed, son," the mayor told him. "Sorry, Mr. Mayor. We ran into the Vigilante and, he ganked our weapons." The kid said, "Do you know who I was before the quake? I was no one. I had no name. None that mattered anyway. I was just another weak man waiting to get fired or evicted or killed. But then the ground shook, and now I matter, because I know the guy with the biggest gun wins. And that's why I will rule the Glades. But there's no room at my table for weak-ass punks like you," the mayor said as he was about to shoot him. "Mr. Mayor, I want to ask for leniency. The kid's my cousin. I brought him in." A man walked up and said, "Oh, you did?" the mayor asked. The mayor then shot him dead. He then handed the gun to the kid. "Now let's hope you do your family prouder than he did." Back with the party, Felicity was walking around eating some finger foods as she dialed Naruto's phone. Naruto answered, having just gotten out of the shower. "Hey Felicity, how's the party?" "It's fine, although I nearly lost it trying to cover for Oliver when you two were out on patrol tonight." "So what's going on?" Oliver said something about guns. Felicity asked. "Yeah, the gangs of the Glades are getting bolder, probably because they have military-grade weapons now," Naruto told her while getting a bottle of water from the fridge. "Wow, Blood said something about the mayor supplying the guns. Maybe he has connections that get him those guns," Felicity said. "Maybe, but not much else we can do tonight. I got my computer to go off if something comes up, but for now I'm relaxing," Naruto told her. "Then how come you didn't want to come to Oliver's party tonight?" Felicity joked, knowing of Naruto's distaste for public events like this. "You mean go to a party with a bunch of wealthy, greedy investors? No thank you. Besides, this party is for Oliver's company and he needed to be there. So I thought I could get some work done for my next book. One book a year may not be a lot, but with my nightly activities, I need to write whenever I can," Naruto told her. "Okay, I better get back to Oliver." "Good night, Naruto," Felicity said. "Good night, beautiful," Naruto said as they hung up. Laurel was alone in one room, drinking champagne, trying to get some peace and quiet from people constantly asking her if she was okay after the dollmaker incident. Oliver then saw her drinking alone. "Hey." Laurel then turned around to see Oliver smiling. "Please don't ask me if I'm okay, because I am sick to death of everyone asking me that," she said in annoyance. "I would never do that," Oliver told her. "Good," Laurel said. "You okay?" Oliver asked jokingly as Laurel exhaled at his persistence. "The dollmaker was just your garden variety traumatic experience. After the quake and Tommy, I should be used to that by now," Laurel said. Felicity, far away, was looking at Oliver and Laurel talk and came to an epiphany. "I've had a few of those. You never get used to them. But it helps to have some good friends there," Oliver said as he grabbed Laurel's hand and she smiled. Felicity then walked into the room. "Excuse me, Oliver, may I talk to you for a second? It's urgent." "You can have him back in a minute," Felicity said. "Excuse us," Oliver told Laurel as she left Felicity and Oliver. "I just realized something. What if our masked friend that keeps showing up everywhere you go, you know her?" Felicity said. "What about her?" Oliver asked. "What if we've been going about this the wrong way? We thought she was obsessed with you. I mean, she showed up at the DA's office when you were there, and in the chemical plant where the dollmaker was holed up in. But who else was at both those places?" Felicity asked. "What if our masked friend isn't following you?" "She's following Laurel," Oliver said. The party soon ended and everyone went home, including Laurel. Laurel returned to her apartment and was getting ready for bed. But unknown to her, the female vigilante that has been helping Oliver and Naruto was looking at her. Not in the sense that Laurel was her target, but that she was watching over her. The blonde woman then heard a noise and ran, and just as she did, an arrow hit the wall next to her. The woman continued to run, jumping from rooftop to rooftop, and when she was running past one, she failed to notice the two mini crossbows with motion sensors that were set up on the ground, and when she passed them, they shot out ropes, which caught her and kept her in place. She then saw the arrow appear on the roof and walk toward her. She then activated the sonic device and dropped it in front of her. The loud noise was horrendous, but the arrow just kept walking forward. "Can it get any louder?" the arrow said while touching the earbuds he had on as the sonic device eventually stopped. "Why are you following Laurel Lance?" "I could ask the same thing of you, but I guess some things never change. You and her, always and forever," the woman said. Oliver was a little shocked that she said that. "Who are you?" he asked. "Once you know, your life will never be the same." The woman told him. "I can take it," he told her. "Not this time, Ollie," she said as he was shocked that she knew who he was. He then reached up to pull off her mask and wig, and when he did, he stepped back and pulled his hood off in shock. "Sarah?" Oliver asked, shocked to the dead sister of Laurel still alive. "I'll give you some time to let it sink in," Sarah said. Then the sonic device that was on the ground flashed red and exploded, pushing Oliver on his back. He got back up and saw that Sarah was gone. Line break XXXX. At Verdant, the teens and young adults of Starling City were partying the night away, listening to loud techno dance music and enjoying drinks. But underneath the club, in the Arrow Cave, Oliver had assembled Diggle, Felicity and Naruto to tell them some very important and shocking information. Sarah Lance, the sister of Laurel, who Oliver took on the Queen's Gambit, who was supposed to be dead, was very much alive and was the blonde Vigilante. After he told them, there was a moment of silence where everyone tried to soak in the new information. Oliver was sitting at the desk, head heavy with what he witnessed hours ago, while the computers showed the article of Sarah's death in the paper years ago. Everyone else was just trying to understand what he said. Sarah Lance, Laurel's sister, the detective's other daughter, the one you took on the Gambit with you, even though you were dating Laurel at the time, which we never talked about. "Felicity, please," Diggle said, stopping her train of thought. "I'm sorry, it's just, isn't she dead? You told everyone that she died when the Gambit went down, that she drowned," Felicity said. "You lied," Naruto said while sitting on the table where their weapons were. "When the Gambit capsized, Sarah was pulled under. It was so dark and cold, and I thought she drowned. About a year later I saw her," Oliver said as everyone was surprised. "You saw her where? On the island?" "She drifted to the island too," Diggle asked. "Not exactly," Oliver replied. "Why didn't you tell the Lances that she didn't die on the boat?" "Laurel and Mr. Lance, they blame you," Felicity said. "Yeah, well, it was my fault. What happened was my fault," Oliver said. "Well, where has she been all these years, Oliver?" Diggle asked. "I don't know," Oliver said in frustration. "Diggle, I swear to God, I was sure she was dead." "Do you have any happy stories?" Felicity said. "All right, so just to make sure I understand this correctly. After not drowning when the Gambit went down, Sarah didn't exactly make it to the island with you, where you would see her die yet again. Feel free to fill in the blanks," Diggle said. "Not right now," Oliver said. "You mean not ever, don't you, Oliver?" Diggle said. "Don't you think her family has a right to know that she made it to the island too?" Felicity said. These were 5 years. 5 years, where nothing good happened, and they were better off not knowing. Oliver yelled in frustration. "Do they deserve to know now?" Naruto said, being the only one to remain somewhat calm. Oliver exhaled in frustration at the subject and decided to change it. "I need to take care of some business at the office." "Where are we with the mayor?" Oliver asked. "I'm in contact with some of my military sources, trying to get a line on how he's getting his illegal army weaponry. I'll keep you updated," Diggle said as Oliver began to leave. "You know, Oliver, somebody once told me that secrets have weight. The more you keep, the harder it is to keep moving." "You see how hard I work out," Oliver responded as he left. Felicity walked over to the computers, with Naruto behind her, comforting her over the latest realization they all had. Line break XXX. Back in the Starling City clock tower, high above at the top floor, Sarah Lance was looking out over the city. She was thinking about her meeting with Oliver and how everything was going to change. She then heard some footsteps behind her. She grabbed her bow staff, turned and was going to strike when she saw it was Sin with breakfast. She then holstered her staff. "Told you, the Patty Shack on 5th and Brewer, best burgers in town," Sarah said to her. "Well, the Patty Shack's in the mayor's territory, so I'll take a subpar breakfast over a bullet," Sin said as she sat down and held out a burger to Sarah, but Sarah didn't budge. "What's wrong?" "Look, I know I'm skinny, but I can eat 2 of these and I will." "Just ran into an old boyfriend. I'm just worried that he might tell my family I'm back," Sarah said. "You have family in Starling?" Sin said. "Yeah. My father, he's a policeman, and my sister's, she's a lawyer," Sarah told her. "Well, they must be real proud of their masked delinquent," Sin joked. "Yeah, they think I'm dead," Sarah said. "Oh, cool. My folks think I'm dead too. That, or they wished I'd never been born. One of those." "Why, don't you want them to know that you're still alive?" Sin asked. "'Cause I'm not what they remember," Sarah replied. "Good little daddy's girl," Sin said. "Actually, far from it. I was a lot like you," Sarah said. "Is that why you saved me from those guys that night?" Sin asked. "No woman should ever suffer at the hands of men," Sarah said. The next morning, in a park overlooking the river of Starling City, was John Diggle. He was sitting on a bench as his contact, Lila Michaels, was walking to meet him. "We've got to stop meeting like this." "What would your girlfriend think, Johnny?" Lila asked jokingly. Diggle chuckled. "Lila, I am checking the box market single these days," Diggle said. "Sorry to hear it. What happened?" Lila asked. "Well, another man came between us. Dead shot," Diggle said. "You're getting in the bad habit of letting him ruin your life," Lila told him. "So I've been repeatedly told. Anything on those stolen army weapons?" Diggle asked. "A crate of 12 M4A1s went missing from Camp Kirby 2 months ago," Lila told him. "Yay, I think I know where they went," Diggle said. "Every crate was fitted with a GPS system so they could be remote tracked. I tried pulling it up, but it's not receiving. Must have been deactivated," Lila said, giving him a hard drive. "Thanks, Lila," Diggle said. "And your interest in this is what?" Lila asked. "Lila, you and I went to Afghanistan to try to bring law and order to a country overrun by warlords with weapons, right? Should we do any less for our own cities?" Diggle asked her. "Thanks again." As he was leaving, Lila said, "Hey Johnny, these days I check the box marked single too." Diggle smiled at her as he left. Line break 6. At Queen Consolidated, Oliver was walking with Naruto up to his office to talk with Sebastian Blood. Oliver talked with Naruto about the mayor's stockhold of guns in the Glades and how in general gun violence was reaching an all-time high. So Oliver came up with an idea that would help, a Guns for Cash event to help pull as many guns off the street as possible. Naruto thought it was a good idea and Sebastian would want to take part in it. They walked out of the elevator and saw Sebastian talking with Isabel Rochev in the conference room. "Mr. Blood, I see you meet my partner Ms. Rochev," Oliver said, walking in with Naruto beside him. "Partner only on paper," Isabel responded. "Is that why you asked me to come down here, Mr. Queen, to mediate your job title?" Sebastian asked. "No, Sebastian, we asked you down here to discuss an event for the Glades," Naruto said, patting Sebastian on the shoulder. "You and I have gotten off on the wrong foot repeatedly," Oliver said as Sebastian chuckled. "Seems to be your superpower," Sebastian said. "I was inspired by what you said the other night about gun violence in the Glades, and Naruto and I had an idea that might help," Oliver said. "Really another party at your stately manor," Sebastian said. "No, we are going to sponsor a Cash for Guns event. We give you the money and you get your constituents to lay down their arms. Everybody wins," Oliver told him. "Especially you, trying to repair your family's tainted name by ridding the Glades of guns," Sebastian said. "You just get the money, Mr. Blood. I don't want my family's name involved," Oliver told him. "It's for a good cause. Sebastian and Oliver and I are just the piggy banks," Naruto said to Sebastian. "Mr. Queen, may I have a word with you?" Isabel asked. "Let me think it over," Sebastian said. "Come on, Sebastian, let them talk business. I'll walk you out," Naruto said as he led Sebastian out of the conference room. When they left, Oliver and Isabel talked. "We are not sponsoring that event," Isabel told him. I know, I am, Oliver told him. With what money? Your investment party cost QC 50 grand and no one invested a dime. I will not continue to authorize corporate funds just so you can keep pretending that you are the CEO. Isabel told him. Fine, I'll pay for it myself, Oliver said, causing Isabel to laugh. Maybe you haven't noticed, but your personal trust isn't exactly what it used to be, and this company isn't either. As much as I would love to make this city safer, my first obligation is to Queen Consolidated. And yours is too, Isabel said as she left the conference room just as Naruto walked back in. When she finally left, Naruto exhaled in exhaustion. Wow, talk about a devil that wears Prada, Naruto said as Oliver chuckled. Isabel is a strong woman. I didn't expect her to back the idea, Oliver said. Well, then it's a good idea that two rich men will be funding the event, huh? Naruto said. Yes, hopefully the Guns for Cash event helps, but the mayor is still an issue, Oliver said. Well, with what Diggle got from his source, Felicity should be able to find him. We just got to wait, Naruto said. Hopefully not too long, Oliver said as they shook hands and Naruto left, leaving Oliver in his office. Night settled over Starling City and people were out and about, but one Laurel Lance was still at the DA's office, working on some papers and listening to some music. She then saw Ada Donna walk in and turned off the music. I was going to order some takeout. You want in? Donna asked. I appreciate the offer, Adam, but I've eaten takeout every night this week. I need a meal served on an actual plate. So do you. Donna interrupted her. She smiled and they went out to eat. I get it. It's easy to let the job become your life. I keep having to remind myself to go to the gym, see a movie, eat a good meal, Donna said as Laurel finished a glass of wine. That sounds dangerously like having a life, Laurel said as she sipped her new glass of wine as Donna chuckled. What about you? You can't all be about work, Donna asked. I'm the best me when I am working, Laurel said. And when you're not? Donna asked. You don't want to meet her. She's not good company, Laurel said. I'd be willing to risk it, Donna said. Laurel realized what he was implicating and needed to excuse herself. Excuse me, I just remembered, I have to go, Laurel said as she got up to leave. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. No, it's okay. It's fine. I just have to go. Laurel interrupted him as she left. Good night, Donna said. Good night, Laurel said. Laurel got in her car and was driving home. As she was on her way, a police car drove up behind her with the sirens on and signaled her to pull over, and she did. The police officer got out and went up to her. License and registration? Is there a problem, officer? Laurel asked. Have you had anything to drink tonight, ma'am? The officer asked. I'm Laurel Lance. I'm an assistant district attorney. Laurel said. I'm sorry, Miss Lance, but I'm going to have to ask you to step out of the car, please, the officer said. Line break XCXXs. Oliver, after a day at the office, returned to the Arrow Cave to see Felicity at the computer, with Kurama sitting next to the screens. Diggle was standing next to her, and Naruto was sitting on the table. I need some good news, Oliver said. The bad news first. Somehow the mayor did get his hands on a crate of military-grade weapons from Camp Kirby, Diggle said. The good news, Oliver asked. If he kept the crate, we might be able to find out where he's hiding. This is the same make and model of a tracking system the army installs on all of its weapon crates. If they lose a crate, they send out a remote signal that activates the beacon, Felicity said, showing the model of the beacon and demonstrating the signal. The mayor's clever, Oliver. He deactivated his beacon. Send a signal, nothing comes back, Naruto said. All of you need to work on your definition of good news, Oliver said as Diggle, Naruto and Felicity chuckled. Okay, how's this? Guess which company designed the tracking system the army uses? I'll give you a hint. Their CEO? Always late, Felicity said as Naruto chuckled. Nice, Oliver said about her joke. I pulled up the original plans from the QC mainframe. Turns out there's a design flaw. The beacon is still susceptible to a subform wave, even it's deactivated, Felicity told him. The mayor turned it off, Oliver. We can turn it back on, Diggle said. Felicity began typing and the beacon in the weapon crates that the mayor had turned on and send out the signal and location. The signal and location appeared on the computer screen. I believe you ordered the crate of stolen military weapons, Mr. Queen, Felicity said. Oliver smiled and nodded at Naruto, and both grabbed their weapons and hoods and suited up to stop the mayor. In City Hall, the mayor and his gang were partying, while some were doing some target practice. The mayor was reloading his gun when he saw the beacon in the crate go off. "I thought you deactivated the tracker," the mayor yelled at one of the members. Then he destroyed the beacon with the butt of his gun. Then they heard an arrow fire and one of their members groan in pain, and they turned and fired their guns at the arrow, who was one floor above them. Oliver and Naruto split up, and each took a separate path, with Oliver staying on the second floor, dodging the bullets and taking out 4 gangbangers with arrows to the shoulder, while Naruto disarmed 3 by knocking the guns out of their hands with shuriken, and then hit them with taser shuriken, and then jumped down to the first floor and took cover behind a pillar as they fired on him. Oliver then jumped down from the second floor and hid behind a pillar as the gang shot at them and left the club. Oliver walked over to the crate to inspect the guns. "Weapons are secure." "And the mayor," Diggle said. "Still in office," Oliver said as Naruto joined him. Back with Laurel, she was leaning against her car as the officer who pulled her over was writing her a ticket. Then Laurel's father drove up and then got out of the car and walked over to Laurel and the officer. "Thanks for the heads up, Officer Daly," Lance told him. "Just FYI, she blew .6 past the legal limit," Daly said as he handed him the keys. "Thank you," Lance said as he walked over to Laurel. "He didn't need to call you," Laurel told him. "No, but you're lucky he did. You could have lost your job, you could have lost your life, and you could have killed somebody," Lance told her. "I had a few too many glasses of wine at dinner. It was an accident," Laurel told him. "An accident? Well, I guess those happen," Lance said. "Was I not supposed to notice that tone?" Laurel said, mad about what her father said. "The two of us. You got a lot from me, Laurel. Maybe you got this too," Lance told her. "You can hardly compare my one mistake to your drinking problem," Laurel said. "So long as it is only one mistake," Lance said. "I don't know if you've noticed, but I've had a little bit of a hard time lately. I was kidnapped, nearly murdered by a psychopath, and my boyfriend died. So, I don't know, maybe—" "Cut me some slack," Laurel told him. "You know, when I started having a hard time, I wish people had not cut me slack." "Leave your car here, I'm driving you home," Lance told her. "No, I'll take a cab," Laurel said as she grabbed her purse and left. "Laurel," Lance yelled as she walked away. He exhaled in exhaustion and needed someone to get through to her. Line break x. The next morning, Naruto was in his apartment, working on some chapters for his next book. Last night, he and Oliver were able to retrieve the weapons from the mayor, but the mayor got away, so they would need to come up with a new plan to take him down. After they returned to the cave, they got out of costume and called it a night. Naruto dropped Felicity off home, and after a good-night kiss, Naruto went home to get some rest. He woke up in the morning and wanted to get some more writing done. Luckily enough, he had enough time to work on that, having just released his latest book a couple of weeks ago. As long as he got a new book done within a year, Sakura would be happy and his fans wouldn't kill him. Right now, Naruto was typing away with a rough draft of his 9th chapter, which took place just after his character Sasuke was healed up by Tsunade and wanted to challenge Naruto to a fight. He liked how the story was going and was really liking the twist in Sasuke's personality after his recovery from his fight with his brother, which would lead it up to him leaving with the Sound 4. Felicity was at Queen Consolidated, having to work to keep up her secret identity, but Naruto would meet her later at the cave. She was trying to find out any way to find the mayor, maybe looking into camera footage near the area to find him, but it would take time. There was also the discovery that Laurel's sister Sarah was alive and in Starling City. Oliver took the news worst, being the one who put her on the boat that sank. He felt responsible for what happened to her. Oliver was still not very open with everyone about what really happened, and Naruto understood that. When one undergoes a traumatic event, especially one deeply personal, it changes you, and sharing it isn't the easiest thing in the world. Naruto never met Sarah since she was supposedly dead when Naruto moved to Starling, so his reaction to the news wasn't as emotional as Oliver's, but it did raise some questions. If she was alive, should Laurel and Mr. Lance know, since they both hit pretty hard spots after her death? Also, where has she been all these years? Oliver told him that he saw her on the island again for a year, but then what about the other 3? Where did she end up and how did she become so well trained? All good questions that would need to be answered. Naruto got up from his desk, having written and rearranging the story to make it flow better. He went to get a drink and a snack from the kitchen. He grabbed a bottle of water and decided to eat a cup of instant ramen to fill his stomach. After waiting for 3 minutes for the ramen to cook, he was sitting, happily eating his ramen, while Kurama was chewing on a Toad chew toy. Then his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Mr. Lance. "Hey, Mr. Lance," Naruto answered, not expecting a call from him. "Is everything okay?" "No, not really, Naruto. It's about Laurel," Lance said. "What happened? Is she all right?" Naruto asked, worried. "I don't know. She got pulled over for a DUI last night, and she hasn't been acting like herself lately," Lance said. "I noticed that lately. After the doll maker, she's been in a weird funk," Naruto said. "I know, but she won't open up to me. Since you're a good friend, maybe she will open up to you," Lance said. "Okay, Mr. Lance. Thanks for the heads up. I'll try and talk to Laurel." "Maybe you should talk to Oliver too. Laurel may need all the friends she can get," Naruto said. "Right. Thanks again, Naruto," Lance said as he hung up. Naruto put down his phone and sat in his chair, thinking about what Lance told him. Laurel was acting different. Before the dollmaker incident, he knew that. She was a little more driven and trying to avoid her feelings about what happened to Tommy, but after, something did change. Maybe it was just a natural reaction to the amount of stress and trauma she went through. If she was going through some hard times, maybe some time with friends could help. Naruto saved the work on his computer, got up to change into some better clothes to go out. He now wore dark blue jeans, an orange t-shirt with a blue long sleeve button up over it. He grabbed his jacket and keys and got in his Corvette to see Laurel at her office. He drove through Starling, stopping by a coffee shop to pick up some coffee and cronuts for Laurel, since he thought he could talk to her if they were having a coffee break. He drove up to the DA's office, parked and went up to the building. After getting clearance to enter, he walked through the building and saw Laurel at her desk working on some papers. "Working hard, Laurel," Laurel heard a voice say, and looked up to see Naruto holding 2 cups of coffee and a pastry bag. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" Laurel said happily as she got up and hugged Naruto. "And at that, well, I was in the neighborhood and I thought you could use a break," Naruto said, setting down the coffee and cronut bag. "That's really sweet of you, Naruto, but I'm pretty busy right now. You are entitled to a break so your brain doesn't explode." Naruto interrupted her excuse. "I know, but I do have some work to do," Laurel told him. "Okay, but you do need a break after everything you've been through, and some coffee and cronuts will help," Naruto said, opening the bag and holding out a cronut. Laurel contemplated what Naruto said while looking at the delicious cronut. "Okay, but just coffee and cronuts, and then I can get back to work?" Laurel asked him. "Scout's honor," Naruto said jokingly while also saluting her. "Okay," Laurel said as she grabbed the cronut and coffee and sat in her chair and relaxed. Naruto grabbed a chair and they both drank coffee and ate cronuts, enjoying some nice quiet time as they talked about what was going on. Naruto asked her about the cases she was working on, and Laurel asked him about his next book and his dating Felicity. When the coffee and cronuts were just about done, Naruto decided to talk about the DUI last night. "So Laurel, everything all right with you?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, why?" Laurel asked. "Well, it's just that I heard about what happened last night, the DUI," Naruto said as Laurel's eyes widened, realizing where the conversation was going. "Oh my God, did my dad call you?" Laurel said. "Yes, but I did want to ask you how you're doing. I don't think I remember a time when you got so drunk. Tommy sure and me sometimes, but never you," Naruto said with concern. "Look, last night I just had 1 too many glasses of wine at dinner. Not enough of a problem for my father to blow it out of proportion and call in friends to start an intervention," Laurel told him. "Easy, Laurel, he was just worried about you. I would be too if someone close to me got a DUI. I just want to make sure that you're okay considering everything you've been through lately," Naruto said. "Good, because I am," Laurel said. "Okay, and just so you know, if you ever want to talk, I'm always her," Naruto told her. "Thanks, Naruto, and thanks for the coffee and cronuts. I should get back to work," Laurel said. "Okay, I'll see you another time then, Laurel," Naruto said. "Thanks," Laurel said as she hugged Naruto goodbye. Naruto grabbed his jacket and left. He was thinking about what Laurel said, and he could tell that there was more going on, and she wasn't telling him. With everything that she has been through, the stress and trauma must have gotten to her, and it isn't exactly easy to open up to people about the trauma you've been through when keeping it to yourself and dulling the pain with alcohol. She can continue to deny that nothing is wrong and keep all of the pain inside, but eventually something would happen that would cause all of the pain to come out, and he hoped that he could get her to open up before that. Line break X66. Oliver drove up to Verdant as a stop before he heads to the Guns for Cash event. He was walking through the entrance when heard someone behind him. He turned and saw Sarah there looking like she wanted to talk. He led her into the club, which was empty, and when he closed the doors, he saw that she was nervous. "Did you tell my family that I'm alive?" Sarah asked. "No," Oliver said as Sarah then made her way to leave, but Oliver stopped her. "Sarah, I saw you die." "Not the first time that's happened, right?" Sarah said. "And I thought you were dead too." "What happened to Slade?" Sarah asked. Oliver, not wanting to answer that, kept the subject about her. "Where have you been?" "Everywhere," Sarah replied. "That's not an answer," Oliver said. "Well, it's the one you're getting." "About a year ago, I started hearing tales of the Starling City Vigilante, the man in the green hood. I knew it was you," Sarah said. "I had never known you as much of a fighter." "Where did you pick that up?" Oliver asked. "I met some rough people. Thought I should get rougher too," Sarah said. "Sarah, why did you come back?" Oliver asked. "The earthquake," Sarah told him. "Because you wanted to make sure your family was safe," Oliver said. "But now you're still here, watching over them, protecting them. So did you come here to make sure I didn't tell them? Or because you were hoping I had?" Then they heard the door knock. "I'll get rid of them," Oliver told Sarah as he went to answer the knock with Sarah staying inside. Oliver opened the door and saw that it was Mr. Lance waiting for him. "Mr. Lance?" Oliver said, surprised he was here. "Hi," Lance said with Sarah inside, shocked her father was here. "Something I can help you with?" Oliver asked as he closed the door behind him. "I'm here about my daughter," Lance said as Oliver was nervous that he knew about Sarah. "Laurel. Is she okay?" Oliver asked with Sarah listening to the conversation. "Yeah, well, no, she's not. She got pulled over for a DUI last night. I tried talking to her about it, but she wasn't hearing me," Lance told him. I saw her the other night. She didn't seem like herself," Oliver said. "No, I know. She seems like me," Lance said as he exhaled. "I don't know if you know, but when you and Sarah disappeared, I hit the bottle pretty hard. I know the two of you are friends. I already told Naruto about her, but right now she needs all the friends she can get. Maybe talk to her." "Sure," Oliver said as Lance was leaving. "Mr. Lance?" "Yeah," Lance said. I'd be happy to talk to Laurel," Oliver said, wanting to tell him about Sarah but decided against it. "Thanks," Lance told him as he left. When he did, Oliver went back in the club to see that Sarah was gone. He then decided that if he couldn't talk to her, he should go see Laurel. In Starling City, Laurel was peacefully walking through a nice park area with a coffee in her hand when Oliver came up behind her. "Oliver, hi," Laurel said as she saw Oliver walk up next to her. "What are you doing here? Is everything okay?" "I don't know. Is everything okay?" Oliver said. Laurel scoffed, knowing where the conversation was going. "You've got to be kidding me. My dad went to you too. I get Naruto, but you as well. He spent the last 6 years cursing your name, and now you're what, gossip buddies?" "Laurel, he's worried about you," Oliver told her. "Perfect. A recovering alcoholic and former party boy trying to tell me how to live my life. Don't you see the hypocrisy there?" Laurel said. "What I see is somebody that both of us care for having a rough go for it," Oliver said. "Do you know how many times I've had to pull my dad out of a bar? Or how many nights I've had to drive him home where he's passed out in my back seat? He's the one with the problem. Not me. Just because he can't cope with losing Sarah doesn't mean I can't handle my life. Feel free to tell him that during the next chit-chat," Laurel said as she left, leaving Oliver to know that there was something wrong with her, but she was being very defensive. Line break XX flashback. Much has changed for Oliver after he and Slade went to find a vantage point to find where the pirates came from. They soon discovered that there was a freighter a few miles off the coast of the island, and that they were in fact violent. They then fired off mortar rounds at their camp, and Oliver and Slade ran to save Shadow. Unfortunately, that didn't work as the mortar rounds did their damage and Slade was left burned and scarred while Oliver knocked out with Shadow possibly dead. Oliver then woke up on the freighter itself and was one of the many prisoners of the captain. Then the captain asked Oliver questions, but when Oliver didn't answer, he shot him in the side and left him in pain. Oliver then discovered with the help of one of the other prisoners that he was shot to see if he was strong enough to want to live. If he was then, he would have to dig the bullet out and stitch himself together. Oliver, not wanting to die, did so. We find Oliver resting on the cot in the prison cell with bloodied rags and medical tools in a nearby bin when the captain came back. The captain then saw Oliver's poorly stitched bullet wound. "Sewing is not your strong suit," the captain said as Oliver held up the bullet that was in his body. "Now we can talk. For 2 years, my crew and I have been looking for a grave site. Did you find the graves? Were the bodies odd? The bones misshapen?" The captain saw that Oliver seemed to understand what he was saying and then talked into his walkie-talkie. "This is the right island." The captain then left, leaving Oliver wondering what the bodies had to do with anything and who the captain was talking to. Line break X6666, end flashback. In the glades, in an open area underneath one of the bridges, was the Guns for Cash event. Tents were set up where people would drop off their guns to the volunteers at the event for money. Police were stationed everywhere considering that it was an event that dealt with guns, so in case any idiot had any ideas, they would be there. Among the people turning over their weapons was Roy Harper, handing over a gab of guns. "Looks like we got a Colt 1911, Jennings 32, and a K-frame revolver. We'll give you $250 for the lot," the worker told Roy. "Keep it," Roy said as he left and saw Thea there with her arms crossed. "Do I even want to know there you got those guns?" Thea asked. "They're from the old days, I told you. Look, now more being a criminal. No more being a hero, just Roy Harper, busboy and boyfriend," Roy told her as she smiled and were about to kiss when Sin interrupted. "Yo, Abercrombie," Sin yelled as Roy and Thea saw Sin. "Where's your manners?" "Sin, this is Thea. Thea, this is Sin." Roy introduced them as Thea was a little confused on who the girl was. "Thea Queen," Sin asked. "Look at you, rolling with royalty. By the way, the salad fork's the small one," she joked. "It was good to see you again," Roy said as Sin leaned in closer. "She doesn't know you're the Vigilante's delivery boy, does she?" Sin whispered to Roy so Thea didn't them. "Nice to meet you, Your Highness," Sin said to Thea as she left. "You too," Thea said. "So how do you know her?" Thea asked. "From around," Roy replied as the two walked and talked. Oliver was observing the event when Sebastian Blood walked up behind him. "You don't show up when you say you will, and when you promise not to, here you are," Sebastian said. "It's going well?" Oliver asked. "Last check, we've taken in over 200 guns in only 3 hours," Sebastian said as Oliver nodded. "Try not to look so happy about it." "A lot on my mind, Alderman," Oliver said. "My job is to help the people in this city with their problems," Sebastian told him as Oliver decided to get some advice. "Two people that are very important to me are having a tough time. Sister, actually. And neither one of them is making it very easy for me to help them," Oliver told Sebastian. Sebastian then thought for a second. "Sooner or later, we all go through a crucible. I'm guessing yours was that island. Most believe that there are 2 types of people who go into a crucible, the ones who grow stronger from the experience and survive it, and the ones who die. But there's a third type, the ones who learn to love the fire. They choose to stay in their crucible because it's easier to embrace the pain when it's all you know anymore. That's why I'm on the clock to help this city, before it becomes used to living like this. Living is not for the weak," Oliver said as Sebastian looked at him. "An old friend of mine once told me that." "That's a wise friend," Sebastian said. Then a large pickup truck came driving in fast, with 2 men in the back firing guns as the people in the crowd ducked and found cover. The truck barreled through the police barricade and stopped in the middle of the Cash for Guns event with the mayor in the back with 2 armed gangbangers with rifles. The police drew their guns ready to fire as it was a standoff as the mayor spoke. "Listen up, people. This is your mayor speaking. Now, I don't recall this here event being sanctioned. What happens in the glades only happens if I allow it. The mayor told everyone. "You're not the leader of this community," Blood yelled at him as he walked up. "You don't speak for these people. And neither do you. Not anymore," the mayor said as he signaled his men to open fire. Oliver grabbed Sebastian and ducked behind a police car as the gangbangers fired on the crowd. The police fired back as some innocents were caught in the crossfire. Oliver peeked over the car, and to the side he saw Naruto, in his Kitsune outfit, vault over some parked cars and threw some shurikens to knock the guns out of their hands. Then he jumped off a car and kicked the mayor and the two gangbangers off the truck. The gangbangers got up to fight Kitsune, but Naruto easily took care of them. He blocked their sloppy punches and twisted their arms, knocked them into each other, and then backflipped with his feet, hitting them on the head, knocking them out. But while he was fighting them, the mayor scrambled back into the truck, picked up a rifle and shot at Kitsune. Naruto then quickly jumped over a car and took cover, and the mayor fired at him, and the truck drove away. Oliver looked over to where Naruto was and saw he was gone. He then ran over to Thea to see if she was okay. "Hey, are you okay? Are you hit?" Oliver asked. "No," Thea said as Oliver checked on other people and the police arrested the gangbangers on the ground. Thea and Roy heard a groan of pain and saw Sin holding her stomach. "Hey Sin, you all right?" Roy asked. "All's good," Sin replied, but removed her hand from her stomach to show blood. Roy ran over too and saw the blood. "Go get help," Roy told Thea as she did. Line break XXX. Oliver, Naruto, Diggle, and Felicity were in the Arrow Cave, watching the news coverage of the shootout at the Cash for Guns event. Naruto was still in his Kitsune outfit, with his hood down, as Oliver thanked him for being there, but Naruto was beating himself up for showing up late because innocent people got hurt. Felicity comforted Naruto, telling him he saved a lot more by showing up than if he didn't. Naruto thought the guns for cash might draw attention and was near the event with his costume in a bag, just in case. The shooting in the glades was committed by the gang leader, known only as the mayor, who until now has never been seen in public. "We do want to warn our audience that some of these images are graphic," the news lady said as Felicity quickly got to work on identifying the mayor. "The coward finally decided to show his face," Diggle said. "Vanity is going to cost him." Naruto said, determined to bring him down. "I borrowed the FBI's facial recognition software," Felicity said as the computer quickly got a match. "Got a match. Xavier Reed." "Did Mr. Reed serve in the military?" Oliver asked. "No military history." Felicity searched. "Family members?" Oliver asked. "Reed was in and out of foster care his whole life." "Wait, hold on. In 1996, Reed spent 3 years with a foster family and their son, Ezra Barnes. He served 3 tours in Iraq. He's stateside now," Felicity told them. $20 says he was stationed at Camp Kirby, Diggle said. "Pay the man. The mayor's foster brother is assigned to a weapons convoy that carries SCAR 16s by truck. The convoy's scheduled to come through Starling City tonight," Felicity said. "FN SCAR 16s are military assault weapons with grenade launchers. The mayor gets a hold of these, you guys. It's game over," Diggle told them. "He won't," Oliver said as he grabbed his bow and Naruto sheathed his katanas. At the Glades Hospital, Sin was resting in a room after surgery. Roy and Thea were still there as the doctor went up to them. "The bullet penetrated her anterior abdomen. We were able to remove most of the fragments. We'll know in a few hours," the doctor told Roy as he left. Thea then walked up to Roy. "Hey, I'm going to stick around in case she wakes up," Roy told her. "Is it okay if I stick around with you?" Thea asked as Roy nodded yes. "I mean, you saved her life, Roy. I guess you can't stop being a hero, can you?" Thea said. Outside the hospital window to Sin's room was Sarah in her black outfit, watching over her friend. She then heard an arrow hit the wall next to her and looked to see that it had a grapple line connected on it. She then swung down the grapple line and landed where the arrow and Kitsune were there waiting for her. "I want to see how you do in a real fight," Oliver said. "Good. I was looking for a fight," Sarah said. They were looking over at the weapons convoy that was carrying the SCAR 16s through Starling City. They would follow it, and the convoy would lead them to the mayor. The convoy drove into an empty parking lot underneath one of the bridges in the Glades, where the mayor and his gang was waiting for it. The military officers assigned to the convoy stopped the trucks and got out of the vehicles. The mayor's foster brother walked up to the mayor, "They're with me," he said, pointing to the 6 men behind him. He wasn't, showing the dead soldier in the back of the truck. The mayor and his brother both laughed as they hugged it out. "You're done being all you can be." His brother then handed him a Scar 16. "Ah, you and I are going to own this town. Now let's see what this bad boy can do," the mayor said as he loaded the rifle. They then heard a noise behind them and turned to see the canary with her bow staff out and the Kitsune with one sword out, engaging the corrupt military officers. Canary smacked 2 officers with her bow staff, hitting the back of their knees and finishing with a smack to the face, while Kitsune took on 3 with his katana in one hand and a kunai in reverse grip in the other. He would dodge and parry punches while being sure to slice vulnerable tendons or arteries so that the officers would drop down. "Load up the weapons now." The mayor told his gang as some went to get the weapons while others went to fight the vigilantes. Canary finished taking out the 2 guards with strikers to the face and then swung and took out 2 running gangbangers. Kitsune took out the 3 soldiers and Spin kicked the 4th, knocking him out. 2 gangbangers moving to the truck were struck with arrows in their shoulders and fell to the ground in pain as the 3rd shot at the arrow, who dropped down from the roof of a building and landed on concrete railing. He took cover as the gangbanger kept shooting and then jumped on the roof of the truck and slid down to the ground, punching the gangbanger in the face 3 times, knocking him on the ground as he rejoined Canary and Kitsune. "Behind you," Canary said. They turned to see the mayor with a rifle. "Old school weapon, respect. But can your arrows do this?" he asked as he launched the grenade launcher on the rifle, and the arrow shot an arrow at the grenade, causing it to explode in the air and pushing the 3 vigilantes onto the ground from the explosion. They groaned in pain as some of the gangbangers got back up. Arrow saw the Canary's bow staff on the ground. Kitsune saw it too and saw the gangbangers moving behind Arrow and nodded at Oliver. He kicked it up to Oliver, who caught it and then spun and struck on the gangbangers in the face with the staff and took out the other's leg. Then he knocked a 3rd in the face with the staff and spun around ready to take out the mayor's foster brother, who had a gun. But before he could strike, he was taken out with an arrow to the back, courtesy of the Canary. Oliver and Sarah traded weapons, with Oliver smiling about how she was pretty good. Kitsune then walked up to them. "Nice work. Now we have one more loose end to deal with," Kitsune said as they nodded and moved to take out the mayor. The mayor was walking with his rifle ready, looking for the vigilantes. "Come on, where are you?" he said. He then turned around and saw the Canary, but before he could shoot, she hit him in the back, causing him to stagger forward, then kicked out the back of his knee, causing him to fall on his knees, and then Canary held his head with her bowstaff, ready to break his neck. He groaned in pain. "You hurt a friend of mine," Sarah said. "Let him go," Naruto told her. "You can't save a city with forgiveness," she told them. "You don't have to forgive him, but you do have to let him live," Oliver said. Sarah ultimately let him go as the mayor gasped for air. "Bitch, I knew you didn't have it in you," the mayor told her. Sarah then chocked him again with her bowstaff and then knocked him across the head, knocking him unconscious. "I really don't like that word," she said. "Line break cax." The next day, Oliver was in his office at Queen Consolidated, watching the local news coverage. Demonstrations opposing the construction of the new Star Labs particle accelerator have reached a fever pitch, with 5 more protesters being arrested. In other news, the recent Cash for Guns event, held in the Glades, is credited for getting over 800 weapons off the streets. Still a mystery, the anonymous donor whose generous donation funded the event. The news reported said as Oliver turned the news off as Sebastian Blood walked in. "I guess it's true what they say. One man can change the world," Sebastian said to Oliver. "I'll leave changing the world to you, Alderman," Oliver said. "I'm only in the world because of you. Thank you," Sebastian said as they shook hands. "I was just acting on instinct," Oliver said. "It wasn't instinct, it was strength," Blood said. "I see the signs and the graffiti. Blood for mayor. Now that the mayor is in jail, maybe you should run," Oliver said. "There is more than one way to save a city," Blood said as he pat Oliver on the shoulder and left. As night came over Starling, Naruto, who was currently in his apartment, was watching some movies on the couch with Felicity next to him, laying her head on his chest while Kurama was sleeping on his cushion. Naruto smiled as he looked down on Felicity relaxing and chuckled as he saw her cute yawn. "It's getting late, Felicity." Maybe you should think about getting home soon, Naruto said as he kissed the top of her head. Maybe, or maybe I could spend the night, Felicity said as Naruto looked at her. Not like that, I just don't want to get up and drive. So is it all right if I sleep here tonight? She asked cutely. Sure, no problem. Here, let me get you some clothes to change into, Naruto said as he and Felicity got up off the couch, waking Kurama. Kurama then went into Naruto's room, got comfy on his spot near Naruto's bed. Naruto then came out with shorts and a spare t-shirt. Here they may be a bit big, but they're comfy. Thanks, Felicity told him as she went to get changed in the bathroom. Naruto pulled back the covers and then went over to pet Kurama on the head as Kurama was sleeping. He then heard the bathroom door open and saw Felicity with her hair down, glasses off, and wearing the t-shirt and shorts that were too big for her, but she still looked beautiful. Comfy? Naruto asked. Very. And tired? Felicity said as she yawned. Yeah, well, we've all been through a lot in the past few days, so some rest should do us good, Naruto said as they got in the bed. Naruto laid back with his head on a pillow and Felicity got next to him and put her head on his chest. Naruto kissed her on the head. Good night, Felicity, Naruto said. Good night, Naruto, Felicity said as they closed their eyes and fell asleep. Back at the hospital in the Glades, Roy and Thea have been at the hospital for hours and were sleeping when a doctor came out of Sin's room. Mr. Harper, the doctor said as he woke them up. What's wrong, is she okay? Roy asked. The doctor nodded as he left. Roy then got up and went into Sin's room. He saw that she was awake. Hey, you saved my life. I guess I have to keep your secret now, huh? Sin said as Roy chuckled. Then Thea walked in. You know you're dating a moron, right? Sin told Thea and she chuckled. It's my first and last, though, of every day, Thea said as everyone chuckled. I like her, Sin said. Sarah was outside the room in normal clothes with a cap on her head as she was looking over Sin. She then left, knowing that Sin was okay but was with people, one of whom was Thea, who would recognize her. As she was walking down the hall, she then saw Oliver, who walked up to her. Your friend, I took care of her medical expenses, Oliver told her. Thank you, Sarah said. Look, I don't want Thea to see me. What's your plan, Sarah? Oliver asked, interrupted her. Because right now, you're whipping across rooftops and keeping watch over your family like some sort of ghost. We're both ghosts. We died on that island, Sarah said. But we didn't. We both lived, and I get that you have been in pain so long that it probably just feels normal now. But you can let it go and come home, Oliver said as they were both getting very emotional. I mean, I know that the earthquake brought you here, but your family kept you here. You have to tell them, Sarah. They need you. You told them that I died on the Gambit. If they know the truth, they would never talk to me again. Not one of them. Oliver finished her sentence. But it'd be worth it, Oliver told her as he held out his hand for her to take, and she did, and they both left the hospital. Mr. Lance was in a group therapy session talking about Laurel. My daughter's in trouble. She's been through some really terrible things. And instead of facing up to them, she's running away from them. Lance said, not knowing that Laurel was indeed drinking and using drugs. She's losing herself in her work, and maybe even worse. She's my daughter. I just want her safe. I want to protect her. But I guess, like we say in our meetings, more will be revealed, Lance said with a heavy heart. Line break ESX. Flashback. Oliver was in his cell on the freighter resting when he heard some noise and looked up to see the captain opening his cell and some guards picked him up. Your days of screaming are just beginning, the captain told him. The guards then pulled Oliver through the many hallways of the ship until they came upon a room and threw him in. Oliver fell to the ground in pain. He then heard footsteps coming up next to him. He leaned up to see a woman. Not just any woman, but a very familiar one to him. It was Sarah Lance. The hell, Sarah? Oliver asked in shock. Line break G6X. End flashback. In one abandoned warehouse in the Glades, there was a figure strapped to a chair with a bag over his head and a bright light shining on him. A person then entered the room, and the light showed him to be Officer Daly from the SCPD. He then took the bag off the strapped figure to reveal the mayor. "What the hell is this?" the mayor asked. "This ain't the police station." Officer Daly smirked and moved to the side to reveal another figure entering the room. This figure wore a grey trench coat with a blood-red button up and had a skull mask on. "Hello, brother. Are you ready to serve?" the figure asked. "Why are you wearing that mask?" the mayor asked. "This city is in chains and I'm going to free it," the figure said as he grabbed a syringe filled with a green liquid. "But to do that, I need an army of the strong." Then he moved the syringe closer to the mayor. "Whoa, what's in that thing?" the mayor asked in fear. "A miracle," the figure said as he injected the liquid into the mayor's shoulder. "Get that crap away from me," the mayor said as the needle pushed into his skin and the liquid entered his body. "Are you ready to serve?" the figure asked as he pulled the syringe out. Instantly after, the mayor had a violent reaction to the substance. He seized up in pain, thrashed in the chair, and yelled in pain as blood came out of his eyes. But soon he stopped, and his head fell to the side and died. The figure then removed the mask off his head to reveal himself to be Alderman Sebastian Blood, the man who wants to help Starling City and Naruto's and Oliver's good friend. "Bring me another," he told Daly. "Yes, Brother Blood," Daly said. End of Chapter 5. Hoped you guys liked it. Sarah or the Canary is now introduced to Oliver and Naruto. The next chapter will deal with the League of Assassins and how Team Arrow must deal with them to help Sarah. Next chapter, League of Assassins. Sorry it took a while. I've been really busy getting ready to go back to college and haven't had much time to write. I doubt I will get much time during school, but I will attempt to try and get one chapter for each story out in a week or 2 weeks, so bear with me. I'm not stopping. It's just going to take longer for updates. Hope you guys liked it. Please leave a review, but no flames, and if you didn't like it, sorry and don't hate me. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or Arrow. Both belong to their respective owners. I'm just a huge fan. 7. League of Assassins. Here is Chapter 6, based on the episode League of Assassins. Sarah or the Canary has returned to Starling City, and when the League of Assassins target the Lance family, the 3 vigilantes must work together. Sarah's history with the League comes into the light, and Oliver is shocked to find out. Enjoy! My name is Oliver Queen. After 5 years trapped on a hellish island, I have come home with only one goal, to save my city. But to do so, I can't be the killer I once was. To honor my friend's memory, I must be someone else. I must be something else. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. For my entire life, I have undergone training that forged me into a weapon. After my parents died, they wanted me to use my gifts to change the world and find something worth fighting for, and I have, to honor their memory, I have become Kitsune. And I will defend Starling City and keep the innocent safe. But my parents' killer is still out there, and as long as he still breathes free air, I will not stop until he is brought to justice, and no one will get in my way. League of Assassins. 6 years earlier. The Queen's Gambit was sailing in the North China Sea at night. A storm ravaged the sea, and it got worse by the second as rain poured down faster by the minute, and thunder and lightning continued to fill the sky as more followed at a rapid pace. Inside the yacht was CEO of Queen Consolidated Robert Queen, some crewmen for the boat, and Oliver Queen. But one of the new passengers who snuck onto the boat was Sarah Lance, youngest daughter of Quentin Lance and Laurel's younger sister. Even though Oliver was dating Laurel, he convinced Sarah to come on the boat with her, a bad decision, but more on that later. Inside Oliver's room on the ship, Sarah was on his bed, wearing a thin robe to cover her lack of clothing, except for her underwear, while Oliver was sitting in chair getting more wine. She was on the phone with her father, keeping up the illusion that she was at college, since he didn't know she was on the Queen's Gambit. "Yeah, Dad, college is great. No, me and my new roommate totally hit it off. We're like besties." "Okay, yeah, Dad, I got to get back to Chem Lab." "Yes, it looks like I got a long night ahead of me," Sarah said as Oliver whispered to hang up. "Okay, love you, Dad, bye," she said as she hung up and chuckled. "Ollie, you are trouble." "How is Detective Lance?" Oliver asked. "Ah, he's clueless as usual," she said as she drank the last of the wine in their glasses. "Guess I was thirsty," she said, giving him the glass to fill up, and heard the loud thunder. "Did you hear that? 1, 2, 3. Sarah counted as another sound of thunder came. "It's getting closer," she said. "That's not very scientific," Oliver told her as he sat on the bed with her, handing her a wine glass. "And what would you know about science, Mr. Ivy League dropout?" she asked. "I happen to know a lot about science. I know fermentation. I know biology," he said as they kissed. Laurel's going to kill me," Sarah said as the kiss ended. "She's so going to kill me." "Your sister will never know. Just come here," Oliver said as he tackled her to the bed, and they laughed. Then another loud thunder boom came. "Okay, that one was really close," Sarah said in worry. "Sarah, we're going to be fine," Oliver said as they kissed. Then they heard a loud moaning of steel and turned to see their wine glasses fall over, and then next thing they know, they're screaming as the bed and room was flipped to the side. Oliver groaned in pain as he got up from mess of items that fell on top of him when the room shifted. He saw Sarah on the floor near the door. He then saw the rushing water by the door and reached out to grab her. "Sarah!" Oliver yelled as he reached for her, but was too late as she was sucked under by the water. Outside the ship and in the ocean, Sarah breached the water surface, gasping for air and screaming in panic over what just happened. She tried to keep herself afloat as the storm caused the heavy rain to hit her face, and the rushing ocean waves moved up and down, splashing and blinding her. She screamed for help as she was finally able to see the Gambit capsize and sink into the ocean. "Oliver!" Sarah screamed. "Ah!" Sarah yelled as she awoke from the nightmare. She steadied her breathing as she took in the surrounding of one of the spare rooms at the Queen Mansion. Oliver was in the living room sitting on the couch watching an NBA game as he heard Sarah walk down the stairs and into the room. "Can't sleep?" Oliver asked. "I don't do well with my eyes closed. Hey, thanks for letting me stay here." "I know you got a lot going on with your mum," Sarah said. "Thea's mostly staying at her boyfriend's. So, don't worry about anyone finding out that you're back," Oliver told her. "Thanks for understanding," Sarah replied. "I don't understand," Oliver told her. "You know, not a day goes by that your family doesn't miss you." "Yeah, how do you know?" Sarah asked. "Because I missed you," Oliver said. "I don't think they'll be as happy to see me as you think," Sarah said. "How can you say that?" Oliver asked. "I know how hard it is to come home when you've been gone for so long." "I'm guessing my father and Laurel weren't too happy to see you," Sarah said. Chuckles. No, not at first," Oliver said. "I wasn't sure if you and she ever got back together," Sarah said. "We tried. It's too much," Oliver told her. "I guess some things, it's better left in the past," Sarah said as she went back upstairs to sleep. Line break. 6x. At Iron Heights Prison, Oliver was walking through to meet with his mother about her trial. "I'm done waiting for Mr. Queen. Let's get started," Ada Donna said as he and the Queens were waiting for Oliver to show up. Then the guards unlocked the gates, so Oliver walked in. "Sorry I'm late, there's an old friend in town," Oliver said, shocked to see Laurel with Ada Donna. "I just finished explaining to your mother and sister that Miss Lance will be sitting second chair for the prosecution," Donna told Oliver. "This is a conflict of interest. Miss Lance practically grew up in the Queen House," Moira's lawyer said as Oliver was still shocked to see Laurel on his mother's case. "I think you're overstating matters," Ada Donna replied. "Oh, we'll see when I move to conflict Miss Lance off this case," Moira's lawyer said. "Maybe there won't be a case much longer," Ada Donna said as everyone was wondering what he meant. "I come here not just with Miss Lance, but also with a plea offer," he said, handing them the plea offer paper. "Life with the possibility of parole," Laurel told them. "Scoff, no, we are not pleading out. Mrs. Queen is innocent," Moira's lawyer said. "She aided and abetted 503 homicides," Donna said, "under duress from a homicidal maniac named Malcolm Merlin. She also withdrew from the criminal conspiracy prior to its execution," the lawyer said. 5 minutes prior, with Malcolm Merlin dead, a jury's going to want to have to blame someone," Donna said. "If she doesn't take the deal, then she's facing the death penalty," Laurel said. "Sound a lot like blackmail," Thea said. "Try reality. And here's some more. We've subpoenaed over a decade's worth of phone messages, phone records, letters, and emails. I'm willing to bet I find something that crushes your duress defense to powder," Donna said confidently. Mr. Donner, if you don't mind, I'd like a few days to consider your offer, Moira asked him. Of course, Donner said as he and Laurel left. I'll be right back, Oliver whispered to his mother as he left to talk to Laurel. Donner and Laurel left the prison and were in the parking lot walking to their cars when Oliver came up. Laurel, Oliver said, getting their attention as he stared at Donner, signaling he wanted to talk to Laurel. I'll meet you at the car, Donner said as he left the two. You're prosecuting my mother? Oliver asked her. I didn't ask for this case. I was assigned, Laurel said. So say no, Oliver told her. It's a new job, Oliver. I don't have a lot of pull. And what pull I do have, I used to get that plea bargain for your mother, Laurel said. This was your idea, life in prison, Oliver said. The DA is serious about the death penalty, Ollie. We both know what it's like to lose someone, so think about it and save your mother's life. Laurel said as she was about to leave, but Oliver stopped her. Are you okay? Oliver asked her. In case I wasn't clear last week, I'm done answering that question, Laurel said as she left. Sarah was back at the Queen Mansion looking at the photos that were up. She saw some old photos before they left on the Queen's Gambit, some with Oliver and Laurel and some with Tommy. Others with the whole Queen family, and then Sarah stopped on one photo. It was a picture of the Queen's Gambit, and when she picked up the photo, she was hit with memories of when the Gambit capsized and how after it capsized, and she was stuck in the ocean and floated through the series of islands where the boat was sailing through. She was tired and was about to give up hope until she saw a freighter in the distance and signaled it as the freighter's loud horn went off. She was knocked out of her flashback when Oliver came home. Sarah, Oliver asked as he brought her out of her flashback. You okay? He asked as she put the photo down. How did everything go with your mother? Sarah asked. I ran into your sister. She's working on the case, Oliver said. You didn't tell her? No, Oliver responded to her. I know a little something about keeping secrets and respecting them, even though I don't totally understand why you're keeping yours, Oliver asked as Sarah didn't seem to want to answer. Is it because of what happened on the island? No, after. There were things that I did, things that I had to do to survive. Things that there's no forgiveness for, Sarah told him. Well, that's the thing about forgiveness. You can't get it until you ask for it, Oliver said. Then out of nowhere, the huge glass window above the railing to the second floor above the front door broke as a figure smashed through. He then jumped and flipped off the railing in front of Oliver and Sarah. The figure was dressed in all black, with a special leather jacket and special vambraces with a black hoodie and face mask obscuring his face. He was wielding a short sword with an angled-out guard. Oliver instantly recognized the figure since he was dressed exactly like Malcolm Merlyn's Dark Archer persona. Merlin? Oliver asked as the figure attacked them. He slashed at the two, causing them to separate, but Oliver was able to kick out his knee and Sarah punched him. But the figure regained composure and slashed and kicked, the two causing the two to dodge and back away from the figure. Both grappled and blocked attacks and pushed the figure back as Oliver and Sarah ran into the living room with the figure chasing them. As soon as they entered the living room, Sarah jumped up and grabbed the curtain pole in the doorway and used it as a fighting staff. Sarah was able to use the staff to deflect the sword strikes, smashing some of the vases and furniture that was in the room. Sarah and Oliver were able to land some hits as they dodged slashes and punches, but then when Sarah attempted to swipe with her staff, the figure sliced off the edge and smacked Oliver with it, and then whacked Sarah in the face with it and punched her 3 times in the face, pushing her to the ground. Oliver grabbed a candle holder to block a sword strike and hit the figure in the stomach. But when Oliver ducked under a strike, the figure kicked a rising Sarah in the face, knocking her to the ground again. Oliver saw this and smacked the figure's knee out from under him. The figure tried to slash Oliver, but Oliver grabbed his arm and threw him across the room, over the couch and on top of the coffee table and lampstands, causing them to break. The figure groaned in pain as Oliver pushed him against the couch and yanked off his hoodie to reveal a man of Arabic nationality, breathing heavily. "Who are you?" Oliver asked him. "Just a warrior, like you," the man said as Oliver missed that the man was looking at Sarah. "Why are you dressed like Malcolm Merlyn?" "Huh, who sent you?" Oliver ordered as the man took a throwing knife and threw it at the chandelier, knocking it to the ground. Sarah rolled out of the way as it smashed to the ground. Oliver turned back to the man to see him gone. Line break XXX. After the break-in and attack at the mansion, Oliver took Sarah to the Arrow Cave. Oliver was at a desk, working on a project while Sarah was walking around, looking at the various things Oliver had set up, including the computers, arrows, and the costumes. She was also interested in the swords and second costume in the glass display case. I remember the first time I saw this hood. Shadow was wearing it, Sarah said as she looked at Oliver's arrow costume. She then looked at Kitsune's costume next to his. Not a fan of the color scheme, but not bad. Your sidekick's got skill, Sarah said as she was looking at Kitsune's costume and his swords. He's not my sidekick, we're partners, Oliver told her. Well, this is quite the setup that you got here, where you were launching your one-man war for Starling, Sarah said. Oliver then heard the door to the cave open as everyone came in. I'm not one man, Oliver said, pointing to Diggle, Felicity who had Kurama in her arms, and Naruto walk in. These are my friends. This is John Diggle and Felicity Smoke. And this is Naruto Uzumaki, Kitsune, Oliver said as Kurama growled a little at not being introduced. And this is Kurama. Guys, this is Sarah. Welcome home, Sarah, Diggle said. I was happy to hear you're not dead anymore. I mean, I didn't know you before you didn't die the first time. I'm still glad you're alive, Felicity said as Kurama barked. You're cute, Sarah told her. Nice to meet you. It's nice to see the woman behind mask, Naruto told her. Likewise, Sarah replied as Oliver got up. We just had an uninvited guest in the Queen Mansion, trained, highly skilled, and he was dressed like Malcolm Merlyn. Oliver told them, which got their attention. Well, last I checked, Malcolm Merlyn was dead, courtesy of an arrow jammed through his heart, Diggle said. It wasn't him. It was a follower or an underling bent on revenge, whoever it was. He knows who I am, Oliver said as he handed Felicity a bag of dirt. Gee, I didn't get you a bag of dirt, Felicity replied. I found it in the house. Copycat Merlyn tracked it in. I want you to analyze it. Hopefully it'll lead me right to him, Oliver told her. Then what? She replied. If this pretender wants to follow Malcolm Merlyn so badly, he can follow him right into a grave, Oliver said as Diggle and Felicity nodded. Naruto was looking at Sarah and noticed that she seemed to be apprehensive when Oliver talked about tracking the attacker. She was hiding something. Sarah, we'll find this guy, Oliver said. Something tells me that she doesn't want us to. Naruto said, causing everyone to look at him weird, but Sarah turned to him, knowing she needed to tell them her secret. What do you mean? Oliver asked Naruto. He wasn't after you, Oliver. He's after me, Sarah said. Who is he? Oliver asked. He's called Al-O-Al, the First, and he's a member of the League of Assassins, Sarah said as Oliver reeled back from what she said, and Naruto just got a headache from hearing this. Oh shit, Naruto said, putting his head in his hands. The League of Assassins? I thought they were a myth. Diggle said. What's the League of Assassins? And please don't say it's a league made up of assassins, Felicity said. No, it's an urban legend. I heard about them in Afghanistan from a tribal leader. He claimed there was an ancient sect of assassins, deadly warriors that killed and vanished like ghosts. Thought he was smoking what he was selling, Diggle said. Oh, they're real, Diggle. And if they are in Starling City, this whole situation just got a lot more complicated, Naruto said in frustration. I tried to tell you, Ollie, but you wouldn't listen, Sarah said. That's where you've been the past 4 years. That's where you learned to fight. You're one of them, Oliver said. After the freighter, a member of the League rescued me, took me in and brought me to Nanda Parbat. They remade me into what I am, and I swore them my allegiance, Sarah said. Why are they kicking down doors trying to find you now? Diggle asked. Because I left, and there's only one way that you leave the League, Sarah said. Is that why you didn't want to see your family? Oliver asked. A year ago, I was in Guyana. I was sent there for a man named Suarez. He was a local diplomat, and I slit his throat, in his bed. And his kids, they found his body in the morning. Sarah told them while she remembered the horrors she committed. I'm a murderer, Ollie. You think that my family will be happy to see me? She asked. Oliver's phone then stared to vibrate as he got a text from Thea asking where he was. I have to go to Iron Heights. Felicity, I need you to find this Al-O-Al. He told her as Felicity nodded and Oliver left. Line break, Gex, checks. Flashback. Sarah was floating on the broken door from the Gambit for a long time until she saw the freighter. The crew rescued her and brought her aboard. They were a mix of different nationalities with the captain of African-American descent, probably Somalia. They were carrying sidearms as the captain and another crewman escorted Sarah through the ship. Thank you," Sarah repeated to them, thanking them for the rescue. "What were you doing out there?" the man asked. "The boat I was on, and we got caught in the storm," she said as the captain signaled the man and they grabbed her and started dragging her through the ship. Wait, guys. Wait, Robert Queen, it was his boat, and he'll pay you whatever you want." She tried to beg them as they then brought her to the section of the ship that held prison cells. She saw the other prisoners and the armed guards walking on the catwalks above. Then she saw the open cell they were taking her to. "Please no," she begged them as they threw her into the cell and locked it and left. She yelled and begged them to let her go, but they ignored her and walked away. Line break XXXXX. Oliver was at Iron Heights Prison where he found out that his mother was actually considering taking the deal. Life in prison with the possibility of parole. She was adamant about this, saying that even though she was innocent, she didn't believe the jury would believe her and that she deserved to stay in. Thea was going crazy that her mother would spend the rest of her life in jail. Oliver knew his mother was hiding something and hoped she would tell him, but she just said to get Thea to agree with her decision. Back at the Arrow Cave, Diggle, Felicity, Sarah, and Naruto were talking. Felicity was busy running some tests on the dirt, and Sarah was helping her while Naruto was busy sharpening his mother's sword, and Diggle was going to talk to him. "So Naruto, I couldn't help but notice your reaction to the League of Assassins," Diggle said, which caused Felicity and Sarah to turn to him. "Ha, you picked up on that, did you?" Naruto said. "You faced Malcolm Merlin before?" Felicity asked. "No, not him, but I did meet the League. It was when I was in Europe 2 years ago," Naruto told them. "Europe?" Sarah asked. "After my parents' death, they left me a message. It had a recording of the man who killed them," Naruto said. "Oh my God," Diggle said. "On the recording, the killer was a mercenary. He was hired to kill my parents," Naruto said, remembering the time he listened the audio file his parents recorded before their death. "A mercenary?" Sarah asked. "My parents made a lot of enemies all around the globe. I guess when they retired, their past came back to haunt them. So soon after I got the audio file, I left for Europe. On the file, the merc said someone from Bialia ordered the hit on my parents," Naruto said. "Bialia, as in the war-torn dictator nation?" Felicity asked. "Yup, I spent months trying to track down the person responsible, finding any kind of leads or sources that could tell me who ordered the hit. But Bialia keeps their information close to the chest," Naruto said as everyone was engrossed in his story. "So I decided on the next best thing, find the merc who killed my parents and make him tell me who ordered the hit. I hacked into the police's computers and found any details on my parents' death that could help me and found out that the bullets used are exactly the same as the bullets used in high-profile assassinations in Europe." "The mercenary left a trail," Diggle said. "A dirty and bloodied trail. I borrowed some Interpol records on the assassinations, trying to find any leads on the mercenary. They lead me to England, France, Russia, Germany, Poland. This merc got around. When I was in England, tracking some leads, I stumbled upon the League of Assassins," Naruto said. "What happened?" Sarah asked. "When I was in London, I was at a public hearing for a US government liaison to Interpol. Catherine Colbert, she was there to help the Interpol bring down a psychotic lunatic terrorizing London. Anarchy, he was called. He was launching terrorist attacks against the government and especially Interpol," Naruto said. "Anarchy from Batman, Arkham Origins." "I remember Anarchy. He was a psycho from Gotham. He was trying to blow up several different buildings during Christmas, but they arrested him," Felicity said. "They did, but he had some help getting out and left for London. Cobert was sent over to help deal with the maniac because it would look bad if the US government couldn't keep a psychotic lunatic in jail. During the meeting, a sniper tried to put a bullet through her skull," Naruto said. "Tried. Something tells me that a sword-wielding hero intervened," Diggle said. "Ha, I noticed a red laser sight on her head and moved to save her. The next night, I was on patrol, figuring that the assassin would try again, and I was right. I intercepted the assassin on his way to Cobert's hotel and saw the assassins attack her in her room. I engaged them, and when Interpol arrived, they left and I went after them. We jumped over rooftops, and when I was finally able to slow them down, I saw who they were, Naruto said. Who were they? Sarah asked. Sandra Wooson and David Kane. Naruto said as Sarah was shocked to hear those two names. Wait, David Kane. I heard about him. He is one of the world's deadliest assassins. He's one of the most wanted men in the entire world, Diggle said. And he earned that title. He was not easy opponent, and then there was the other. Naruto said. Sandra Wooson, who is she? Felicity asked. Lady Shiva, Sarah said, causing Diggle's eyes to widen. Lady Shiva? Felicity asked. Lady Shiva, without a doubt, one of the best martial artists in the world. And a deadly assassin. Naruto said. Lady Shiva is one of the most revered members of the League. She hasn't failed a contract or lost a fight ever. Sarah said. Shiva and Kane were hired by Anarchy to take out Kober. But after I stopped them for the second time, it was personal. They were insulted that a kid, as Kane called me, foiled their plans twice. Naruto said. Something tells me that they were angry. Diggle said. That's an understatement. Kane wasn't as bad, but Shiva, Naruto exhaled, remembering the difficult fight against her. She earned the praise of the best martial artist in the world. The fight dragged on for hours. I could have fought either one of them on their own, but together. I'm good, but against two of the world's deadliest assassins, the fight dragged on longer than I would have wanted. It was when the sun came over the horizon that the fight ended. I was able to nick Kane in the shoulder with my kunai and slash the back of his knee. It gave me the opportunity to throw him off the roof of a building, which ended the fight. The police came to the disturbance and arrested Kane while Shiva disappeared, Naruto said. Then what happened? Diggler asked. Kane was taken to Interpol lockup, but apparently before he could brought before a court, he was dead. Cyanide, I guess the League doesn't want anyone to spill their secrets, Naruto said. And Lady Shiva? Felicity asked. She disappeared. She vanished after I threw Kane off the roof, and the cops showed up. I stayed in London for the next few days, just to make sure she didn't show up again, and when Kobert finally caught Anarchy, I guess the contract was done, Naruto said. Shiva was furious about her defeat. Intervention in the assassination contract was the only contract she couldn't complete, Sarah said. Well, next time we meet, I'll be ready, Naruto said as he sheathed his mother's sword and placed it back on the rack. After Naruto told them of what happened, Felicity and Sarah went back to working on the sample of dirt that Oliver gave her. Sorry if I upset you before, Sarah said as she moved next to Felicity and Pet Kurama, who was sitting on the table. We all joined clubs we wish we hadn't. It took me a year to get out of that gym membership, Felicity said as Sarah chuckled. Thank you, Sarah said. For what? Felicity asked. Not making me fell like what I am, Sarah said. Oliver's luck to have you guys as friends. He hasn't always had the best luck in that area. I have experience. My boyfriend is an author, a sword-wielding vigilante, so I don't judge, Felicity joked. I heard that, Naruto said, causing Felicity and Sarah to chuckle. Oliver then descended the stairs and entered the Arrow Cave, still upset about what transpired with his mother. How'd it go with your mother? Diggle asked Oliver. Not well. Have you found somebody for me to hit yet? Oliver asked as he, Felicity, and Naruto moved to the computers. Could be. Spectro-analysis of the dirt from your house had trace amounts of aldicarb in them, Naruto told him. What? Oliver replied. It's a pesticide. Starling City used to have its own aldicarb plant, but per the EPA it was shut down 3 years ago, Felicity told him. What's it being used for now? Oliver asked. Nothing, it's abandoned. But my guess it's the home base to one League of Assassins assassin, Felicity said as Oliver went to get his bow. He will kill you, Sarah told Oliver. Like you, I am not that easy to get rid of. Oliver replied. This is my fight, Sarah told him. He made it my fight when he came into my house, and when he threatened someone that I care about, Oliver said as he went to get his hoodie and saw Naruto putting on his vambraces. Naruto, maybe you should stay back, Oliver told him. If you're worried about me, I'm flattered, but don't be, Naruto said as he put on his jacket. Malcolm Merlin may be good, but I've faced better before, and lived, Naruto said as he sheathed his sword. Besides, partners stick together, Naruto said as Oliver chuckled. Line break Ikskis. In the abandoned Aldecarb plant, there was one League of Assassins assassin, as Felicity would put it. Al-Awal was at a table, sharpening his sword against a rock. He checked to make sure it was sharp enough, and then heard some movement and saw some lights flicker and smiled. He then quickly moved his hand behind his head to catch the arrow that was shot. Arrows, such an ineffective projectile. I find it strange anyone still fears them. Al-Awal said as he tossed the arrow to the side and walked through the factory. I'll show you why, if you don't leave Sarah Lance alone. This is your only warning, the arrow said from somewhere in the factory, and it would be effective were you to pose a threat to me. Al-Awal said as he continued to walk through the factory. You barely defeated Malcolm Merlin at nearly the cost of your own life. What hope would you have against the man who trained him? Al-Awal said as he walked through the factory and eventually turned to see Oliver on the catwalk. Helps that I didn't come alone, Arrow said as Al-Awal turned to see the Canary and Kitsune on the other catwalk with Canary's bow staff out and Kitsune wielding one of his katanas. Kitsune, Lady Shiva spoke of your skill. Personally, I expected more. Al-Awal said. Then allow me to prove you wrong, Kitsune said, spinning his swords. Then Al-Awal looked at Sarah. The child of Ras Al Ghul awaits your return, he said. I'm not going back, Sarah said. That's not your choice. I have orders to return you, alive or dead. Al-Awal said. You're not going to kill me, she said. You overestimate your importance. Regardless, you're coming back with us. He said. Us? Oliver asked. Al-Awal smirked as he turned to Arrow. Like you, I did not come alone, he said as 3 other members of the League of Assassins came down from the rafters with 2 landing behind Canary and the 3rd behind Kitsune. Sarah then spun around to engage her 2 opponents, while Kitsune did the same as Arrow shot an arrow at Al-Awal, who deflected it with his sword. He then jumped and swung at him with his bow. Oliver would swing, using his bow as a weapon, punching and blocking Al-Awal's strikes and swipes. Arrow used his sword to block the sword as the 2 moved through the narrow pathways of the factory. Sarah used her staff to block the attacks from the assassins. One used 2 tomahawk-like weapons, while the other used a short sword. She spun the staff at their heads, causing them to duck, so she was able to kick the person in front of her in the chest, causing him to stagger back. She then used her staff to block a strike from behind, and then kicked back as well. She then locked arms with the assassin behind her and used her staff to push his body against the railing. He then pushed off and spun with his tomahawk, and Sarah locked her staff with the edge. But he used the second one to his advantage, making her move and try to duck away while her staff was locked. He was pushing her towards the other member, who made her unlock her staff and break it into her eskrima sticks. They then jumped over to the next platform where Kitsune and the 3rd assassin were fighting. The assassin was using a eskrima stick, which he extended into a staff with hooked ends. Kitsune used his katana to strike as the assassin blocked and parried with his staff. The assassin held the longer weapon, giving him the greater distance to keep Kitsune at bay, which made Kitsune careful with his attacks. When the assassin tried to stab, Kitsune spun to the side, grabbed the end of the staff and kicked the assassin in the chest, causing him to stagger back. The assassin then tried to swing, but Kitsune blocked it with his sword and then pushed back, then slashed at the assassin, putting him on the defensive. The assassin then locked his spear end with Kitsune's katana. They warriors were in a lock, but then Kitsune spun his katana so the blade was facing the ground and jammed it in. The katana got stuck and so did the spear. While the spear was stuck, Kitsune then kicked the assassin square across the face, pushing him onto his back. Kitsune then yanked his katana out of the ground and slashed at the assassin, who rolled out of the way. Al-Awal slashed a steam pipe, causing steam to explode out as he and Arrow continued to fight. He was then finally able to punch Al-Awal straight across the face, causing him to fall to the floor. He looked up and saw Kitsune kick the assassin in the face, knocking him to the floor, but saw Sarah get sliced on the back and quickly shot an arrow, knocking the assassin's weapon out of his hand. Kitsune, Arrow yelled as he drew a grapple arrow. Naruto understood and launched his grapple launcher as Arrow shot one on the ceiling. They then rappelled up with Canary, grabbing onto Arrow as they broke through the ceiling. If you will not return willingly, you will stay to bury your family, Al yelled as they left. Line break, Isaks. Sarah, Oliver, and Naruto returned to the Arrow Cave, and Oliver was tending to and stitching Sarah's wound on her back from the slice. He was stitching her wound while Felicity watched, kind of grossed out over what was happening. You're not even flinching when he... Felicity made the sewing motion as she tried to hold in her gagging from the wound. Payne and I came to a little understanding a few years back, Sarah said in a calm demeanor. Oliver then finished up the sewing. Done. He told her as he went to talk to Digley and Naruto while Sarah changed. The League of Assassins. Why wouldn't she tell me what happened to her all those years ago? Naruto asked Diggle, confused why she didn't tell him about the League. Probably the same reason why you didn't tell us what happened to you on the island, Diggle said as Oliver didn't seem to know what to say. We need to protect the Lancers. I'll take Laurel, Oliver told everyone. What can I do? Sarah asked. Nothing. You're hurt and you need to stay here, Oliver told her. What about my father? Sarah asked. I'll go talk to Detective Lance, Felicity told Oliver. Tell him he needs to get out of town for a couple of days, Oliver told her. Sarah then turned to Felicity. Please don't tell him about me, Sarah pleaded. I can keep a secret. Just ask them, Felicity said, pointing to Oliver and Naruto. Oliver and Naruto then walked over to put their costumes away. You four are quite the team, Sarah told Diggle. We have our moments, Diggle said smilingly. Line break XXX flashback. Sarah was resting in her cell on the freighter. She then awoke to the sound of her cell door opening. Two men then entered the cell and grabbed her. She squirmed and protested, begging them to let her go. The more you struggle, the more it'll hurt, the man said as he dragged her to the group of men he assembled. Wait, let her go, a man said. The men moved to reveal an average Caucasian man waking forward. You don't give me orders, the pirate said. No, that would be the captain. But he works for me, doesn't he? The man asked as they let her go. Help me, please, she begged him. Come here, he told her as he took her with him away from the pirates. Line break XX. End of flashback. It was night and Officer Lance was heading home with some takeout. He was trying to talk to Laurel, but she wasn't answering her phone. Laurel, listen, it's your father. Again. Okay, now listen, I know you're still mad at me after what I said when you got pulled over last week, but it's not right. Us not talking, so please, just call me, okay? Lance said as he hung up. Detective Lance, Felicity shouted as she walked up to him. I knew you'd be getting home around now because your shift just ended. Which I knew because I kind of pinged your cell phone, Felicity told him. Miss Smoke, Lance said. You have cockroaches and they mean business, Felicity told him. Since when did you start making house call? Lance asked. Since you're in danger, Felicity said. I'm not afraid of cockroaches, Lance said. Yes, you're in real danger, Felicity said, finally getting him to stop. You need to get out of town for a couple days. Listen, I'm in danger every time I put on this uniform, so you're going to have to be a little more specific, Lance told her. There's an organization called the League of Assassins, and 3 of its members are targeting you, Felicity said, as Lance exhaled at her ridiculous claim. It sounded a little less crazy in my head. I doubt it, he said. Malcolm Malin was apparently a member. That should give you some sort of idea about the type of people we're dealing with, Felicity said. Okay, I'll bite. What did I do to piss them off? He asked. That, is a really long story. You just need to trust me. You're not safe here in Starling City, Felicity said. Smoke, nobody's safe, okay? Especially not us cops. We get shot at for a living. And my shift? It just ended, he told her as he went to his front door. Detective Lance. Good night. Lance told her as he closed his door. Wait, you need to listen to me, she shouted. Good night, Miss Smoke, Lance shouted back. So I guess this means you're not leaving town, Felicity asked as he went inside. Laurel was at the DA's office, turning off her computers and packing her stuff away to head home when Oliver walked in. Evening, he greeted Laurel. I should have said this earlier, but it's not appropriate for us to be discussing your mother's case, Laurel told him. Actually, I was in the neighborhood, so I thought I would swing by and see if I could give you a ride home and maybe get a bite to eat, Oliver said. It's been a long day. I don't need an even longer night of you trying to talk me out of your mother's plea agreement, Laurel said as she was about to leave before Oliver stopped her. Laurel, I promise this has nothing to do with my mother's case. You've had a rough couple of weeks. You really going to tell me you couldn't use a friend? Oliver asked her as she smiled. Come on, Oliver told her as they hooked arms and left. Back at the Arrow Cave, Sarah, Naruto and Diggle were waiting as Felicity then walked in. How'd it go? Diggle asked. Badly. He either didn't believe me or didn't take me seriously. In hindsight, I probably shouldn't have led with League of Assassins, Felicity said. So what do we do now? Naruto asked. Sarah then came up with an idea as she grabbed her jacket on the desk. What are you doing? Oliver told you to stay put. Diggle told her. I thought you didn't want your father to know you're still alive, Diggle asked. I don't, but it's better than him not being, Sarah asked as Diggle then grabbed his gun. Where do you think you're going? She asked. With you, Diggle said as he loaded it. I'm not letting you go out there without any backup. Dig, you may be a 3-tour Special Forces veteran, but I was trained by the people that make the Special Forces look like a kindergarten class. So step aside or get put down, Sarah threatened. It's your funeral, Sarah, Diggle said. It wouldn't be my first, Sarah said as she left. Oliver's not going to be happy, Felicity said. Don't worry, she won't be without backup, Naruto said as he grabbed his katanas. Line break, axe, cax. Lance changed into his street clothes and left his apartment. He was walking down the street to his car, but out of instinct, kept his eye out for anything suspicious. But it turns out there was nothing there, and Felicity's paranoia got to him. He was about to unlock his car when he froze. He heard footsteps behind him, and they were getting closer and closer. He then grabbed his gun, turned and pointed it at the figure who froze. The figure walked forward to reveal his daughter Sarah. No, it can't be. It can't be Sarah, Lance told himself, thinking he was hallucinating. It's me. It's Sarah. Daddy, Sarah said as she slowly walked toward him with tears coming down her cheeks. It's okay. It's okay, she said as she finally broke down crying and hugged him. Lance then realized it wasn't a hallucination and cried tears of joy that his youngest daughter was alive. Sarah, Lance said as he hugged her tight, not wanting this moment to be end. After the emotional moment, Sarah and Lance were at a Chinese restaurant drinking tea and talking. Sarah was talking Mandarin to the waitress, who then left them alone. You speak Chinese now? Lance asked, shocked. Picked up a couple things in the past few years. Sarah told him. Yes. Why didn't you let us know that you were alive? I mean, your mother and I, we missed you. And your sister did too. You know that, right? Lance told her. I know you got divorced, Sarah said. Yeah, but it wasn't your fault. That was on me, Lance said. Because of me. I'm sorry, Sarah told him. It's all right. None of that matters now. You know why? 'Cause you're home, sweetie. You're home, he said as he kissed her forehead. Then some glass broke and Sarah immediately turned with a food knife in her hand. The waitress just dropped something and was freaked, but Lance saw how quickly Sarah reacted. Sarah then sat back down as her father was concerned. Are you in trouble? He asked. No, Dad, you are, Sarah said as Lance finally understood what was going on. You sent Felicity Smoke to warn me to leave town. You know the Arrow and Kitsune. Lance said, then made the stunning realization. You're the girl in the mask. You've been kicking the crap out of creeps in the glades. You've been home for weeks. Tell me something. If these assassins, if they hadn't shown up, would you have ever let us know you were alive? Lance asked. No, Sarah said as Lance was taken back by her response. Felicity said that these guys were part of a league of something. What do they want with you? Lance asked. What all assassins want, to terminate their objective, Sarah said. Oh, this is crazy, Lance said, rubbing his forehead of the headache he just got. Dad, we have to go, Sarah told him. No, we are not going anywhere, not until you sit down and you tell me exactly what you've gotten yourself into. Lance told her, you are an amazing cop, and you are strong and decent and honest. But these men, they will cut you down before you can lift a finger. Now please, come with me, Sarah begged him. Lance then grabbed his coat and followed her. Line break. Six. Flashback. The man who saved Sarah from the pirates was leading her to a room. He opened the door to show a decent-sized bedroom for a ship. "I'm afraid it's not much, but, it's home," he said as he let her in. He then closed and locked the door behind them. "Why did you lock the door?" Sarah asked, as she was frightened at what might happen. No, 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 no. It's not because... It's just a habit. My shipmates aren't exactly the nicest bunch. Please come in. Have a seat," the man said as she sat on a chair and started to cry. He moved over to her. "My name is Evo, Dr. Anthony Evo." "And you're are?" Evo asked. "Sarah," she replied. "Nice to meet you, Sarah," Evo said. "Why do you keep those people down there in those cells?" she asked. "It's my work. I need them," he said. "What work?" she asked. "I am going to save the human race, Sarah. Maybe you can help me," he asked. Line break, XS, ses, end. Flashback. Oliver and Laurel finished up their dinner, and now he was walking her to her apartment to make sure she would be okay. "I noticed you didn't have a drink at dinner," Oliver told her. "No, I didn't." "So will you admit that you and my father overreacted last week when you thought I was becoming a drunk?" Laurel asked. "I am prepared to admit that I care about you," Oliver said. "Is that why you insisted on walking me to my door?" Laurel joked. "You know me, I just wanted to make sure you were safe," Oliver said with a smile. "This is safe," Laurel said as she kissed him. He kissed back, but after a second or two, he separated. "Wow, I didn't think I was sending that message," Oliver said as Laurel understood what he said. No, I got the message. I get it loud and clear every day. Run away from Laurel, run as fast as you can," Laurel said. "Laurel, come on. Sarah, she got on the gambit with you. My father, he climbed into a bottle. My mother, she climbed into her car and she drove away. And then Tommy," Laurel said as she began to tear up. "What is so wrong with me that everybody leaves?" Laurel asked. "Laurel, I will never leave you," Oliver said as he now kissed her. "I just don't want to rush into this again and have us both regret it," Oliver said as Laurel smiled. She then turned to her apartment and saw the door was slightly open. "I thought I locked that," Laurel said. "Stay here," Oliver told her as he walked in. He saw that the lights were off and that nothing looked like it was touched, but then saw something. He saw one of the League's daggers stabbed into the wall as a warning. "Ollie," Laurel called out as he quickly grabbed the dagger and hid it. "Anything?" "All good. Looks like nothing is missing. I have to go," Oliver told her. "Listen about what I said. It's fine. Just stay here," Oliver told her as he kissed her head and left. Missing Laurel, take out a bottle of pills and take one. Felicity, Al-Owal was at Laurel's place. He told her on his phone. "What, is she okay?" she asked. "She's fine. Looks like he moved out before we got there," Oliver said. "But if Laurel's not his target, he's after Lance and I need a location now," Oliver told her as she then tracked his phone's GPS. Sarah led her father into the clock house that she was using as her home base. He walked in to see the place set up with gear and she walked over to table set up with her weapons. "Well, I can't believe I didn't think to look for you up here," Lance said. "It's a good vantage point. You can see the whole city," Sarah told him. "Like a bird on a wire," Lance said. "Where I was, they have you choose a new name. I choose Safir. It's Arabic for canary," Sarah said. "I bought you that canary when you were 10, Lance said. "I was as far from home as you can get, but I never forgot where I came from," Sarah said as she began to tear up, remembering her time away. "You know how they say the first thing you forget about somebody when they're gone is their voice. You can remember their face and the way they move, but you can't hold on to the way they sound. I never forgot your voice, Dad," Sarah told him as he hugged her. "Sweetheart, we're out of time," Sarah said as they saw the 4 League of Assassins. Sarah pulled out her bow staff while Lance got his gun. "So this is where you wanted your father to die," Al-Owal said. "What the hell, Sarah? Who the hell are these guys?" Lance asked. "Associates of your daughter, Officer Lance," Al-Owal said. "Well, she always did have the worst taste in friends," Lance said as he kept his gun on them. "Did you really think we weren't going to find you?" Al-Owal said as he drew his sword. "No, we knew you would," Sarah said as Kitsune then jumped down from the roof and drew his sword. "Now!" Al-Owal said as the other assassins attacked. One stepped on a trap, which wrapped around his leg and pulled him up and dangled him upside down. Lance shot at one of them, who kept dodging his bullets, and then climbed up to the ceiling to avoid the guns. Kitsune fought the same assassin he fought in the factory. He used his katana to block and parry spear strikes, and then was able to punch him across the face and tripped him on his back. I expected more from an assassin, Kitsune said as the assassin then got back up and fought. Sarah fought Al-Owal and broke her staff into her eskrima sticks. She ducked and dodged the sword strikes as she and Al-Owal parried and blocked each other's attacks until she twirled and around him. She blocked 3 strikes to her body and then delivered hard strike to his face, which pushed him onto his new. As he got up, a nail gun on the wall shot nails into his leg, causing him to fall on his knees in pain. Sarah then twirled her sticks in the air. "You should be mindful of your surrounding," Sarah told him. Al-Owal swung and thrust his sword as Sarah dodged. She twirled and was able to block his sword with one eskrima stick and then hit his body with the other, and his leg wound made it harder for him. But she then missed when he parried her strike. He punched out the back of her right leg, causing her to fall to her knees in pain as he held his sword against her neck. The one trapped assassin got free and aided his brother fight Kitsune. Kitsune then brought out his second katana to keep the 2 assassins at bay. He spun around strikes and back-flipped away and threw some shuriken to keep them at bay, and then saw Sarah go down. Al-Owal then took off his mask and stood up, ready to take her head off, but then a grapple arrow hit the wall. Arrow then zip-lined in, using his bow to knock Al-Owal off his feet. One of the assassins fighting Kitsune engages Arrow as they trade punches and block. Arrow dodges and parries attacks, and ducked under a swing and then punches him in the face, knocking him to the ground. Kitsune then blocked the strikes from the spears and used his sword and locked the spear to the ground like he did in the warehouse. He then parries and punches the assassin in the face and spin kicks him, knocking him out. Sarah smacked Al-Owal in the face with her bow staff and then held his neck by her staff. Lance was having trouble with his assassin as his bullets missed, and then the assassin closed the distance. Lance tried to punch, but the assassin was too skilled and knocked his gun away and knocked him to the ground. "Guns are a coward's weapon. What are you without your sidearm?" the assassin asked a downed Lance. Lance then grabbed a revolver in his leg and shot him in the chest. "A guy with a spare," Lance said as he got up. "You think because you are the beloved, you will be granted you freedom," Al-Owal said as he was being suffocated. "There's only one freedom. Let me grant you yours," she said as she snapped his neck. She moved to the other 2 as Oliver tried to stop her. "You don't have to do this. It's over," Arrow said. "Not yet," she said. "Sarah, baby, don't," Lance said. "Tell Ras Al Ghul that my family is off limits. His quarrel is with me," Sarah told them as they then ran out the window and down the zip line. She then tossed Arrow her bow staff as she exhaled. "I'm sorry you saw that. I can't imagine what you must think of me," Sarah said. "I think you're a survivor. I think you're one of the bravest people I've ever known. You're my daughter. It's time for you to come back home," Lance said as he hugged her and held her close. "I can't," Sarah told him. "Why not?" he asked. "They are never going to stop looking for me," Sarah told him. "I'll protect you. We'll protect you. Tell her it's safe to stay." Lance said to Arrow, "Dad, if they hurt you or Laurel or Mum, then I really would die," Sarah said. "But they need to know," Lance said. They can't, Daddy," Sarah said. "Why not?" he asked. "You know why. I came back to make sure that my family was safe, and you are. But if they knew I was alive, Laurel and Mom, they would never stop looking for me, and that could get them both killed," Sarah said. "I can't let you go," Lance said, crying and hugging her close. "I can't let you go." I have to, Dad. I have to go," she said as she was able to let go, but tears continued to fall down her cheeks. "Keep them safe," she told Arrow and Kitsune. "You have my word," Kitsune said as she then left. "Detective, she's right. You have to keep her secret," Arrow said. "It's already the hardest thing I've ever had to do," Lance said, watching her leave. "How do you live like this?" he asked. Line break xx. After Sarah left, everyone was somewhat relieved that the League was gone, but sad that Sarah was gone. Lance seemed to take it the worst. Oliver went to Iron Heights with Thea to convince his mum out of taking the plea agreement. Naruto put his costume away and went home to see Felicity sitting on his couch with Kurama next to him. "Hey," Naruto said as he entered his apartment. "Hey, I was waiting for you," she said as she got up and hugged him. "Hope not long," he said as they separated, and he scratched Kurama on the head who purred. "So is Sarah really gone?" she asked. "Yeah, it's the only way to keep her family safe," Naruto told her as he then tried to relax. "How's Detective Lance?" she asked as she got behind him and hugged him. "As you'd expect. I just hope that she stays alive. You can only run for so long before your feet give out," Naruto said as he turned to hug her and relaxed in comfort. "Naruto, before this week, you never told me about your encounter with the League of Assassins. What else happened to you before we met?" she asked. Naruto separated from her and walked for a little as he thought about what to tell her. She saw he was having difficulty trying to find the right words. Then he stopped and turned to her. "Felicity, being with you for the past couple of months has been great. I haven't had this kind of relationship before, and I didn't want to ruin it," he said as she went up to him. "Naruto, we've been through a lot together. I'm not leaving," she said as he smiled. "Thank you. It's not easy to talk about what I've done, but believe me, when I'm ready to share more, you'll be the first one I tell. Believe it," he said, but then realized the last thing he said. "Sorry, verbal force of habit, thought I conquered it," he said as she laughed. "It's okay, I think it's cute," she said as they laughed and hugged. Naruto smiled as he embraced her again. He loved this woman, and he would make sure that she would never get hurt by anyone, not even by him. Laurel was sorting some papers at the DA's office, not knowing that her father was watching her. He was looking at her, making sure she was okay, thinking about what she would do if he told her Sarah was alive. He finally mustered the courage to walk in. "Hey." "Dad, I know I owe you a phone call. I have a lot of work. Can we do this another time?" she asked. "I just had to see you, Laurel," Lance said. "Did something happen? Are you okay?" she asked, concerned. "One day, honey, when you have a daughter of your own, you'll understand that being a parent, it means you just never stop worrying about your children," he said. "Dad, I'm sorry I didn't call you back. I've had a really long week, and I'm tired," she said. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I'm not sure. I wish that I knew, but I wish there was a sign that it gets better," she said. "It does, honey. It get better," he told her. "How do you know?" she asked. "I wish I could tell you, sweetie," he said as he hugged her close. "I wish I could tell you." Back at the cave was checking the monitors as Oliver walked in with some glasses. "Where's Sarah?" Diggle asked. "She left," he told him as he opened the trunk he had from the island. "You cool with that?" Diggle asked. "I didn't have much of a choice," Oliver said as he took out a bottle of Russian vodka. "An old friend gave this to me, said I know when it was the right time to drink it," Oliver said as he filled the glasses. "And now's the right time?" Diggle asked. "I'm not sure, but I need a drink," Oliver said as he gave Diggle a glass. "Prochnost," Oliver said in Russian as they cheered and drank. "So you were right." "Yeah, I usually am, Oliver," Diggle said as they both chuckled. "About what, specifically?" "No matter how hard I try, Diggle, my past, it doesn't want to stay buried. I don't want to try so hard anymore," Oliver said as he breathed and tried to muster the courage to talk. "The 5 years I was gone, I wasn't always on the island." Line break, eek, cack, cack, flash back. The pirates on the freighter threw Oliver into the room as he groaned in pain. He heard footsteps and looked up to see who was walking toward him. He saw that it was Sarah, and she was alive. "How are you?" He was interrupted as he violently kicked him in the stomach. He groaned in pain as his bullet wound hurt even more. "Prisoners do not speak," she ordered him. She said it in a manner that suggested she didn't care he was alive. She walked away as Oliver watched her leave, wondering what the hell happened to her and what the hell she was going to do. End of Chapter 6. Hoped you guys like it. If it seemed not Naruto-centric, it's because the episode was really about Sarah. I did introduce that Naruto has had dealing with the League, and that will come back to haunt him. Also, more of Naruto's time in Europe will be revealed in other chapters, showing what Naruto did and why he didn't seem so eager to talk about it. I had Oliver and Laurel talk about getting back together because I like them together. I'm sure where I'm going to go with that relationship, so if you have ideas, leave them in the review. The next chapter, Oliver, Diggle, and Felicity head to Russia to rescue Lila, while Naruto stays in Starling City and someone from Naruto's past comes back to haunt him. Next chapter, keep your enemies closer. Sorry this took a while. Since I started college again, I haven't had as much time to write as I would like. I will still try to write, but I'm also writing for my other stories, so look out for that. Just please be patient. Hope you guys liked it. Please leave a review, but no flames, and if you didn't like it, sorry and don't hate me. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or Arrow. Both belong to their respective owners. I'm just a huge fan. 8. Keep your enemies closer. Here is Chapter 7 based on the episode Keep Your Enemies Closer. After Amanda Waller tells Diggle that Lila has gone missing in Russia in an attempt to find Deadshot, Oliver, Felicity, and Diggle head to Russia. Naruto volunteers to stay behind and watch over the city while they're gone and meet someone from his past and a new future enemy. My name is Oliver Queen. After 5 years trapped on a hellish island, I have come home with only one goal: to save my city. But to do so, I can't be the killer I once was. To honor my friend's memory, I must be someone else. I must be something else. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. For my entire life, I have undergone training that forged me into a weapon. After my parents died, they wanted me to use my gifts to change the world and find something worth fighting for. And I have, to honor their memory, I have become Kitsune. And I will defend Starling City and keep the innocent safe. But my parents' killer is still out there, and as long as he still breathes free air, I will not stop until he is brought to justice. And no one will get in my way. Keep your enemies closer. Night settled over Starling City as it signaled another criminal who needed to be brought to justice. Roy Harper was walking in the back alley of Verdant and stabbed his red arrow into the wall as a signal to the arrow that he had some information he could use. Naruto was in the Arrow Cave, looking at the monitors, and saw the signal and messaged Felicity to tell Oliver while he got ready. Felicity got out of the elevator and was walking to Oliver's office as she overheard Isabel and Oliver arguing. You were supposed to sign this report at last night's board meeting. You know why you didn't? Isabel asked in a condescending manner. Probably because I didn't attend last night's board meeting, Oliver told her. Where were you? She asked. I have other interests outside this company, Oliver said. I don't, Isabel said. Mr. Queen. Felicity tried to speak, but Isabel kept talking. I thought you were serious when you said we were partners, Isabel told him. Isabel, I missed one meeting, Oliver said. Last week, it was 2 meetings. Isabel said, Mr. Queen. Felicity tried to talk, but Oliver stopped her. Company-wide revenue is at double digits since you and I took over, Oliver said. Oliver, Felicity shouted, getting his attention. Yes, Oliver asked as Isabel turned to see Felicity. I'm sorry to interrupt your... Grrr. I need to talk to you about your plans this evening. With Mr. Harper, Felicity said as Isabel gave Oliver a look. You'll have to excuse me, Oliver said as he got up to leave. We have work to do. It's important, she said. So are my evening plans. I'm sorry, Oliver told her as he walked out with Felicity. We are going to have to work on your excuses, Oliver told her. You're right, Felicity replied. In one of the abandoned warehouses of Starling City, several vehicles were driving up, and men would enter. Several carrying guns while on carried a duffel bag. Hidden from the men entering the building, Roy was scoping out the place. Kitsune and the Arrow then walked up behind him, but Roy didn't notice them. You should be more careful. You're completely exposed, Arrow told him, shocking Roy since he didn't hear him coming. I knew you were there. Roy lied to make himself not look like an idiot. You wanted me to tell you when I found the funny money guys were ready to make a sale. Well, here we go. Not we, go home. I already have help. Arrow told him as Roy scoffed and turned to talk to him, but there was no one there. Inside the warehouse, a deal was going down with a counterfeiter and some local gang. Here's the fake, the counterfeiter said, showing the fake money presses. Let's see the real. The gang leader opened the duffel to show it full of money. The counterfeiter smiled and reached out for the money, but an arrow hit the bag and exploded in sparks, catching the bag on fire. Then a gang member was hit in the leg with an arrow. Another was hit with a trank shuriken as the arrow knocked out a guard near the door and then shot an arrow, pining the gang leader's hand to a nearby wooden block. One member ran out of the building and ran to the cars, but Roy saw him and tackled him to the ground and punched him in the face. Arrow had an arrow aimed at the counterfeiter as Diggle spoke to him through his earpiece. "You've got two right above you," Diggle said, as the arrow didn't move because Kitsune kicked one bad guy's off the second floor and his crashed into some trash and then knocked out the second with a kunai to a nerve. "Now they're at you 6, Diggle said as Oliver took a mini arrow from his pouch as threw it at the leg of a bad guy and he fell down. The counterfeiter was then freighted, seeing his men taking out, and Arrow and Kitsune, who now joined him, move up to him. Police sirens were heard as police cars arrived at the warehouse. Cops came out of their squad cars as Roy was beating up the gang member. "Stay where you are, don't move," the police told Roy. "I want to make a citizen's arrest," Roy told them as he and the gang member were arrested. "That it, I'm clear," Diggle told them from his vantage point on the nearby rooftop. Diggle then two men on the rooftop and tried to leave, but was hit with a taser and fell down unconscious. "Task Force X to Mockingbird. We have the prize, we're coming home," the man said. "Line break." Diggle woke up in an abandoned warehouse tied to a chair with a bag over his head. His bag was taken off to show him an empty room, except for a light and the men who tased him. He was then cut free and wondered what was going on until he heard the door open. "Who are you people? NSA, CIA?" Diggle asked. "My name is Amanda Waller," the women told him as Diggle got a look at her. "I thought you ARGUS guys were supposed to be more subtle," Diggle said. "For us, this was subtle," Waller replied. "Then I want to see Lila Michaels," Diggle said. "So do I." "Agent Michaels has gone dark," Waller told him. "Lila's missing." "What happened?" Diggle asked. "She was running down a lead in Moscow. She missed 2 of her scheduled call-ins," Waller told him. "Well, what are you doing about it?" Diggle asked. "Speaking to you. Even if we knew where in Russia Lila is, my superiors believe sending in an extraction team could cause an international incident. As far as they are concerned, she's already a framed picture on our lobby wall," Waller said to him. "Why are you telling me this?" Diggle asked as she got closer. "Because I know how you, Naruto Uzumaki, and Oliver Queen spend your nights," Waller said as Diggle realized she knew their secret. "And I know your passport is up to date. And it would help to start with what Lila was doing in Moscow in the first place." "What lead was she tracking down?" Diggle asked. "A line on the whereabouts of Floyd Lawton," she replied. "Deadshot. Lila was in Russia for me," Diggle said. "Agent Michaels is an asset I can't easily replace, and I know you find here similarly irreplaceable. Bring her home, Mr. Diggle," Amanda told him as she and her agents left. Oliver, Naruto, and Felicity were at the Arrow Cave and watching news coverage on the Star Labs particle accelerator. Many of the protesters were arguing about how the particle accelerator was a potential disaster waiting to go off. Oliver just shook his head, hearing the protesters whining. They then heard the door to the cave open and Diggle walked in. "Where did you go? Everything okay?" Oliver asked. "Yeah, just needed a few personal days," Diggle said as he grabbed a bag. "What's going on?" Naruto asked. "Have to help a friend," Diggle said. "Who?" Oliver asked as Diggle looked like he didn't want Oliver to know until he finally gave in. "Lila Michaels," Diggle told them. "It's his spy girlfriend that works for ARGUS." Felicity told Oliver and Naruto. "She went to Russia looking for Deadshot, for me. Now she's missing," Diggle said as Oliver understood what he needed to do. "Felicity, I think it's time we visited our Queen Consolidated subsidiary in Moscow," Oliver told her. "Yeah," Felicity agreed. "Oliver, what are you doing?" Diggle asked. "Just need to help a friend," Oliver told him. "I can't ask you to do that," Diggle told him. "You didn't," Oliver said as Diggle smirked. "What about the city?" Diggle asked. "You guys go, I can take care of Starling until you get back," Naruto told them. "You sure?" Felicity asked. "Yeah, I watched over the city for 5 months, until you guys came back," I can do it for another week, Naruto said with a smirk as the others chuckled. Line break, X flashback. Oliver was shocked to see Sarah alive and on the ship with the prisoners, but as a guard. She had a cold and calculated look on her face, but it lessened as she saw Oliver. Sarah. Oliver was going to continue, but the door to the room opened and in walked a man. My name is Evo. What's your name? Evo asked as Oliver glanced at Sarah as she shook her head no. Tommy, Oliver said, not giving his real name. So, how did you come to be on this island, Tommy? I assume it wasn't by choice, Ivo asked. My, boat was shipwrecked here, and I was the only survivor, Oliver said. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Did you explore the island much? Evo asked. Some of it, Oliver replied. Why? You didn't happen to run across a Japanese Imperial Navy submarine, did you? Evo asked as he saw the confused look on Tommy's face. During World War II, every country was trying to develop ultimate weapon. The United States had the Manhattan Project, of course. The Nazis had Das Uranverein. And the Japanese, well, they had Mirakuru. Stem cell and genetic therapies, decades ahead of their time, Sarah added. Every war advances the cause of science, and the Japanese, they had developed a serum that caused increased strength. Rapid cell regeneration, they called it Mirakuru, Evo said. Miracle, Sarah translated. Thought they could create an army of super soldiers. They were transporting their only supply via submarine when that sub came under heavy fire by the Allied forces, and it ran aground in this chain of islands. Thanks to you, we now know it's this island, Evo said smugly. You killed my friends, Oliver said in anger, which means it's up to you to help us find that sub. Evo told him, line break, X666, end of flashback. Naruto was back in his apartment the next day, waking up and getting some writing done for his next book. He got a text from Felicity. Unfortunately, Isabel got wind of Oliver's trip to Russia and went with him. The whole trip got a lot more complicated. Trying to find Lila would be harder now that Isabel would be hovering over Oliver's shoulder about business. He just hoped that Diggle would find Lila. Naruto was busy writing some more chapters with Kurama sleeping on a mat next to him. He set up the Arrow Cave computers to message him if any incidents came up. Meanwhile, back with Oliver and the others, they just arrived in Moscow and were passing through security and getting their passports verified. Oliver got his passport checked and then went to speak to Isabel. I've arranged a meeting with the chief operating officer of our Moscow subsidiary tomorrow at 10 a.m. Try your hardest not to miss this one. Isabel told him, You know, I'm not this person that you seem to think I am. Oliver told her. That depends, she said. On what? Oliver asked. On if I think you used the corporate jet for a weekend of fun with you assistant. Isabel said. Excuse me, Oliver said. A blonde IT girl all of a sudden gets promoted to be assistant to the CEO. There are only two ways that happens. One is nepotism, and she doesn't look like your cousin. Isabel told him as they looked at Felicity, who was over with Diggle. That is absolutely never happening. Besides, she has a boyfriend, Oliver told her. Who's not here now? Besides, what were her qualifications? Aside from an abundance of short skirts, Isabel said as she walked away. Her skirts aren't that short, Oliver said as she left, and Diggle and Felicity joined him. What was that about? Felicity asked. Nothing. Everything with Kniazev is set. Oliver told Diggle. You have friends in the Russian mafia. Kalami had not at all surprised, Felicity said. You're going straight to the hotel in a cab. Oliver told her. No, you're leaving me with her, Felicity asked him. Dig and I need to get a drink, Oliver said as he and Diggle left, leaving Felicity alone. Well, I wouldn't mind a drink, Felicity said as the two left. Night had settled over Starling City and Kitsune had just finished cleaning up a mugging. He finished securing the gangbangers and climbed up to the roof to watch over. The police arrived and took the gangbangers into custody. Naruto smirked under his mask, seeing the police at least the bad guys into custody rather than try and find him. He then ran over the rooftops checking up on the city. When he ran across one, he heard a noise which made him stop. Naruto heard ruffling, and on the roof he then drew his sword and prepared to fight. He then quickly blocked some shuriken threw at him from behind and quickly drew his second sword as the mysterious figure jumped out of the shadows and attacked him. The two clashed swords as both were evenly matched. Naruto ducked under a slash to the head and then thrust his sword forward while using the second to block and parry a knife slash. The figure then flipped back and threw a demon wind shuriken at Naruto, who rolled to the side to avoid it. Naruto then threw some kunai with ninja wire attached at the assailant who slashed the kunai and wire. The assailant then activated a switch on his gauntlet and lighting surged throughout the assailant's right hand and he charged at Kitsune. Kitsune then threw a small thermite bomb at the lighting gauntlet which caused a small explosion. Kitsune then jumped and flipped over as the assailant and dodged the lighting attack. Kitsune then quickly landed, spun around and held his sword at the figure's neck and heart. "One more move and you're done," Kitsune said as the figure relaxed and turned the gauntlet off. "Not bad. You've gotten better then when we last met," the figure said as Naruto sheathed his swords. "I've kept training and never given up. That's my way, believe it," Naruto said with a smile. "It's good to see you, Naruto," the figure said as he had his hand out. "You too, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said as he shook Kakashi's hand and they hugged it out. "So what brings you to Starling City?" Naruto asked as he and Kakashi were walking on the roof. "I heard of the stories of the two vigilantes of Starling City. I'm proud of you, Naruto, and your parents would be too," Kakashi told Naruto as Naruto smiled. "Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. So what brings the White Fang to Starling City?" Naruto asked as the two stepped into moonlight and Naruto saw Kakashi's outfit. Kakashi had grey spiky hair, his face mask covering his nose and mouth, with his leaf headband covering his left eye. He wore a dark blue long-sleeve shirt with a dark green ninja jacket and combat glovers with leaf symbol knuckle plates. He had his sword attached to his back and pouches to hold his other weapons, and he had some ninja boots on as well. But the one cool thing of Kakashi's outfit would have to be his special gauntlet on his right hand. Kakashi was able to create a gauntlet that is powered by kinetic energy, so every time the gauntlet was struck or he moved his gauntlet enough, it created electricity, which Kakashi used to create his signature lightning blade attack. Think similar to the electro gloves from Batman Arkham Origins. "I need your help," Kakashi said. "Line break XEX, Naruto flashback." Short after he got the video message from his parents and he found their secret armory and the audio file of their killer, he set off to find any kind of lead he could. His first stop would be to Japan. Since his parents came and worked from there, it would be the first stop to find any info. He got off the plane and checked into a local hotel, and then rented a car and drove to the remains of the town of Konoha, the original place of birth of the nation of warriors that Naruto's parents were a part of, was now a small rural town on the outskirts of Tokyo. Over the decades, the members of the nation moved to various locations around the world, and now the town just consisted of old retirees, merchants, and farmers. Naruto drove into the town and parked, and was kind of happy at the small town feel. Children were running around and playing with pets, while the elders were playing cards and smoking, and merchants were selling their items, and shops were serving food. He got out of the car and grabbed his bag, which had a sword, some shuriken and kunai, and the black hoodie his parents left for him. Kurama instantly ran out of the car and ran with the other children and animals, having a good time. He also had one of his parents' leaf headband tied to one of the straps on his bag, hoping that maybe it would draw the attention of any remaining warriors in the village so he could get some answers. He walked through the town with Kurama walking beside him and smiled at the peace and quiet. He then went up to a food stall. The stall was small and family-run, with some people eating lunch, while others were talking and playing cards. "Hi, I'll take an order of dango, please," Naruto ordered from the stall. The cook nodded and quickly got to work on Naruto's order. Naruto then found an empty table and sat down and pulled out a chair for Kurama to rest on. He then took out his father's journal, reading it over, trying to find anything that would help his search. As he was doing this, he drew the attention of one patron who was reading an orange book with the title Make Out Paradise. The man had grey hair and an eye patch covering one of his eyes. The patron saw the young man come into the stall and he looked familiar, but what stood out was the headband on his bag and the journal. He recognized them, and after looking at the young man, he knew who he was. Naruto then ate his food in silence and fed Kurama too. When he was done, he paid for it and left. With the man with the eye patch following him, Naruto knew there was someone following him and was prepared to fight. Naruto walked to a nearby alley, and the man followed him, but when he entered the alley, Naruto was gone. The man then quickly pulled out a kunai and blocked a knife slash as Naruto appeared, and the two fought. Naruto slashed and punched as the man blocked and parried, and then the two locked arms until Naruto pushed him back. "Who are you, and why have you been following me?" Naruto yelled as he prepared his knife. "I wanted to prove my suspicion, and you just did," the man said as he put his kunai away. "You are your father's son," he said as Naruto froze up for a second. "Who are you?" Naruto asked, still having his knife ready. "My name is Kakashi Hatake. I think you've been looking for me," Kakashi said, showing Naruto his leaf headband. Line break XX, end of flashback. Back in Moscow, Oliver and Diggle entered a club. With the loud music blasting loud, they walked in as one man spoke to them. "Oliver Queen? Ha! My favorite American." Kniazev stood up and hugged Oliver. "Dabro pazalavat," Kniazev said in Russian. "It has been too long. John Diggle, this is Anatoly Kniazev," Oliver said as with a smile. "Thank you for meeting us," Diggle said. "If Oliver vouches for you, you're my second favorite American," Kniazev said with a laugh as he shook Diggle's hand. Kniazev then led Oliver and Diggle to his office so they could talk in private. "First, a toast," Kniazev told them, pouring them some vodka from the same type of vodka Oliver had at the cave. "None for me, thanks," Diggle said, but Oliver gave Diggle a glass. "Prochnost," Kniazev toasted in Russian. "To strength," Oliver said as they all drank. "Now, business," Kniazev said as he took out a picture of a beaten-up Lila and showed them. "This is woman you look for, yes? Picture is from 2 days ago, from Gulag, prison." "Lila was arrested?" Diggle asked. "Not quite. From what I hear, she was trying to break in," Kniazev said. "Why?" Diggle asked. "I do not know, but clearly she had issues breaking back out. Gulag is worst in Russia. It's called koshmar," Kniazev said as Diggle looked to Oliver to translate. "The nightmare," Oliver told him. "It's full of violent psychopaths and killers, and that's just the guards," Kniazev said. "Anatoly, we need a way into the Gulag to extract her," Oliver said. "You get in, you get shot before you get out, or end up like your friend." "It is impossible," Kniazev said. "The only thing that's impossible is us leaving this country without this woman," Diggle said as Kniazev chuckled. "I like this guy. We have no word for optimist in Russian. The only way into Koshmar is as prisoner. Now I have guard there, owes me a favor. It could work. I'll give you 1 shot in 20, Kniazev said. "Set it up. I'll go." Oliver said, "No, it has to be me." "Oliver, what if something happens to you in there? What happens to me, Felicity, Naruto, or Isabel for that matter? You have to be on the outside making the moves. I'll go inside. I've got this," Diggle said as Oliver reluctantly agreed. Line break XXXX. In Starling City, 2 of the deadliest killers had arrived to make the city their own. They were 2 of the deadliest members of an ancient criminal organization that was long thought to have collapsed years ago. That organization was the Akatsuki, a group consisting of 10 of the most deadly and feared criminals and killers in the entire world. Even the heavy crime syndicate didn't mess with them out of fear. The group's goal was unknown, since no member ever spoke of who the leader was and what the ultimate goal of the group is. Eventually the group disbanded and the members were on their own. They often were in pairs for their missions and made some close bonds with their partners. The 2 who made their way to Starling City are known as the Zombie Brothers, Haiden and Kakuzu. Haiden was a religious fanatic who swore his allegiance to the god Jashin, but was the most foul-mouthed, disrespectful, and psychotic religious fanatics you would ever meet. He was a sadistic man who often called killing a religious calling and used his 3-bladed scythe to draw blood for his god. Kakuzu is one of the Akatsuki's most dangerous bounty hunters and one of the greediest members. He's also as sadistic as his partner, Haidan, because of his greed, which often washes over his moral standings. He has tortured, dismembered, and has harvest organs for one of his goals, which is to cheat death. His use of steel cables as weapons has made him a menace both near and far. They were known as the Zombie Brothers because the two couldn't be killed, or that was the rumor. They had survived bullets, bombs, swords, knives, electricity, and even poison, but they had not died. This often gave them an over-exaggerated sense of superiority. But despite their arrogance, they were not to be taken lightly. They are extremely dangerous, but they were Kakashi's next targets. Naruto invited Kakashi to his apartment since it wouldn't be a good idea to show him the Arrow Cave when Oliver's not here. Kakashi had to admit Naruto's life was pretty good. A best-selling author was no small thing, but he still preferred his make-out paradise. Naruto was at the computer sending a message to Felicity and setting up his computer to go off should anything strange or bizarre come in over the police radio. Kurama was sitting on a mat next to Naruto, and Kakashi was walking around, admiring the art of his books and looking at the pictures he had up. I have to say, Naruto, your books are doing really good. Although, did you have to be so literal when you wrote my character? Kakashi complained about how much his character from Naruto's book was way too close to him for his comfort. I wanted it to pay respect to the original. Naruto joked as Kurama snickered. I get that. But did you have to be so on point with my character's personality? Come on, I'm never that late. Kakashi told him. Yeah, you are. You once left me waiting for 5 hours. Naruto said. And it was raining and I needed to go back and get an umbrella. Kakashi said. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. Naruto said as Kakashi then ignored him and Naruto just shook his head. Kakashi then looked around and saw the pictures of a young Naruto with his parents and then Naruto with Laurel and Tommy. He then saw the picture of him and Felicity at his book launch event. Wow, Naruto, she's a looker, Kakashi said as he picked up the photo and ogled Felicity. Easy there, you perv. She's a bit too young for you, Naruto said as he took the photo and put it back. Old, I'll have you know I'm still young and hip, Kakashi said, but then shivered because of what he said. Never mind, I sounded like Guy there for a second. Naruto chuckled, but his computer started beeping, which drew Kakashi's attention. What's going on? Kakashi asked. The police may have found something, Naruto said as he typed away and brought up the case file. Looks like the police found the remains of a ritualistic killing. The victim was killed with what looks like a 3-bladed weapon. He bled out, and from the strange kanji writing surrounding the body, the police summed it up to a psycho ritual killing. They sent a copy to the FBI to find any similarities to previous cases. None needed, that's Haiden. I'd recognize his work anywhere, Kakashi said. Haiden and Kakuzu, last I heard of them. They were rotting in a jail in Japan, Naruto said. Yeah, but somehow someone was able to break them out. Immediately after they got out, they got on a plane and headed here, Kakashi said as he grabbed his gear. Why here, though? Naruto asked. I don't have an answer for that, but the important thing right now is to stop them. So what's the first move? Kakashi asked. Why are you asking me? Naruto asked. Well, this is the Arrow's city, but since he isn't here, Kitsune should call the shots, Kakashi said with a smile at Naruto's growth. Let's head to the crime scene. Maybe we can find a lead the police didn't, Naruto said as he grabbed his hood and they left. Line break all skeks, Naruto flashback. After Kakashi revealed who he was, Naruto needed some answers. Naruto soon learned that Kakashi is a part of Konoha's League of Warriors and that he trained under Naruto's father. His codename was the White Fang in honor of his father who was a warrior until he killed himself when he chose to save his comrades, then completely mission. Naruto's father then took him under his wing and trained him. Kakashi looked up to Minato like a father figure. When Minato and Kushina decided to leave to start a family, Kakashi couldn't be happier for his sensei. Kakashi continued to fight, using everything Minato taught him to keep the world safe. When Naruto was born, Minato and Kushina sent Kakashi a message that should anything happen to them, and Naruto goes looking for answers, that Kakashi would train him and look out for him until he thought he was ready. After Kakashi told Naruto everything, Naruto agreed to train under Kakashi. Naruto spent a few months training with Kakashi and honing his skills. He worked with his swords and more combat training, and even learned Kakashi's wolf fighting style. Kakashi was a good man, he was funny yet serious when he needed to be, and he was a good teacher. Although Naruto did have his gripes with Kakashi, Naruto had arrived at the training ground and was waiting for Kakashi to arrive. Unfortunately, the one downside with Kakashi is that he has a habit of always being late. After about an hour of waiting, Naruto sat down and started to meditate, and after a few seconds, Kakashi walked into the training ground. "You're late," Naruto said, annoyed. "Sorry, a black cat crossed my path, so I had to walk around," Kakashi told Naruto while reading his book. "Liar!" Naruto yelled. Kakashi then closed his book and got serious. "Well then, let's begin," Kakashi said as the two resumed their training. The training was going well, and Kakashi had to admit Naruto was extremely well trained. He would definitely grow to be a game changer, he just hoped he followed the path his parents would want him to follow. Over time, Naruto really took a shine to Kakashi. He was like an older brother, looking out for him. He even taught Naruto a new code to follow: never abandon your friends or comrades. After another week of training, Kakashi showed Naruto his lighting blade attack. He showed Naruto the inner workings of his gauntlet, and if needed, the lightning blade could really turn the tide of a fight and save your life. Naruto asked if he could try it out and make his own, but Kakashi needed to know that Naruto was ready, and the only way he would know is if he passed the bell test, just like Minato did to him. Naruto and Kakashi were at the training ground, ready to face off. Naruto had all of his gear and swords ready and was ready to win. Kakashi was prepared as well. He wasn't going to make it easy. "Ready, Naruto?" Kakashi asked. "Ready," Naruto said, determined. "Good. Now remember, if you want to win, come at me. With the intent to kill," Kakashi said as he readied his sword. "All right," Naruto said as he grabbed his sword. "Let's go," Naruto yelled as the two charged at each other. Line break. Sheiks. End flashback. Back in Moscow, Knyazov was able to find a way for Diggle to get into the gulag. Now all he needed to do was find Lila and the guard Knyazov knew, and Oliver would do the rest. The guards took Diggle's items and pushed him into a cell with his new cellmate. "What, crime fits your punishment?" his cellmate asked. "Drugs. And you?" Diggle asked. "I gave speech about government corruption. It is rare to see one of you people in Koshmar," the man said. "What, American?" Diggle asked. "Chernokoshi," the man said, referring to Diggle's skin collar as Diggle scoffed. "Chernokoji not popular here." "Shocker," Diggle said as he looked at the clock. Oliver and Felicity were with Knyazov, securing an escape vehicle to get Diggle out. "You think Dig's okay?" Felicity asked. "I think he's doing the same as he was when you asked 5 minutes ago," Oliver told her. "They're coming. They sell us Russian police truck for cheap," Knyazov said as the suppliers drove into the meeting. Knyazov then went up to the leader and offered the money for the truck. When the leader took it, he ordered his men to point their guns as them. Oliver then went up to the leader and whispered into his ear. When Oliver was done talking, the leader gave them the keys to the truck and left. "What did you say?" Felicity asked Oliver. "Please," Oliver said as he winked. Line break. Xax. Oliver flashback. Oliver was sitting in his cell thinking about what just happened as Knyazov was talking to him. "You know, in Russia, there is gulag. Almost as bad as this," Knyazov told Oliver as they both saw Sarah walk up to Oliver's cell. "Sarah, don't say my name. If they find out we know each other, they'll kill us both," Sarah said as she handed him an extra blanket. "I thought you drowned," Oliver told her. "When I came up, the boat was gone. And I thought you were too. And I was floating out there for days when this ship... They found me. And they saved me," Sarah said. "Is that why you're helping them?" Oliver asked. "I don't have a choice," Sarah said. "I need to warn my friends." Oliver told her. "You said they were dead," Sarah said. "They're not that easy to kill," Oliver told her. Back in the fuselage, Shadow was tending to an injured and severely burned Slade. Slade was groaning and gasping in pain as Shadow made some medicinal herbs. "Try not to move," Shadow said as he placed the herbs on his burns. "It smells like puke," Slade said. "It'll heal your wounds," Shadow told him. "You have to go. Get out of here. Get to higher ground." Slade told her. "I'm not leaving you," Shadow told him. I will not be the reason something happens to you, Slade said as he groaned in pain. Then we're in agreement, because I make my own choices, Shadow said. You're a strong woman, Slade said. When I care about someone, there's nothing I won't do for them, Shadow told him. Another thing we have in common, Slade said as he then began to shiver. The burns, they're lowering your body temperature. Here, Shadow said as he moved next to him and hugged him close to share her body heat. Line break XXX. End of flashback. Diggle and his cellmate were in the commissary of the prison, getting food and then sat at a table. Diggle noticed there was one group of prisoners giving him some dirty looks. His cellmate looks at the men staring at Diggle and recognized them. Those men, they are Vori. They are in charge. It's best to stay away, the man said. Got it. Listen, I'm looking for a guard named Sergei Pavelsky, Diggle said as the man then looked around. Far corner, the man said as Diggle looked at Sergei, who nodded back to Diggle. The Vori then came up to Diggle table and the leader spoke. American, you are Suka now. Are we seriously going to do this? Diggle asked, but then a man hit him in the back with a tray. Guess so. Diggle then got up but was hit in the face and fell back. The man then kicked Diggle in the stomach, but before he could do it again, Diggle grabbed his leg, threw him to the ground and then twisted it as the man screamed in pain. The guards then ended the fight and grabbed Diggle. Fighting strictly prohibited. The guard told him as they pulled Diggle out of the commissary. They then led him into a freezer-like room with the air conditioning on so low that icicles formed on the vents. What is this place? Diggle asked. This cold room, the guard said as they took Diggle to the restraint area where another prisoner was restrained to a pole. 6 hours for you. 6 hours? You can't keep me in here for that long, Diggle said. Now 7 hours, the guard said as he left. Well, that was pretty stupid, the other prisoner said, getting Diggle's attention. Then again, you never really were one of the brightest guys, the man said as he showed his face with his eye patch over his right eye, and Diggle instantly recognized him. Deadshot, Diggle said in anger. Your spine frozen through yet? Deadshot asked, jokingly. Trust me, my problem here isn't with the cold, Diggle said as he tried to break the chains. What, you still haven't forgiven me for shooting your brother? Man, you really hold a grudge, Deadshot said as Diggle screamed in anger, trying to get free to attack him. I know why you're here. That girl from ARGUS. Lila didn't find a lead on you. She found you, Diggle said. Oliver was back at the hotel, just waiting for a few hours until the extraction plan for Diggle and Lila would commence. He was now talking with Isabel in the lobby after drinking some vodka. Does everyone really think that Felicity and I are… No, just everyone who works at Queen Consolidated, Isabel replied, and they chuckled. She's just a friend, Oliver told her. You don't seem like the kind of man who has female friends, Isabel said. Can I ask you a personal question? Oliver asked. With some vodka in me, I just might answer, Isabel said. Why does saving my family's company mean so much to you? Oliver asked. Despite what Sheryl Sandberg might say, it still isn't that easy to make it as a woman in business. I've given up a lot. Which means if I don't succeed at everything, then what was the point? Isabel told him. May I ask you a personal question? Others have tried and failed, Oliver said. Why do you try so hard to make me think that you're a lazy idiot? I know you're not. Underneath that swagger, I see you pretty clearly, Isabel said. Really? And what do you see? Oliver asked. You're intelligent, driven, and lonely, Isabel said. How do you see that? Oliver asked. Because it's what I see when I look in the mirror, Isabel said. Line break XCC6. Kitsune and the White Fang arrived at the spot where the police found the victim's body. There was blood splattered everywhere and several different kanjis were scribbled on the floor and walls. Geez, Haidan is a psycho, Kitsune said, disgusted at the gruesome scene. This is nothing to him. If we don't stop him, this whole city is going to be in danger, Kakashi said. Well then, let's find this asshole, Kitsune said as he picked up what looked like a piece of white rubble that didn't fit into the area. What's that? Kakashi asked. It might be the ticket to finding Hidan. I need to get this analyzed, Kitsune sighed as he put the rubble into his pouch. Let's go. Naruto needed to analyze the rubble fragment but he knew he shouldn't show Kakashi the Arrow Cave. So Naruto had Kakashi wait for him back at his apartment while he went to the cave. Naruto arrived in the cave and put the rubble into a spectro-analysis test to find out what it was. It turns out the rubble was granite but had trace residue of candle wax and incense. But the candle wax and incense are very particular, not commercial. The computer then found a match. The wax was candle wax, but the incense was very particular. It was the incense used in churches during prayers, but the analysis showed the incense was old, meaning it came from an old church. Naruto did some research and found that Starling City had one abandoned church, and that would be where Hayden and Kakuzu would be. Naruto then left the cave and told Kakashi the location, but to wait for him. Naruto ran over the rooftops until he spotted Kakashi scoping out the abandoned church. "You're sure they're in there?" Kakashi asked. "The rubble I found is church table granite. The computer showed that it was from a church that hasn't been in use for a while. This is the only option," Naruto told him. "Nice work," Kakashi said as he grabbed something from his pouch. "Here, I think it's time you got this back," Kakashi said as he handed it to Naruto. Naruto looked at Kakashi and then opened the pouch to reveal his energy glove. "I thought you said you didn't want me to use this until I was ready," Naruto asked. "You're ready, Naruto," Kakashi said with a smile. Naruto smiled back and put the glove on his right hand and forearm. "Let's go," Naruto said as they entered the church. Line break XXX. Naruto flashback. Naruto and Kakashi's fight had continued for hours with neither one giving up. Naruto was determined to win and prove himself. Kakashi could see the determination in Naruto's eyes and had to stay one step ahead of him. Kakashi then ran into a clearing and Naruto jumped out from the trees with his sword and attacked Kakashi. The two traded blows as Naruto swung at Kakashi, who blocked and parried, and both were trying to get the upper hand. Kakashi and Naruto then locked swords, but Kakashi pushed back, causing Naruto's sword to fly out of his hands. Kakashi then thrust with his sword, but Naruto moved to the side and pushed the handle forward, causing it to fly out of Kakashi's hand into a nearby tree. The two then went hand to hand, each trading blows. Naruto swung with his right fist at Kakashi's head, but Kakashi ducked. He then avoided a knee to the face and then an elbow to the nose. Kakashi was then able to grab Naruto's arm and threw him over his shoulder. Naruto then flipped to regain his balance and threw a demon wind shuriken at Kakashi, who spun and used the momentum to his advantage to redirect it at Naruto. Naruto then rolled out of the way and drew out a small stick, which then expanded into a bow staff. He then used his bow staff and swung at Kakashi's feet, who then jumped to avoid it, but then landed on the staff, holding it down as Naruto tried to move it. Naruto then got the leverage to separate the staff into his Eskrima sticks and used his free one to push Kakashi off the other. Kakashi then pulled out two sai and blocked against Naruto's Eskrima sticks. Naruto attacked using his sticks, but Kakashi kept Naruto away with his sais. Kakashi then stabbed at Naruto's arm, but Naruto locked the sai with his stick. Naruto then tried to hit Kakashi in the head, but Kakashi blocked it with his sai. The two locked weapons until both flipped to the side and the weapons flew away. Naruto then ran at Kakashi and punched at his head, but Kakashi blocked it and grabbed his arm. Naruto smirked and then flipped Kakashi over his shoulder and then drew a boomerang shuriken to his right. Kakashi then jump-kicked at Naruto's head, but Naruto dodged to the left, and then the two traded punches and kicks. Then the boomerang shuriken came back, but Naruto locked arms with Kakashi as the shuriken sliced open Kakashi's pouch and his Make-Out Paradise book came flying out. Naruto then kicked it away and then pulled out a small explosive bomb and threw it at the book. Kakashi went wide-eyed and quickly threw a kunai at the bomb, causing it to explode before it the book, and then quickly jumped and grabbed his book. "Phew, that was close," Kakashi said as he put his book back and then faced Naruto. "Shall we continue?" "We don't need to," Naruto said with a smirk. "You've given up, Naruto?" Kakashi asked, surprised. "No, I won," Naruto said as he showed the bell. Kakashi was surprised and looked at his waist, and the bell was gone. "How?" Kakashi asked. "Easy. I threw that boomerang shuriken, and when he locked arms, I just had to wait as it sliced open your pouch, and your book fell out." I knew that if that smut was in danger, you would immediately go after it, so when I kicked it away and threw the explosive, I sliced the bell off when you jumped for it," Naruto said with a smirk as Kakashi looked dumbfounded, but then smiled at Naruto's genius. "I'm impressed. You're getting better," Kakashi said, "thanks to your training." "So, can I try out the lightning blade?" Naruto asked, hopeful. "No," Kakashi said as Naruto face-faulted. "The lightning blade is mine. You have to make your own," Kakashi said as Naruto was excited. Line break X6XX, end flashback. In the cold room, the door opened to reveal Knyazev's man, Sergei. He immediately went over to Diggle and freed him from the chains. "We don't have much time," Sergei said as he freed Diggle and supported him. Let's go. "Nice seeing you, John," Deadshot said. 5 minutes, must hurry," Sergei said as they walked through the halls of the gulag. "Remind me to get you a pack of cigarettes when this is all over," Diggle said. "I don't smoke," Sergei said, but then suddenly stopped. He then fell over dead, with an icicle in his back and Deadshot behind him. "Yet, you weren't going to leave without me, were you?" Deadshot asked. "I should kill you right now," Diggle said. "You won't," Deadshot said. "Why?" Diggle asked. "Because I'm the only one who knows where your little girlfriend is. You're not stupid. You wouldn't put yourself in here without an exit strategy. I take you to the girl. You take me out," Deadshot said. Back with Oliver, he and Isabel talked for a while, and with the help of some more vodka, one thing led to another, and they ended up in Oliver's room and got intimate. After their intimacy session, Oliver needed to leave to go meet with Felicity and Kanayazev and get Diggle out of the gulag. "Isabel, I have to go. I'm sorry," Oliver told her. "Do I strike you as someone who needs to cuddle?" Isabel asked as Oliver smirked and then left. He opened door to leave but saw Felicity, who was about to knock. "Hi," Felicity said. "Hi," Oliver said. "It's time. Ready?" she asked as Oliver was about to answer, but Isabel then showed herself, shocking Felicity. "I think she can take the night off, don't you?" Isabel joked as she left, and Felicity figured out what they were doing. "Oh, Felicity. What happens in Russia stays in Russia, right?" she said as she left, even when it makes no sense whatsoever. Oliver and Felicity changed into guard uniforms and met with Knyazev in the police truck. Now they were waiting as Knyazev bribed the guard to let them into the area, as Felicity was still upset with Oliver. "What were you thinking?" she said. "What?" Oliver asked. "Over 64 million women over the age of consent in Russia, and you sleep with her," Felicity said as Oliver looked uncomfortable. "So we're not doing the 'what happens in Russia stays in Russia'?" Oliver asked. "We're still in Russia," Felicity said as Knyazev got back into the driver's seat. "There is nothing money cannot buy in this country," Knyazev said. "Diggle should be heading out with Lila in 2 minutes," Oliver said. "Well, breaking out of prison is harder than it looks. You of all people should know that," Knyazev said. Line break X6XX, Oliver flashback. Oliver was asleep in his cell when he heard some movement, which caused him to wake up. He saw Sarah at his cell door with the keys, and she opened his cell and ushered him out. "Stay quiet, follow me," Sarah said as Oliver got up and Knyazev saw what was going on. "You'll remember the rest of us, yes?" Knyazev asked. "I promise, I'll come back," Oliver said as he and Sarah left. They were moving through the hallways of the freighter as Sarah led them somewhere. "Are we making a swim for it?" Oliver asked. "No, they'd shoot it the second we hit the water," Sarah said as she led him into the radio room. "You said your friends, they have one of the radios from the ship, right?" "Yeah," Oliver said as Sarah started to change the radio frequencies and she knew what she was doing. "You look like you know what you're doing there." "In the past year, I've learned a lot of things I never expected to," Sarah said. "You and me both," Oliver said. Sarah then handed Oliver the radio microphone. "They won't respond unless they hear your voice," Sarah said. Oliver grabbed the mic and sat down. "Shadow, ni neng ting dao wo ma," Oliver said as nobody responded. "Slade, can you hear me?" He then heard some Chinese over the radio. "Thank God you're alive," Shadow said over the radio. "Yeah, I'm on the freighter." Oliver was interrupted as Sarah ripped the mic out of the radio. "Sarah, what are you doing?" Oliver asked as the captain and Ivo walked into the room. "There's only 2 of them. They haven't moved from the location of the mortar attack, the captain said. What the hell is going on here? Oliver asked. You just confirmed that your friends are alive, which means they're still a threat. You know, until we kill them, Ivo said. You son of a bitch, Oliver yelled as he got up, but the captain punched him in the face. We have their location. This one's no longer of use to us. Let's see how good you are. At removing a bullet from your head, the captain said as he readied his gun. Wait, he could still be useful, Sarah told Ivo. She's right. Once we get rid of his friends, we'll need him to lead us to the graves. Ivo said as the captain lowered his gun. Sometimes I wonder who gives the orders here. You or your little Buzan, the captain said as he left. You're going back to the island, Oliver, Ivo said. Line break X Kakex. End of flashback. Haydn and Kakuzu were resting in the abandoned church after Haydn dragged Kakuzu along to perform a ritual for Jashin. I still can't believe you dragged me with you to kill that guy, Kakuzu said in annoyance. Hey, you dragged me here in the first place, so I need to at least give Jashin a sacrifice. Haydn replied, I told you, the guy who got us out of jail set a bounty on this Kitsune guy here in Starling City. Now normally I would say forget it, but the bounty he has on Kitsune is something even you wouldn't turn down, Kakuzu told Haydn. Whatever, so how do we find this Kitsune? Haydn asked. We don't have to. You're here, aren't you, Kitsune? Kakuzu yelled out as Kitsune and the White Fang, who were in the shadows, knew they walked into a trap. I bet the White Fang is with you, isn't he? He's been on our trail ever since we got out. I hope you liked the little clue I left you. Now I can have your bounty, Kakuzu yelled as he took out and threw his steel cable at a second-floor support pillar and destroyed it, causing Kitsune and White Fang to jump away. You take White Fang, Kitsune's mine, Kakuzu said as he ran after Kitsune while Haydn prepared to fight White Fang, who jumped down and drew his sword. Well, how about this? A large bounty, the removal of a nuisance and 2 sacrifices today. Lord Jashin has blessed me, Haydn said with a sinister smirk. I don't think so, Haydn, White Fang said as he threw some shuriken at Haydn, but Haydn unsheathed his 3-bladed scythe and blocked them. He then charged at the White Fang, who blocked the scythe with his sword. Now who ordered the bounty on Kitsune? Wouldn't you like to know? Don't worry, once I kill you, I'll go help Kakuzu get the fox, and then I'll ask, Haydn said with a smirk, and then swung at White Fang, who ducked, but the scythe cut through the concrete support behind him, and he rolled out of the way. Kakashi then pulled out a short sword and sliced at Haydn's chest, but Haydn blocked it with his scythe. He then disconnected the bottom part of the scythe staff, used it as a fighting stick and swung at Kakashi, but he used his second sword to block it. He then put one sword in reverse grip and parried a swipe at his chest and then pushed Haydn back as he kept up the attack. He then locked swords with Haydn's scythe, but then jammed his short sword into the ground, locking the scythe with it. He then punched Haydn, elbowed him in the nose, and then flipped over his back and spin-kicked him in the face, pushing Haydn on his back. Kakashi then grabbed his sword and stabbed at Haydn, but he rolled away and grabbed his scythe and swung at Kakashi, who blocked it with his swords. Not bad, this is getting a lot more fun, Haydn said as he then activated a switch on his scythe. Kakashi's eyes widened as his scythe separated from his staff and the bottom part opened to reveal another blade. He then threw the scythe as it came flying at Kakashi. He blocked and parried it, only for Haydn to use the cable attached to the scythe and bring it back. Now this gets interesting. Keep up with this, idiot, Haydn yelled as he threw his scythe back at Kakashi, who rolled to the side to avoid it and threw shuriken at Haydn, who used the blade to block them and pulled the cable, bringing the scythe back at Kakashi, who rolled away and narrowly dodged it as it hit the floor next to his face. He then saw a liquid drop from the scythe and quickly moved before Haydn tried to hit him. Poison, huh? White Fang asked as Haydn brought his scythe back and twirled it. That's right, 1 cut and you're dead, Haydn said with a smirk. Kakashi then got an idea and grabbed something from his pouch. Haydn then sent his scythe at Kakashi, who spun around and then charged at Haydn. Kakashi threw a demon wind shuriken at Haydn, who ducked. When Haydn ducked, Kakashi quickly threw a vial at the scythe and coated it in the liquid. Haydn then saw Kakashi charging at him, so he pulled his scythe back, and it came flying at him and Kakashi. Kakashi then waiting until the very last second, when the he got as close to Haydn as possible, and the scythe was close behind, he jumped to the side. Hayden saw this and quickly caught his scythe, but Kakashi then reappeared and grabbed the end of the scythe and pushed it forward, piercing Hayden in the shoulder and the leg. "You tried to turn my weapon against me. Nice try, but I have an immunity to the poison," Hayden said with a smirk. "Who said anything about poison?" Kakashi said as Hayden's vision started to slightly blur. "When you weren't looking, I splashed a sedative toxin on your scythe," Kakashi said with a smirk. "You'll have to try harder than that," Hayden said as his vision still blurred, but it wasn't too bad. "Fine, let's supercharge it," Kakashi said as he activated his glove, and lightning surged through the scythe and into Hayden. "Ah! Ah!" Hayden shouted in pain as electricity surged throughout his body and the sedative toxin was now supercharged. After a few more seconds, the lightning died down and Kakashi pulled the scythe out and stepped back. Hayden wobbled on his feet, trying to stand up straight. His vision was really blurred, as he now saw shades of color. He wobbled towards the white fang with a knife, but after 2 steps he fell down and passed out. "Ha, one down," Kakashi said as he restrained Hayden with ninja wire and went to check up on Naruto. Line break XXXX. Same time Hayden and Kakashi are fighting. Kitsune ran into another part of the church with Kakuzu right behind him. Kakuzu extended 2 steel cable whips and threw one at a support column and smash it, causing part of the roof to collapse. Kitsune dove out of the way and then threw some kunai at Kakuzu, who used his steel cables as whips and knocked out of the air. Kakuzu then used his steel cable and swung at Kitsune, who pulled out his swords to block them. "Ha, this is going to be one fun and fruitful bounty," Kakuzu said in excitement as he then sent both his cables flying out, but Kitsune blocked them with his swords. Kakuzu kept Kitsune on the defensive as his steel cables gave him a longer reach. Kitsune cursed as he couldn't get closer because the cables were keeping him away. Kakuzu then sent a cable at Kitsune's head, but he ducked and hit the wall behind him. The impact caused some rubble to fall loose, and Kitsune and Kakuzu rolled out of the way of the falling debris. Kitsune then quickly threw some explosive shuriken on the pieces of rubble, and when they exploded, he used it as a diversion. He then took out 2 demon wind shuriken and threw them at Kakuzu. He quickly followed behind and drew his 2 katanas and charged at Kakuzu. Kakuzu saw the shuriken and destroyed one, but then hooked the other on his cable and threw it back at Kitsune. Kitsune jumped and flipped over the shuriken and threw a thermite bomb at Kakuzu, who destroyed it along with one of his steel cables. Kakuzu then used his other cable to block Kitsune's swords. Kitsune swiped and slashed and pressed forward as Kakuzu used his steel cable to block the sword. Kitsune then swung his right sword, but Kakuzu locked it with his cable, and he then pulled out a cable whip and caught Kitsune's foot. He pulled the whip, and Kitsune went flying in the air and landed with a grunt of pain, and then quickly flipped back up to his feet. Kitsune dodged to the right as Kakuzu's whip attacked him, and he then threw one of his katanas at Kakuzu, who moved his head out of the way. But soon he saw a small string and saw that Kitsune had attached a wire to it. Kitsune then yanked it back, causing the sword to come back at Kakuzu's head as he moved to the side to avoid it. Kitsune then grabbed his sword as it came back and then jumped forward and kneed Kakuzu in the chest, kicked out his left leg, causing him to kneel and then spin, kicked him in the face, pushing him on his back. Kakuzu groaned in pain and quickly used his whip to throw a piece of debris at Kitsune, but Kitsune sliced it in 2 when it was thrown at him. He then charged at Kakuzu and stabbed the ground, but Kakuzu rolled away. He then kicked the sword, causing it to flip, and Kitsune caught it in reverse grip, and then swung at Kakuzu, who pulled out another steel cable and broke it into small projectiles and threw them at Kitsune. Kitsune ducked and dives and blocked the projectiles with his swords, and then Kakuzu grabbed something from his pouch and threw it at Kitsune. Kitsune threw a kunai at the object, but when they hit, it caused a huge explosion, pushing Kitsune and Kakuzu back. Kitsune hit a wall from the explosion and groaned in pain as he slowly got up. Hit vision blurred a little from the impact. He saw Kakuzu walk towards him, so he quickly grabbed his sword, but Kakuzu put his foot on his hand to stop him. Kakuzu then pulled out a steel cable and pointed it at Kitsune's head. Huh, the guy who ordered your bounty said you put up more of a fight. I guess he was wrong. Kakuzu taunted as he prepared to kill him. No, he was right, Kitsune said as he pushed a button and Kakuzu saw a small beeping object that Kitsune must have placed on his chest during their fight. It exploded into a concussive blast and Kakuzu stumbled back as his eyesight blurred and his ears popped. He then turned to see Kitsune jump and double-kick Kakuzu in the chest, pushing him away on his back. Kitsune then saw Kakuzu get back up and he needed to end the fight. He looked at his gauntlet and decided to use it. He pushed a button on the gauntlet and it started to glow blue. Kakuzu stumbled back up and saw Kitsune's gauntlet turn blue and was amazed as energy began to form in his palm. Kitsune then charged it and formed it into his palm. He then charged at Kakuzu and then jumped and yelled, "Rasengan!" Kitsune thrusts a softball-sized blue energy ball into Kakuzu, who shouted in pain, and the force of the attack sent him flying into a wall, causing dust and debris to go flying. The White Fang then ran into the room and saw what happened. The dust settled and Kakuzu was on the ground, with a lot of his armor and costume destroyed, groaning in pain and then passed out. Kakashi looked at Naruto and smiled, that he was all right and that he took out one of the zombie brothers. "Nice work, Kitsune," White Fang said as he joined him. "Thanks," Kitsune said as they heard police sirens and then decided to leave. The police arrived at the church and saw a partially destroyed church as well as the two zombie brothers tied up. Naruto and Kakashi were on a nearby rooftop, watching as the police took Hidan and Kakuzu away. "Good job, Naruto," Kakashi said. "Thanks, but I don't this is over," Naruto said, concerned. "You're right. Hidan and Kakuzu weren't the real problem. Whoever hired them to come after you is," Kakashi said. "Yeah, you're right," Naruto said, but seemed to be off somewhere else. Kakashi noticed this and looked where Naruto was looking, and they both saw something. They went over to the spot where the thing was, and when they got there, they were confused. They saw what looked like a worn-out mask on a podium. They slowly stepped forward, watching out for any traps. When they finally got to the mask, they saw that it was an orange and black face mask separated down the middle, but the weird part was that it had an arrow in the right eye socket. Naruto reached forward and grabbed the mask and then saw a tape recorder beneath it. He pushed play, and the message played a distorted voice. "Well done, Kitsune. I'm glad you survived. You passed my expectations. I look forward to when we meet Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto's eyes widened as the person who hired Hidan and Kakuzu knew who he was. What was this person after? Line break kicks. Diggle and Deadshot made their way through the prison and came to the prison where Lila was supposed to be held. "If I say she's in there, what's keeping you from shooting me?" Deadshot asked. "Honor. You should try it sometime." Diggle responded and quickly opened the cell and found Lila leaning against the wall, battered and bruised. "Lila?" "Johnny?" Lila asked. "Ready to go home?" Diggle asked as he undid her chains. "You came for me," Lila said. "I always have. Always will," Diggle said as he helped her onto her feet. "Deadshot's here, in the prison," Lila said as they got up. "What's the extraction plan?" Deadshot asked. "Depends. What time is it?" Diggle asked as his coat in the security lockup exploded, which shook the whole prison. "Let's go, 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 move, move, move." They ran through the prison as the alarms went off and the prisoners were shouting and trying to leave. They walked past the security lockup as Deadshot got his laser eye, and then they left. Far away, Felicity, Oliver, and Kaniazev were waiting for Diggle. "I got it. I shut down the phones. The guards can't call for help," Felicity said. "If your friend and that woman are not here by now, they will not be here at all," Kaniazev said as Oliver decided to act. Diggle, Lila, and Deadshot finally made it to the outside courtyard near the exit. Diggle took out a guard who tried to stop them and grabbed his gun. Then 4 guards came out with guns and told them to put their hands up. They did, but then the 4th guard, who was a disguised Oliver, took out the 3. He kicked out one guard's leg, then broke the arm of another and punched the 3rd one in the face as he fought all 3 of them. Diggle and Lila used their guns to keep the reinforcements away and to buy some time. Diggle then shot a guard who tried to attack Oliver from behind. Follow me, move, Oliver shouted as the three followed him into the truck, and they drove away as the guards shot at them. When they were a reasonable distance away, Diggle had Knyazev stop the truck under an overpass. He then told Deadshot to get out of the truck. Diggle moved Deadshot away from the truck and prepared to shoot him, but then decided against it. That's the thing about honor, John. You can't turn it on and off, Deadshot said as he was about to leave, but then stopped. I'm just curious. How is it you think your brother ended up dead? You shot at a client Andy was protecting, and you missed, Diggle said. I don't miss. Your brother was the contract, Deadshot said as Diggle was shocked. Who would want to kill Andy? Diggle asked. I don't know their names, just an alias. Hive. Food for thought, John. Food for thought, Deadshot said as he left. Oliver was able to get Lila a ticket out of Russia, and they were heading back for Starling City. The plane landed in the hangar as everyone seemed to be happy to be back home. Diggle had his arm around Lila, and Oliver went to talk to Isabel. Are we going to discuss what happened last night? Oliver asked. Why would we? Isabel asked. No reason, Oliver said, not thinking of a good response. I'll see you in the office tomorrow, Isabel said as she got in her car and left. Diggle put Lila in the car with Felicity as he talked to Oliver. Thank you, you had my back, Diggle said. And now you know what it feels like, Oliver said as they shook hands. Line break XXX. Naruto flashback. After Naruto won against Kakashi, he was able to create his own energy gauntlet. But it wasn't like the lightning blade since it didn't turn into electricity, but was pure energy condensed into an orb-like form. But it was extremely dangerous. It could be fatal if Naruto used too much energy, so Kakashi decided to hold on to it, much to Naruto's displeasure. Kakashi then gave Naruto a lead on another source of info Naruto could use to find out who killed his parents. Naruto prepared to leave as Kakashi saw him off. Take care of yourself, Naruto, Kakashi said. I will, Kakashi-sensei. I can't thank you enough for the training, Naruto said. No problem. I hope you find the answers you want, Kakashi said. Will I ever see you again? Naruto asked. Of course, I'll come find you, and when you're ready, you can have it back, Kakashi said as Naruto smiled and the two hugged. Line break XX, end flashback. Back at Naruto's apartment, he and Kakashi were still shocked over their discovery. Someone knew Naruto's secret, and they used Hidan and Kakuzu as a test. But who could be behind this? The mask didn't have any prints on it, and the recording was untraceable. Naruto was conflicted. What do I do, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked, hoping to get some advice. I don't know, Naruto. I don't know. Whoever ever did this is smart, wealthy, and has the resources to pull something like this off, Kakashi said. Could it be the man who killed my parents? Naruto asked. Maybe, but I'll do what I can to find out, Kakashi said. So what? I just sit around and wait for whoever is behind this to send another psycho killer after me, Naruto said, frustrated at the whole situation. What you do is relax. Naruto, you're no good if you let whoever did this is get inside your head. That is exactly what he wants, for you to start panicking, and then he will kill you, Kakashi said, calming down Naruto. You cannot let whoever this is to make you start doubting yourself. So how do I move forward? Naruto asked. As if nothing's changed, continue to protect the city with the arrow, stay with Felicity, protect those you find precious. Whoever this is, he or she wants to ruin your life, don't let that happen, Kakashi said as Naruto thought for a second. Naruto then heard the door open. Naruto, hey, we got back from Moscow, Felicity said as he walked in and closed the door behind her. Hey, Felicity, I'll be right, Naruto said as he turned to motion Kakashi away, but saw that Kakashi was gone. There. Felicity then walked in and saw Naruto looking around. Is everything okay? Yeah, everything's fine, Naruto said. Just fine. So anything exciting happened while we were gone? Felicity asked. Naruto thought for a second, deciding if he should tell her about what happened, but then decided against it. No, nothing. Really nothing? Felicity asked. No, just same old, but I am glad you're back, Naruto said with a smile as she smiled back. I missed you too. You won't believe what happened in Moscow. First Felicity was interrupted as Naruto kissed her. She then kissed back as he lightly pushed her against the wall. The kissing got a lot more intense, and when it ended, they were both a little out of breath. Naruto placed his forehead against Felicity's as she blushed a little bit. "I guess I can tell you later," Felicity said. Naruto chuckled. "We'll have time for that later. I was hoping that we could spend the next 2 days alone." Naruto said as he kissed her forehead. "But Oliver needs me in the office," Felicity said. "He can answer his own calls for a day without you," Naruto said with a smile. Felicity smiled as well, and the two resumed kissing. Naruto then picked her up and took her to the bedroom. Kurama saw this, and he walked over and closed the door to the bedroom. Naruto loved Felicity, and he was going to follow Kakashi's advice. He would protect her no matter what. He loved her. Line break XXX. No lemon writing, sorry. In an high-end office room, a man was watching a recording of Kitsune's fight at the church. The man watched, intrigued at Kitsune's level of skill. He also had video feeds of some other fights Kitsune was involved in. Then a second man walked into the room. "Is it taken care of?" the man watching the recording asked. "Yes, sir. Haidan and Kakuzu are dead, and any link back to you has been erased." The second man said. "Good," he replied. "Sir, if I may, why does Kitsune interest you so much?" the man asked. "Thank you. You can go now," the man said, ignoring the question. The second man then left the room as the man went back to watching the recordings. He then looked to his closet to show a modified version orange and black mask Kitsune found on the building and a badass set of armor. The man leaned back into his chair as the light showed just enough to show the eye patch he had over his right eye. End of Chapter 7. Hope you guys liked it. For those who thought Naruto would meet Slade now, I originally thought of that, but then I thought it would be too early. I want Slade to really mess with Naruto more in upcoming chapters before they meet. I hoped you guys liked a little of Naruto's past training with Kakashi after his parents' death. I was looking forward to bring Kakashi into the story, and he will come back again. More of Naruto's time away will be explained in later chapters, and more Naruto heroes and villains will make appearances in later chapters. I'm not really a lemon writer, so sorry, used your imagination. The next chapter, Moira Queen's trial, comes while Count Vertigo returns and wreaks havoc on the city. Next chapter, State v. Queen. Sorry this took a while, I've been busy with tests and papers, and this one was hard to come up with. For those fans who have watched Season 3, I will continue the story to Season 3 after I do the Season 2 finale with some plot changes and adaptations. For those looking forward to more Naruto characters, who should I introduce next? Which character and whether they should be a hero or a villain? Leave me a comment in the review. I'm also thinking about doing a Naruto Game of Thrones crossover. If you have some ideas or hints or pairings you like, leave me a review. Hoped you guys liked please leave a review, but no flames, and if you didn't, sorry, and don't hate me. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or Arrow, both belong to their respective owners, I'm just a fan. 9. State v. Queen 3 Ghosts. Here is Chapter 8, based on the episodes State v. Queen, Scientist, and 3 Ghosts. I decided that instead of just one episode, I wanted to give you guys a gift and give your 3. Oliver faces his mother's trial as well as the return of the Count. A super strong menace terrorizes the city, and the team meets Barry Allen. My name is Oliver Queen. After 5 years trapped on a hellish island, I have come home with only one goal: to save my city. But to do so, I can't be the killer I once was. To honor my friend's memory, I must be someone else. I must be something else. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. For my entire life, I have undergone training that forged me into a weapon. After my parents died, they wanted me to use my gifts to change the world and find something worth fighting for. And I have, to honor their memory, I have become Kitsune. And I will defend Starling City and keep the innocent safe. But my parents' killer is still out there, and as long as he still breathes free air, I will not stop until he is brought to justice. And no one will get in my way. State v. Queen, flashback. Moira Queen had called for a press meeting to discuss and warn the people before something terrible would happen. My name is Moira Dearden Queen. I'm the acting CEO of Queen Consolidated. And God forgive me, I have failed this city. I have been complicit in an undertaking with one horrible purpose, to destroy the glades and everyone in it. But you need to know that the architect of this nightmare is Malcolm Merlin. If you reside in the glades, please you need to get out now. Your lives and the lives of your children depend on it, she said on the news. At Iron Heights prison, the guard in the monitor room was watching the news when another guard entered the room. Warden says we got to evacuate, the man said as he went to the gun locker and grabbed some shotguns. Help me get these out of here. What about these inmates? The guard asked. Leave 'em, the man said as they left. In one of the cells, the Count was reading a book. He had recovered from his OD from vertigo and was moved to Iron Heights. He then heard a noise and rumbling, and soon his cell and the entire prison began to shake violently. He fell to the ground and covered his head as the walls began to crack and parts of the ceiling fell down. The prison alarm then went off and the other inmates were screaming and shouting. The Count then saw his cell door was open and quickly got out. He then saw a dead guard and grabbed the keys off his belt. He then walked down the hall as the prisoners were shouting to get out while the Count kept walking. No, 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 too violent, too sloppy, too stupid, too ambitious, the Count said as he passed by prisoners until he got to the cell of the doll-maker. I love your work. Big future, the Count said as he handed the keys to the doll-maker. Hey, be careful. There's liable to be aftershock, the doll-maker said. Oh, I'm counting on it, the Count said as he moved through the prison until he found a collapsed wall and smiled as he saw Starling City being destroyed by the earthquake. Line break XBXX. The morning sun was set in the sky as light shone over Starling City. In one apartment, the sun shined down onto one person in particular. Lights broke through the curtains to shine in the face of one Felicity Smoke. She squinted and groaned as the light shined in her eyes, and she turned to her side to avoid the light. She then heard some noise and got up. Her hair was out and a little messy. Her glasses were on the nightstand, and she was naked. She held the bed covers to her chest and looked around to remember she was in her boyfriend, Naruto's room. She then heard the door open and saw Naruto walk in, wearing a pair of shorts but no shirt, carrying 2 cups of coffee. Morning, Naruto said with a smile. Morning, Felicity said. I figured you could use some coffee, Naruto said as he sat on the bed next to her, and she smiled as she took the coffee. Thanks, she said as she drank the coffee and hummed at the delicious taste. Wow, I'm so glad I agreed not to go to work, Felicity joked as Naruto chuckled. Well, I figured Oliver could answer his own phone for a day. Besides, it's not like he's completely helpless without you, Naruto said as Felicity shook her head. You'd be surprised, Felicity joked, but I probably should go into work today. Well then, that's good, because I'll be with Oliver at the courthouse, so he shouldn't be on your case today, Naruto said as Felicity smiled. It's nice that you're going to be at his mother's trial, Felicity said as they kissed. Well, Oliver's going to need a friend, and so is Laurel. But after I'll meet up with you at the cave, Naruto said. Can't wait, Felicity said as they kissed. After the brief make-out session, Felicity and Naruto both got dressed and went off to their respective things to do today. Naruto dropped off Felicity at Queen Consolidated, and then Naruto drove to Oliver's place and met up with him, Diggle and Thea. Diggle drove them to the courthouse, Naruto and Diggle got out, and with Oliver and Thea, and as soon as they did, a whole bunch of reporters and news people bombarded them. Diggle was in the front, making a path for them to follow. Naruto got next to Oliver to keep reporters out of his face as Oliver and Thea held hands as they walked through to the courthouse. Laurel and Adia Donna were on the steps of the courthouse, watching Oliver and Thea get bombarded by the news and Diggle and Naruto trying to get them through the crowd. It's not fair. They're not the ones on trial, Laurel said. That won't stop Jean Loring from using them as props to drum up sympathy, Donna said. You don't seem overly concerned, Laurel commented. She confessed to being an accomplice on live television, Donna said. She also said that Malcolm Merlin coerced her, Laurel said as Donna smiled. You have something, don't you? I thought I was your co-counsel, Adam. If you're holding a trump card, don't you think maybe you should share it with me? It's going to be a good trial, Donna said as he went in. Come on, let's get inside. Laurel just shook her head at Donna as she looked at Oliver, who looked back at her. Line break E666. Flashback. Oliver was forced at gunpoint back onto the island with Ivo, Sarah, the captain, and a bunch of men. They walked to the downed plane as Ivo and his men were ready to kill the survivors. "You don't have to do this," Oliver told them. "Ivo says we do. Your friends are a danger to his men," Sarah said. "Go, quick and quiet," the captain said. "Slade, Shadow, run," Oliver yelled as the captain then punched him in the face. The men then fired at the plane, riddling it with bullets. When they stopped, the captain looked inside the plane. "There's no one here," he said as Oliver exhaled in relief. "They must have moved on from their position. Charges are placed. Here's the detonator. Make sure they have no place to return to," Ivo said as he gave the captain the detonator and placed it in the plane. "And you? Now you're going to take us to the graves. Let's go. Get him up," Ivo said as they left the plane. Inside the plane, Slade and Shadow climbed out from their hiding spot as Ivo and his men left. "Did you find the detonator?" Slade asked as he stumbled out of the plane, still in pain from his burns. "Yes," Shadow said as she opened it and turned it off. "We were lucky." "I was lucky. You were good," Slade said. "Either way, they have Oliver. I'm going after them," she said as she grabbed her bow, quiver, and her father's hood. "Not alone," Slade said as he grabbed his vest, swords, and a SMG from a crate. "You can barely walk," Shadow said. "All the more reason not to stay here. Give them another chance at blowing me up," Slade said as he walked out. Line break XXX. End flashback. Diggle, Naruto, Oliver, and Thea walked into the courthouse as more reporters continued to bug them. "Are you two okay?" Diggle asked as he coughed. "I should be asking you that question," Oliver said as Diggle coughed again. "I'll be fine," Diggle said. "You look like you have the flu," Oliver said. "If that were true, I shouldn't have wasted my time getting vaccinated," Diggle said. "Diggle, whatever it is, just go home," Oliver told him. "Oliver, listen, I can take care of things," Diggle said. "No, we'll be fine, all right? Go rest, and don't make me call a cop. There are a few around here," Oliver said as he, Naruto, and Thea kept walking as Diggle stopped. "Maybe I should get the vaccine shot," Naruto said as he saw how bad Diggle was and thought about getting the vaccine. Oliver, Naruto, and Thea sat down in the courtroom as Roy sat next to Thea. A police officer walked in with Moira Queen, handcuffed. The police officer removed the handcuffs as she sat down and looked at Oliver and Thea. Donna took the first stand to press the charges. He played a recording of Moira's confession on the news during the undertaking. And it worked. The Glades were destroyed. Home and lives were lost, all because of her actions. True, she had second thoughts, remorse which compelled her to deliver this statement. But on behalf of 503 lives that were extinguished that day, I say, Moira Queen, your remorse comes too late, Donna said to the jury. Then it was Jean Loring's time to speak as she went over the video. Why wouldn't those threats silence her? Why wouldn't Moira Queen be terrified? Malcolm Merlin killed her first husband, abducted her second. Why wouldn't she be in fear for her life, for the lives of her children? What would you do if it were your children in the crosshairs of a madman's rage? She said as Oliver looked at her mother. Felicity was at Queen Consolidated, working on some papers as she watched news coverage of the Central City Star Labs particle accelerator when Diggle walked in, looking horrible. Don't take this the wrong way, but you look disgusting, Felicity told him. Yeah, well, I don't feel great, Felicity. Is there a right way to take that? Diggle said. You should go home. She said, I am going. I just need to make arrangements for a replacement bodyguard. Diggle said, Did you get the flu shot? Personally, I never do. I know that I should. I just have this thing about needles. All pointy things, really. Which is ironic, considering who we work with, Felicity said as he put some papers on Oliver's desk and then walked back to her desk. Yeah, it's not the flu, Felicity. It's more like, Diggle said before he collapsed. Dig! She shouted as she tried to help him. In one warehouse of Starling City, a man walked in looking for someone. Hello, are you here? The man called out as the Count appeared. Here, there, everywhere, the Count said as he carried a briefcase. So, how goes our little science project? The Count asked. Working like you said it would, the man said. How wonderful, the Count said. So listen, doing the thing was 50,000. Keeping quiet about it, I'm thinking it should be 50,000 more. The man said. Oh, I want word to spread. It's kind of the whole objective, actually. You see my point? The Count asked as he injected the man with vertigo. You should know I find post hoc negotiation distasteful, the Count said as the man fell over dead. Ah, such a shame you won't get to see what your work has wrought, Doctor, but soon everyone else will, and they will beg for it to end, the Count said. Line break, egg 666. Felicity moved Diggle to the arrow cave as she was tending to him. He was on the table, shivering and groaning in pain as Naruto and Oliver walked into the cave to see Diggle on the table. What the hell are you doing here? Diggle asked. We heard you pass out, Oliver said. I told Felicity not to call you, Diggle said. Yeah, but before you said that, you said gore and thud, so I didn't take it very seriously, Felicity said. She was right to call Use Digle, you need medical attention. Oliver said, he needs more than that. When Dig passed out, I sent a sample of his blood to a chemist I know at QC. The guy owes me a favor. Long story, I fixed his parking ticket. Huh. I guess it's not that long, Felicity said as she went off topic. Felicity, the blood sample, Naruto said, getting her attention. Yeah, it came back positive. For trace amounts of vertigo, Felicity said as Oliver and Naruto were confused. I never used vertigo before in my life, Diggle said. You were exposed to it somehow, Felicity said. Vertigo's in play again? Oliver asked. When the Count recovered from his OD on vertigo, he was sent to Iron Heights, Felicity said as she went to the computer to pull up the prison file. That got hit in the quake. He got out the same way the dollmaker did, Naruto asked. And just like with the dollmaker, prison officials worked overtime to keep a lid on the escape, Felicity said. Oliver was frustrated and grabbed a special injection arrow off the rack. I know what you're thinking, Felicity said. No, you don't. I made a choice not to put an arrow in this guy, and it was the right choice. There's no more killing, Oliver said as Felicity nodded and he handed her the injection arrow. I worked this up to counteract the effects of vertigo. Give it to Diggle. I need to get back to court. While I'm gone, just work up whatever you can and figure out how Diggle got vertigo in his system without his knowledge. Okay, go, Felicity said as Oliver was leaving. Go ahead, Oliver. I'll stick around here. Go, Naruto said as Oliver nodded. Oliver got back to the courthouse as Thea was put on the stand. When was the first time you heard about this so-called undertaking? Donna asked. When everyone else did. When my mother gave the press conference, Thea said. Doesn't seem like you took it too well, Donna said. I was surprised. Who wouldn't be? Thea said as Donna seemed a little lightheaded but kept going. Your mother was, immediately taken into custody, but I assume you went down to the precinct to see her, Donna asked. Actually I didn't see her until she was moved, Thea said. To the prison, Donna said as Thea nodded. Do you remember when you visited her? Not the exact date, Thea said. It's okay, I have the visitor log, right here. October 9th, 5 months later. Why so long? Donna asked. Thea tried to formulate her thoughts, but everyone saw that Donna seemed to be lightheaded and not feeling well. Are you okay? An answer, please. Why did it take you 5 months to visit your mother? Donna said as Jean Loring stood up. Your Honor, if I... No, I want to hear this. The judge quickly put Jean down. I needed time. I was angry. So angry, perhaps, that it took you 5 months to forgive her, Donna said. It was complicated, Thea said. No, it's very simple. You blamed your mother for what she had done, so why shouldn't the jury? Your Honor, we have no more questions for the witness, Donna was able to say before he passed out. Line break XXX. Flashback. Oliver led Evo and his men to the tombs where he found the skeletons. Evo ran to the bodies and inspected them, frantically looking for something. Where is it? Come on, where is it? Evo yelled as he then turned to Oliver. The Hosen, where is it? What? Oliver asked. The arrowhead. Every report said it was with these bodies. You said you and your friends were here. Now, where is it? Evo asked as Oliver didn't answer. Take him outside. Make him show you where his friends are hiding, Evo ordered the captain. The captain then grabbed Oliver and threw him outside the cave and onto the ground. Oliver groaned in pain. The captain, his men were outside the cave. "Take us to them," the captain ordered. "I don't know where they are," Oliver said as the captain grabbed his pistol and held it against Oliver's hand. "Tell me or you lose your hand," the captain threatened. "Let us suggest another option," Shadow said as she and Slade walked to the cave with their weapons ready as the mercenaries readied theirs. "You hand the kid over to us and we don't kill you all," Slade said. Line break, XX. Flashback end. After Ada Donner collapsed in the courtroom, he was whisked away to the hospital for medical attention. In the meantime, there was a timeout for the defense and for the prosecution until someone would take Donner's place in the trial. Jean Loring took Moira and Oliver to the break room to discuss what had happened and how to proceed. "Was that as bad as it seemed?" Moira asked. "Thea's testimony. It was a setback. We were counting on her to humanize me," Moira said, finished her thought. "Frankly, yes. And now we're going to have to go another way," Jean said. "No, I told you I won't testify." Moira said, "I know what you did. But now you have to." Jean said, "She's right, Mum. Jean, can you give us a minute?" Oliver asked. Jean nodded and left the room, leaving Oliver and his mother. "I know what you're going to say, but if I testify, it will destroy our family," Moira said. "And if your lawyer's right, you don't have a choice." "Mum, secrets are what put you in this situation. Secrets and lies. And now it is time to give the truth its day," Oliver said as his mother thought about what he said. While Oliver went back to the courthouse, Felicity and Naruto helped Diggle as best they could. Felicity gave Diggle the injection arrow Oliver gave her, but it wasn't working. The new vertigo was different than the one Oliver had made a vaccine for. Felicity tried to come up with a search on how Diggle got vertigo in his system. Naruto got an idea to help Diggle and quickly went back to his apartment to grab something. On his way back, he decided to get the flu vaccine shot from one of the medical trucks before he arrived back at the cave. He got the shot and walked in to see Felicity still at the computer and Diggle sitting up, but still suffering from the effects of vertigo. "Naruto, you're back," Diggle said. "Yeah, I got the vaccine shot, but I also got some stuff that may help," Naruto said as Felicity and Diggle watched Naruto take out a small box and opened it to show 3 small bags. Naruto grabs a bowl and opens the pouch to reveal some dried colored herbs as he pours the herbs into the bowl. "What is that?" Felicity asked. "It's known as the Jofuku flower," Naruto said. "Jofuku?" Diggle asked. "It translates to gradual good fortune flower. It's a rare medicinal plant that grows in the forest where Konoha used to be. These were used to treat illnesses and wounds for centuries. They have also been used to treat internal damage to the body, so it should help in countering the effects of vertigo," Naruto said as he mixed the dried flowers with some water and gave the bowl to Diggle. "I wanted Naruto to have an equivalent to the super herbs from the island." "Bottoms up," Diggle said as he drank the liquid, and when he got it down, he shut his eyes because of the very bitter and nasty taste. "Oh, tastes horrible." "Yeah, well, it should help, but it's no vaccine which we need." "Any luck, Felicity?" Naruto asked. "No, nothing," Felicity said. The news changed to the drama in the courthouse when Ada Donner collapsed during the trial, and when the news changed, Oliver walked into the cave. Oliver walked up to Diggle to see that he was still suffering from the vertigo. "How are you feeling?" Oliver asked. "Fine," Diggle said. "You have a lousy poker face, Diggle." "Did he take the antidote?" Oliver asked. "Didn't work. The Count must have futzed with his recipe," Felicity said. "I gave him some medicine that should help, but we still need an antidote," Naruto said as Oliver nodded. "I heard what happened at the court. And with Thea, how is she?" Diggle asked. "Going to be fine," Oliver said. "Your poker face isn't much better than mine, Oliver," Diggle said as Oliver chuckled. Then the TV monitor began to go on the fritz as the news feed was shut off and static appeared on the screen before it showed a video broadcast of the Count. "Hello, Starling City." The Count introduced himself on his video feed. "Felicity," Naruto shouted, seeing the feed. "Miss me? Many of you have noticed that you're not feeling quite like yourselves," the Count said. "He's taken over all the local station feeds," Felicity said as she tried to stop him. "Track his signal," Oliver said. "Like our good assistant district attorney here, You might recognize him from his work in the ongoing Moira Queen trial. Hi, Adam, the Count said as he showed a tied-up Adam Donna. What do you want? Donna asked. I want what you want, for you to feel better, the Count said. Go to hell, Donna said. I do think you want the pain to end, and I can do that, with vertigo. It's what all of your bodies crave. Fortunately, the power of relief is right here, the Count said as he showed a syringe of vertigo. All you have to do is go to your friendly neighborhood vertigo dealer and request the cure. Simple supply and demand at work. Now tell me you want this, and it's yours. And the pain will just disappear. Say it. Say, you want it, the Count said as he pointed the syringe at Donna's neck, and Donna seemed to be suffering. I want it, Donna said as the Count injected Donna with vertigo. You see, a simple solution. I'm Count Vertigo, and I approve this high, Count said as the feed then cut off. What do we do now? Naruto asked. We find him, and we shut him down, Oliver said. Where did he broadcast from? Naruto asked. He bounced the signal off of STAR Labs' satellite. He could have sent that transmission from Markovia, Felicity said. He would want to stay local. Scrub the footage, frame by frame if you have to. There's something on here that gives us a clue to where he is, Oliver said. If he dosed the entire city, why are only some people showing symptoms? Diggle asked. Maybe exposure was selective. The Count contaminated something that only certain people, like you and Donna, consumed, Oliver said as the news came back on after the Count took over and trying to keep the people calm. The DA's office had put Laurel on as the lead prosecutor for the trial since Donna was missing and the police didn't have any leads on where to find him. Felicity and Naruto were looking through the footage, frame by frame, trying to find something that would show where Donna is. Diggle was getting better. The most serious side effects of vertigo withdrawal lessened. He wasn't in as much pain, but he was still feeling bad. They needed a cure. They were looking through the footage for the 5th time as everyone began to feel hopeless. Naruto was feeling a little funny, but he just put it as the flu vaccine kicking in. He then noticed something in one of the still frames and smiled. Wait, Felicity, stop there, Naruto said as Felicity stopped on the image and Naruto smiled. I got it. What is it? Oliver asked. Something that may tell us where the Count is. Felicity, zoom in and clean up the picture. Look at Donna's eye in this frame, Naruto said as Felicity zoomed in, and they saw a small reflection in Donna's eye. His eye caught a reflection. Can you enhance? Oliver asked Felicity. It hurts me that you feel the need to ask, Felicity said as she enhanced the image to show the city seal. What are those wings? Diggle asked. It's the city seal, Starling Municipal Records Department. That building's been abandoned since the city went digital. Dollars to donuts, that's where the Count is operating out of, Felicity said. Not for long, Oliver said as he and Naruto grabbed their gear. Back with Moira, she was back in the prison waiting for the trial to resume when she was told she had a visitor. She entered the visitor's lounge to see Laurel waiting for her. You shouldn't be here. My attorney needs Moira. I know I could be disbarred for speaking with you, but this isn't something for lawyers. This is a family matter, Laurel said as Moira then sat with her. Jean told me she's calling you to the stand tomorrow, Laurel said. Yes, Moira said. You can't testify, Laurel said. Well, the fact that you don't want me to, Laurel, is a good indication that I should, Moira said. If you take the stand, I'll have to cross-examine you, and I'll have to do it to the best of my ability, Laurel said. Yes, I understand, Moira replied. No, I don't think you do, Laurel said as she showed Moira the folder she had with her. Forget about what this will do to Oliver and Thea. It also could undermine your entire case. So, Moira, please, don't make me use this. Everything is at stake for you, and I don't want to be the one to take it all away. Laurel begged Moira to agree. Line break, XXX. In the abandoned municipal records building, the Count's Vertigo production was going into overdrive to turn out more and more. Faster, please, faster. We have a city full of customers. And I mean this literally. The Count told his people as he then turned to Donna, who's still tied up in the same place when the video was taken. I'm afraid my production apparatus is a little overtaxed with the increased demand. I can live with it, though. I can't say the city can. Then Kitsune and Arrow dropped down next to Donna as Kitsune cut Donna free with a kunai. "Go," Kitsune said. "Be still, my heart," the Count said as he saw the arrow. Then a guard came up to stop Donna, but Arrow knocked the gun out his hand with his bow and then threw him off the platform and into a bunch of crates. Arrow and Kitsune jumped down as the Count's men flipped the tables and grabbed their guns, ready to shoot. Arrow drew an arrow ready to fire, while Kitsune was behind him, with a demon wind shuriken ready. "Step away from them," Arrow told the Count, who was walking with two of his vertigo makers. "Yes, I heard you developed an allergy to killing, probably because of your sidekick," Count said. "Do it," Arrow yelled. "Or what, you'll kill me?" the Count said, as he then noticed that Kitsune was swaying a little while he was standing. "If I were you, I would focus more on your sidekick. He looks a little worse for the wear. But don't worry, I have what he needs," the Count said, as Arrow turned to see Kitsune swaying, and then he fell and was leaning against the platform for support. Then a guard came by, holding Donna captured. Kitsune and Arrow saw this, and so Arrow and Kitsune threw their weapons at propane tanks, causing an explosion and fire to spread. Arrow then threw a mini arrow at the guard's hand, causing him to let go of Donna, and Kitsune was able to pull Donna away, punch the guard in the face, knocking him out, but fell to the side again. Arrow grabbed Kitsune, and the two left the warehouse with Donna. "You're really on the no-killing wagon. Shame. Really letting one of life's true pleasures pass you by," the Count said as he saw the vigilantes leave. Oliver got Donna to the police and they took him to the hospital. Oliver helped Naruto get back to the cave. Felicity and Diggle were at the cave when Oliver walked in, supporting Naruto on his shoulder, who looked a lot like Diggle when Felicity brought him in. "Oh my God. What happened?" Felicity said as she ran up to Oliver to check on Naruto and help him onto the table. "I don't know, he must have vertigo in his system," Oliver said as Felicity helped Naruto remove his hood and removed his swords to check on him. "We need to find out how he's doing this. I've never taken vertigo," Naruto said as Felicity helped him. "The Count must have gotten it into your system somehow," Oliver said as Felicity went over to get the flour that Naruto brought and poured some into a bowl and gave it to Naruto. "Here," Felicity said. "Thank you, Felicity," Naruto said as he drank the herbs. He drank the liquid and then fell asleep. "He should be okay. He's asleep," Felicity said. "We still need to find a cure. We slowed down the Count, but we need to find out how he's been infected people," Oliver said. Line break xxx. The next day, Naruto was feeling better. The herbs were helping in curing some of the effects of vertigo, but he still needed an antidote. Oliver went to the courthouse the next morning, and his mother wanted to talk with him and Thea. She was going to testify. "But you said you didn't want to testify," Thea said to her mother, but then realized something. "But you have to, because of me." "No," Moira said. "You have to do damage control," Thea said. "None of this is your fault. We're here because of what I did. Now you both know the truth, but you don't know all of it." "Laurel does," Moira told them. "What does she have?" Oliver asked as Moira was preparing herself to tell them. "You shouldn't have to find this out in court," Moira said. "Find out what?" Thea asked. "Years ago, it was many years ago. Your father was engaging in his extramarital activities," Moira said as Thea and Oliver understood. "And I had a moment of weakness. I cheated on him. With Malcolm Merlin." As soon as she finished that sentence, Oliver and Thea were taken back by the discovery. Malcolm Merlin, the man sank the Queen's Gambit and killed 503 people during the undertaking, had an affair with their mother. No, I asked you about this last year. You said there was nothing between you two," Thea said. "There wasn't. Sweetheart, it wasn't an affair. It was very brief and a long time ago," Moira said. The trial recommenced as Moira was put on the stand to testify and Laurel had to cross-examine her, bringing up Moira's brief affair with Malcolm Merlin. "And despite it, you remained friends with Mr. Merlin. In fact, he frequently attended parties at your home," Laurel said. "He was my husband's best friend until Malcolm killed him," Moira said. "And this is why you claim to feel as though you were in fear of your life and the lives of your children?" Laurel asked. "Well, I think it's a fairly compelling reason," Moira said. "Last year, your second husband, Walter Steele, was abducted by Mr. Merlin, is that correct?" Laurel asked. Yes, so you see, Moira said. Why didn't Malin kill Walter, the same as your first husband? Laurel asked. I convinced Malcolm not to, Moira said. And Malcolm listened to you. Your friend spared Walter's life, and yet you'd have this jury believing that you and your children were in danger, Laurel asked. We were. I was afraid of getting caught. Laurel interrupted Moira. Despite whatever youthful mistakes I might have made, Malcolm Malin was a dangerous man, Moira stated. To other people, but the only person who truly posed a danger to Moira Queen and her family was Moira Queen. Laurel said with a heavy heart as the trial then was given a break. Oliver and Thea were outside, just trying to process and go through the motions of what just happened in the courtroom. Oliver saw Laurel walk out of the courtroom, but she quickly tried to leave as Oliver went up to her. Hey, Oliver said, getting her attention. Okay, if you want to attack me, go right ahead. But you should know that you're not going to say anything that I haven't already said to myself, Laurel said. Whoa, I know that was difficult for you, and I just wanted to make sure you're okay, Oliver said as he tried to move closer, but Laurel backed away. No, I don't understand how you can forgive me after what I just did in there. I don't understand how anyone could, Laurel said as she left. Line break, XXOs. Flashback, Ivo and his men were in a standoff as Shadow and Slade had their weapons ready to kill. So, obviously you three took the Hosen out of this cave, lift him up, Ivo told his men as they grabbed Oliver and made him stand up. Now I know he doesn't have it, which means one of you two does. Give it to me and we'll discuss an exchange, Ivo said. We don't know what you're talking about. Give us Oliver and we'll leave you alone to look for it, Shadow said. One of Ivo's men was about to shoot, but Slade acted first and shot the merc in the leg. Anybody else want to be stupid? Slade asked as he pointed his gun at Ivo. Hey, fine, take him, cut him loose, Ivo said as the captain cut Oliver's bind. When Oliver was free, he punched the captain in the face, grabbed Sarah and ran. Shadow shot an arrow hitting a merc in the chest, as Slade shot another merc in the heart, killing them both. They all then ran away as the captain and his men quickly returned fire. We have to keep moving. They're following us, Oliver yelled as they ran away. We know, Shadow said as she tossed the bomb from the plane onto the ground, and it exploded, killing some of the mercs, giving Oliver and the others time to escape. Line break XXX. End of flashback. Back at the Arrow Cave, Felicity, Diggle, and Naruto, who had woken up, were watching the news and trying to figure out the Count's distribution method. Obviously, we're continuing to monitor both of these major stories in what has become a significant news day here in Starling. The news reporter said as Felicity, Naruto, and Diggle were watching the monitors. Oliver's going to be pretty wrapped up with his mother. You making any progress on how the Count's getting vertigo into people's systems? Diggle asked Felicity. Not much. Each dot is the home of somebody with withdrawal symptoms, Felicity said, showing the map of Starling with a jumble of dots on the screen. They seem pretty random, Naruto said, feeling better having taken the medicine. That's because it's very random, Felicity said. Okay, what if people weren't exposed at home? What if they got dosed at work? Can you do this by their employment addresses? Diggle asked. I'm really starting to wonder what it would take to impress you guys, Felicity said as she entered a new pattern on the computer and the dots on the map changed to show a path through the city. It's a trail, a path through the city. Any place you've two been? Felicity asked. 59th and Dell, that's where I got my flu shot, Diggle said. 27th and Lex, that's where I got mine, Naruto said. You both got your vaccination from one of those trucks, right? One of those roving flu trucks, Felicity asked as she brought up the web page for the medical trucks. The route, it's a flu vaccination tour, a truck sent out by Starling City Mobile Care. I got addicted after one injection. That can happen, Diggle asked. Sure, try heroin sometime, not try, Felicity said. All right, where's the truck now? Naruto asked. There's one on a route right now, Felicity said, as Naruto got up and grabbed his swords. Naruto, what are you doing? You're still suffering from the side effects of vertigo. You are in no shape to go out there, Felicity said. I'm fine. I'm good enough to stop a truck. Patch me in and send me the coordinates. If something comes up, I'll call, Naruto said as he put on his hood and got on his bike and left. Felicity sighed as she reluctantly went to the computer and sent the location of the truck to Naruto's bike. She then saw that there was another truck on the map. There's another truck downtown. What do you think? Call Oliver or Naruto? Felicity asked. Oliver's busy with his family and Naruto already got one truck. I'll go, Diggle said as he stood up but wobbled. Yeah, no, that's not happening. The medicine is starting to lose its potency. I'll go, Felicity said. Felicity, it's too dangerous, Diggle said. It could turn out to be nothing. If it's not, I'll call, Felicity said as she left. Line break XCXX. Kitsune drove through the city, following the coordinates he received from the computer to the truck's location. He sped past cars and traffic lights and saw that the truck had just finished an injection run and was leaving. Naruto sped up to catch up with the truck as the driver saw that Kitsune was quickly approaching. The driver then slammed on the accelerator and drove away. Naruto sped up and was gaining on the truck when the driver rolled down his window, pulled out a gun and fired at Kitsune. Kitsune pulled back, not wanting to get hit. He then pulled out a 3 electro shuriken and threw them at the truck. When they hit, they released an electrical current into the truck, causing the engine to stop and the truck to veer off the road and hit a lamppost. Kitsune stopped behind the truck as the driver got out and took out a knife. He charged at Kitsune, but Kitsune moved to the side and avoided the attack. Kitsune then punched the driver in the face and kicked him in the chest, knocking him into the truck. Kitsune then grabbed the driver's arm, flipped him over his shoulder and knocked him out. Kitsune then tied up the driver and entered the truck. He searched around to look for any vertigo injections, but only one. Damn, I should have gotten here sooner. Let's hope Felicity can use this to synthesize an antidote, Naruto said as he contacted the cave. Naruto, what did you find? Diggle asked. I stopped the truck. The driver put up a fight, but he's done. Only found one vertigo needle, though. Hope Felicity can use this to synthesize an antidote, Naruto said. Yeah. About that, Diggle said. Where's Felicity? Naruto asked. Felicity drove to downtown and found the truck parked in a parking lot. She walked up to it, looking around to see if there was any medical officer with the truck. She walked up to the truck and pushed on the door and it opened. Hello? She called out as she walked in, but the truck was empty. Anybody home? She then went through the drawer and saw medical supplies, but then when she moved up to the upper compartments, she opened it to reveal a whole bunch of vertigo syringes. Vertigo, gotcha, she said. Funny, eh? Felicity heard a voice and turned to see the Count. You took the words right out of my mouth, he said as he grabbed her and left. Kitsune drove to the point where Felicity went and saw the truck that Felicity must have been checking out. Kitsune walked in, starting to feel the medicine wear off, but saw that the truck was empty. Diggle, she's gone. Please tell me she's with you, Naruto said. No, she's not. What do you think happened? Diggle asked as he saw the monitor go off and Oliver called in. Oliver, what is it? The Count has Felicity, Oliver said. Line break, jet, 666. Happening at the same time, Naruto and Felicity were looking at the trucks. After Laurel left, Oliver and Thea were just waiting to hear the jury come back with a verdict. Then Jean Loring came out. Thea, Jean said, getting Thea's and Oliver's attention. Can we call it a night? Thea asked. Jury just signaled that they could have a verdict. Judge will not send them home. He wants to get this over with. Jean said. Line forms behind me, Thea said. A verdict that quickly is bad, isn't it? Oliver said. I think the two of you should prepare for the worst. Jean said as she went back in, and Oliver and Thea realized that their mother was probably going to lose. Oliver's phone then went off. He checked the caller ID and saw it was Felicity. Excuse me, Oliver told Thea as he answered the call. Felicity. Oliver. The Count said as Oliver stopped, dead in his tracks. Is it okay if I call you Oliver? Surprised to hear from me, right? Not as surprised as I was. You see, I find this not unattractive blonde getting all up in my business. And what does she have on her? A Queen Consolidate ID badge. Now I think to myself, why does that name ring a bell? Oliver Queen. He tried to buy off me last year, just before the Hood put me in a padded cell. Ipso facto, Arrow, the Count said as Oliver hung and left as Thea saw him leave. Where are you going? Thea asked. "Oh, something's come up at the office," Oliver told her as he left. "Ollie, the jury," Thea said. "I have to go," Oliver said. Oliver quickly went back to the cave to get suited up and then headed off for Queen Consolidated. He told Naruto he would handle, since Naruto was still suffering from the vertigo. Oliver walked through the halls of his office level with his hood down and walked into the conference room to see a frightened Felicity tied to a chair and the Count with a gun right behind her. "Pretty swanky offices," the Count said. "You can see all the destruction that your mum caused from up here." "What do you want?" Oliver asked. "World peace and personal satisfaction, though not necessarily in that order," the Count said as he put his hands on Felicity and she shook in fear. "You poisoned me and put me in a hole. You have no idea how much I hated you for that. Turns out someone else hates you too." "Who?" Oliver asked. "Who?" Chuckles. "Oh, you're going to be surprised when you find out. He's a man of means. Set me up with my new operation so I could draw you out," the Count said. "To do what?" Oliver asked. "This," the Count said as he fired his gun at Oliver, who ran and jumped behind some furniture for cover. "You're going to have to try harder," Oliver said. "Done," the Count said as he fired another shot as Oliver moved. Naruto then jumped from the back entrance to the conference room, jumped over the table and tackled the Count away from Felicity. He tackled him into the wall but was still suffering from the vertigo that he couldn't fight as well as he normally would. The Count was able to knee Kitsune in the stomach and punch and kick him away, knocking him over the conference table. He then shot and hit Kitsune. "Naruto!" Felicity yelled as the Count thought he hit the hero. He then cut Felicity free and grabbed her by the head and dragged her forward to shot Oliver, but he was gone. Oliver then jumped down from the ceiling in the conference room with an arrow ready to fire, but the Count dropped his gun. "So now we move on to Plan B," the Count said as he pulled out a syringe of vertigo and pointed it at her neck. Naruto got back up and was behind Oliver, but was holding his right shoulder as the Count shot him. "Oliver, don't. Not for me," Felicity told him. "Quiet, please. I'm threatening," the Count said. "Lower your bow." Oliver did and dropped the arrow he had aimed. "Your problem is with me. It's not with her." "Well then, consider this your penalty for making me go to Plan B in the first place," the Count said as he was going to inject Felicity, but Oliver quickly fired 3 arrows and Naruto threw a demon wind shuriken and both hit the Count in the chest and the force pushed him out the window. Oliver was frozen for a second, having killed after he took a vow not to in honor of Tommy. He then turned around and saw Naruto with his hand still stretched out, having just thrown the giant shuriken at the Count. Naruto was looking pretty bad, having a gun wound and the vertigo in his system, but he pushed himself off the wall and made his way over to Felicity. Felicity picked herself up as Naruto reached out to her as she flinched a little. Hey, shh, shh. It's all right. You're safe," Naruto told her. "Oh, you were shot," Felicity said as she reached for his shoulder. Naruto then cupped her cheek. "Hey, it's nothing. All that matters is you're safe," Naruto said as she smiled and he kissed her head as she hugged him lightly, not to cause his wound any more pain. Naruto then stood up and walked to Oliver, who was at the window, and looked down at the Count's body, which had fallen on top of a parked taxi. Police cars arrived at the scene and were greeted with the sight of the Count, dead, with 3 arrows and a giant throwing star in his chest. "Let's go," Oliver said as he and Felicity helped Naruto out of the building. Line break, eccentric. After Oliver got Naruto and Felicity back to the cave, he got dressed and went back to the courthouse. He walked in and saw that Thea was sitting on a bench. "Any news?" Oliver asked. "Where have you been?" Thea asked. "Something happened at Queen Consolidated. You will see it on the news later. Just don't worry about it," Oliver said, trying to hold back what he was actually feeling. "What would you have done if there'd been a verdict?" Thea asked. "Thea, I don't know," Oliver said, as Thea saw he was holding back some tears. "Are you okay?" Thea asked as Jean came out to get them. "Hey, jury's back," Jean said as she went back in. "Come on," Thea said as she went inside and Oliver followed. Everyone in the courtroom sat down in much-awaited anticipation as the judge addressed the room. "I have received a note that the jury has arrived at a verdict. Please publish the verdict," the judge said as he handed the verdict to the announcer. In the Superior Court of Star County, State versus Moira Queen verdict. On one count of conspiracy in the first degree, the defendant is found not guilty, the announcer said as everyone was shocked. On the 503 counts of murder in the first degree, the defendant is found not guilty. Everyone in the room was shocked at the announcement, including Oliver, who really expected his mother to be found guilty. Moira was happy as she hugged her children close, crying tears of joy. After the announcement, Oliver made his way over to the cave to check on the others. He walked down to see them watching the news as Diggle helped Naruto's arm into sling. "Congratulations, is that appropriate?" Felicity asked. "She should have lost. She should have been convicted," Oliver said. "Did you want her to be?" Naruto asked. "I expected her to be. Verdict doesn't make sense," Oliver said. "Still, your mum must be thrilled, beyond," Felicity said. "It's more like shock, I think." "They're processing her now. I just wanted to check in on you," Oliver said, looking at Diggle. "And you too." "How's the shoulder?" Oliver asked Naruto. "Fine, nothing a few more stitches couldn't fix," Naruto said. "I'm feeling better," Diggle said. And with the vertigo-tainted vaccine, Queen Consolidated's Applied Sciences Division was able to formulate a non-addictive treatment, Felicity said. "Good, I need to meet my family at home. So you guys go home, get rest," Oliver said as he shook Diggle's hand and Diggle left. Naruto grabbed a bag as Felicity wanted to talk to Oliver. "Oliver, I already talked with Naruto, but I just wanted to say thank you. And I'm sorry." "For what?" Oliver asked. "I got myself into trouble again, and you killed him. You killed again, and I am sorry that I was the one to put you in a position where you had to make that kind of choice," Felicity said. "Felicity, he had you, and he was going to hurt you. There was no choice to make," Oliver said as she smiled and left. Naruto then went up to him. "Oliver, thank you again. But more importantly, how are you?" Naruto asked. "I'm fine. It's not the first time I'd killed, but this time it was in defense of someone I care for." "How about you?" Oliver asked. "It's something I don't think anybody can really decide if it was for good or bad. But if it concerns Felicity, I'd do the same in a heartbeat," Naruto said as Oliver smiled. Naruto then held his hand out. "Thank you again." Oliver shook Naruto's hand. "That's what partners are for," Oliver said as Naruto smiled. Line break X cha X flashback. Oliver, Sarah, Shadow and Slade had ran for a while and were able to lose Ivo and his men. "Why did you do that?" Sarah asked Oliver as the group stopped running. "Because you stopped the captain from killing me," Oliver told Sarah as Shadow ran to them, and Slade was a few feet away but was breathing heavily and was in pain. "Thank you for coming." "Shadow, he doesn't look so good," Oliver said, looking at Slade. "He's not." "Who's this?" Shadow asked, referring to Sarah. "It's complicated. That hosen thing they're looking for is back on the plane," Oliver said. "No, I've got it," Shadow said as it was around her neck. "It has a Buddhist inscription on one side. It reminded me of my father." "I'm pretty sure they aren't interested in Buddhism," Slade said. "What's on the other side?" Oliver asked as Shadow looked and saw numbers. 30, 30, 175, 12, Shadow said. "Okay, numbers." "What?" Oliver asked. "Coordinates to what?" Shadow asked. "A Kairyu-class Japanese submarine which ran aground here during World War II, Sarah said. "What do these guys want with a 70-year-old sub?" Slade asked. "The sub isn't important, but what's on it? It'll save the human race," Sarah said. "Will it save him?" Oliver asked, seeing Slade in horrible pain. Back with Evo and his men, the captain was crawling away, having been caught in the explosion. Evo then walked up to him to see his crawling away. "Well, you survived your own stupidity. Congratulations," Evo said as he grabbed the captain's pistol. "You know, I needed you to deal with any resistance that I encountered on the island. I got to say, you've done a fairly lousy job of that," Evo said as she shot the captain in the head. He then gave the pistol to one of the men. "Congratulations. You're the new captain." Line break. Sec 6. End of flashback. In Alderman Blood's office, he was watching the news coverage on the Count's death by the Arrow. Officer Daly walked in to see the Count upset over what he was watching. I arranged for the Count to take out the arrow, and all I accomplish is reigniting the Vigilante's killing spree. Blood said. Sir, there's been a development, Daly said as Blood went to his dresser and got his skull mask. They then entered the same room that Blood held the mayor hostage a couple of weeks ago and tested the Mirakuru serum on him. There were 5 men tied to chairs with blood dripping down from their eyes. The first 4 were dead, but the 5th one was still alive. Blood and Daly walked up to the 5th man and saw he was still alive. Brother Cyrus, how do you feel? Blood asked. Stronger, Cyrus said. Good, Blood said. Then you're ready. Back at the courthouse, Moira was being processed, and after she was done, she got in a car and was driven away from the courthouse. The car was driving through the city as Moira rolled down the window, enjoying the feeling of fresh air. The freeway would be quicker, Moira told the driver. I'm sorry, Mrs. Queen. I was instructed not to take you home. Not yet. The driver said as they arrived at an empty parking lot. The driver got out and opened the door as Moira stepped out of the car and wondered why they were in an empty parking lot. Where are we? I don't know this place, Moira said. The driver then looked behind Moira. I've got her, sir, he said. He was then killed as an arrow flew through the air and hit him right in the heart. Moira was shocked to see an arrow kill him. She turned around and couldn't believe what she saw. She saw Malcolm Merlin walking towards her. He was supposed to be dead, but here he was alive and carrying a compound bow, having just killed the driver. Hello, Moira, Malcolm said. Oh, you, how, why, what, they said you were dead, Moira said, still shocked he was alive. There are parts of the world where death is an illusion. I've been to one. I learned to be very convincing. But I returned because you needed my help, Malcolm said. Help? Moira asked. With your trial, you didn't think that jury acquitted you without a little persuasion, Malcolm said. Dear God, Moira said. What do you want, Malcolm? I still have resources here in Starling, associates, chuckling, including one in the DA's office. I followed Mr. Donner's investigation of you with interest. The ease with which you lied about us for years, it made me wonder whether you lied to me, Malcolm said. No, Moira said. It was a matter of a simple surreptitious genetics test to confirm my suspicion, Malcolm stated. Don't, Moira said. Imagine my joy at learning that Thea is my daughter, Malcolm said as Moira's world began to crumble. Line break, Gex. Naruto and Felicity arrived back at Naruto's apartment to rest after what had happened. Naruto and Felicity walked in as Naruto put the bat down and sat in a chair to rest. Oh wow, what a day, Naruto said as Felicity sat next to him. Naruto, how's the shoulder? Felicity asked. It's the same as when you asked an hour ago. Felicity, I'm fine, Naruto said, smiling at her. Sorry, it's just that I'm the reason you got shot and why you had to kill the Count. I'm so sorry, Felicity said as she started to cry, but Naruto got up and kissed her forehead. Felicity, it's all right. He had you, and there is nothing I wouldn't do to make sure you stay safe, Naruto said as Felicity smiled and the two kissed. Just don't make a habit of going out without me, Naruto said as Felicity nodded. Line break, sex, end of state, Ev Queen. Scientist. Time had passed since the end of the Moira Queen trial and the Count's death. On one stormy night in Starling City, security guards were doing their regular runs at Queen Consolidated Applied Sciences building. Thunder filled the air as lightning lit up the sky. Then the cargo access door G15 suddenly made a big sound, like something hit it. The guards went to the door. What was that? One of the guards asked. The door began to creak as if something was pushing against the door. Then another pounding sound came, and the access door began to push in. It happened again as some of the restraints on the door fell off, and the guards took out their guns. One more pound, and the door fell off its hinges. The guards fired at the intruder, but it did nothing. The intruder punched one guard and sent him flying into the wall. The other guard tried to run, but the intruder grabbed the guard by the throat and with one hand lifted him up and snapped his neck. The next day was a special one, as Naruto was visiting Queen Consolidate to visit Felicity, but also to lend support to Oliver, who was having his mother return to Queen Consolidated. Naruto was outside waiting for Oliver to arrive and saw Oliver's car arrive. Diggle got out and Oliver and his mother got out of the car. "Oliver, about time you guys got here," Naruto said as he and Oliver hugged. "Sorry, didn't mean to make you wait," Oliver said as Moira walked up to Oliver and Naruto. "It's Oliver, I didn't know we were going to have company," Moira said. "Mum, this is my friend, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, this is my mother," Oliver said, introducing the two to each other. "It's nice to finally meet you, Mrs. Queen. Oliver's told me a lot about you," Naruto said as she shook her hand. "Ah, you're the writer. Of course, I was able to read some of your books, and I must say, you have quite the imagination," Moira said as Oliver and Naruto chuckled. "So what brings you here today?" "Well, I was here to meet up with Felicity, but Oliver told me you were coming back to Queen Consolidated, and I figured it was about time we met," Naruto said. "Well, thank you, Naruto," Moira said as Naruto nodded. "Come on," Oliver said as he and his mother walked in and Diggle and Naruto walked behind them. They got in the elevator and traveled up to Oliver's office and the conference room where Isabel was having a meeting. The elevator dinged open as Oliver and his mother walked out to be greeted by Felicity. "Mrs. Queen, welcome back to the company," Felicity said. "Thank you," Moira replied. "You look fabulous. Really, better than ever." "Did you do something with your hair?" Felicity asked. "Yes, I shampooed it without 8 women and a guard watching me," Moira said as Felicity chuckled. "Is it okay to laugh?" "Because I was ordered not to say anything about you being in prison, just to avoid any awkward exchanges," Felicity said as Moira left. "Like that one," Oliver said as he joined his mother. "Nice, Felicity," Naruto said as he kissed her head. "Very funny," Felicity commented as Diggle just smiled and shook his head. "Right," Felicity said as she went to her desk. Isabel was with the board discussing company matters when she saw Oliver and his mother walk in. "Oliver, I didn't realize your mother was stopping by for a visit today," Isabel said. "Well, it's not a visit. This is her company too," Oliver said. "Of course. How are you, Moira?" Isabel asked. "Back, Isabel," Moira said. "Mr. Queen, may I speak to you for a minute?" Isabel said as the two left the conference room to speak. "What sort of message does it send to the investment committee, to the city, if we hand Queen Consolidated right back to your mother?" Isabel asked. "She was acquitted," Oliver said. "By a jury, not by the city, Oliver. Stop thinking like a son and start thinking like a CEO," Isabel said as she went back inside. Diggle, Felicity and Naruto then walked in to talk to Oliver. "Oliver, there's been a break-in," Naruto said. At the Starling City train station, one man got out of the train holding a science magazine on the Star Labs particle accelerator. When he got out, he looked at his watch and he was late. "Damn," he said as he ran outside to get a taxi. He saw one leave and tried to stop it. "Whoa, hey, stop, wait. You don't even have a fare," the man yelled as the taxi drove away. Line break executions. Oliver, Diggle and Felicity went to the Applied Sciences building where the break-in had occurred. Naruto didn't come along since he wasn't a part of the Queen Consolidated or the police force. He couldn't be at a crime scene. Diggle, Oliver and Felicity were looking at the destroyed cargo door as the police were on the scene. "This door is made of expanded reinforced titanium. What did they use to do this?" Diggle asked. "Not sure yet. No sign of any explosives, maybe a crane, maybe a forklift. I'm guessing there was at least 3 of them, maybe 4. And given how quick they got in and out of here." "They were fast," Lance said. "Any idea what these guys were so hot to break in here for?" "You didn't happen to leave a spare earthquake machine lying around, did you?" Lance said as Oliver looked at him. "Sorry." Then one of the SCPD tech guys walked up to Lance. "This is what we're able to pull off the security cameras," the guy said as he showed them footage of one guy wearing a mask taking out the 2 guards. He then grabbed a crate and threw it at the camera and the feed was gone. "He was the only guy we got on video. The rest of the crew must have come in after him." "Actually, it was only one guy," a voice said as they turned to see a young man walking towards them. "Ah, sorry I'm late. But actually my train was late. Well, the second one. The first one I did miss, but that was my cab driver's fault. I've got this great traffic app and—" But he thought that he was right. "I'm here now, though, so—" "Great. Who the hell are you?" Lance asked. "And do your parents know that you're here?" Oliver asked. "I'm Barry Allen. I'm from the Central City Police Department." I'm with the Crime Scene Investigation Unit, Barry said, showing his badge. We're working on a case with some similar unexplained elements in Central City, so when the report of your robbery came over the wire, my captain sent me up here. And you think one guy ripped through this door like it was tinfoil? Lance asked. One very strong guy, yeah, Barry said as he used his tablet to bring up a file. It takes about 250 foot-pounds of torque to break someone's neck. You see the marks on the guard's neck. The bruising pattern suggests the killer used only one hand. I'm guessing you don't know how hard it is to break someone's neck, Barry said to Oliver. No idea, Oliver said. We're going to need a list of the entire inventory here to figure out what exactly was stolen. The tech guy said to Oliver, Actually, I think I know what was stolen. A centrifuge. An industrial centrifuge, Barry said as he showed them where the centrifuge was. Probably the Cord Enterprises 2BX900. Maybe the 6 series. Both have a 3-column base. Here you can see the 3 sets of broken bolts where the thief just ripped it out of the ground. And what exactly is a centrifuge? Lance asked. It separates liquids. The centripetal acceleration causes denser substances to separate out along the radial direction, Felicity said. And lighter objects move to the top, Barry said. What did you say your name was again? Felicity asked. Barry. Allen, Barry said. Felicity. Smoke, Felicity said as Oliver began to wonder something about Barry. You can see the cracks heading towards the door. Footsteps. One guy, Barry said as he pointed out the cracks in the floor that resembled shoe prints. Anyway, it's just a theory, one backed by a lot of evidence. There has to be another explanation, Lance said as he then talked to Felicity. You might want to fill our mutual friends in on this. Yeah, don't worry, I'm sure he's already on it, Felicity said. Line break, Xik Exers, flashback. Oliver, Sarah, Shadow and Slade were walking through the island, heading to the coordinates that was on the back of the hosen. Shadow was leading them using a compass, while Oliver was supporting Slade, who was groaning and grunting in pain as the pain from his burns and the mortar explosion was starting to take its toll. We need to change directions 10 degrees north, Shadow said. We need to rest, Oliver said. If Evo and any of his men survived that blast, they'll be tracking us. We keep moving. Slade said, but then groaned in pain and stopped. In 5 minutes. Oliver put Slade on a rock to rest, and then turned to Sarah. You watch him, please. Of course, Sarah said as Oliver went up to Shadow. Do you believe them? That this hosen will lead us to a wrecked Japanese sub? Shadow asked Oliver. Evo seems to think so. I just hope whatever miracle serum they're after is actually on board, Oliver said as he looked back to Slade and Sarah. For his sake. How do you know that girl? Shadow asked. Sarah was on my father's boat, with me, Oliver said. What about that girl in the photo? Laurel, the girl you told me you were in love with. Shadow said. Sarah is her sister, Oliver said as Shadow began to look at Oliver differently. Slade then got up and stumbled to Shadow and Slade. I feel like taking a walk. Anyone care to join me? Slade asked as Shadow supported him, and the two walked. I guess a lot's happened in the last year, Sarah said. Line break X66666. End of flashback. Oliver was back at his office and looking over some files as Diggle walked in. Felicity and Naruto were at her desk looking over some possible leads. Felicity filled Naruto in on everything he missed at the crime scene. Oliver got the final inventory from Applied Sciences. That CSI from Central City was right. The only thing missing is a centrifuge, Diggle said as he handed Oliver the inventory file. Felicity and Naruto then walked in. You have to see this. I pulled up CC traffic camera footage from across the street of Applied Sciences. This is 3 minutes after the alarm went off, Felicity said as she showed them the camera footage. It showed one guy carrying the centrifuge on his shoulder like it was nothing and put it in a truck. I've seen some weird things, but this is a first, Naruto said. Oliver then looked at the hallway and saw Barry Allen. Can we help you with something, detective? Oh, CSIs aren't detectives, Barry said. Barry, Naruto said. Naruto, Barry asked. Barry Allen, what the hell are you doing here? Naruto asked happily as he and Barry hugged, and the others were shocked. Naruto, I heard you were in Starling. Man, it's good to see you, Barry said. You too. Why didn't you tell me you were stopping by? Naruto asked. Sorry, police business. Which is actually why I'm here. Where should I set up my equipment? Barry asked. You hear about the break-in at Queen Consolidated? Naruto asked. Yup, my captain heard of the crime and sent me over, Barry said. I figured you could never stay away from anything out of the ordinary. Naruto said as he and Barry chuckled. So where should I set up? Barry asked. I'll show you, Felicity said. What's going on? Oliver asked. Your assistant said that you preferred to keep the investigation in-house, so I cleared it with my captain to give you a hand, Barry said as Oliver nodded. Excuse me, Barry, Naruto said as he went to talk to Oliver, who was talking to Felicity. What are you doing? Oliver asked Felicity. We need to find this intruder, and he seems to know more about it than any of us. Forensic science isn't exactly my forte, Felicity said. I can vouch for Barry, Oliver. If we need to find this guy, he's our best shot. I trust him, Naruto told Oliver. I'd say we need him, wouldn't you? Come on, Barry. Felicity and I will show you around, Naruto said as he and Felicity left with Barry. Diggle then went up to Oliver. Why am I getting the feeling you know more about this than Naruto's friend? Pray I'm wrong, Oliver said. After Naruto and Felicity took Barry to Applied Sciences, Oliver went home to check on his mother. He walked in to see her sitting on the couch, looking at an old photograph of Thea. Hi, I'm sorry about what happened at the office this morning, Oliver said to his mother. There are a lot of people who think I got away with murder, Oliver. Maybe I did, she said. Mom, the trial, the undertaking, Malcolm Merlin, all of that is behind us now. And we need everyone to see that, Oliver said. How are we going to do that? Moira asked. We throw a party, Oliver said as Thea and Roy walked in. Thea, Roy, Moira said, saying hello. Did I hear you guys say something about a party? Thea asked. A welcome back to Queen Consolidate party for Mum, Oliver said. I don't think so, Moira said. And if things are going to get back to normal, then we need to start acting normal, Oliver stated. Normal for us is a lavish party, Thea said. Roy's phone then went off, showing a text. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Queen, I can't stay for brunch, Roy said. I guess we got to go, Thea said as she gave her mum a kiss on the cheek and she and Roy left. I'll take care of everything, Oliver said as his mother smiled. Meanwhile, Naruto and Felicity showed Barry the Applied Sciences building and helped him set up his equipment. Barry set up some black lights around the area where the thief stole the centrifuge, trying to look for some evidence. He then put on his gloves and grabbed a tweezers and went to one of the footprints. What exactly are you looking for? Felicity asked. Your thief's shoes touched the ground, which means he tracked in dozens of clues as to where he's been the past few days, Barry said as he got a speck of dirt. Gotcha. He then went over to the analysis machine and put the dirt sample in. Shouldn't take long, Barry said as he pressed a button and the computer began to scan the dirt sample. So you've guys seen them, right? The Vigilantes, Barry said as Naruto and Felicity tried to act cool. I read that they saved you and stopped some robbers at a gala. What were they like? Barry asked, excited. Naruto saw this and just chuckled as Felicity remained calm. Green and red, Felicity said. Green and red. That's interesting, right? I mean, why green or red? Black would be better for stealth and urban camouflage. Me, personally, I think that one of them trained in some sort of forest or jungle environment, and the green is a nod to that, Barry said, excited. I don't give the Vigilantes much thought, Felicity said. Police reports show that he uses carbon arrows. But if he switched to an aluminum-carbon composite, he would have far better penetration, Barry said. Maybe he thinks he penetrates just fine, Naruto said. Do you want to know something else? I think he has partners, not just the sword guy, but also others. Definitely someone with a background in computer sciences, Barry said. Easy, Barry. You're starting to scare me, Naruto said. Sorry, Barry replied, but come on, Naruto. I mean, the sword guy is like someone right out of your books. I've read eyewitness statements that he has the same leaf symbol on his jacket as your characters have on their headbands. There's got to be a connection, Barry said as Felicity looked at Naruto. I don't know what to tell you. I saw the symbol in a painting and that's where I got it from, Naruto said, trying to keep up a lie. Please, Barry, calm down. This is getting to like fangirl level of obsession, Naruto said as Felicity chuckled. Sorry, Barry said. When did you two meet? Felicity asked. Oh, it was about 2.5 years ago. I was in Central City doing some stuff for my book, just when my book started to get popular. I was unfortunate to witness a hit and run, and I had to stick around to answer questions. Afterward, I went to this coffee place, Co-Jitters, when two people approached me, one of who was Barry. I recognized him because he was one of the CSIs who was late, and the captain made a big deal about it. He was a fan of my book and wanted an autograph, and then immediately began to ask me questions about my book that I don't think I've ever been asked before. I think you can guess what type of questions based on his little run-on before, Naruto said as Felicity chuckled and Barry laughed as he remembered what he asked. In the timeline, it's about a month or two before Naruto's parents are murdered. Anyway, we kept talking and we just hit it off. I was in Central City for another week and we hung out. Barry was working with the CCPD by then and was able to give me some inspiration for my books. After that, we kept in touch, Naruto said as Felicity smiled. Good times. Iris says you should buy more since you haven't been back in a while, Barry said. Right, Naruto said. So why are you so interested in the Vigilantes? Felicity asked. When I was 11, my mother was murdered, Barry said with some discomfort about the memory, and Naruto sympathized with him, having lost his parents too. I'm sorry, Felicity said. It's okay, they never caught the guy who did it. Maybe he would have, Barry said. When Naruto met Barry, they talked, and Barry talked about what happened to his mother. Barry told Naruto what he thought had happened, and was the reason why he was asking such weird questions. But Naruto understood, somewhat. The computer then beeped as the analysis was done. The soil. There's a crystalline structure in it, Barry said. Crystalline? That's weird, Naruto said. It's sugar, Barry said. Sugar, Felicity said. So either the thief has a serious sweet tooth or is made of candy. Why would he have sugar stuck to his shoes? Naruto asked as Felicity got an idea. Line break, XK. In the alley behind Thea's club, Verdant, Roy and Thea, who was tagging along, went to meet with Sin. Sin, you said this was an emergency, Roy said. No offense, but Thea, you shouldn't be here, Sin said. In the alleyway of the club I own? Thea asked, as Sin reluctantly agreed and told them why she called Roy. It's my friend Max. He's missing. I haven't seen him for a week. No one has. Something happened to him. I figured you knew someone who could help, Sin said as Roy understood what she meant. Roy can help you, Thea said. I thought you wanted me to stay out of trouble, Roy said. I kind of like that you never turn away from someone who needs help. I'll just get someone to cover the club, Thea said as she left. What do you mean? Roy said. Oh, I'm coming with you, Thea said. Back at the Queen Mansion, Moira was alone getting some things from her room when she heard a voice. I hear you're throwing a party. Moira gasped as she saw Malcolm Merlin in the room. I didn't get my invite. Where exactly should I have addressed it? Starling City Cemetery, Moira asked. I know that's where you wish I was right now. Lying beside my son, Malcolm said. Am I supposed to feel sorry for you, Malcolm? You killed Tommy. You killed your son. You cannot have my daughter. Moira told him, our daughter. I think we both needed someone that night. I felt so bad about betraying Rebecca's memory that I left Starling. Left Tommy behind. That's when I made my way to Nanda Parbat, where I found my new purpose. In a way, Moira, you made me the man I am today, Malcolm told her. Thea is innocent. She loved Robert. Please don't take that away from her, I'm begging you, she said. Thea is all I have left. Tell her the truth and tell her soon. Malcolm as he left. Naruto called Oliver and Diggle to come to Applied Sciences to talk about what they discovered. You found something? Oliver asked as he and Diggle walked to Naruto, Felicity and Barry. We found something, Felicity said. There were trace amounts of sugar on a speck of dirt the killer dragged in here on his boot. Barry said, which got me thinking. There is a sugar refinery 2 miles from here. The land around it is suffused with waste sugar, so I checked. They had a delivery truck stolen a few days ago, Felicity said. Their truck matches the make and model of the truck the thief used to steal the centrifuge, Naruto said. Can you track the vehicle? Oliver asked. We've been trying, Felicity said as the computer beeped. It showed a map of Starling and a red dot just lit up. What was that? Oliver asked. You're not going to believe this. That truck. It was just used to rob a blood bank, Felicity said. Are you sure? Naruto asked. Yeah, our guy just made off with 30,000 cc's of zero negative, Felicity said. Wait, he has super strength, likes blood. Please don't tell me we suddenly believe in vampires now, Diggle said. We should get this information to the local police, Barry said. I'll take care of that. Did you say that you were working a similar case in Central City? Oliver asked. Oh, yeah, yeah, it's similar, has similar elements, a lot of similarities, Barry said as Oliver and Diggle noticed he was lying. Right. Yeah, Oliver said as Oliver moved to talk to Naruto and Diggle. I want you to look more into this Alan kid. There's more to him than he's letting on. Oliver told Diggle, Whoa, Oliver, I know you have trust issues and I understand that. But I know Barry. I trust him and he may seem odd at times, but he's a good person. Naruto said, Just look into him, please. I at least want to know who he is. Oliver said as Diggle nodded and Naruto reluctantly let them do it. Geez, Oliver had trust issues. Oliver, when are you going to tell us what exactly we're up against? Diggle asked as Naruto was expecting an answer too. Oliver just ignored the answer and left as Naruto followed him. Barry, I'll be right back. Some unexpected book stuff came up. Look after Felicity, okay? Got it, Barry said as Felicity nodded to Naruto to get suited up. The stolen sugar truck was driving under one of the Starling overpasses at night. No other cars were on the road as the masked thief was driving with 30,000 cc's of O negative in the truck. He then heard a noise and looked at his rearview mirrors and saw the two Starling vigilantes on motorcycles driving towards him. The thief stepped on the accelerator and drove away as the two vigilantes sped up to catch him. Kitsune, stay back, Arrow told Kitsune on their helmet mics. What for? We can take a steroid-infused nutcase, Kitsune told Arrow, not wanting to watch from the sidelines. Stay back, I got this, Arrow told him. All right, but I got your back, Kitsune said as he nodded to Arrow. Kitsune then applied the brake and slowed down as Arrow sped up. The thief then swerved the truck side to side to prevent the Arrow from moving up. Arrow then shot an arrow and hit the right side rearview mirror, while Kitsune threw a kunai at the left side rearview mirror, leaving the thief blind to his rear. Arrow was able to then move to the left side of the truck and gain acceleration to speed up. The thief heard the motorcycle getting closer and he looked to his left to see only a motorcycle, but with no driver. Then Arrow jumped down from the roof of the truck and kicked the driver in the face, causing the truck to swerve a little. The driver then pushed the Arrow out of the doorway and he almost hit the pavement, but he grabbed the door handle before he fell. The thief was going to punch him in the face, but Kitsune threw a kunai at the thief's hand, impaling it and causing the thief to pull it out, giving Arrow enough time to climb back up to the driver's seat. The Arrow then delivered 3 vicious right hooks to the driver's face, which would have knocked out any normal person, but the driver recovered like it was nothing, shocking Oliver. The driver then punched the Arrow with such force that he was sent flying and landed on the hood of the engine. The only reason he wasn't sent flying out to the street was because he had his hand on the door handle and the force behind the push flipped him onto the hood. Arrow groaned in pain as the punch definitely severely bruised, if not broke something. The driver then punched through the window, grabbed the Arrow and pulled him into the driver's seat of the truck. Arrow then grabbed a mini arrow from his pouch and stabbed the driver in the leg. The driver didn't flinch from the pain, and he punched the Arrow, sending him into the passenger seat door, and the force pushed the door off its hinges and sent Arrow skidding on the road and crashed into some garbage cans. Kitsune saw this and threw a tracer shuriken on the door and then stopped by Oliver. Oliver, you okay? Kitsune said as he got off the bike to check on Oliver. Oliver sat up, groaning in pain, and looked at the arrow he stabbed in the driver to see it covered in blood, but it was bent in several places, and the arrow tip was broken. Line break XXXX. Naruto helped Oliver back to the cave, where Felicity and Diggle were waiting for them. Felicity applied some bandages to his ribs as his ribs were severely damaged, probably not broken, but seriously hurt. Yow! Oliver yelled as Felicity applied the bandages as Diggle and Naruto watched. Sorry, Felicity said. Oliver sat in a chair near the computers and put on a sweatshirt. He then looked at Diggle. Ah, You were right to ask if I knew more than I was letting on. I've seen men with abilities like that before, Oliver said. Really, I've seen similar things, but nothing like that. Naruto said. Where? Felicity asked. The island. My second year marooned there. I came across the remains of a Japanese World War II military project. It was a serum designed to create human weapons. Oliver told them. Human weapons? My God, what's next? Aliens? Diggle asked, not believing the case. This is real, Diggle. Those 5 years that I was away, I came things that just defy explanation. There's a doctor, his name was Ivo, and he came to the island to test the serum on people. The ones that survived, their endurance, reflexes and strength were all enhanced, Oliver told them. And you think this Ivo's in Starling City? Naruto asked. He's dead, and so is everyone he injected. The last of which I burned, Oliver said. You think someone found the recipe? Diggle asked. A centrifuge and a large supply of blood. I think someone wants to make more of it. A lot more, Oliver said. Why couldn't you have been marooned on Aruba? Felicity asked. There's a third component, a strong sedative, Oliver said as he handed Felicity the bent arrow. I think I preferred it when you left these in people, Felicity said as she saw the bent arrow. I need you to analyze the blood on the arrowhead. If we can figure out which sedative they're using, we can figure out where the next robbery will be, Naruto said, finishing Oliver's sentence. Okay, Barry and I will get right on it, Felicity said as she left. I tried using the tracer star I threw on the truck to find out where he went, but I'm not getting a signal. Something must be interfering with the tracer, but if he should move again, we'll know, Naruto said as Oliver nodded. Oliver, word of advice. Next time, don't leave me on the sidelines. We're partners, Naruto said as Oliver nodded. Naruto then left to head home. Diggle, what did you find out about Mr. Allen? Oliver asked, still not trusting Barry. He's not who he says he is, Diggle said. Flashback. Oliver, Slade, Shadow and Sarah were trekking through the woods of the Lian-Yu, following the coordinates to the Japanese sub. Oliver was supporting Slade as they walked, groaning in pain from his burns. How are you doing? Shadow asked Slade. I could do with a better-looking crutch, Slade joked. You two seem like you've gotten pretty chummy, Oliver said. We're here, Shadow said as they saw a giant fissure into the island that created a large lake and the submarine stuck in the center. There must be a fissure in the island below the waterline for it to come that far inland, Slade said. Unbelievable, Oliver said, shocked. End of flashback. Felicity returned to the Applied Sciences building to see Barry messing with some of the chemicals that were stored there. They have nitric acid next to hydrazine, permanganates on top of acetone. This is the definition of dangerous, Barry said as he held up the chemicals. If it's so dangerous, maybe you shouldn't be touching them, Felicity told him. Then a huge boom of thunder filled the air as lightning filled the sky, and Barry looked to the window to see the sky light up. Barry, I managed to get a sample of the perpetrator's blood from the police department. We need to isolate a sedative in the blood. It could lead us to the thief, Felicity told Barry as Barry was rearranging some of the chemicals. How did the police get it? Barry asked. Apparently the Vigilante shot him with an arrow, Felicity said as Barry looked excited. You're kidding. You know what this means, right? This means the Vigilantes are working the same case we are, Barry said. Go figure, Felicity said. How did you get it? Barry said. Oliver and Naruto have a lot of connections, Felicity said. Wow, pays to work for a billionaire, Barry said. Actually, my take-home's nothing special. Luckily enough, Naruto can help with that. Having a best-selling writer for a boyfriend helps, Felicity said as Barry chuckled. Yeah, Naruto is a nice guy, and you two seem really good together, Barry said as Felicity smiled. Actually, Naruto was going to ask you tomorrow, but since I'm here now, I'm going to a work function. It's a party. And Naruto and I were hoping you'd want to come, Felicity said. Sure, there's not going to be dancing, is there? I'm just not too good on my feet, Barry said, and I don't have any formal clothes. Naruto can help with that, Felicity said. The next day came to Starling City and Roy, Thea and Sin were trying to find Sin's friend who's gone missing. They first started with his apartment. Sin opened his apartment door as Roy and Thea followed her to see a whole bunch of paintings around the room and the smell of rank old food. Oh, it reeks in here, Thea said. I guess your friend wasn't too into painting seascapes, Thea said, looking at the creepy drawing. Max is like any starving artist, starving. But I could always crash here when I didn't have a place to stay. Sin said as Roy found something. Hey, this blood drive was a week ago. When did you say he went missing? Roy asked as he showed Sin the blood drive pamphlet. That day, Sin said as they got a lead. Outside of Sin's friend's apartment, Officer Daly was in his squad car. He then saw Thea, Sin, and Roy walk out and called Brother Blood. It's Daly. Someone's looking for Maxwell Stanton, Daly said, and they should find him, Blood replied. Yes, Brother Blood, Daly said. Blood was in his warehouse inspecting the centrifuge and looking at the blood they stole. He then walked to Cyrus Gold, who was in his outfit except for his mask. Blood provides life, blood provides power, and with power, there's no limit to what I can do, Blood said. Back with the Arrow group, Felicity, Naruto, and Barry were at the Queen Consolidate building, watching the news coverage of the Star Labs particle accelerator. Pretty cool, right? Barry asked Naruto and Felicity. You know there's been a 100% increase in earthquakes since they turned on the Large Hadron Collider. Felicity told Barry as Naruto chuckled. That data is misleading, Barry said. Oh, do tell, Naruto said as they all chuckled. You know about misleading, don't you? Oliver said as he walked in. What are you talking about? Felicity asked. He's not from CSI, he's an assistant. Whose bosses don't you're in Starling, and there is no similar case in Central City. So tell me, Barry, what are you really doing here? Oliver asked. Oliver? No, it's all right, Naruto, Barry said, stopping Naruto. He then looked at Felicity and Oliver. I told you my mother was murdered. By your father, Oliver said. He didn't do it, Barry said. You said that the police didn't find the man who killed her, Felicity said. The police think they did. My dad has been serving a life sentence. They didn't believe me, Barry said. About what? Felicity asked. I was 11. One night, something just came into our house, like a tornado. A blur. Somewhere inside the blur, I saw a person. My dad went to fight it. I tried to get him when suddenly I was 20 blocks away from our house. Nobody believed me. They thought I was trying to cover for my father. But what I saw that night was real. As real as the man that ripped down that metal door with his bare hands, Barry said as Oliver began to understand. That's why I look into cases like this, the ones nobody believes are possible. Maybe if I can just make sense of one, I might be able to find out who really killed my mother and free my dad. I am sorry I lied to you, he told Oliver. Guess I won't make it to the party, Barry said as he left. Felicity and Naruto looked at Oliver. He did lie about who he really was, Oliver told them. Naruto chuckled condescendingly. And what is it that we do every day? Naruto said as he and Felicity left, leaving Oliver to what he just did. Line break, XX. Night came to Starling City and the Queen Mansion was busy as Oliver's party to welcome his mother back to Queen Consolidated was going on. He, Thea, and Moira walked down the stairs of the mansion in formal attire, and Oliver saw Felicity dressed in a very beautiful dress. Classic music was being played by a string quartet Oliver hired, and the guests were probably in the living room, mingling and enjoying themselves. Felicity, how's everything going in there? Oliver asked her. Good evening, Queens. Can I have a word? Felicity asked Oliver. Yeah, Oliver said. I'm sorry if I overreacted a little bit earlier. I talked to Naruto and now I just wanted to talk to you. Look, right now, you need to apologize to your mother, not me, Felicity said. For what? Oliver asked. For being wrong, Felicity said. Oliver saw his mother and sister walk into the living room and followed them and understood what Felicity meant. The living room was pretty much empty, except for the friends of the family at the event. No one else had come. I guess these days I only draw a crowd when I'm on trial for murder, Moira said. Mum, you don't have to. We have guests, however few of them there are, Moira told Thea as she walked in. Oliver watched as what he thought would be a good idea turned bad. This is not your fault, Ollie, Thea said before she went to Roy. How's your mom doing? Roy asked Thea. Oh, you know us Queen women. Nothing gets to us, Thea said. You must take after your dad, Roy joked as his phone went off. Sin, what's up? I'm on my way. They find Max? Thea asked. No. She just wants me to stop by, Roy said. I can come with you, Thea said. You should stay here. Your mum needs you. Okay, I'll call you later, Roy said as he left. Felicity was walking in the living room looking for Naruto. He said he'd be a bit late. There were some last-minute things to take care of, but he'd be here. Oliver then walked up to her. Time for a dance, Oliver asked. Not really feeling like dancing with you, Oliver. Naruto is just a bit late, but I can wait, Felicity said. I know, that's my fault. I had him bring a friend, Oliver said as he and Felicity turned to see Barry and Naruto walk in tuxedos. Felicity smiled to see her boyfriend and her new friend arrive. FYI, they will card him at the bar, Oliver joked as Felicity chuckled. Naruto walked up to Oliver and shook his hand as Oliver went to the bar. Sorry, I'm late, but Barry needed a tux, Naruto said as he kissed Felicity on the cheek. Glad you could make it, Felicity said. Me too, but I really can't dance, Barry said as they laughed and drank some champagne. Oliver then went to the bar and got 2 shots of vodka as Isabel walked up to him. I tried to warn you, she told him. I tried to ignore you, he replied. They shared a drink as Moira saw that Oliver was with Isabel. She didn't trust Isabel at all. She knew what Isabel was capable of. I am sorry, Oliver, Isabel said with genuine sympathy. Thank you, Oliver said as he joined the guests. Moira then walked up to the bar to get another drink, but also to talk to Isabel. Oliver threw you a lovely party, Isabel told Moira. Oliver's a good son, if not the best judge of characters, Moira said as she went back to the guests. Line break, XX, flashback. Oliver, Slade, Shadow and Sarah made their way to the Japanese submarine. They were able to get on board and were climbing down the access hatch into the submarine control room. Oliver helped Slade down the access ladder as Slade was getting worse and worse. Oliver sat Slade down against one of the control panels to rest. He doesn't have long, Shadow told Oliver, looking at Slade's condition. If this miracle drug is on board, then we need to find it now, Oliver told Sarah and Shadow. He then turned to Slade. Slade, be back in a few minutes, okay? I'll just get comfortable, Slade said. Oliver, Shadow and Sarah walked through the submarine until they came to the medical room. Shadow then spotted a crate. There, Shadow said as she opened the crate and saw about 20 Mirakuru syringes. She took one out and read the label. Mirakuru. Miracle, Oliver said. I was never sure it was real, Sarah said. Shadow handed the syringe to Oliver. What happens if we give it to Slade? Oliver asked Sarah. He needs a sedative in his bloodstream first, Sarah said. They might have potassium bromide or barbital, Slade said as she and Sarah looked through the cabinets to find them empty. They did find one syringe, but it was empty as well. What happens if we give it to him without the sedative? Oliver asked. Sarah. He'll die for sure, Sarah said. He's going to die anyway, Shadow said as they then heard something land on top of the submarine. What was that? Oliver asked. Evo and his men. They're on the sub, Sarah said. Oliver, Shadow and Sarah quickly ran back to rejoin Slade and leave the decision up to him. Oliver kneeled down next to him and showed Slade the syringe of Mirakuru. Now this, it could save you, or it could kill you, Oliver told him. By the looks on your faces, I'm going to die anyway, Slade said as Shadow got next to him as well and held his hand. Sorry. For what? Shadow asked. For not telling you how I really feel. Slade told her, professing his love to her. Do it, he told Oliver. Oliver injected the syringe into Slade's leg and the serum entered his bloodstream. After a few seconds, he began to gasp and scream in pain as his body experienced a violent reaction to the Mirakuru. Ah! Slade yelled out as Oliver and Shadow tried to hold him down. Then blood began to come out of his eyes and he began to shake violently until he stopped moving and his body fell. His head turned to the side as the life disappeared from his eyes. Sarah then checked his pulse and shook her head no. He was dead. No, please, please, Oliver yelled as shook Slade to wake him up, but he was gone. Shadow then picked him up and held him close as they mourned the loss of a good friend. However, that was soon ended as Evo and his men came barging in. Put down your weapons, he yelled as he and his men entered the rooms with their guns aimed at Oliver, Shadow, and Sarah. Line break XX, XX. End of flashback. The party had come to an end with the guests and the workers all going home. Felicity, Naruto, and Barry went to Queen Consolidated to check up on the blood scan, while Oliver was at home with his mother and sister. His mother was in the living room talking to one of the servants. "Have you made contact?" she asked. "Yes. He said to tell you that your information was gratefully accepted," the servant said. "Thank you," Moira said as he left. Oliver and Thea then walked in. "What was that?" Oliver asked. "Nothing to worry about. Thank you for tonight, Oliver. It was a lovely party," Moira said. "I'm so sorry that I put you through that," Oliver said. "Oh, listen, I don't care what anyone else in this city thinks of me. I only care what you two think," Moira said. Oliver's phone then went off to show a message from Felicity. "And I have to get back to the office. Excuse me," Oliver said as he left. Thea was leaving as Moira wanted to talk to her. "Thea, there's something I need to tell you." "Sure." "What is it?" Thea asked. Moira was conflicted on whether or not she should tell Thea the truth. "I love you," she said as she hugged Thea. "I love you too," Thea said. Naruto, Felicity, and Barry were at the Applied Sciences building, working on the case in their formal clothes. Barry got a call from his captain back in Central City. He was pissed. Yes, sir. Yes, Director, I know that this is not the first time. Yes, sir, I do value my job very much. Look, I will be on the next train. I'll be back tonight." "Okay," Barry said as he hung up. "Well, my boss found out I don't have food poisoning. I need to get back to Central City if I still want to be employed." "Which I do. Tell the SCPD that the sedative in the thief's blood is ketamine. It's a Schedule 3 controlled substance. It shouldn't be that hard to track." "We'll make sure they get it." "It was good to see you again, Barry," Naruto said as he and Barry hugged it out. "You too, Naruto." "And it was nice to meet you, Felicity," Barry said as she and Barry hugged. "Thanks for your help." "I don't think we could have come this far with this case without you," Felicity said. "You're welcome," Barry said. "Hopefully we'll meet again," Barry said as he left. After Barry left, Naruto and Felicity contacted Diggle and Oliver to meet them in the Arrow Cave. "We found trace amounts of ketamine in the thief's blood. It's a common surgical anesthesia derived from hydrochloric salt," Felicity said as she and Naruto went to the computer and Oliver and Diggle joined them. "Can you use that to track him?" Oliver asked. "With the current concentration ratio in the blood sample, there's only one possible location with a large enough quantity of the sedative that correlates with the amount of blood the stolen centrifuge can process," Felicity said as she showed them a building. "What is it? There's no sign," Diggle said. "ARGUS doesn't like to advertise," Felicity said as they understood. "It's a disaster bunker, right on the edge of the glades. ARGUS has them all over the country. They store relief supplies, food, clothing, medicine," Naruto said, finishing Felicity's statement. "I'm on my way," Oliver said as he went to get his boy and Naruto went to suit up. Felicity opened the case that had Oliver's broken arrow. "Oliver, I can't believe I'm actually saying this. The way this arrowhead is bent, it means our thief's muscle density is at least 120 pounds per cubic feet. That's almost the same density as common concrete. Your arrows may cut this guy, but they will not stop him," Felicity told him. "Don't worry, he'll have backup," Naruto said as he grabbed his katanas. "No, I won't. I don't want you out there," Oliver said as Naruto looked at him. "Didn't know you were a jokester, Oliver," Naruto said. "I'm being serious. I don't want you coming with me," Oliver said. "Oliver, I told you when we decided to work together that we're partners, and that partners don't leave each other behind. I stayed back with the truck, but I'm not staying on the sidelines this time, especially how this guy left you last time," Naruto said, not wanting Oliver to fight by himself and not wanting to be on the sideline again. "Naruto, you may have more experience training and fighting than me, but you have never faced someone like this before, and given the chance this guy will kill you," Oliver said. "Oliver, I appreciate the concern, but if this guy is so dangerous, you're going to need all the backup you can get," Naruto told him. "I've beaten someone like this before, on the island. I can do it again," Oliver said as he went up to Naruto. "Wait here, watch over Felicity. I can take care of this guy." Naruto was extremely uncomfortable with being on the sideline of the fight. Again, Oliver was going to need help, but Naruto saw how determined Oliver was and then looked at Felicity. He then ultimately agreed to follow Oliver's advice for this instance. The next time, Naruto would go with him. "All right, but be careful," Naruto said as Oliver nodded. "Oliver," Diggle said as he showed Oliver that Roy stabbed his red arrow in the alley. Roy needed to talk to the arrow. Line break, excus. In case you guys want to know why Naruto isn't fighting with Oliver for this chapter, it was a decision I made when I decided to approach the Barry Allen Josh Solomon Grundy section. These two episodes had a big impact on Oliver. He felt more personal about the arrival of the Mirakuru in Starling City than the others. He also has the most experience with Mirakuru, so he doesn't want Naruto to fight against a thief because Naruto could die. Oliver holds several things about the island very close to the chest, and in this story he feels more responsible to deal with these problems and not get the others in trouble or get hurt. Oliver suited up in his hoodie and walked to the back alley of Verdant to see Roy waiting for him. "What?" Arrow asked. "I need your help. A friend of mine's friend. Well, the cops think he dead, but we think he was murdered," Roy said. "Why?" Arrow asked. "Well, he wasn't an addict for starters. And this," Roy said as he showed the Arrow a picture of Max's body from where the police found him dead. "Max has blood dripping down from his eyes. This doesn't look like any OD I've ever seen." Oliver saw the picture and knew that Roy's friend's friend was used as a guinea pig for Mirakuru. "Stay away from that," he told Roy. "You know something? What happened to him?" Roy asked as the Arrow didn't say anything. "You're the one who told me to be your eyes and ears on the streets." "You know what? That is not good enough for me anymore," Roy said in frustration. "Fine, then we're done altogether," Arrow said as he was leaving the alley. "I don't need you," Roy yelled out, causing the Arrow to stop. "I have friends that can help me. You can't stop us," Roy told him as he walked away. "Slow you down," Arrow said as he fired an arrow, impaling Roy in the leg. Arrow walked away as Roy groaned in pain as the arrow was in his leg. It wasn't going to cripple or kill him, but it would slow him down. Moira was in the living room of the Queen Mansion by herself, getting a drink when she heard the floorboards creak and knew Malcolm was here. "And I thought it couldn't hurt to add extra security guards," Moira said. "It hurt them," Malcolm said as he dropped their guns down on the floor. "Badly. Have you prepared Thea?" "No, you will not go near Thea. You will not speak to her, and you will never set foot in this house again," Moira said. "I set you free, Moira. Your life belongs to me," Malcolm told her. "I am through being afraid of you," Moira said as Malcolm chuckled. "You think you can stop me?" "Even the Vigilante couldn't kill me," Malcolm said. "No, he couldn't. But I know someone who can. Ra's al Ghul," Moira said. "How do you know that name?" Malcolm asked, shocked she even knew the name. "Well, I didn't. Until you mentioned Nanda Parbat. The League of Assassins, however twisted their aims, believes very deeply in a code of honor. Your undertaking betrayed that code," Moira said. "You told Raz I'm still alive?" Malcolm asked. He was so grateful to hear it. "Because he so very much wants to kill you himself. So my advice to you, Malcolm, run," Moira told him. Malcolm smiled at Moira's cunning as he left. "This isn't finished, Moira," Malcolm said. After Oliver finished with Roy, he went to the ARGUS building in the Glades. He was walking through the building, looking through the warehouse and trying to find a sign that the Mirakuru thief was either already here or currently here. He walked through on section of the buildings where various medical and food supplies were on large shelves. Then a giant crate of supplies flew off the top shelf and nearly hit Oliver. Oliver moved forward so the crate didn't hit him. He then fired arrows at the Mirakuru thief, who was on the catwalk as the thief jumped down to one of the shelves. He then jumped to the ground as Oliver shot more arrows, but the thief avoided them. The thief then swung at the arrow, but Oliver ducked and spun forward and fired a bolo arrow, which hit the thief, causing the metal bolo wire to constrict around his neck, tying him to the shelf behind. The thief then grabbed the wire to keep it from suffocating him. "Who are you?" Arrow asked. "Merely a follower," the thief said. "Of who?" Arrow asked. "My brother," the thief said. "Did he give you the Mirakuru? Did he inject you with it?" Arrow yelled. "No, he saved me with it," the thief said as he broke the bolo around his neck and charged at the arrow. Oliver then fired 2 arrows, each pinning the thief's feet to the ground. "Ah!" the thief yelled as he swung at the arrow, but Oliver ducked. Arrow ducked from the swing and then punched the thief in the face and then spun and elbowed him in the face. He then punched him in the face again and then smacked him with his bow, then punched him in the stomach, then punched him in the chest. He then swung his bow, but the thief blocked the strike. Oliver then used his other arm to punch the thief in the face. The thief then punched Arrow's bow hand, causing him to let go of his bow and send it flying onto the ground. The thief then broke the arrow on his right foot, as the arrow then delivered a 3-punch combo to the thief's face, and then moved forward and kicked out the thief's right knee. When the thief fell to the ground, he broke the arrow, pinning his left foot to the ground, and now that he was free, he swung at the arrow, who ducked and spun around the thief, but the thief was able to punch the arrow in the chest, which sent him flying in the air, and he landed on the ground a couple feet away. Arrow groaned in pain as he tried to get up, but the thief walked up to him. He delivered a strong kick to the chest, which sent Oliver flying up to the ceiling and slammed against the air vent. He fell to the ground, and the thief delivered a superpowered punch, which sent him into one of the shelves, causing it to collapse. The thief then walked away to get the sedatives. Oliver groaned in pain as his body fell horrible. He looked as saw 2 weird syringes filled with some orange liquid in his leg, and he felt very strange. He tried to use his comm to contact the cave. He pressed the button, but before he could speak, he passed out. The thief was able to get away with the sedative supply, but after Oliver contacted the cave but didn't answer, Naruto, Diggle, and Felicity ran to the warehouse to check on him. Naruto was wearing his Kitsune outfit, and the 3 of them ran through the warehouse. Diggle had his gun out, while Felicity was with Naruto, who had his katana out. "Oliver!" Diggle yelled. "Oliver!" Felicity yelled. "Oliver!" Naruto yelled as he saw the destroyed shelf. He ran over to see Oliver slumped against the supplies. "He's here!" Naruto yelled as he ran next to Oliver. Felicity then ran up next to him and checked up on Oliver. "Is he alive?" Diggle asked. "His pulse is weak, but it's there." "Oliver, can you hear me?" Felicity said, trying to get his attention. "Guys," Naruto said as he pulled out the syringes from Oliver's leg. "What the hell was that?" Diggle asked. "I don't know, it's coded," Felicity said as she took the syringes and went to a computer to figure out what it was. She went to the computer, but the monitor was busted and the computer hardware was destroyed. "Damn it, I can't break into the dispensary files. I have no idea what he was injected with, poisoned with," Felicity said. "All right, we have no choice," Diggle said as he took out his phone. "What are you doing?" Felicity asked. "Calling 911, Diggle said. "Dig, wait," Felicity said. "Can't wait," Diggle said. "How are we supposed to explain this? Everyone's going to find out that Oliver is the Arrow," Felicity said. "Which won't matter if he's dead," Diggle said as he called 911, but Naruto took his phone. "Naruto, we can't save him," Diggle said. "I know, we can't. But I know someone who can," Naruto said as they grabbed Oliver and left. Barry was rushing through the Starling City train station, late as usual. The train station was empty, as everyone else had either gone home or was on time to catch their train. He rushed over to the ticket counter to talk to the last employee at the train station. "Hi, one way to Central City," Barry said. "It left 10 minutes ago," the employee said. "Of course it did," Barry said as he put his head down. "When is the next one?" "In the morning," the employee said as he grabbed his coat and left. Barry exhaled in frustration that he was late again, and now he had to wait until morning to head back to Central City. He sat on a bench in the station, figuring out his next move. Then a tranq dart flew through the air and hit him in the neck. Barry exclaimed in surprise at feeling a dart him in the next. But before he could pull it out, he felt drowsy and then passed out. Barry began to wake up and opened his eyes to the welcome sight of bright lights. His eyes adjusted to the light to see the rest of the room he was in. He saw 2 clean mannequins, desks of computers and equipment, a case holding a green bow and myriad of different arrow tips. He then saw a Japanese sword rack with many different throwing stars and knives. He realized where he was. He then looked to his right and saw a person lying on a table wearing a dark green boots, pants and jacket. He then saw an unconscious Oliver Queen lying on the table hooked up to a heart monitor. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Then Diggle stood behind Oliver and Felicity was next to him. Barry then saw Naruto step in front of him, wearing his Kitsune outfit without his hood and face mask. Barry was taken back that his friend was one of the Starling City Vigilantes. "Please save my friend," Naruto said to Barry. Line break, XXXX. End of scientist. 3 ghosts. Oliver's heart began to beat erratically. His body was starting to shut down. "Hold him," Barry said as Oliver, Felicity, and Naruto held Oliver to the table. "He's not going to make it," Diggle said as he looked at the heart monitor. "He will. We just have to find out what's in his system," Naruto said as he looked at Barry, who was extremely nervous. I usually only work on dead people," Barry said. "Barry," Felicity yelled, getting his attention. "All right, I can think of 4 possible diagnoses for what's causing his body to react this way," Barry said as he grabbed a flashlight to shine in Oliver's eye to check his pupil dilation. "Make that 3 possible diagnoses," Barry said as he looked at Oliver more and at the heart monitors. "Start chest compressions," he told Diggle. Barry then brought over an empty syringe to get a blood sample. Barry pulled out some of Oliver's blood and saw that his was clotting together unnaturally. "Got it. He's suffering from intravenous coagulation." "What?" Naruto asked. "His blood is unnaturally clotting. It's like maple syrup," Barry said. "You can save him, right?" Felicity asked as Barry didn't seem to have an answer when he saw something and got an idea. He went to the corner and got a box of rat poison that Oliver used in the cave. "Lucky you guys have a rat problem," Barry said as he brought the rat poison to the table to mix it. "Are you kidding? That'll kill him," Diggle said. "He dies if I don't," Barry said as he poured the rat poison in a beaker to measure out the right amount and mix it. "Naruto," Diggle said, not sure if this was a good idea. "Do it," Naruto told Barry. "Just the right amount of this stuff should get his blood thinning enough to get it circulating again," Barry said as he brought of the syringe of rat poison and inserted it into the IV line in Oliver's arm. "Let go, Oliver," a voice said as Oliver turned his head. At first he saw nothing, but he blinked his eyes to see Shadow standing next to him. "Don't fight anymore." "Oliver, stay with me," Naruto said as Oliver seemed to be fading. "Stay with me," Shadow said as she reached her hand out to him. Oliver reached his hand out to her, but he passed out. Oliver's heart rate began to normalize after Barry inserted the rat poison into his system. Right now, he was resting. Barry was using some of the equipment in the cave to see if he could pull a fingerprint off of indent in Oliver's neck. Barry removed the patch which had the residual oils from the hand when all of a sudden Oliver reached out and choked Barry with one hand. Barry felt his windpipe constrict as Oliver applied as much pressure as he could. Barry tried to call out, but only a gurgle of words came out of his mouth. Naruto turned to see Oliver choking Barry and quickly intervened. Oliver, let him go," Naruto said as he and Diggle pulled Oliver back from Barry. Barry moved to the side, trying to catch his breath as Oliver sat up in a hurry, wondering what the hell was going on. "What the hell is going on?" Oliver asked, confused. "You were injected with a strong-acting blood coagulant," Naruto said, trying to calm Oliver down. Barry coughed as he tried to catch his breath. "You would have stroked out, but fortunately you had a very effective blood thinner handy. Warfarin, better known as rat poison," Barry told Oliver. "The kid saved your life, Oliver," Diggle said. "This is the point in the life-saving emergency where you thank the person that did the life-saving," Felicity told Oliver. "You guys told him who I am," Oliver said. "Yeah, we did," Naruto said. "That's not your secret to tell, Naruto. I decide who finds out my identity," Oliver said. "Well, we didn't have time to get your vote. What with you unconscious and dying," Felicity said. "What happens if her leaves here and goes right to the police?" Oliver asked. "He wouldn't do that," Naruto said. "I wouldn't do that," Barry said. "We trust him," Felicity said. "I don't," Oliver exclaimed. "What are you going to do, put an arrow in him?" Naruto asked. "I am considering it," Oliver said. "Don't worry, he's kidding." "How is this any different from when your mother shot you and you came to me for help?" Felicity asked. "Your mother shot you?" Barry asked, confused, as Oliver motioned him to be quiet. Or when you brought Dig down here when he was poisoned with curare, Felicity said. The difference is that I did my homework on both of you. I don't just tell people easily, Oliver said. I'm not going to tell anyone, and you don't have to thank me, but you should thank them instead of being kind of a jerk, Barry said, as Oliver then got very close to him with a serious look. Mr. Queen. Oliver's phone then went off. He picked it up to see a text from his mother to get home. I have to go home. That man that I fought in the bunker, he has what he needs to mass-produce the serum from the island, and we have to stop him. Oliver said, referring to him, Naruto, Diggle, and Felicity. He touched your skin when he grabbed your neck. I was able to absorb the residual oils from his skin, which, when added to a gel-based polymer, might be able to recreate his fingerprint. Barry told Oliver. Oliver then nodded and left. Never meet your heroes, right? Felicity asked, ironically, as Naruto and Barry chuckled. Oliver got a cad ride home and walked in to see his mother setting up Christmas tree decorations. Mom, Oliver called out. Oliver, thank you for coming home, sweetheart, Moira said as she went up to him. Is everything all right? Oliver asked. Well, I don't know. Your sister has locked herself in her room and she won't talk to me, Moira told him. Don't worry, I'll talk to her, Oliver said as his mother nodded. He looked at the Christmas tree and realized that it was almost Christmas. He forget because of all the work he was doing as the Arrow. It's Christmas. Yes. But given the last gala that we threw, I think we're going to skip this year's Christmas party, Moira said as Oliver understood. Oliver went upstairs to see what was going on with Thea. He knocked on her bedroom door. Thea, it's Ollie. Open the door, Oliver said. Not now, Ollie, Thea said. Speedy, open the door, Oliver told her. Is Mum with you? Thea asked. No, Oliver replied. Thea opened it partially so Oliver could only see her face. What's going on? Oliver asked. I didn't want Mum to see, Thea said. See what? Oliver asked. Thea opened the door more to show Oliver that Roy and Sin were in her room, but Roy had an arrow through his right leg and was in pain. Oliver then walked in and Thea closed the door behind him. What happened to him? Oliver asked, to be oblivious but knew that he shot the arrow at Roy. The Vigilante decided to use him as target practice. You're right, the guy's a psycho, Thea said as Oliver tried to say something about that statement but decided against it. Why didn't you go to the hospital? Oliver asked. In this city, an arrow's the same as a bullet if you want the cops involved, Roy said. And Mom actually likes Roy, but something tells me she'd revoke his tree-trimming invitation if she found out he was messing around with the hood, Thea said, still angry at Roy. Uh-huh. Hi, Oliver said to Sin as he grabbed a towel and moved to the arrow. Roy, this is going to hurt. My anger's dulling the pain, Roy replied. This will dull it better, Sin said as she handed him a bottle of vodka. Roy took a drink. Oliver then took the bottle and poured some of the alcohol onto his wound. Roy groaned in pain as the alcohol stung like crazy. Oliver then grabbed the arrow and pulled it out of Roy's leg. Going to put pressure on it. Right there, Oliver said as Roy put pressure on his wound. Roy groaned in pain as Oliver grabbed his phone to call Diggle. Diggle, I need you to come to the Queen Mansion. Roy's been shot, with an arrow. It's a long story. Look, just bring the first aid kit to Thea's room. Thank you, Oliver said as he hung up with Diggle. Roy, my driver, Mr. Diggle, he has medical training from his time in the army. He's going to patch you up. Thank you, Roy said. It's the least I can do. Look, I don't know what the three of you are up to, but maybe the Vigilante was just trying to keep you safe, Oliver said. By shooting Roy? Thea asked, looking at Oliver like he was crazy. I'm just saying, maybe you should let this go, Oliver said as he left. So, are we going to let this go? Sin asked. No, but now we're going to do things my way, Thea said. Oliver walked out of Thea's room and was walking down the hall when he stopped. He saw someone walking ahead of him as the person passed the corner. Oliver walked to see who that was. He walked past the corner to see no one there. Mom, hello? Oliver called out. He then heard someone speak Chinese. He turned to see Shadow standing in the hallway. Shadow, Oliver asked, not sure if this was a dream or hallucination. He walked towards her slowly. He then reached his hand out and cupped her cheek to realize that he actually felt her there. He then knew the truth. "You can't be here." "I had to see you, had to warn you," Shadow said. "Warn me?" Oliver asked. "You can't fight what's coming. Put down your bow. Take off my father's hood," Shadow said. "I wear that hood to honor your father." "And to honor you," Oliver said. "If you want to honor me, stop fighting and live, or everyone you love will die," Shadow said. "Ollie," Thea said as she turned the corner in the hallway to see Oliver standing there. Oliver turned to see his little sister. "Who were you talking to?" Oliver turned to see that Shadow was gone and that there was no one in the hallway. Oliver knew there was something wrong. Line break XX, flashback. Evo and his men barged into the submarine and held Oliver, Felicity and Sarah at gunpoint. Evo then moved to see if Slade was alive, but his pulse was gone. He then saw the empty syringe on the ground next to Slade's body. One of the men then brought the crate that consisted of the other syringes of Mirakuru. Evo saw this and inspected the crate to see the item he had set his sights on for a long time. "Mirakuru, take them," Evo ordered as his men took Oliver, Shadow and Sarah off the submarine and back onto the island. Evo and his men marched them at gunpoint to a clearing. Evo pushed Sarah with a gun pointed in her back. "Anthony, you got what you wanted. You can let them go, if you ever cared about me," Sarah said. "But I do care about you, Sarah, which is why I won't choose to kill you." "But he might," Evo said as he pointed to Oliver. "What are you talking about?" Oliver asked as Evo pushed Sarah and Shadow on their knees. "Time to choose, Oliver, who lives and who dies. But pick quickly, because in 30 seconds I will shoot them both," Evo said as he pointed his gun at Sarah and Shadow. Line break exititskixix, end of flashback. In an abandoned warehouse in the Glades, Brother Blood, Cyrus Gold and some other psychotic followers were working on mass-producing the Mirakuru serum. "The incubation process has begun. Serum will be ready for distribution in 48 hours, Cyrus said. 2 days, and we will be able to create 100 more like you," Blood said to Gold, "and the people who run this city will see what real power looks like." Back at the cave, Barry was walking around looking at all of the equipment and weapons they had and was excited. He was freaking out like a kid in a candy store. Felicity and Diggle were at the computers, doing some search as well. Naruto was sharpening his katana and readying his gear. "I always knew there was something you were hiding, Naruto. I just didn't believe that his would be it," Barry said, excited. "Well, I'm just glad we were able to catch you before you went back to Central City," Naruto said. "Yeah, you save Oliver's life. And if he doesn't seem that grateful, he does appreciate what you did," Felicity said. "Thanks. I knew that you both knew something. I knew the Vigilantes had partners," Barry said. "Oliver likes to be called the Arrow, Kitsune for Naruto," Diggle said as Barry nodded and went to look at the arrows in the case. "You four have messed with some really nasty people. The Dollmaker, Count Vertigo, the Sound Four, Dodger, the Zombie Brothers, the Huntress," Barry said as he listed the villains that they fought against. "We weren't keeping score," Diggle said. "I was," Barry said. Oliver then arrived at the cave and walked in. "Barry, the rat poison you gave me, are there any side effects?" Oliver asked. Yeah, I think hallucinations, maybe. And excessive sweating." "Are you sweating excessively?" Barry asked. "You're hallucinating. What are you seeing?" Felicity asked. "A girl named Shadow that was with me on the island," Oliver said as Felicity then shook her head. "Shadow, Sarah, how many women were you marooned with?" "Are you sure this wasn't Fantasy Island?" Felicity asked. "You did train in a jungle or forest environment, hence the green," Barry said excited while Oliver looked at him, unamused. "Hey, let me draw some blood, see what's up," Barry said as he and Oliver went to one of the tables and Barry got a syringe. "Hey, can I ask you something? Why no mask? Not to tell you how to do your vigilante-ing, but the grease paint thing? It's a poor identity concealer," Barry said. "So find me a mask that conforms perfectly to my face and doesn't affect my ability to aim while I'm on the run." Oliver told him, "You should look into a compressible microfabric. It could be great," Barry said, excited. "Found Cyrus Gold," Felicity said as Oliver went over to the computer. "Who's Cyrus Gold?" Oliver asked. The human weapon that left you nearly dead the other night. Barry was able to pull his print off your neck, Naruto said as he strapped his vambraces on. I've had facial recognition software scanning closed-circuit cameras all over town. With the information that Naruto was able to pull of his tracer before the signal was gone, I was able to track him to the corner of Delgado and 25th right now, but we're just about to lose him, Felicity said. What else is at that intersection? Oliver asked. A parking lot, a market, a motel. Felicity listed off. Could be where he's holed up, Diggle said. I got this, Oliver said, but Naruto stopped him. Easy, Oliver, you've gone against this guy twice and the last time you nearly died. Dig and I got this. It's just recon, Naruto told him. Fine, but keep me posted, Oliver said. All right, hang tight, kids. Daddy's got work to do. Naruto joked as he sheathed his katanas and put his hood on, and he and Diggle left. Don't worry, Oliver. I'll figure out what's wrong, Barry said as Oliver nodded. Thank you. You'd be the first, Felicity joked as Oliver smiled. Diggle drove to the motel, parking in the alley to avoid any pedestrians seeing them. Diggle went to the front desk and with a little bribe was able to figure out which room Cyrus Gold was staying in. Diggle told Naruto the room number and climbed up the fire escape. Naruto entered through the window while Diggle walked through the door with his gun out. Naruto unsheathed one katana as the two looked around. Okay, what do you see? Oliver asked over the comm system from the cave. It's clean. Really clean, Diggle said as he looked around the room. He then saw a book open in the kitchen. It was open on a particular poem. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday, christened on Tuesday. I know the poem. It symbolized the 7 stages of life, from birth to death, Naruto said. What stage is this guy's in? Diggle asked as Cyrus Gold snuck behind Diggle. Naruto quickly threw 4 kunai and hit Cyrus Gold in the chest, but he didn't flinch. Diggle spun around to punch him, but Gold caught his arm. He began to squeeze, causing Diggle to fire his gun. Gold then twisted Diggle's arm very slowly as Diggle groaned in pain. Diggle then punched Gold in the face twice, but Gold didn't care and sent Diggle flying across the room with a punch to the chest. Kitsune then jumped forward and kneed Gold in the chest, pushing him back. Gold swung at Kitsune, but Kitsune ducked and delivered an uppercut to Gold's face, then sung and elbowed him in the face and used the momentum of the spin to spin-kick Gold in the face, pushing him back. Kitsune then activated his gauntlet, but because the kinetic energy from his fight wasn't enough to power a complete Rasengan, Kitsune delivered an energy-enhanced punch which sent Gold on his back. Kitsune then ran to Diggle, and the two escaped by jumping out of the window as Kitsune shot a grapple line to slow their descent to the ground. They both got in the car, and Kitsune got in the driver's seat, and they drove away. He picked me up like I was nothing, Diggle said as he groaned in pain. Oliver, call for backup, Naruto said. Got it, Oliver replied. Felicity contacted Officer Lance to meet the Arrow on the roof of a building to talk a case that they would need his help with. Lance got on the roof to see the Arrow waiting for him. Lance walked up to the Arrow, hoping the conversation had to do with Sarah. This about Sarah? You heard from her? Lance asked. No, I'm sorry, this is something else, Arrow said as he handed Lance a file. Cyrus Gold. He robbed the Applied Sciences Division of Queen Consolidated last week. Detective, he's extremely dangerous. The CSI kid from Central City, he said this guy was like some kind of monster, Lance said. He is, Arrow replied. Well, what is it? Steroids? Lance asked. Worse, it's... Oliver stopped mid-sentence when he saw Slade appear on the roof access doorway. Slade was staring right at Oliver. Well, assuming I believe you, why come to me? Lance asked. I've been compromised, Arrow said. What does that mean? Lance asked. It means I'd be a liability. You have to take my word on this, detective. Gather as many men as you can and do not hesitate to kill Cyrus Gold, because if given the opportunity, he'll do the same to you, Arrow said as he shot a grapple arrow and left the rooftop. Line break, exc. Flashback. Evo had his gun pointed at Sarah and Shadow as Oliver was now forced to choose which of the two would live or die. You don't have to do this. You got what you came for. Just take it and go, Oliver told him. 10 seconds, Evo said as he pointed it at Shadow. You freaking psychopath, Oliver yelled. History will make that judgment. 5 seconds. Evo said as he pointed his gun at Sarah. Time's up, Evo said as he was about to shoot Sarah. No, Oliver yelled as he got in front of the gun that was pointed at Sarah. Shadow closed her eyes and prepared herself as Oliver made his decision. I guess you made your choice, Evo said as he shot Shadow in the back of the head and she fell over dead. No, Oliver yelled as Shadow slumped over dead. Line break, escax, end of flashback. After the Arrow told Lance about Cyrus Gold, Oliver needed to clear his head after seeing all of the hallucinations of Shadow and now Slade. He returned home to relax while Naruto, Felicity and Barry were at the cave and Diggle was recovering. Oliver heard the doorbell go off, so he answered it to see Laurel at the front door. Hi, Oliver said. Hi, Laurel said. What are you doing here? Oliver asked. I came by to see Thea, Laurel said. Oh, come on in, Oliver said as she walked in. She's upstairs in her room. I noticed on the drive up that your house wasn't festooned with Christmas decorations, Laurel said. Well, we didn't feel very much like festooning this year, Oliver said. I know what you mean. I remember last Christmas, Tommy and I came here for your party. It was one of the best holidays I'd had in a really long time. Anyway, I should probably go talk to Thea, Laurel said. Oliver gave her a kiss on the head as he left, and Laurel smiled. She walked up to Thea's room and saw that Thea, Roy, and Sin were sitting around. I checked into the blood drive, and it's all legitimate. In fact, what Sebastian's done has helped save a lot of lives, Laurel told them. So if the blood drive is on the up and up, then how are we supposed to find Max's killer? Sin asked. There's one other thing. All of the blood donors at the drive were subjected to a psych evaluation by the Langford Institute, Laurel said as she handed the file to Thea. Is that like legal? Roy asked. It's not entirely out of the norm, and while someone at the Institute might know if Max was on drugs, there's no way of finding out without a warrant, which we're certainly not going to get. I'm sorry I couldn't be more help, Laurel said. At the SCPD building, Officer Lance was trying to get his partner to listen to him about Cyrus Gold. Look, I know it sounds crazy, Lance said. Human weapons? Lucas asked. Look, his name is Cyrus Gold. He's the one that broke into Queen Consolidated last week. He's the one who robbed the blood bank. And he killed all those people, Lance told Lucas. Wait, hold on a second. Where are you getting all this intel? Lucas asked as Lance didn't seem to have an answer, but he knew where. Oh man, what's the matter with you? Talking to the Vigilantes, what got you demoted in the first place? Look, we take a small squad. McCarthy and Evans from SWAT, Jones. We can bring this guy down, Lance said. I promised Jeannie I'd take her Christmas shopping, Lucas said. Lucas, please, Lance begged. Fine, but you get to call Jeannie and tell her I'm not taking her shopping, Lucas said. Officer Daly then walked up to the two officers. Sir, I don't mean to overstep, but could you guys use an extra man? Daly asked. Grab a vest, Officer Daly, Lance told him as he left to get ready. Daly went to the corner to make a call to Brother Blood. The police are on to Gold. They're looking for him. I made sure I'm in the loop. We are too close to let the police interfere, Blood told Daly as he hung up. Brother Cyrus, the police are eager to meet you. Introduce yourself. Blood told Cyrus. Back at the cave, Naruto, Felicity and Barry were watching the news coverage feed as Naruto was preparing his gear to head out. Oliver wasn't going to fight Gold because with his hallucinations he was a liability. Naruto was going to help Lance and the SCPD because if Gold is as dangerous as Oliver said he could be, the SCPD would need as much help as possible. I'll see you guys later. I'll be back, Naruto said as he sheathed his swords and got on his bike and left. Felicity was a little bit worried about Naruto, and Barry saw this. He'll be fine, Barry said. Oliver then walked down the stairs to the cave, which drew Felicity's and Barry's attention. Hey, Oliver said. Hi, how are you feeling? Felicity asked. Fine, it's a little bit crowded at my house, and I wanted to come down here to get a little privacy, Oliver said. Yeah, come on, Barry. We can watch the countdown at Big Belly Burger, Felicity said as she got up. Your blood analysis is almost done, Barry told him as they left. Thank you, Oliver told him. Oliver grabbed a tennis ball and bounced it around. He then got his bow and an arrow and was going to do a little target practice. He threw the ball in the air and pulled the bowstring back to fire. When he let the arrow fly through the air, it was caught by none other. Then Slade. Slade appeared in the cave and caught Oliver's arrow as it flew through the air. Oliver froze as he saw Slade appear in front of him. "What's the matter, kid? You look like you've seen a ghost," Slade said. Line break. Kex. Naruto hacked into the police radio chatter and found out where Lance and his squad of officers were moving to apprehend Cyrus Gold. Naruto was on the roof of the building adjacent to the one Gold was in and saw Lance and his group stack up at the door. "Are you sure he's in there?" Lucas asked a patrol officer. "Yes, sir. Sector car spotted Cyrus Gold entering. He hasn't left," the officer said. "Safety's off." Lance told them they busted through the door and entered the warehouse. Naruto saw this as his opportunity and launched a grapple line and entered the building through the roof. The police officers moved through the building with their guns ready to fire. Lance and Lucas moved up the middle with a SWAT officer with them. Then a buzzsaw flew through the air and killed the SWAT officer. Lance and Lucas turned and fired at Gold, who dropped from the ceiling. Gold punched one of the officers into some old furniture. He grabbed the arm of the other SWAT officer and then kicked an old desk and sent it skidding along the floor and knocked into Officer Daly. Gold then threw the SWAT officer in the air to the other side of the warehouse. Lance and Lucas moved through the warehouse to find Gold while checking on the others. Unfortunately, some of them were dead. Lance and Lucas moved through, and Gold then appeared behind Lance and grabbed his shoulder and threw him into Lucas. The two officers collapsed to the ground, but before Gold could kill them, 3 shuriken flew through the air, and just as they were going to hit Gold, they exploded in bright light and loud sound. They were flashbang shuriken, and the sound caused Gold to step back from the loud sound. Then Kitsune jumped down from the roof, and then jumped off a desk and kicked Gold away. Gold rolled on the ground and got back onto his feet as Kitsune drew his 2 swords. Gold charged at Kitsune as Kitsune ducked from the swipe, and he stabbed Gold in the leg with his sword as Gold grunted. Kitsune pulled the sword out and sliced Gold all over his body, hitting several different tendons on his arms and legs, and when he was finished, Gold didn't move. Naruto then brought his sword down for a final swing, but Gold caught his arm. Naruto was shocked. Having sliced so many tendons, Gold shouldn't be able to move. Gold then began to squeeze and twist Kitsune's arm, and Naruto groaned in pain. Naruto then stabbed his other sword into Gold's leg, but Gold didn't care and punched Kitsune and sent him flying across the room. Gold then pulled the katana out of his leg and broke it in half. Lance and Lucas got back up onto their feet and shot at Gold, who then ran and disappeared. Lance and Lucas walked through the building looking for Gold, ready to kill him. Then a bunch of heavy boxes got knocked over from the top shelf on one of the racks that was near Lance and fell on top of him. Gold then dropped down next to him and grabbed Lance by the throat and pushed him up against a wooden beam and lifted him up off the ground. Lance struggled to get free and managed to get a pair of keys off of Gold's belt. Lance punched Gold in the face in an attempt to free himself. Lucas saw Lance in trouble and shot at Gold, hitting him in the back. Gold dropped Lance onto the floor. Lucas ran to help Lance, but Gold got in front of him and grabbed his arms. He then began to squeeze and bend his arms back as Lucas groaned and struggled to get free. Gold then bent the hand that had the gun back, and when the barrel was in front of Lucas's face, Gold squeezed the trigger and shot Lucas in the head. Kitsune then tackled Gold to the ground, which was a bad idea as Gold punched Kitsune off of him, and Kitsune hit a metal beam and slumped to the ground. Gold got back up, and so did Kitsune. Gold charged at him as Kitsune ducked under the punch that Gold threw. Kitsune spun around and landed a 4-punch combo on Gold's face, and then delivered an elbow to the neck. Gold took the punches like it was nothing. Kitsune then delivered a wide swing, but Gold caught his arm and threw him onto the ground. He then grabbed Kitsune by the neck and held him against the metal beam. He lifted Kitsune in the air as Naruto struggled to get free and breathe. Naruto then pressed a few buttons on his gauntlet as Hit Gauntlet charged up. "I killed the arrow. What made you think his sidekick would do any better?" Gold asked as he squeezed. "This," Kitsune yelled as he activated his Rasengan and hit Gold in the chest. The force sent Gold flying into the wall as Kitsune slumped to the ground. Naruto groaned in pain as he grabbed his shoulder, which was dislocated. He went over to see if Lance was okay, and he was breathing but unconscious. Naruto then got called the police and left. Line break 666. Back at the cave, Oliver was still in shock to see Slade Wilson standing in the cave. Even though he could be hallucinating, it was still shocking to see him there. "This is a nice place. It's a bit more comfortable than the fuselage on the island," Slade said as he walked around until he got to the case that holds Oliver's hood. "You're not real," Oliver said. "Neither are you. You told everyone when you started this crusade that it was about making up for your father's sins." "That was a lie," Slade said as he broke the arrow he caught with his hand by snapping it in half. "This charade is to atone for your sins." "You're dead," Oliver said. "You are not a hero, or a friend, or a brother. You are nothing," Slade said as Oliver turned to try and ignore Slade. "Do not turn your back on me, not again." "You're gone," Oliver said. "Wherever I am, it's time you joined me," Slade said as he violently pushed Oliver against one of the tables. Oliver swung at Slade with his bow, but Slade ducked and blocked a punch from Oliver and shoved him behind, pressing on the bruised ribs as Oliver groaned in pain. "They say a coward dies 1,000 deaths, but even that wouldn't be enough for you." "I tried to save you. And her," Oliver told him. "But you couldn't, just like you couldn't save this city," Slade said as Oliver swung at him with his bow. He swung at Slade's head, but Slade just moved his head to the side and kept dodging. Oliver then tried to punch Slade, but Slade caught his arm. Oliver kicked forward, but Slade matched his kick and punched Oliver in the face, pushing him back. Oliver recovered and swung at Slade again with his bow, but Slade caught the bow and used the momentum to spin it into his hands and punched Oliver in the face and smacked him with his bow. The force sent Oliver crashing over the table and onto the ground. Slade pushed the table away as he yanked Oliver up and held his head close. "The island didn't make you strong, kid. It revealed you to be weak," Slade told him as he threw Oliver into his costume display case, shattering the glass and sending his outfit onto the ground. Oliver groaned in pain as the shattered glass fell off of his shoulders. He then looked up to see Slade was gone and he was alone. Diggle arrived at the cave and saw Oliver sitting in a pool of broken glass and saw that part of the cave was ruined. Diggle helped Oliver up as Oliver realized that these hallucinations were getting serious. Oliver grabbed a broom and was sweeping the glass as Barry and Felicity walked into the cave to see broken glass, Oliver's hood on the ground, and some tables flipped over. "What happened in here?" "Did someone break in?" Felicity asked. "No," Oliver replied. One of the computers then beeped as it was done, and Barry went to it to see that the analysis of Oliver's blood was complete. "Your blood analysis is done. Good news," Barry said. "So you know what's in my system?" Oliver asked. "That's the thing. Your blood's clean. There's nothing wrong with you," Barry said. "Then why am I hallucinating?" Oliver asked, frustrated. "I don't know, but whatever your problem is, it's not pharmacological. It's psychological. It's in my head," Oliver said, knowing what Barry was going to say. They then heard a clang like something fell on the floor as Diggle drew his gun and everyone stood up. They looked to see a battered and bloodied Naruto step out into the cave and limp into the room. "Oh my God, Naruto!" Felicity yelled as she and Barry ran over to him and helped him over to a chair. "I'm fine, you should see the other guy," Naruto joked as Felicity and Barry helped him to the chair and Barry got some medical bandages and the first aid kit. "What the hell happened to you?" Barry asked as he helped Naruto out of his Kitsune jacket. "Cyrus Gold. He is a monster. I've faced some strange and tough bad guys, but this guy is something else," Naruto said as Felicity and Barry helped Naruto. "Which is why I didn't want you fighting him," Oliver told Naruto. "I figured that the SCPD would need help, and I was right," Naruto said as Oliver looked at him. "Lance is at the hospital." Officer Lance was unconscious in a hospital room. The doctors had done what they could and reset and fixed some of his injuries and stitched up anything serious. Lance began to wake up to heart the steady beep of the heart monitor he was hooked up to. He turned his head to his left to see Laurel sitting there. She was crying, but now she was happy and relieved that he was alive. "Dad," Laurel said. "Honey. Well, I can wiggle my toes. It must be a good sign." "I'm all right, honey. I'm fine." "How's Lucas? Is he all right?" Lance asked as Laurel readied herself to deliver the bad news. I'm sorry, Laurel told him. What do you mean? Lance asked as Laurel was starting to cry, and Lance knew that Lucas was dead. He began to shed a tear at the loss of one of his best friends and partner. I got to call Jeannie. I got to call his wife. No, Dad, I'll do it. You just stay here. Get some rest, Laurel told him. Laurel walked out of his room to call Jeannie as other officers were outside, standing guard, and Daly, who was the only other survivor, was taking to one of the lead detectives. Laurel was walking through the hall when she saw Sebastian Blood walk towards her. What are you doing here? Laurel asked. Wanted to make sure your father was okay, Blood said. He is, Laurel said. I wanted to make sure you were too, Blood said. Laurel smiled at his kind gesture and they hugged. Blood then looked at Daly and the two exchanged nods. Lance groaned in pain as he moved to sit in a more comfortable position when a shadow of a person moved in his room. How are you, Detective? The Arrow asked. I'm alive, unlike most of everyone in my unit. Your partner was able to save me before things got worse. Unfortunately, he couldn't save everyone, Lance said. I'm sorry about your partner, Arrow said. I took him in there, Lance said. Because of me, Arrow replied. I hate to disappoint you, but not every death in this city is on you. I got this off Gold, Lance said as he put the key he took off Gold on the bedside table. Hopefully you can do something with it. I didn't believe it at first, but this guy, it's like he's not human. He's human, Arrow said. Well, then you can kill him. For Hilton. For me, Lance said. Oliver returned to the cave to see Naruto out of his Kitsune outfit and with one arm in a sling to help it recover. He had some bandages on his ribs as Barry and Felicity looked over him. Oliver gave Felicity the key Lance gave him and wanted her to find where the key corresponds to, and that should be where Gold is. Oliver was sharpening his arrows as Diggle watched him. I think those are sharp enough, Diggle told Oliver. Apparently I'm not. Diggle, do you think I'm losing my mind? Oliver asked. No more than the rest of us, Diggle said as he went up to Oliver. I saw Slade Wilson. Slade was my friend on the island, and, like Shadow, he is dead because of me. Mr. Lance just told me that not every death in this city is my fault. Fine. There are plenty that are, Oliver told Diggle. When I got home from Afghanistan, I saw a ghost too, survivor's guilt. Why us, not them, Diggle said. I know why, Oliver said. Then the why's not your problem, Diggle told Oliver. How'd you make your ghost away? Oliver asked. I figured out what they were trying to tell me, Diggle said. Which was? Oliver asked. That's for me to hear, Oliver. You have to figure out yours is trying to tell you, Diggle told him. Guys, we got something here. I scanned the key Lance gave you and traced its serial code back to the manufacturer. This particular key fits a locked gate somewhere on Crescent Circle in the Glades, Felicity said as Oliver grabbed his bow. All right, let's take this guy down, Naruto said as he got up, but his injuries were still very severe. Easy, Naruto. Your injuries are still serious. You can't go out there, Barry told him. He's right, I got this, Oliver said. You can't go out there in your condition. Felicity told Oliver. I have to stop this, Oliver said. Oliver, Gold left you half dead, which is 50% better than how he left Detective Hilton, Felicity said. Felicity, I don't have a choice, Oliver said. I'll come back, Oliver said as he left. Line break EC asks. At the Langford Institute, Roy broke in to look for any leads on why Max was killed. He limped into the records room and began looking through the files to find the one with Max's name on it. Roy was able to find the file and looked through it to see it seemed normal. He then saw Max's photo on the front and turned it over to see the word Mirakuru written on it. Roy had no idea what that meant, but before he could look anymore, he heard the door open and he quickly hid behind the desk. The head of the Langford Institute, who was working with Brother Blood and Cyrus Gold, grabbed some personal belongings. He then grabbed a gasoline canister and began pouring gasoline everywhere in the office to burn any evidence that could be used to connect him or his associates to the recent deaths. Roy heard him pouring gasoline on the floor and mustered the strength and courage and got up, ran, pushed the man to the floor and ran through the halls to get the hell out of the building. As he was running through the building, Gold appeared and he close-lined Roy as Roy flipped and fell to the ground. He then passed out as he saw the man with the black mask grab him. Roy woke up, however much later, tied to a chair, and his jacket was gone, leaving him only in his shirt. He saw one light source, showing him into a dark and dingy room, with one large machine in the corner and then a refrigerator in the other corner. He saw the man who close-lined him without his mask standing behind him. Then the large machine in the corner beeped, and then it opened a compartment which showed several different vials of a green liquid. The head of the institute then took one of the vials and put it into a syringe injector and handed it to a man with a giant and terrifying skull mask. "It's ready," the man said as he handed the injector to the man with the skull mask. "Is this where you killed Max Stanton, What are you doing? If you stick that in me, I'll kill you," Roy warned the man with the skull mask as he got closer. "No, brother Roy. You'll kill for me," the man said as he injected Roy with the Mirakuru. Roy instantly had a violent reaction to the Mirakuru and began to groan and scream in pain. Then part of the ceiling exploded as a grapple arrow shot through the air and hit the ground. The arrow grabbed the line and grappled down to the floor as he shot the head of the Langford Institute who tried to grab the gun. Arrow then drew and prepared another arrow and aimed at the man in the skull mask. "Brother Cyrus told me he killed you," the man said. "Guess he's not as strong as you'd hoped. Where'd you get the Mirakuru? Who gave you the formula?" Arrow yelled. "It was a gift I would use to save this city from itself," the man said as Roy groaned in pain. Cyrus then ran at the arrow as the arrow shot an arrow and hit him in the shoulder. The impact didn't slow Gold down as he kept running. Oliver then grabbed the grapple line and used it to spin himself around Gold and kick him, but Gold caught his leg and threw him into the wall, causing part of the wall to indent and crumble away as Oliver groaned in pain on the floor. Cyrus then pulled the arrow out of his shoulder and kicked the arrow, sending him skidding across the floor to the opposite wall. Roy yelled out in pain before his body slumped into the chair. The man in the skull mask checked his pulse and shook his head. Oliver leaned up to see the man in the skull mask, and Roy slumped over. "Another failure," the man said as Oliver fell to the ground, "another death he couldn't prevent." "Get up, Oliver," a voice said as Oliver looked up to see his best friend Tommy standing over him. "Tommy?" Oliver asked as Tommy kneeled next to Oliver. "You're not going to die down here," Tommy told him. "Tommy, I'm sorry. I let you die," Oliver said. "You didn't let me die, Ollie. You fought to save me, because that's what you do, what you have always done. You fight to survive. I know I called you a murderer, but you are not. You are a hero. You beat the island. You beat my father. So fight, Oliver. Get up and fight back," Tommy told Oliver as he now had a newfound confidence. "Kill him," the man in the skull mask ordered as Cyrus moved to kill the arrow, but before he got close, Arrow spun back onto his feet and kicked Gold in the stomach, pushing him back. Arrow ducked under a swing and then punched Gold in the face and chest. He ducked again and then landed 5 punches to Gold's face, pushing him back even more. He ducked under another swing and landed 2 more punches, grabbed Gold's right arm and kicked Gold back more, then spun around and fired an arrow at the stolen Cord Enterprises centrifuge, causing it to explode, and Gold was got in the blast. The force of the explosion was so strong it brought down part of the ceiling and wall, and the rubble fell on top and crushed Gold. Some of the Mirakuru exploded and melted onto Gold's head. The man in the skull mask ran away as Oliver saw that Gold was down and not getting back up. Oliver then cut Roy free and put him on the ground and started doing chest compressions in order to save Roy. "Hey, I am not leaving anyone else to die. You're strong, kid. Come on, come on. Come on, Roy. Fight. Come on, fight," Oliver yelled as Roy gasped for air. He began to get his breath back as he slowly was breathing in and out, his eyes still closed from the blood. The next thing Roy saw was the ceiling of Thea's room. He woke up to see himself in her bed, and Thea and Sin ran into her room to see Roy wake up. "Roy, where have you been?" "I've been looking all over for you," Thea said. Roy then remembered what happened at the Institute, and he was injected with something but didn't want to tell Thea. "I was running down another lead. It didn't pan out. I thought you were chasing after the Vigilante again. I got so scared." "I thought something happened to you," Thea said. Hey, don't worry. I'm alive," Roy said. Back in one building of Starling City, the man with the eye patch over his right eye who sent the zombie brothers after Kitsune was in his office watching Alderman Blood's press conference on his mayoral campaign. I want to serve the people of Starling, not the men and women who think they own it. Together, we can help rebuild our city into a place where there are no elites and no oppressed, where we are all brothers and sisters. The recording of Blood's mayor campaign, broadcasted as the actual Sebastian Blood, walked into the room of the man. The man with the eye patch then shut the TV off to talk to Alderman Blood. "So your campaign begins," the man told Alderman. "The city needs a leader, and putting the copycat hoods up to assassinating the mayor war just the first step. The Vigilante, he destroyed the centrifuge and the serum along with it." Blood told him, "I will arrange for you to receive another sample of blood, and then you can begin to mass-produce the serum again. When I ask you not to confront the Vigilante, you will listen, especially with Kitsune. He is not be harmed, he has potential to be a great asset for me. Remember your mask and be worn by another," the man told Blood. "You know who they are under those hoods, don't you?" Blood asked as the man with the eye patched turned out to be Slade Wilson, the man who taught Oliver to fight on the island. "I know exactly who they are. The Arrow is my friend," Slade said. "That's why you don't want him dead," Blood said. "Death would be a release from this life, and his sentence has yet to be carried out. I am going to tear everything he cares about away from him, destroy those who choose to follow him," Slade said, referring to Roy, Diggle, and Naruto. "Corrupt those he loves," Slade said, referring to Laurel and Felicity. "Once he has lost everyone, and everyone he values, I will drive an arrow through his eye," Slade said. Line break, Chucks, X, flashback. Slade was dead on the floor of the submarine after being injected with the Mirakuru. Evo and his men took Oliver and the others away, but if they had stayed, then they would have saw something incredible. Slade's burns were rapidly healing, and after a few minutes his face was back to normal and no more burns could be seen on his body. Slade then gasped for air and jumped in shock like he was struck with lightning. Slade gasped for air and looked around him to see he was in the sub. He reached his hand up to feel his burns healed and blood underneath his eyes. He then realized that Shadow, Oliver, and Sarah were gone. Ivo must have found them. "Shadow! Shadow!" Slade yelled as he grabbed his gear and ran out of the sub and back on the island. He ran through the forest with a speed that far surpassed any normal person limitations. He ran through the forest looking for Shadow and saw Ivo and his men in the distance. Slade grabbed one of the mercenaries, threw him at least 15 feet in the air, and threw him into a tree. He then grabbed the gun of another mercenary, punched him in the face, and then kicked him away with such force he was sent flying through the air and landed 20 feet away. Slade was amazed at his strength and tested it further by snapping the muzzle and barrel off the rest of the rifle and took the flashlight that was attached to the barrel. Evo and 2 of his men ran away as a brave merc grabbed a giant branch and hit Slade in his back, but he didn't care. Slade then put so much force into a punch that his fist actually broke skin and bone and stabbed through the merc's chest. The man slumped over dead as Slade was in awe at his strength. Oliver and Sarah saw Slade appear in the clearing and take out the mercenaries with such strength. Slade then saw the one sight he never wanted to see: Shadow lying dead on the ground. "No," Slade said as he kneeled down next to Shadow and held her close. "Why?" Evo just shot her. He didn't say why," Sarah said, stopping Oliver. "Whoever did this to her is going to suffer." Slade swore. Line break, it's Kags. End of flashback. Oliver walked down the stairs to the Arrow Cave as Diggle, Felicity, and Naruto went up to him. "Still have a ghost problem?" Diggle asked as Felicity hugged him and Naruto shook his hand. "No, I got the message, but we have other problems," Oliver told them as he went over to the computers. "Wouldn't be us if we didn't," Naruto said. "Roy was injected with the serum," Oliver told them. "Oh my God, is he okay?" Felicity asked. "He's alive. But we are going to have to keep an eye on him," Oliver said. "And Cyrus Gold?" Naruto asked. "Died on Saturday, buried on Sunday, but he was working with someone. I saw him, he wore a mask with the image of a skull. He's trying to mass-produce the serum to build an army," Oliver said. For what? Diggle asked. You're a soldier. What's the primary purpose of an army? Oliver asked. War? Diggle said. Well, we have our work cut out for us, Naruto said as Oliver smiled and looked around to see Barry wasn't around. Where's Barry? Oliver asked. He went back to Central City, wanted to get home in time to see them turn on the particle accelerator, Naruto said as his phone went off to see it was Barry. Speak of the devil, I got to take this, Naruto told them. Naruto answered his phone as Barry called him as he entered the CCPD and was entering his lab. Hey, did you make it? Naruto asked. I made it back to Central City in time, but I missed the cutoff in line at STR Labs. I was late, as usual, Barry said as he walked into his lab. His skylight was partially open and rain was leaking through as he put his bag and coat on his desk. But in the spirit of not being late again, if you ever need some help on a case, or you guys run into some clues you can't figure out, or if you guys want to add a CIS to your little league down there, you should know that guy will be on time, Barry told Naruto. Glad to hear it. And keep your eyes open. You never know when we'll come across another strange on, Naruto said. Oh hey, and I left something for Oliver. I hope he likes it. Tell Felicity I said goodbye, Barry said. Will do. See you, Barry, Naruto said as he saw the present. Bye, Naruto, Barry said as they hung up. Barry turned on his computer to the live news feed on the particle accelerator. I'm Linda Park, and we're live outside STR Labs despite the inclement weather, which is only going to get worse. The torrential downpour has driven away almost all of the protesters, though STR Labs CEO Harrison Wells has assured us that the storm tonight will no way affect the particle accelerator, which is running smoothly, the newswoman said as Barry went over to his board, which showed a map of Central City. He removed the map to show his wall of weird, a collection of pictures, news articles, anything at all that was weird or unexplainable that could in some way help him explain what happened to his mother. He put up another article about the Starling City break-in at Applied Sciences. In the dead center of the board was the news article about his mother's murder and his father's incarceration at Iron Heights. Barry stared at the board, having witnessed a weird even might bring him closer to understanding what happened that night. Then heard the news change. Wait, we are now being told to evacuate the facility, Barry heard as he looked at the news coverage. The storm may have caused a malfunction to the primary cooling system. Officials are not trying to shut down the particle accelerator, but so far have been unable to regain control of the system. The news feed and the power to the lab went out. Barry then looked out his window to STAR Labs and saw a giant explosion. A bright orange light filled the sky as a shockwave was then sent out from the labs throughout the city and killed the power to the rest of Central City. Barry saw this happen and also saw the leak in his roof. He decided to quickly close it to prevent something from happening, so he grabbed the chains and closed the window, but his hands were stuck to the chains. He felt a small electrical current going through the chain which caused his hands to stick. Then he saw the various chemicals and liquids in his lab float out of their beakers and containers like in zero gravity. He was scared at what the hell was going on. He then looked up through the glass window in the ceiling to see a bright light build in the sky, and then a bolt of lightning came down from the sky and broke through the glass and struck Barry. The force and resulting explosion sent Barry flying through the air and into the shelves of chemicals. Barry was unconscious as his body began to spark. Lightning surged through his body, not knowing that great things were about to happen. Back in Starling City, Naruto handed Oliver the gift that Barry left, and Oliver opened it to reveal a green eye mask like Naruto's. Oliver smiled as Barry was able to make him a mask, and it was probably exactly as he needed it to be. Even the arrow deserves a Christmas present, Diggle said as Oliver smiled. Felicity took the mask and put it on Oliver's face and made sure it was on right. How do I look? Oliver asked. Like a hero, Felicity said as Oliver smiled and put his hood on, completing the transformation. The arrow was ready to face anything that could be thrown his way. End of Chapter 8. I hoped you guys liked it. Sorry this took so long. This was a tough one to write. I decided to mix the 3 chapters of the full finale together as a present to you guys for sticking with me and enjoying it. Barry Allen has been introduced, and soon the Flash will be born. Slade is ready to cause chaos for Oliver and has something special planned for Naruto. If this chapter wasn't as Naruto-focused, it's because these 3 chapters were really for Oliver with the Count coming back and the Mirakuru. It was really an important moment for Oliver, so he was more of the focus to lay in the work for the rest of the chapters in the season. More chapters to come with more Arrow villains and Naruto villains and heroes making their appearance. Next chapter will be a double feature. Shrapnel terrorizes the city as he introduces some friction to Team Arrow, and Laurel makes a startling discovery about Sebastian Blood. Sorry this took a while. Between homework, papers, and playing AC Unity and Advanced Warfare, I have been sidetracked, but I won't stop writing. This story is my favorite, but go check out my others and see if you like them. If you have any ideas about Naruto characters, and if they should be introduced as heroes or villains, leave me a review. Hoped you guys liked it. Please leave a review, but no flames. If you didn't like it, sorry, and don't hate me. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or Arrow. Both belong to their respective owners. I'm just a fan. 10. Blast Radius Blind Spot. Here is Chapter 9 based on the episodes Blast Radius and Blind Spot. Team Arrow faces some problems as Shrapnel brings some tension between the group. Laurel finds out the truth of Sebastian Blood and goes to the Arrow and Kitsune for help, but Slade anticipated her move and has sent his own in motion. My name is Oliver Queen. After 5 years trapped on a hellish island, I have come home with only one goal, to save my city. But to do so, I can't be the killer I once was. To honor my friend's memory, I must be someone else. I must be something else. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. For my entire life, I have undergone training that forged me into a weapon. After my parents died, they wanted me to use my gifts to change the world and find something worth fighting for. And I have, to honor their memory. I have become Kitsune. And I will defend Starling City and keep the innocent safe. But my parents' killer is still out there, and as long as he still breathes free air, I will not stop until he is brought to justice, and no one will get in my way. Blast Radius. After an eventful Christmas in Starling City with a Mirakuru-powered maniac who nearly killed Oliver and Naruto, things began to settle down. But there was still a larger issue to deal with. After Oliver saved Roy and destroyed the centrifuge with the Mirakuru, the man in the skull mask disappeared. Oliver and Naruto then tried to track down every lead and any person who knew the Glades to try and find out who the man in the skull mask was. After the man in the mask disappeared, Naruto saw on the news that the Central City Star Labs particle accelerator exploded, and many people were killed and injured in the explosion. One of who was Barry. He was struck by lightning and was in a coma. Oliver let Naruto and Felicity go to Central City to check on their friend, while Oliver stayed behind and continued to try and find a lead on the mysterious man in the skull mask. Oliver got suited up and was tracking down another lead in the Glades. The man he was after was in a car, driving as fast as he could to escape the Arrow. He drove through a construction yard as he stopped, to see if he was followed. The Arrow then arrived on his motorcycle, stopped and got out, a few meters in front of the man. The man then revved his car and stomped on the accelerator as he was going to run over the Starling City archer. He opened his car window and shot his gun, trying to hit the Arrow but missed every shot. Arrow just stood there and then shot an arrow at the engine. It caused a small explosion which caused the car to veer to the side and crash. Arrow readied his bow as he walked to the car. He got to the driver's side but saw the perp was gone. He then saw the perp run through the construction yard and Arrow took another route to run him down. The perp ran as Arrow took the higher ground and followed him on the second floor of the construction yard. The perp saw the Vigilante and drew his gun and fired his entire clip. Arrow dodged the bullets and took cover as the perp ran. He then stopped to reload his gun and looked up to see the Arrow. Arrow shot a bolo grapple arrow at the perp's feet. He then jumped off the scaffold he was on and pulled the rope with him which brought the perp into the air by his feet. Arrow loosened the rope line so the perp was lowered right in front of the Arrow. Arrow then twisted his arm as the perp groaned in pain. The man in the skull mask, who is he? Arrow yelled. I don't know, the man said scared. You're the biggest street dealer in Crescent Circle. You know everything that goes on over there. Who is he? Arrow yelled. I ain't seen the guy before. A skull mask. Are you freaking kidding me? Come on, man, I'm still on parole, the guy said. Not anymore, Arrow said as he knocked him out. In the Arrow cave, Diggle was at the computer watching the news coverage about the recent Star Labs particle accelerator explosion. Oliver walked in to see the news coverage about the explosion and Diggle at the computer, but Naruto and Felicity weren't back. Is Felicity not back yet? Oliver asked. No, she and Naruto wanted to spend a few more days with Barry, Diggle said. Any improvement in his condition? Oliver asked. Still comatose, Diggle said. How'd it go out there tonight? Same as every other pointed conversation I have with these lowlifes in Crescent Circle. Nobody has seen a man in a skull mask, Oliver said as he put his bow away. But he's still out there. Oliver, for the past 5 weeks, you've pushed yourself pretty hard looking for this guy, Diggle said. He has the Mirakuru, Diggle. I mean, you saw what it took to kill one guy that had been injected. We practically had to drop a building on him. So imagine 10 or 100, imagine 1,000, Oliver said, worried. You said Roy was injected, Diggle said. Yeah, Oliver replied. I've just never seen you spooked like this before, Diggle said. That should tell you something, Oliver told him. Liner breaks Gussek's flashback. On the island, after Slade saved Oliver and Sarah, they buried Shadow in a grave next to her father, and next to Oliver's father as well. Slade placed the last stone on Shadow's grave, his eyes red from crying over Shadow's death. Oliver and Sarah stood back and paid their respect. Shadow always told me that I wouldn't die here. But looking back, I realized that she never once said that about herself. I just hope she's with her father now, Oliver said. Slade held Shadow's hood as he stood up and held his hand out, giving it to Oliver. Here, kid. She'd want you to have that, Oliver said. You're the one she cared for, Slade said as Oliver looked at him, not knowing what to say. He took the hood as Slade left. Oliver couldn't stand seeing Slade like this and needed to say something. Slade, hey Ollie, just give him some space, Sarah told him. I can't keep lying to him, Sarah. I need to tell him how Shadow really died, Oliver said. Evo killed Shadow. He pulled the trigger, Sarah told him. Because I chose to save you, Oliver told her. He needs to know the truth. Wait, Ollie, he has the Mirakuru in his system now, Sarah said. No. What does that have to do with anything? Oliver asked. Look, the Japanese, they experimented on hundreds of men working to develop the Mirakuru. And I read the research. The people who died, they were the lucky ones. The ones who survived, they were deformed. Either their bones or their minds, they became someone else, Sarah told Oliver. Line break, X, X, end of flashback. At Thea's Club Verdant, Oliver was hosting a party to announce his support for Sebastian Blood in his mayoral campaign. He is the man we need to see in the mayor's office. So please, join me in our efforts to send Starling's favorite So There to Sebastian Blood. Sebastian for Starling, Oliver said as everyone clapped and Oliver stepped down so Sebastian could speak to the people. Thank you, Oliver, and not just for your support, but also for your friendship, Sebastian said as Oliver smiled and lifted his champagne glass up. And thank you all for coming. You know, when Oliver calls me a son of Starling City, it feels like the literal truth. I was a street orphan, and this city raised me as one of its own. I am the man that I am today because of my Starling City family, so it's time that I start to give back. So thank you all for your support, Sebastian said as everyone clapped. Sebastian stepped down as Laurel walked up to hug him. Oliver smiled as Thea walked up to his side. Nice speech, Ollie, Thea said. Who knew you cared so much about politics? Well, I care about the city, and Sebastian has becoming something of a friend, Oliver told her. He's got a way of doing that, apparently, Thea said as she saw Sebastian talking with Laurel. That's very cute, Oliver replied. Speaking of which, how's Roy? Handsome, brooding, usual. Why is my boyfriend such a topic of interest? Thea asked. Well, Thea, his idol put an arrow in him, and I just wanted to make sure there weren't any lingering issues, Oliver said. Oh my God, now that I think about it. You know, he did something completely out of character this morning, Thea said. What? Oliver asked. He showed up for work on time? Thea joked as Oliver chuckled. Moira then walked over to Thea and Oliver. Thea, oh, it's just wonderful, Moira said as she saw the club. Just proud to do my civic duty, Thea said. No, I'm the one who's proud. You've taken Oliver's hobby and turned it into a successful business, Moira said. Hobby? Oliver asked as they laughed as Thea and Moira mingled with the guests as Sebastian and Laurel walked up to him. Oliver, thank you so much for your kind words, Sebastian said as the two shook hands and hugged. I'm just speaking the truth, Oliver said, and thank you for doing this. I know Naruto said he would, but he couldn't make it, Sebastian said. Naruto and I spoke, and a friend of his was injured by the particle accelerator in Central City, and he needed to be there. But he sends his support, Oliver said as Sebastian nodded. Oh, forgive me, a friend just walked in, Sebastian said as he walked in. Hi, Laurel said as she hugged Oliver and Oliver kissed her cheek. Glad you could come, Oliver said. Sebastian invited me, Laurel said. Yes, I hear the two of you have been spending some time together. Should I be worried? Oliver joked. We're just friends, Laurel said. Does he know that? Oliver asked. I believe he does, Laurel said as Oliver saw she had a look on her face. What's wrong? Oliver asked. Sometimes I feel like I don't know the real Sebastian. He reminds me a little of you that way. Laurel joked as Oliver drank some champagne. Oliver then leaned forward and kissed Laurel as she kissed back. Hope the mystery doesn't change how you feel, Oliver asked. No, Laurel said with a smile. Soon as the party for Sebastian Blood was still going strong, everyone heard a sound wave that was similar to an explosion. Thea turned on the news and an explosion went off at one of the buildings. Everyone watched the news with intensity, and some left for home, while Oliver and Diggle snuck away to the Arrow Cave in the basement of the club. Anyone in the building? Oliver asked Diggle. Cleaning crew and a couple of bankers working out a late-night deal. Diggle told Oliver. Can you patch me into police and fire? Oliver asked. I'm on it, Diggle said as he sat down at the computers and began typing away, but it was taking him a little longer than it would Felicity. Diggle? Hey man, this is not my thing, Diggle told Oliver as he finally got the police and fire radio signal. It's too hot, we're falling back, one of the policemen said. We've still got people on the 19th floor, a fireman said as Oliver grabbed his bow and suited up. The police and fire department were busy on trying to extinguish the flames as the fires were still going strong. A woman on one of the floors was coughing and yelling for help when she turned the corner and saw the Arrow. Help! Gary's still back there, the woman said. Get to safety, Arrow told her. Arrow made his way over to her and lifted off a piece of the fallen scaffold that fell on him. Arrow saw that the ceiling was getting more and more unstable. Give me your hand, Arrow told him as the Arrow hoisted the man up and helped him to safety as the ceiling fell down. Thank you, the man said as the Arrow was gone and the firefighters came in and got him to safety. Line break, 6-6, flashback. Oliver, Sarah and Slade were walking through the forest and away from the graves. Oliver was carrying some bags of gear when Slade pushed past him and seemed to be heading somewhere in a hurry. Hey, you okay? Where you going? Oliver asked Slade. To the plane to get geared up, Slade said. For what? Oliver asked. Ivo is still out there. I'm going to find him, and when I do, I'm going to cut pieces off of him. Slade told Oliver. You can't. Ivo has a ship full of me, of killers, and I don't care what you did before, you can't take them all out. The only play here is to find safe ground and wait him out, Sarah said as Slade walked up to her. Well, of course you would say that. You were working for Ivo. You're probably still working for him, Slade yelled as Oliver held him back. Hey, she's not, Oliver said as he got in front of her. Get out of my way, kid, Slade said. Look, you just need to take it easy. Oliver was cut off as Slade began to choke him with one hand and lifted him off the ground. I said, get out of my way, Slade yelled as Oliver's windpipe was beginning to crush. Oliver struggled to breathe as Slade kept squeezing and his ears were filled with rage. Then Sarah grabbed a giant branch and hit Slade in the back, which made Slade let go of Oliver. Oliver fell to the floor, gasping and holding his throat as he coughed and tried to catch his breath. Slade then looked at Oliver on the ground and Sarah holding a branch, ready to fight, and realized what he did. Slade's hand began to shake as he began to hyperventilate. I'm sorry, Slade said as he sat down next to a tree. Slade, you're not well, Sarah said. Hey, it's the Mirakuru. It's messing with your head. Oliver told Slade. It's going to be dark soon. We should make camp, Sarah said. Line break, 6. End of flashback. After the night of saving people from that building fire, tracking down some more leads on the man in the skull mask, Oliver was a little tired. He walked into his office as Diggle was looking over some files. Look tired? Long night? Diggle asked. Yeah, news report said the bomber didn't steal any money, Oliver said as he went to his computer. I think this guy just wants to make a statement. That went online an hour ago, Diggle said as he showed Oliver an online blog with a long manifesto. His manifesto. 300 pages of anti-government hate. You think this psycho's any way connected to our psycho in the skull mask? Diggle asked. Exhale. This guy's has a completely separate agenda. He's a lone wolf that we need to find before he finds his next target, Oliver said. I'd start with the bomb. Everyone's unique. Maybe we can get some kind of signature on this guy. But the bomb residue is with SCPD, Diggle said. Fortunately, we have an in with one of the people in the department, a voice said as Oliver and Diggle saw Naruto and Felicity walk in with bags. I thought you guys were staying in Central City a few more days, Oliver said. We got a news alert about the bombing, and we got the first train this morning, Naruto said. Good. We need you two here, Oliver said. How's Barry? Oliver asked. Still sleeping. I prefer sleeping to coma, 'cause coma sounds, not fun. I'll reach out to Detective Lance, Felicity said as she and Naruto left to put their bags away. Line break. Sex. Sebastian Blood was in his office at his mayoral headquarters signing some papers. He then handed some papers to one of his file clerks to sort out as Laurel walked in. Hey, I wasn't aware you and I had a meeting today, Blood said. We don't. I was just in the neighborhood. Thought I'd stop by, but if this is a bad time, I could always come back, Laurel said. Oh no, not at all. They're still setting up out there, Blood said as Laurel walked into his office. Wow, this is pretty impressive for a street orphan, Laurel said. Are you suggesting I spread it on a bit too thick last night? Blood asked. No, it's just… Laurel, if there's something on your mind, give it voice. I don't bite, I promise. Blood told her. You know my father's with the department, Laurel said. Yes, Blood said. He said the suspect that he was investigating when he and his partner were attacked by a man named Cyrus Gold, Laurel said as Blood sat down. Cyrus Gold was a preacher at the orphanage where I was raised. Cyrus was a very good friend to me, like an older brother, or even a father figure, to be honest. Blood said. He was the first person I said a word to, and this was after a month of not speaking at all. Blood said. You talk a lot about being an orphan, but you don't talk about your parents, Laurel said as Blood put his head down. Did you know them? My father was a very unhappy man. One night he came home soaked in whiskey. He lost his job again, so he broke her arm. Blood said as he choked a little at remembering the bad memories. I tried to stop him, but he threw me off. And the next thing I saw was my mother holding my father's gun in her hand. And I watched her shoot him. She panicked, ran and was gone before the police even arrived. It was the last time I saw my parents. I'm so sorry, Laurel said. I don't know why Cyrus's life took the turn that it did. I'm sad to say. All I know is that he helped a very young, very frightened boy find his voice again. Blood said as his mayoral manager knocked on his door to get his attention. I'm sorry. More later? Blood asked as Laurel nodded. Blood left for his TV interview while Laurel stayed behind in his office to do a little more digging. She looked at his papers and saw an invoice for a St. Walker's hospital for a patient, Maya Resick. Sebastian was somehow connected to this woman, and Laurel was going to find out why. Back at Verdant, Roy was stacking the storage shelves with the latest shipments of alcohol that arrived. He put a case of vodka on the shelf as Thea walked in. Didn't hear you come in, Thea said. Yeah, sorry, I got here early. I just want to get these crates unpacked before lunch, Roy said. Are you okay? Thea asked. Yeah, I'm fine. Just haven't been sleeping much lately. I got a lot on my mind, Roy said. You want to talk about it? Thea asked. Talk about what? Roy asked. Whatever's been going on with you the last 5 weeks, Thea said. Look, I'm fine, Roy told her. Look, ever since the arrow shot you, you've been acting really weird, Roy. With me, with everything, Thea said. This isn't about the arrow, Roy told her as she put another box on the shelf. Is it me? Thea asked. It is us. Look, I really just want to get through this, okay, Roy said. Okay, let me know if there's anything I can do to help, Thea said as she got up and Roy sighed. Thea, you do help, every day. And honestly, right now you're the only thing that's keeping me together, Roy said. I do what I can, Thea replied. How did I get to be so lucky? Roy asked. You stole my purse. Thea joked as the two kissed. Roy moved her over to one of the shelves, which was a mistake because as the two kissed, a box of drinking glasses fell from the top shelf and hit Roy. Thea, you okay? Roy asked as he held his arm in pain, seeing a large piece of glass in it. Yeah, oh your arm, Thea said as she saw the glass in his arm. Roy then grit his teeth and pulled the glass shard out. That looks really deep. It might need stitches. I'm going to go downstairs and get the first aid kit, okay? Thea said as she went downstairs. Roy looked at his arm and saw this wound, but noticed no blood was pouring out of it, and it began to hurt less and less. Line break, XXX. On the SCPD rooftop, Officer Lance walked up the roof as he waited for the Arrow and Kitsune. He then heard a noise and turned to see the Arrow and Kitsune on the roof. You know most cops, they meet their informants in the back seat of a cruiser, or maybe a coffee shop or something, but what's with the mask? Lance asked the Arrow. Gift from a friend, Arrow said. You have friends? Lance asked. Did you bring us what we asked for? Kitsune asked, as Lance gave them a small pouch. That's a sample of everything that CSU collected from the blast. There's melted glass, multiple explosive fragments, and trace residue, and it looks like nitroglycerin. Which means that we're dealing with more than just a basement nut job, Lance said. Someone with training, Arrow said as Lance nodded. Thank you, Detective, Arrow said as he and Kitsune were about to leave, but Lance spoke. I need a favor too. The son of a bitch who killed my men, my partner. He's dead, Arrow told Lance. But whoever tipped him off told him we were coming. He's doing just fine, Lance said. What do you need? Kitsune asked. Cell phone records for every cop in my precinct, Lance said. You think there's a leak in the department? Arrow asked. I think those phone records are the only way to know for sure. And your blonde friend, she's pretty good with computers, Lance said. I'll ask her. Boom, Arrow was cut off as another building went up in flames. The bomber struck again. He's hit another, Arrow said as he contacted Felicity. Starling City Municipal Building, Diggle said. Give us a location, Kitsune said. I've give you one better. I'm checking the surrounding cell towers. There was a GSM spike of 3,800 megahertz 2 seconds before the blast. That frequency's way outside the approved frequency for US carriers, Felicity told them. She typed away, bringing up a map and the detonation site, and got a signal from the original detonation site, and got a signal from the origi. Signal's moving, I think he's mobile, Felicity said. Give me an intersection, Arrow said. Oliver, there are still people in that building, Diggle said. I'm on it, Felicity give Oliver the signal location, Kitsune said as he headed for the burning building, while Oliver got on his bike and followed Felicity's directions. Arrow drove down the street on his motorcycle as Felicity fed him the coordinates of the signal origin. He's right in front of you, 400 meters, Felicity told Oliver. I see him, Arrow said as he saw a white van. The bomber saw the Arrow coming closer and hit the gas and sped through a red light with the Arrow right on his ass. Turn left on 67th, Felicity said. Arrow turned left as he saw the van drive ahead, weaving through cars. The bomber saw the Arrow getting closer and reached into his pack to get a grenade. He pulled the pin and dropped it outside the window. Arrow pulled out of the seat and leaned on the side of the bike to avoid the explosion. He got back on his seat and sped up to catch the bomber as a stun grenade was dropped. The smoke obscured the Arrow's vision, and when he drove past it, he lost sight of the bomber. Felicity, I lost him, Arrow said. What? Felicity said as she lost the signal on the map. Me too, hold on, Felicity told him as she tried to get the signal back. Got him, bank left on Gerrard Street. You're almost right on top of him, Felicity told him. Arrow drove down the street and turned left, but nearly hit a truck and bus and barely stopped in time. It's not him, Felicity. You picked up the wrong signal, Oliver told her. What? I thought he must have scrambled the signal, Felicity said. It doesn't matter, he's gone, Oliver said. Oliver and Naruto arrived back at the cave, and Oliver was pissed that the bomber got away. What happened? Oliver asked Felicity. He's using cellular technology to detonate his bombs. Clearly, his expertise extends to obscuring that signal. Felicity said as Naruto pat her shoulder. Felicity, your expertise are supposed to trump his. Oliver told her as Felicity and Naruto noticed his tone. Excuse me? If you have something to say to me, say it, Felicity said. People are dying. So I would like you to pull your head out of Central City and fix your attitude and get back in the game, Oliver told her. Sure, right after you get yours out of your arse, Felicity told him. Excuse me, Oliver said. All right, maybe we should just take a breath here, Diggle said. No, wait, I want to know exactly what that crack about Central City and my attitude supposed to mean, Felicity asked. When the first bomb went off, you weren't here, and when the second bomb went off, you sent me the wrong way, Oliver told her. After you didn't catch him in the first place, Felicity said. Snap! Don't blame me because you didn't have it tonight, Oliver said. I need some air, Felicity said as she left, and Naruto followed her, glaring at Oliver as he followed Felicity. At the risk of me getting my head knocked off, playing the blame game's not going to help us catch this son of a bitch, Diggle said. Neither is doing things halfway, Oliver replied. Is that what's going on here? You think she was distracted? She wasn't giving it her all. Diggly asked. She almost ran me into a bus, Diggle. What do you think? Oliver asked. I think you didn't have a problem with Felicity's performance until she and Naruto really started dating, Diggle said as Oliver thought for a second. Line break Katsax. In the SCPD station, Officer Lance was talking with Officer Daly. Daly noticed that Lance kept touching his shoulder. You all right? Daly asked. Yeah, it's just, arm still hurts whenever it's cold, and I lost the pain meds that the doctor gave me, Lance said. How's yours healing up? You know, good days and bad, Daly said. I'll see you later, Lance said as he saw Laurel. Hey, Lance said as he walked up to his daughter. Pretty crazy, Laurel said. Yeah. You doing all right? Lance asked. I thought I could use your help if you have a second, Laurel said. You being at the DA's office now, it's almost like you joined the family business. Come on, Lance said as they walked. I'm trying to find someone named Maya Resick. I searched the internet, the DMV records, Social Security, nothing, Laurel said. Why are you looking for a ghost? Lance asked. Sebastian's paying her bills, a woman who doesn't seem to exist. I find that suspicious, Laurel said. Thinking that you friends up to no good, that's typically more my thing than yours, Lance said. Well, I just want to check on something, Laurel said as she left, but her dad spoke. Hey, Laurel, if I bring you something back, you know I'm going to want to know why, Lance said. Of course you are, Laurel said as she left. Oliver returned home to hear the television in the living room on the news channel. He walked in to see his mother sitting on the couch and watching the news coverage about the latest bombing. Moira saw her son walk in. You're just in time to see the show, Moira said as she increased the volume. What's he doing? Oliver asked, seeing Sebastian on TV. Bringing the city together, and if I'm not mistaken, campaigning, Moira said. Tomorrow night, I am holding Starling's first ever Unity rally at the City Plaza. We are going to show the world that the people of this great city will not back down to terrorists, Blood said in a press conference as Oliver watched in shock. He's committing suicide, and he just invited the entire city to join him, Oliver said. Sebastian's your friend. Can't you talk him out of this, Oliver? Moira asked. Well, he won't listen to me or Naruto, Oliver said, knowing what he needed to do. In Sebastian's office, he was alone in the office, doing some late-night work when the power and lights were shut off. Sebastian heard as he put his phone down and reached under his desk where a gun was held, and he kept his hand on it just in case. This rally tomorrow night, you need to call it off, Arrow told him. The Starling City Vigilante paying a visit to wave me off. I'm flattered. Blood said he removed his hand from the gun. This event, Mr. Blood, you might as well be painting a giant bull's eye on your chest, the Arrow said. This city needs to come together, and I need to show them how, Blood said. You won't be able to show them anything if you're dead, Arrow said. Every night, you risk your life for the people of this city. How can you expect me to do any less? Blood asked. And what about the lives of the people coming to the rally? Arrow asked. This rally is about Starling City standing up and declaring with one voice that living afraid isn't living. I won't send a contrary message to the people telling them to stay home, to stay scared. I've made my decision, Blood said. That's the thing, Alderman. Whatever happens tomorrow night, it's not up to you, Arrow said as the lights came back on. Blood looked around and noticed that the arrow was gone. Line break, ats kas as x. The next day, Oliver, Naruto, Diggle, and Felicity were in the cave as Felicity tried to run down some leads while watching the news coverage of the Unity rally. Tried to get him to stand down, Oliver said. He seems as stubborn as you when it comes to fight back. Diggle said. Or everything, Felicity added as Naruto chuckled. Hey, is this how it's going to be with you two from now on? Diggle asked, talking about Felicity and Oliver's tension. Maybe we should just head down to the rally, Oliver said to Diggle. Maybe we won't have to. I analysed the bomb remnants we got from Lancer, the design's identical to the bombs used by an anti-government military group called the government. Lucky for us, they have a very active and hackable message board. One of their most prolific fans has an IP address right here in Starling, Felicity said. Where? Naruto asked. The computer's in a local souvenir shop. The wackadoo in question goes by the username Shrapnel, Felicity said. You want backup? Diggle asked. No, I need you at the rally. Cover our bases, Oliver told him. There's another thing. When I was checking the IP address, our bomber set up an identical one in a nearby warehouser. It could be where he has more bombs ready, Felicity said. I'm on it, Naruto said as he and Oliver got suited up and left. At the SCPD building, Felicity was able to get the phone records the Lance wanted, and he was looking through them when Laurel walked up to him. Is this all for me? She asked. No, for me. SCPD phone records, Lance said. Why are you going through the department's phone records? Laurel asked as Lance didn't want to tell her. So I checked up on your friend, Lance said. And? Did you find anything? Laurel asked. Yeah, it turns out he's a hell of a guy. Covers the expenses of his dear aunt. Your Maya Resic, Lance told her. If Sebastian has other family, then why was he placed in an orphanage? Laurel asked. Well, maybe because Aunt Maya is nuttier than a Snickers bars. She's a patient at St. Walker's Hospital. It's a mental institution, the kind you don't check out of. Now listen, are you going to tell me what this is all about? Lance asked. Something just seems off about him, Laurel said. Laurel, there is nothing sinister about a guy who is covering the expenses of his only living relative. The truth is, it's kind of nice. Listen, I got to get to the city plaza. Pike wants all hands on deck at this Unity rally. You're not going, right? Lance asked. No, I need to look into this more, Laurel said. Laurel, he seems like a good guy, and I don't understand why you won't stop. With everything that has happened, it's not a bad idea to have some good friends. So stop looking into this, Lance told her as he left. Diggle went to the rally and blended in with the crowd with an earpiece tied to the cave. Naruto got suited up and headed to the coordinates of the warehouse that Shrapnel may be using to house his bombs. Oliver went to the store to see if he could find Shrapnel. Arrow snuck into the shop. The lights were off and he didn't see anyone inside. He slowly walked forward until he heard something. He stopped in his tracks, drew an arrow and readied to fire when red sensor lights came up around him. Boom, you're dead, Arrow heard from a speaker. Or will be if you take one more step or move a single muscle, and then you'll miss the show, the voice said as the TV turned on to show a video feed of the rally. Candidates Blood Unity Rally, already rigged with 50 pounds of RDX high explosives. Not unlike what's packed inside the drywall of my store, this city thinks Sebastian Blood can keep them safe. Tonight they learn that the only thing politicians care about protecting is their jobs, the voice said as Oliver said his mother and sister arrive at the rally. Line break, XXKX. Arrow then activated his communicator and contacted Felicity. Felicity, Arrow called. Here, Felicity replied. Did you get him? No, he said he rigged the plaza with an explosive device, Arrow told her. Oliver, it's crazy town there. That bomb could be anywhere, Felicity said. I can narrow that down. Get me Diggle, Arrow said as Felicity patched in Diggle. Go, Diggle said as he was patched in. Shrapnel said he rigged the perimeter with RDX. Arrow told him. I'm on it, Diggle said. Felicity, contact Naruto. Tell him to head over there as soon as possible. Shrapnel may have some countermeasures in place. Arrow said. Right, Felicity said as she sent a message to Naruto. You're heading to the plaza too, right? Not yet. I need you to pull up anything you can on the store. Blueprints, permit schematics, anything. Arrow told her. What's going on? Felicity asked. Shrapnel left behind a surprise, said he packed the drywall with explosives, but the trigger would need to be hooked up to some sort of power supply. That's assuming that the detonator's connected to the store's electricity and not something independent. Like a car battery. I know, not helpful, Felicity said as she typed away. You sure you want me doing this? My head might not be exactly in the game, Felicity said. Felicity, Arrow said, getting her attention. The building was built in the 70s. That's good news. The wiring in a lot of construction back then is defective. So if you sever one wire, it will blow fuses in the entire building and shut off power to the bomb, Felicity told him. Hold tight, I see a fuse box, Arrow said. Oliver, be careful, Felicity said. Arrow lined up a shot at the fuse box at the far corner, moving slowly and careful so he didn't hit a sensor light and let the arrow loose, which hit the fuse box and exploded. Felicity then lost the radio feed. Oliver, Oliver, Felicity called out. It's all right. I'm all right, Arrow said as Felicity exhaled in relief. Get to the rally. Help Naruto and Diggle. I'm on my way, Arrow said as he left the store. Diggle walked around the perimeter of the rally, inspecting the sound speakers as a possible place to where the bomb might be set up. Moira and Thea walked up to the rally, but Moira stopped Thea. Thea, I really don't think coming here was a good idea, Moira told her. It's going to be fine. Let's just go find Roy, Thea said as they walked to the crowd. Sebastian Blood then stepped on stage, and the crowd cheered. Please, please, you're the ones who deserve an ovation. 8 months ago, this city survived a devastating attack. Blood kept on talking as Diggle finally found the bomb trigger in one of the speakers. Dig, I'm on site, Felicity said as she arrived. I'm on the east side. I think I found the trigger. Oliver said the whole place was ringed with explosives. It's in the sound equipment, Diggle said as Felicity found him. And this is the trigger. Shrapnel activates it by cellular transmission, Felicity said. Listen, we don't have to disarm it, just disable it, Diggle told her. I can do that, I think, Felicity said. I hope. Listen, just be careful. He probably put in a safeguard. Tampering with it will set off a dead man's switch, Diggle said. That's a really depressing term, and a little bit sexist, Felicity said. Step away. They heard as they saw Shrapnel standing behind them, pointing a gun at them. He then held up a detonator. Or we all know how this ends. Diggle then ran forward, but Shrapnel shot him in the shoulder. Dig, Felicity shouted as Diggle fell to the ground. The crowd heard the shot and ran for safety as the police took Blood away. Kitsune arrived to the rally on his motorcycle and saw the people running for cover. He saw Felicity trying to help Diggle and Shrapnel looking at the crowd. Kitsune saw Shrapnel reach into his jacket and pull out a grenade. He pulled the pin and threw it at the crowd, but Kitsune threw a kunai and hit the grenade in the air, causing it to explode over the crowd, so no one got hurt. Shrapnel saw Kitsune and ran away as Kitsune revved up his motorcycle and followed him. The explosion caused a cable that was holding one of the lights up to break. Roy saw the wire break and was going to fall on top of Moira, so Roy ran in front of her and covered her as the light fell on his back. Roy then slowly stood up with the large light fixture on his back and tossed it to the side. Roy and Thea were shocked that he did this and that he was unharmed. Shrapnel ran through the plaza as Kitsune was on his ass following him on his motorcycle. Shrapnel shot at Kitsune but missed and kept running. He fired at Kitsune more, but he kept missing, and Kitsune drove forward and rammed Shrapnel with his bike. Kitsune got off his bike and drew 4 shuriken, ready to throw, but he saw Shrapnel take out a wired detonator that was connected to his jacket. Drop the throwing stars. I've got charges planted all over Starling. I drop this stick. They all blow. Shrapnel warned as he saw Kitsune not backing down. Did you hear what I just said? Yep, Kitsune said as he threw the shuriken and cut the detonator wire. Shrapnel then pressed the detonator, but nothing happened and saw the wire was cut. Kitsune then walked up and knocked him out. Shrapnel fell to the floor unconscious and saw Arrow arrive. Kitsune nodded to Arrow, who nodded back. Line break XXX. After the drama at the rally, Roy went back to Verdant, where he was going to wait for Thea after she drove her mother back home. Roy was watching the news coverage at the rally as the police were dragging the Unity rally bomber through the crowd to a police car. Roy turned and saw Thea walk in. "Hey, how's your mom?" Roy asked. "She's fine, just a little shaken up. You saved her," Thea said. "I got lucky," Roy said. "That wasn't luck. That was impossible," Thea said. "You know those stories of mums lifting cars to save their kids? Things you can do when adrenaline hits. It was one of those," Roy said as Thea looked at his arm. "Your arm. There's not even a mark," Thea said as she was shocked to see it completely healed. I heal fast," Roy said. "It's fine. I'm kind of tired. It's been a long night, you know. I got to go," Roy said as he quickly left. Underneath the club, Felicity was watching the news, Diggle was putting his arm in a sling, and Naruto was sitting next to Felicity, and Oliver was sitting by a desk, filling his quiver. "With you dropping fewer bodies, Starling City should probably build a bigger jail," Felicity said to Oliver as Diggle walked up to him. "Another night of skull mask hunting?" Diggle asked. "Not exactly," Oliver said. "How's your shoulder?" "Oh, just a through and through. Walk in the park," Diggle said. "Still, Diggle, you should go home and get some rest," Oliver said as Diggle and Naruto recognized the look in Oliver's face. "I'll help you to your car," Naruto told Diggle as they left, leaving Oliver and Felicity with some uncomfortable silence. "I'm sorry," Oliver said as Felicity looked at him and saw he was staring at the wall. "Are you apologizing to me, or were you talking to your quiver?" Felicity asked. "I didn't snap at my quiver," Oliver said as he stood up. "You kind of more than snapped," Felicity said. "I know, and I'm sorry," Oliver told her. "I understand that the Mirakuru thing has you freaked out, and I may have been spending a lot of time away from here," Felicity said. "Felicity, it's not that," Oliver said as she tried to speak, and she saw it was pretty difficult for him to do so. "When you aren't around, well, it just made me realize how much I need you here. In the beginning, I was going to do all of this myself. And now with you, Diggle and Naruto, I rely on you," Oliver said as Felicity started to get a smile. "Does that mean I have a shot at Employee of the Month?" Felicity joked. "No, because you're not my employee. You're my partner," Oliver said as Felicity smiled. "You are Naruto are together, and I need to understand that he will be a priority to you." "Don't worry, I know my priorities," Felicity said as Oliver smiled. "But next time you yell at me, I will have Naruto beat you up. And I believe he can," Felicity joked. "I don't think so," Oliver said with a chuckle as Naruto walked in and saw that Felicity and Oliver patched things up. Line break, XXX flashback. Oliver and Sarah were asleep at their camp when they heard the radio turn on. It was Ivo. Sarah, I know you're listening. Answer me," Ivo said over the radio. "This is very simple, Sarah. I know you and your new friends have the Mirakuru. You know I will Evo waste to this entire island to get it." "Get slayed," Oliver said to Sarah. Sarah got up and went to his spot to see he was gone. "But it doesn't have to be that way. All I want is the serum. In exchange, I'll promise you and your friends safe passage off this island, I promise. Within 10 days, you and your new friends could be making port in Shanghai. The alternatives is I send my men into the jungle to take the serum from you. They'll be under orders not to kill any of you. Instead, you'll remain alive enough for me to indulge my scientific curiosity." "Think about it, Sarah," Ivo said as he cut the radio feed. "He's gone," Sarah said. "What?" Oliver asked. "Slade's gone and he took the Mirakuru with him," Sarah said. Line break XXX. End of flashback. Laurel was following up on the Maya Resic lead and went to St. Walker's Hospital. She asked one of the nurses to talk to her, but the nurses didn't understand why. "You can ask all the questions you want, but I wouldn't count on getting anything back. She probably won't even know you're there," the nurse said as she unlocked Maya Resic's door. "I'll be down the hall if you need anything," the nurse said as Laurel walked in. Laurel saw a woman sitting in the corner, speaking Spanish and holding a cross necklace. Maya, I'm here to talk to you about your nephew, Laurel said as Maya didn't respond. Maya, my name's Laurel Lance. Maya, I'm here to talk about your nephew. Laurel heard Maya repeat something about a Chico. Maya. Maya, que Chico? Laurel asked. Que Chico? Sebastian, Laurel asked as Maya looked at her. Sebastian, Maya said. Yes, Sebastian Blood. Maya, can you talk to me about Sebastian? It's okay. You can trust me. Sebastian is my friend, Laurel said as Maya grabbed her hand. Sebastian is the devil. He's the one who put me here. He made everybody think I'm insane, Maya said. But why would he do that? Laurel asked. He killed his father. And I was there. I saw it, Maya said as Laurel put the pieces together. Oh my God. Sebastian isn't your nephew. He's your son, Laurel said. Don't trust a word he says. You can't trust Sebastian Blood, Maya said. End of blast radius, line break XXXX, blind spot. Oliver and Naruto were tracking another possible lead on the man in the skull mask. They trapped him in an old factory as the man was backed against some old machines, and Oliver and Naruto needed him to talk. Oliver shot another arrow inches from him as the man shook in fear. I don't know anything, the man said, terrified. The man in the skull mask, where is he? Arrow asked. Kitsune drew 4 kunai. I don't know what you're talking about, the man said as Kitsune threw a kunai near the man's foot. He's been experimenting on people in the glades. He's leaving a trail of corpses with blood running from their eyes. Kitsune said, No. I deal in stolen merchandise, that is it. The man said as Arrow shot another near his hand. Ask him what colors his shoes are, Felicity said to Oliver. What? Oliver replied. You want this guy to take a polygraph via Bluetooth, cool, but I need to hear him establish a baseline. I need to hear him tell the truth just once, Felicity said. What color are your shoes? Arrow asked. What? The man asked as he quickly looked at his shoes. They're blue, the man said as Felicity saw he was telling the truth. He's not lying, Felicity told them. Please, the man said as he saw that the 2 vigilantes were gone. Oliver and Naruto were on a roof, looking over the city. He's out there, somewhere, Oliver said. Come home. We can't do any more tonight, Felicity said as Naruto nodded. Naruto returned to his apartment to find Felicity there waiting for him. Naruto quickly took a shower and changed, and the 2 went to bed. Naruto woke up the next morning to see the side of his bed was empty. Felicity must have gotten up already. Naruto put on a shirt and went to the kitchen to see Felicity sitting at the kitchen counter with Kurama napping on the table next to her. Naruto smiled as he got himself a cup of coffee and saw that she was looking at something. What are you looking at? Naruto asked. I saw an old picture book of yours and I decided to go through it to find more adorable pictures of you when you were a kid. Felicity joked as Naruto went up behind her and hugged her. You sneaking behind my back? Naruto joked as he kissed her cheek. Just a bit curious, Felicity said as she turned the page and saw Naruto with his parents, but 2 people she didn't know. Who are they? Felicity asked as Naruto saw and remembered some memories. Those are my godparents, Naruto said as Felicity was surprised. The white-haired man was my father's teacher, Jiraiya. One of the best members of Konoha that ever existed, he was feared as well as respected. Eventually he retired and became a writer, but he would stop by everyone now and then for visits. And the woman? Felicity asked. That would be my godmother, Tsunade Senju. She was Konoha's greatest medical doctor and ninja that ever existed. Not to mention a complete powerhouse, I once saw her knock a guy over 300 yards once, Naruto said as Felicity chuckled. Is she retired too? Felicity asked as Naruto took a deep breath. No, she died on a mission about 5 years ago, Naruto said as Felicity looked at him. Naruto, I'm sorry, I didn't mean. It's all right, she died fighting and Jiraiya avenged her death, Naruto said as Felicity kissed his cheek. She then turned the page to see some more people she didn't know but had the same headband that Naruto wore. I can't believe you actually took pictures of fully trained assassins. I mean, isn't that dangerous, having their identities known with the possibility of exposure? Felicity asked as Naruto chuckled. They prefer the term shinobi, and I wouldn't worry about that. They trusted me with these photos when I met them. I am a member of Konoha, and it helps remind me of the training I've overcome and that even though they are dangerous, they are still people, Naruto said as Felicity smiled. And who are these people? Felicity asked as Naruto pointed to the first photo on the page. That would be Kakashi Hatake, the White Fang, Naruto said as Felicity looked at him. It's his code name. Oh, Felicity said. He was one of my father's students and currently one of the best members of Konoha. He's a good fighter with his sword, Naruto said as Felicity smiled. And these three guys? Felicity asked as she saw one man with a dark green jumpsuit and bowl head haircut, another with spiky hair and smoking a cigarette, and the third was wearing a Konoha headguard and holding a wooden bow staff. Oh, those three are some more Konoha members I met during my years overseas. I met them on missions and trained with them. The guy in the green jumpsuit is Might Guy. He's one of the best martial artists in Konoha, and with his nunchaku, he's even deadlier. He even developed a set of 8 special soldier pills that he calls the 8 Inner Gates. The pills are capable of allowing Guy to access to his body's inner strength and become tremendously stronger and faster. Although using the pills will severely weaken the person and possibly kill the user, but Guy's trained enough to last longer than most, Naruto said as Felicity nodded. And the smoker? Felicity asked. That would be Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma is the son of one of Konoha's oldest and greatest fighters, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Asuma was trained by his father and eventually became one of the secret 12 Guardians, Naruto said as Felicity was confused. 12 Guardians? Felicity asked. Well, this is just a legend now, but centuries ago 12 of the elite Konoha-trained warriors were given the opportunity to guard the old leaders of Konoha, and they were called the Guardian 12. With Asuma, he became a member of the new Guardian 12, who were tasked with protecting the last of the eldest and revered of Konoha. Now Asuma is just a regular Konoha shinobi, and he is good. His trench knives are deadly, and he has a move called the 1,000-Armed Murder, Naruto said. I can guess what that does by the name, Felicity joked as Naruto chuckled. And the last guy is Yamato. He actually trained and worked with Kakashi over the years. Yamato can be a bit of a stick in the mud, but he's always prepared to fight. He actually uses a wooden staff that is supposed to be hundreds of years old and has never broken. He says it's because of how in tune with nature he is, Naruto said as Felicity smiled and saw 3 women in a photo wearing headbands. Who are they? Felicity asked. Those 3 are what I call the Konoha Ice Queens, Naruto said as she looked at him. It's just a playful nickname I gave them. They are as cold as ice when they fight, and you don't want to get on their bad side. That's Kurenai Yuhi, Hana Inuzuka, and Yugao Uzuki. And I'm guessing they all have their own specialties? Felicity asked. Of course. Kurenai happened to be a great illusionist. She can make incredible illusions and is a master of poisons that can cause hallucinations and even death. Hana is an excellent tracker. Her ancestors were wolf warriors in Konoha, having wolf partners, and she's a really good vet as well, taking care of other animals. But never piss her off, or she will go feral on you. Yugao happens to be a great swordsman. She even taught me some new moves when I ran into her on a mission, Naruto said as Felicity smiled. You had a lot of training when you were overseas, huh? Felicity asked. Yeah, they all knew my parents and, after following in their footsteps, they offered some advice and training, Naruto said as Felicity smiled. She then looked at the clock and saw she needed to get ready for work. Oh, I got to get ready. I'll see you at the cave later, Felicity asked. Of course, Naruto said as they two kissed and Felicity went to get changed. Naruto smiled as he looked at the photos in his book and saw one of him, Guy and Yamato, and remembered when he met them. Line break, X6X6, Naruto flashback. After his training sessions with Kakashi, Naruto resumed tracking down any leads he could in Japan, but came up empty. Naruto then decided to try somewhere else, so he was heading to Shanghai, China. Naruto packed his stuff and Kurama and got a flight there. After arriving in Shanghai, he walked around to get a feel for the city. Naruto decided that if he was going to find answers, he needed to focus on the criminals and get answers. Criminals like to talk, and he was going to find any lead he could on this mercenary and any news coming out of Bialia that was on the hush-hush. After a day of walking around parts of the city, looking and scoping out places he figured criminals and the city's dark underbelly liked to hang out, he was going to act. He returned to his apartment and fed Kurama before he opened his bag and got out his weapons and suit that Kakashi said he had connections to sneak into any city. Naruto suited up in the outfit his parents left, in which was just the black outfit with the hoodie and face mask. Naruto strapped on some pouches of kunai, shuriken and bombs, and then strapped on 2 katanas. He pat Kurama on the head as he opened his hotel window and left, climbing and jumping from building to building to find his first person to interrogate. 2 other figures from far away were looking at Naruto as he jumped and flipped from building to building. "Not bad," one of the figures said, wearing a green hood that obscured his face. "He's well trained. Let's see what he's got," the other said as they followed him. Line break. Xax, xax. End of Naruto flashback. With Laurel Lance, she was walking into work at the DA's office and sat down at her desk and looked around to make sure that no one was looking at her. She then reached into her purse and took out a prescription bottle of pills that was prescribed to her father. She unscrewed it and took one out. "Ms. Lance?" Laurel heard as she quickly hid the bottle and the pill in her hands and turned to see Catherine. "I have a phone call on line 2 for you." "Thank you, Catherine," Laurel said with a smile as Catherine left. When she left, Laurel quickly swallowed the pill and picked up the phone. "Laurel Lance. This is Nurse Downey from St. Walker's. You asked me to call if there was any changes in Maya Resick's condition. I'm sad to report she passed away," the nurse said. "What?" Laurel asked, shocked. Her heart gave out on her poor soul, the nurse said as Laurel realized that a tie to Sebastian's blood was gone and he killed her. Laurel immediately got up and went to A.D. Adonna and told him what she thought was going on and for help. "You think Sebastian Blood, the saint of Starling City, killed his own mother?" Donna asked her like she was crazy. "He was the last person to see her alive. That isn't a coincidence," Laurel said. "He's a devoted nephew visiting a sick relative." "You're right. That's very suspicious," Donna said sarcastically. "He didn't go there to visit her. He went there to kill her, to cover up the fact that as a child he killed his father. Maya Resick told me what happened," Laurel told him. "From inside a padded room, right?" Donna asked. "He had her forcibly committed. She tells me the truth and the 2 days later has a heart attack. You don't find that strange?" Laurel asked. "Well, for one thing, there's no record that Maya Resick was even Blood's mother, and according to the hospital, she was in the late stage of heart disease," Donna said as Laurel walked up to him. "I need you to call in a favor with Judge Carlin. Get a search warrant for Sebastian's campaign headquarters, his phone records. I need to start somewhere," Laurel said. "Laurel, this isn't a casual request. I'm the ADA who took Vertigo on live TV. I take a shot on Sebastian Blood and miss. My career is done," Donna said as he tried to leave, but Laurel stopped him. "Adam, please," Laurel begged. "I'm sorry, Laurel. You're on your own," Laurel said as Donna left, and Laurel needed a backup plan. Back at Verdant, Roy was throwing out some trash when he heard a voice. "Hello, Roy." Roy heard as he turned to see Oliver. "Lurking in an alley, that's not at all creepy," Roy said as he walked to the club. "When I ran the club, I learned all the secret entrances. I never got a chance to thank you for saving my mother's life. Thea told me. She said that you were very brave." Oliver said. "I did what anyone would have done," Roy said. "Not anyone. It takes a lot to run towards danger, not away from it," Oliver said as Roy got a weird look. "That sounded like praise. I thought where I was concerned you didn't approve," Roy said as Oliver chuckled. "Thea said that you also got hit by some falling debris." "How are you feeling?" Oliver asked. "Actually, it mostly missed me. I'm fine. Look, I got to get back to work," Roy said as he went back to work, and Oliver went down to the Arrow Cave where Felicity was watching the camera footage of the club with Naruto and Diggle. "Has Roy mentioned anything about the man in the skull mask who injected him?" Felicity asked. "Roy's not the kind of guy who's comfortable with discussing his feelings," Oliver said. "Not like you or me," Diggle joked. "Don't yell at me, but I really think we need a new plan on how to find this creepy mask guy. Scaring the crap out of lowlifes isn't yielding results," Felicity said. "Felicity, I am open to any and all suggestions," Oliver said. Oliver, maybe we're overthinking this. What if the mask simply got wind that you were after him and decided to skip town? Naruto asked. No, he didn't go through all the trouble of recreated the serum and testing it on people just to walk away. He is still out there, and we need to locate him, Oliver said as the cell phone went off. Lance, for the Arrow, Felicity said as she handed Oliver the phone. Yes, detective, Oliver asked as the phone changed his voice. Can we meet? Lance asked. What is it? Oliver asked. Someone wants to talk to you, Lance said as he looked at Laurel, who asked him to make the call. Later at night, Laurel was waiting on a rooftop of one of the buildings in the Glades to talk to the Arrow. Hello, Laurel, Laurel heard as she turned to see the Arrow. You're late, Laurel said. I had to circle around to make sure there wasn't a SWAT team waiting for me again, Arrow said. That's fair. Trust me, I wouldn't have asked my father to put me in touch with you if I had any other choice, Laurel said. What do you need? Arrow asked. Sebastian Blood. He's about to be the new mayor of Starling City, Laurel said. I know who he is, Arrow said. No, you don't. No one does. A few weeks ago, I was approached by your groupie, Roy Harper, and his girlfriend, Laurel said as he handed her the file of information she piled together. They asked me to investigate the death of Max Stanton, Laurel said as Oliver remembered when Roy asked him about the weird death. You think Blood was involved in Stanton's death? Arrow asked. Blood, or a man that works for him named Cyrus Gold, Laurel said as Oliver saw the picture of Blood and Gold. Gold killed 4 cops, including my father's partner, Lucas Hilton. Blood and Gold knew each other from the orphanage that Blood was raised at. He would do anything to keep the truth about his past hidden, including murdering his own mother, Laurel said. Why would he do that? Arrow asked. To cover up the fact that he killed his father. I tried going to the DA. No one will believe me. I swear to you, Sebastian Blood is dangerous. And you're the only person in this city who can stop him, Laurel said. Line break XXX. The next morning, Oliver was in his office's meeting room talking with Felicity, Naruto and Digley about the information and insinuation that Laurel had against Sebastian Blood. Laurel was right. I hacked Blood's cell phone records. The Alderman and Gold have stayed buddies since Zandia Orphanage, Felicity said. So what? They kept in touch. Doesn't exactly mean that Sebastian Blood is the man in the skull mask. Diggle said. His last name is Blood. That can't be a good sign, Felicity said. Felicity, he's dedicated his life, risked his life, to help the people of the Glades. And in his spare time, he's a murderer trying to create an army of human weapons, Diggle asked. You're a personal bodyguard who fights crime at night with his billionaire boss, and my boyfriend is a member of Ancient Order of Ninja Warriors. Not a lot of people show their real face in public, Felicity said. Sebastian has always been a good friend. He's a kind man who really wants to help this city, but Felicity may have a point. Oliver, what do you think? Naruto asked. Laurel gave me a case number to start with. We need to know if Sebastian really killed his father. Then we figure out if there's a chance he has the Mirakuru formula, Oliver said as he handed the file to Felicity. I'm on it, Felicity said. And what if this is just another trap set by Laurel? She could be setting you up, and this time you wouldn't have Sarah to save you, Diggle said as Oliver nodded. Meanwhile, with Roy, after the past few days of wondering what he was injected with and what it did to him, and after the glass in his arm and not getting hurt by the falling debris at the peace rally, Roy needed to at least talk to someone. So he called Sin to meet him in an alley. Asking a cute girl to meet you down by the tracks, Harper. Good thing Thea and I are tight, Sin said. I have to show you something, Roy said. Easy there, Tiger, Sin said as Roy punched clean through a concrete railing. Sin was shocked and looked at his hand to see it was fine. You're not even bleeding. When did you start juicing? I'm not, Roy said. Then how do you explain what I just say? Sin asked as Roy looked around and they walked. You remember that night around Christmas when I went missing? Roy asked. Yeah, Thea and I were pissed, Sin said. I never told you guys what really happened. You were right about your friend, Max. He didn't OD, he was murdered. He was injected with something, and I was injected with the same thing, but it didn't kill me. It made me stronger, Roy told her. Thea must be freaking. Sin said. No, she doesn't know. I don't want her to know, Roy said. Why not? Sin asked. No, I can't. Not yet. Not until I know more about what happened to me. I don't want to scare her, Roy said. And you're not worried about scaring me? Sin asked. Come on, I was going crazy not telling someone, Roy said. So what are you going to do? Sin asked. Well, the Arrow once told me all I was good for was taking a beating. Maybe it's time I started handing out a few of my own, Roy said. I don't follow, Sin said. Now I don't need his help to protect this city. Let's find us a bad guy, Roy said. Soon night descended in Starling as Oliver, Felicity, Naruto and Diggle were at Queen Consolidated, because Felicity had some news. I have good news and bad news. I suggest the good news first. It tends to soften the blow of the bad news, Felicity told Oliver as he just looked at her. Okay, dealer's choice. Good news is we found the case file on Sebastian's dad's murder. Anything in it to suggest he killed him? Oliver asked. Oliver, meet the bad news, Felicity said. That file was sealed years ago, Diggle said, and since the file is over 27 years old, there is no digital copy for us to hack. The only hard copy is stored the old-fashioned way in the city archives. Naruto told him. So we go in and take it. The old-fashioned way. Oliver told Naruto. Except security in the file room is so old school, you need a key card to get in, which even if you had, you wouldn't know where to start looking for the file. Felicity said as they thought for a moment. An assistant DA would. Naruto pointed out as Oliver nodded and they left to get suited up. Laurel was at home and swallowed a pill as she heard her window open. She walked into the next room and saw the Arrow and Kitsune. You said you needed my help. Now I need yours, Arrow said. What do you need? Laurel asked. You, Kitsune said as Laurel grabbed her coat. Line break is exact. Naruto flashback. Naruto had arrived at one of the bars that was a haven for the criminals of Shanghai and also a known spot where people could get connections to mercenaries for hire. The perfect place for Naruto to start. If a person was stupid enough to walk into the bar, they would see the criminals in the bar beaten and bruised as Naruto in his hood had came into the bar to find a lead. But they were less than amicable, and one thing led to another, and Naruto ended up beating up the rest of the bar. He finished knocking out the last thug and looked to find the man he was looking for. And Bookie, who was known in Shanghai to have connections with the world's best mercenaries. Naruto walked around and saw him cowering under a table. Naruto unsheathed his katana, sliced the table he was hiding under, grabbed him and held him against the wall and stabbed his katana next to his head. What do you want? The man yelled in Mandarin. I want a name. You have connections with the world's top mercenaries. I want to know who hired a merc to kill 2 Konoha members in America. Naruto shouted in Mandarin as the man cowered in fear. I don't know who you're talking about, the man said. You're the man in this part of the world to talk to about hire killers. No contract or deal goes past without you knowing about it. I want his name, Naruto shouted as he pulled out a kunai and stabbed very close to the man's head, cutting off a few locks of hair. I don't know his name. All I know is that he's been working up a body trail. He's been pretty busy, the man said as he pulled out a phone. I know a guy who supposedly did a job with him. Here. The man said. Naruto took the phone and then knocked the guy out. Naruto then heard police sirens and left, heading up to the roof and jumped to another rooftop as he saw the police arrive and burst into the bar. Naruto jumped away and was heading back to his room when he stopped on a rooftop. He then ducked and narrowly avoided a flying kick at his head and then backflipped and avoided 5 kunai that were thrown at him. Naruto drew his 2 katanas as his enemies fought with nunchaku and a wooden bow staff. Naruto fought the 2 as he parried and blocked strikes from the bow staff and ducked and rolled to avoid the nunchaku. One of Naruto's katanas got caught with the nunchaku, so Naruto pulled out one of his dad's 3-pronged kunai and fought back. He then rolled forward, threw 4 shuriken at the enemy with the nunchaku who blocked them. Naruto then stabbed the man with the bow staff using his kunai. He stabbed forward as the enemy used the bow staff to block. Naruto smirked as he then stabbed down and the bow staff got caught by the prongs of the kunai and stuck to the ground. Naruto then managed to kick the man in the face and knocked him back, and then threw 4 boomerang shuriken at the other enemy, but they went wide. The man with the nunchaku then saw something attached to the shuriken and realized they were ninja wire. Naruto then pulled back, causing the shuriken to hook back, and would have hit the enemy, but his jumped up to avoid them. Naruto then readied to continue the fight, but his opponent motioned him to stop. "Impressive, the spirit of youth is strong with you," the man said as the other man joined him, and Naruto saw their Konoha headbands. "You two are Konoha shinobi? What, do you guys always attack the new guy?" Naruto asked sarcastically. "More or less, as a test of skill," the other one said as he and the other man removed their hoods and masks to show their faces. "My name is Yamato, and this is Guy. Nice to meet you, Naruto." "How do you know my name?" Naruto asked. "My good friend Kakashi told us about you," Guy said. "You know Kakashi?" Naruto asked. "Of course, I am his eternal rival," Guy shouted as Yamato knocked his head with his staff to get him to be quiet. "I also trained with Kakashi as well. He told us a lot about you, Naruto. Your skill, and how you want to track down the mercenary who killed your parents," Yamato said. "Yeah, and I got a lead," Naruto said. "Good. We'd like to help you find him and give you some more training," Yamato said. "Why?" Naruto asked. "Because believe it or not, your parents were valued members of Konoha and good teachers and friends. Konoha members stick together, and besides, you've still got some training to go through," Yamato said as Naruto smiled at the opportunity to get extra training and to track down his parents' killer. Line break? End of Naruto. Flashback. Arrow, Kitsune, and Laurel were on the roof of the Starling City Municipal Records building in an attempt to get the file on Sebastian's father's death. Arrow shot an explosive shot at the radiator fan to get an access point into the building. "You ready for this?" Arrow asked. "Whatever it takes," Laurel said. Kitsune then opened the vent and contacted Felicity. "We're going in," he said. "At least the security cameras are from this century. And now they're toast. You have exactly 7 minutes until the system reboots," Felicity said. The security guards at the front desk were greeted with security camera footage that was scrambled and just showed static. "Hey, check it out," the guard said. Laurel used her keycard to swipe them into the records building and saw rows of files. "This could take a while," Laurel said. "You have 6 minutes," Arrow said as they walked down the rows to find the right file. "I'm rebooting the monitors," the guard said as he rebooted the system. "There's a Trojan plugging our system. It's probably some punk." "Oh, Naruto," Felicity called out. "What's wrong?" Kitsune replied. "It looks like there's a rent-a-cop with a brain here. If there's a camera nearby, I recommend hiding," Felicity said as Oliver heard her too, and they both ducked into another row, but the guard saw them on camera. "Look there," the guard said as he saw the two vigilantes duck into another row. "You got to send some officers here. Starling's finest will be there any minute. You need to get out of there now," Felicity said. "We're not leaving without the file." "Laurel," Arrow said as he saw her go through boxes of files. "I can't find it," Laurel said as she kept looking. "Wait, case number SC403878. This is it," Laurel said as the anti-vigilante task force team busted in. "Vigilantes, we know you're here," the task leader said. "Close everything off now." Arrow, Kitsune, and Laurel were off at the far end of the room. "They're blocking our only way out," Laurel said. "It's not our only way. Get to the east wall and wait for us," Arrow said. Arrow and Kitsune then turned corner to see 4 policemen waiting. "Drop your weapons," the captain said as Arrow fired a flash-bang arrow and Kitsune threw flash-bang shuriken. They exploded and the policemen fell down in pain. They then ran as another policeman fired his rifle, trying to hit the vigilantes, but the rows of shelves and files provided cover as the two ran to the far wall where Laurel was waiting for them. Arrow then shot an arrow and destroyed the glass on the window, while Kitsune threw a taser shuriken at the policeman, knocking him out. They then ran to the window as Arrow grabbed Laurel, and they jumped out of the window and used their grapple lines to slow their descent to the ground. Laurel gasped after being in that small firefight and being grappled down 3 flights of stairs. She then regained composure and opened the file to find it empty. They needed to find out what happened to the file. Laurel went home while Naruto and Oliver returned to the cave and asked Felicity to go through the camera footage to see if she could find anything. We tried going through all the security footage at the city archives to see if anyone swiped the file in the last few days, Felicity said. Did you see anyone? Oliver asked. Just this, Felicity said as she played the footage, and it showed that the camera footage soon turned to static. It's all been erased. So what happens when you reverse the footprint to see who hacked in before you? Naruto asked. I struck out again. It must have been an inside job, Felicity said. Meaning? Oliver asked. As a city alderman, Blood would have access to those files, Felicity said. Oliver, anyone on city payroll could have done this, Diggle said. He's running for mayor. One hint that he killed his father and his political future is dead in the water, Oliver said. Laurel goes to see Maya Resick, and she tells her that Sebastian killed his father, and she conveniently dies of heart failure. We dig up information on Sebastian and try to look at the case file to see it's been taken only a few days before. That's way too much of a coincidence, Naruto said. Wait, Naruto. I thought you two were good friends. Don't you think you ought to give him the benefit of the doubt? Diggle asked. Felicity, please keep looking into Sebastian's past and see if there's anything else that could help us, Naruto told her as she nodded. Naruto then nodded to Oliver and left. Where are you going? Diggle asked Naruto. To give a friend the benefit of the doubt, Naruto said as he left. Just above the club, Roy was working getting the club ready for tonight as he walked by Thea, who ignored him. What, are you still giving me the cold shoulder? Roy asked. Sigh. Are you still not telling me what the hell is going on with you? Thea asked. Am I interrupting? Sin asked as she walked in. And then he and I would actually have to be talking for you to be interrupting, Thea said. Can I try? Sin asked. Be my guest, Thea said as she left. Tell her, Sin told Roy. No. Now what do you got for me? Roy asked. This guy in the glades, the Starling slasher. Word on the street is he's got a thing for prostitutes. And by thing, I mean he has a thing for slicing them up. Mostly hunts in Crescent Circle, Sin said. Sounds like a great guy, Roy joked. Yeah. Problem is, he's some big-shot lawyer, so no one has the sack to ID him, Sin said. Wait, this sounds exactly like someone the Arrow would go after, Roy said. But we don't need the Arrow anymore, Sin said. We're going to have to bait him, Roy said. What pro is going to let us dangle her in front of a psycho? Sin asked as she saw Roy looking at her and knew his idea. No way. Thea, Roy called out her. Sin has a date. She was hoping to borrow an outfit. You know, something slutty, Roy said. I have the perfect first date outfit, Thea said. Guarantees a second one. Great, Sin said as she glared at Roy while he just chuckled. This guy won't know what hit him. Or girl, whatever you're into. I could do your makeup or your hair, Thea said. You are not touching the hair, Queen, Sin told her. Okay, Thea said as she led Sin away. Sin turned around and gestured that she was going to kill Roy later as he just chuckled. Line break XXXX. Naruto got changed and went to Sebastian's campaign headquarters to talk to him. He walked in to see the entire place was busy with people taking calls and readying files as Naruto looked around and Sebastian saw him and walked up him. You looking for me? Sebastian asked as Naruto turned and smiled. Sebastian, good to see you. Naruto said as the two shared a bro hug. You too, man, Sebastian said. Listen, I'm so sorry, but I'm right in the middle of a polling snafu. I'll be quick. I just had a question about Laurel, Naruto said. Of course. Is everything okay? Blood asked. Not sure. I ran into her the other day, and something just seemed off. I know the two of you have been spending a lot of time together, working on cases and such. I just wanted to know if you knew anything, Naruto said. Well, we've traded phone calls, but she's in trial. I've been campaigning. We haven't really talked as much, Blood said. I thought you and Laurel were good friends. We are, but I've been busy, so I haven't really seen her much, Naruto said. Well, I know you and Oliver are friends, and they are sort of dating. Did you ask him? Sebastian asked. No, this is sort of my own investigation, if you will. Did she seem sad, angry, or distracted lately? Naruto asked as Sebastian chuckled. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were coming to me like a jealous friend. Sebastian joked. No, I'm just looking out for a friend. And I hope you do the same, Naruto said. Of course. Listen, I will look out for Laurel, and if I see some things that need attention, you'll be the first person I call. Thank you for letting me know, Blood said as he left. Naruto watched Sebastian leave, still not completely sure if Laurel was right and that Blood was dangerous, or if Blood was his friend and this was all circumstance. But that was a big if. Later that night, Roy and Sin's plan to find the Starling City slasher was underway, and unfortunately for Sin, she had to wear the dress that Thea gave her and pose as a prostitute. She was walking on the sidewalk, where a lot of the other prostitutes were working, and looked uncomfortable, but it was their plan to find the killer. She then saw a car pull up right next to her, and she saw the guy driving. "You're new," the man said. "Got to start somewhere, right?" Sin said. "Get in," the man said as Sin did. The man then drove them to an empty parking garage. "Romantic," Sin said in disgust. "You're pretty," the man said. "You're disgusting," Sin said as the man just shook his head. "I see you'd like to play rough," the man said as he pulled out a knife and Sin saw him. She tried to leave, but the man grabbed her, but before he could even get his knife close enough, the driver's door was ripped off its hinges and thrown across the room as Sin and the slasher saw Roy. Roy then grabbed the slasher and threw him away from the car and onto the ground as the man groaned in pain and his face got scratched up. Roy then walked over to the slasher as he tried to get up. "Please, I have money," the slasher said. "Keep it," Roy said as he kicked the man, and the force knocked the man into the car windshield and then over the car until the cement support pillar stopped him. Roy then walked up to the slasher, who was on the ground groaning in pain, and kicked the man in the stomach. And kept kicking. He kept kicking as rage filled his eyes, and Sin saw that if Roy kept going, the slasher would be dead. Roy, stop it, you're killing him," Sin said as she tried to stop him, but Roy accidentally hit her in the face and knocked her to the ground. Roy then saw Sin on the ground and got out of his rage haze. Sin, I'm sorry," Roy said. "We have to call an ambulance," Sin said as they saw the slasher was bloody and unconscious. Sebastian Blood was at his office, coming back from the file room, and saw someone in his office, Slade Wilson, who was looking at an old police file. Point-blank range. Single shot to the heart from a low angle, obviously the handiwork of someone quite scared and very small. Slade said as he put the file on the desk. "How come the police didn't arrest you?" "I knew how to cover my tracks," Sebastian said. "A skill you've obviously lost since you've gotten bigger." "You know how close you came to allowing the Arrow and Kitsune to destroy everything?" Slade asked. Someone spoke out of turn. "I've taken care of the problem," Sebastian said as Slade pounded the desk and stood up. "Your mother was not our problem. Laurel Lance is," Slade said. "You're the one who told me to try and get close to her." "You said it was part of the plan to hurt the two vigilantes," Sebastian said. "It is. But you being sloppy isn't." "Fix this, Mr. Blood," Slade said as he grabbed Blood's tie and held him up in their air, momentarily chocking him. "You don't want me to fix it for you," Slade said as he left. Blood caught his breath and then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Brother Daly." "I need you to take care of something for me," Blood said. Laurel walked into her apartment, her hands fidgeting because it's been a while since her last pill. She entered her apartment to see it looked like it was ransacked. "Whoever you are, I'm calling the police," Laurel shouted. "No need to, remember me," Officer Daly said as he stepped out and Laurel saw him. "Officer Daly, right? What's this all about?" "What are you doing in my apartment?" Laurel asked. "I have a warrant," Daly said as Laurel took it and looked it over. "A warrant for what?" Laurel asked as two other police officers walked into the room. "We found these in your bedroom, Ms. Lance. These aren't prescribed to you. That's a felony," Daly said as Laurel saw the officer holding a bag with the pills she took from her father. "What? This is ridiculous," Laurel shouted as they handcuffed her. "You're under arrest for possession of a controlled substance. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law." Daly recited her the Miranda rights as they took her to the station. Line break, XXX. Laurel was in one of the interrogation rooms at the precinct, sitting near the window. Her eyes were red, after having cried for a while, and her hands were fidgeting, a sign of substance withdrawal. The door to the room then opened and Laurel saw her father walk in. "I know what this looks like, but you have to listen to me," Laurel said as she went up to her father. "I know what's happening. Sebastian Blood. He's setting me up because he knows I'm onto it. He's trying to frame me. So he planted drugs in your apartment? Her dad asked. But no, forget about the drugs. The point is that he is the one behind this witch hunt, Laurel said. Sebastian called your boss. He's worried about you. So is Naruto and Oliver, Lance said. No, he wasn't worried about me. He's trying to discredit me. Don't you see what he's doing? Laurel asked. What I see is that you have tested positive for opiates. I see that you have been lying to me, and I see that you have been stealing from me. Lance yelled as he slammed his prescription bottle that Laurel has been using. I can explain that, Laurel said. Every person that stands where you're standing now says the same thing, Lance said. Dad, the DUI, the paranoia about blood, you're looking like hell. You got a problem, Laurel, Lance said as Laurel began to cry. No, Laurel said. It's addiction. It runs in the family. You can't pin it on Sebastian Blood. Lance said as he moved to the door. Daddy, please, you have to believe me, Laurel begged him. Please. I don't, baby, Lance said with a heavy heart and left the interrogation room. Naruto and Oliver were in the precinct as well, still reeling from the news of Laurel's arrest and her drug addiction. Naruto ran his hands through his hair and took a deep breath while Oliver just leaned against a wall. How is she? Oliver asked Lance as he walked past the two of them. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore, Lance said with a heavy heart. Mr. Lance, we'll get her home, Naruto said as Lance nodded. Thanks, Lance said as he left. Oliver and Naruto then saw Laurel being escorted out of the interrogation room by a police officer. Laurel saw Naruto and Oliver there, and her day was getting from bad to worse. You all right, Oliver? Naruto asked. All these months, and I never picked up on this. All that time together, hoping that we could try again after everything we've been through. She lied to me, Oliver said as Naruto pat his shoulder. Line break X, Asex, Naruto flashback. Yamato and Guy helped Naruto track down the name of the guy who supposedly worked with the mercenary who killed Naruto's parents. They found out his name was Mizuki and then hacked into the Shanghai police database to find out where he haunts. He had no address, but he was affiliated with the local triads who often operated out of the abandoned warehouses in the factory district. Naruto, Yamato, and Guy scoped out the warehouse and saw that there were about 30 triad members in the warehouse, with Mizuki having just arrived and walked into the warehouse to discuss a weapon deal. He's here, Naruto said as he handed his binoculars to Yamato, who then passed it to Guy. All right, let's get this started. We first need to make sure that Mizuki gets out. Guy, take the roof entrance. Naruto, you and I will take the north entrance, Yamato said. All right, let's do this, Naruto said as he put his mask on and sheathed his katanas as they went to the warehouse. Mizuki walked into the warehouse to get a briefcase of money as payment for setting up a recent drug deal exchange. Mizuki walked in and began talking with the leader to get his money when the lights went out. The triads got their guns out as some of the men began to move throughout the warehouse to secure the perimeter. Mizuki drew his pistol as he looked around and heard something fall over behind him, and they all turned to see a box fall. The triad leader ordered one of his men to see what happened, and when the man stepped up to the box, he stepped on a rope trap and he was pulled into the air and hung by his feet. Then 9 of the men who were securing the perimeter outside were hit with tranq darts and knocked out, leaving only 20 triad enforcers left, plus Mizuki and the triad boss. Naruto then dropped down onto one of the walkways in the warehouse and threw 4 Taza shuriken and hit 4 triad enforcers, knocking them out. Yamato then dropped down on the other walkway, used his bow staff to knock one of the enforcers off the walkway and hit the ground, and then threw a flashbang kunai, disorientating the enforcers. He used this as his opportunity to push another enforcer off the walkway, kick the 2 off his feet, and punched the 3 RD in the face, knocking him out. Yamato then knocked out the enforcer he kicked as he and Naruto ran to avoid gunfire. Mizuki fired at the 2 mysterious attackers as Guy then dropped down from the ceiling and grabbed Mizuki and threw him into some crates. He then spin-kicked an enforcer and used his nunchaku to trip an enforcer off his feet, and when he was in the air, Guy then elbow dropped him in the chest and knocked him out. He then flipped back to his feet, threw a bolo at one of the enforcers, and ran for cover as 3 enforcers opened fire at him. The enforcer then cut himself free of the bolo and joined the others in firing at the strange attackers. Naruto then parkoured over a crate and double-kicked an enforcer into 3 others. He then drew his katanas and blocked and parried strikes from clubs and knives. Naruto then ducked under a club swing and then began to spin and swing his swords in a circular motion, similar to that of a whirlpool. He spun around, moving up and down, slicing and swinging his swords in a circular motion, and he then stopped, and when he did, the 4 enforcers fell down from cuts to tendons that caused them to fall to the floor, unable to move. Yamato and Guy then ran from cover, and each took on 3 enforcers to get rid of the 6 remaining. Yamato blocked club strikes and punches using his Byo staff. He then kicked one of the enforcers away and rolled forward to give him some space. He then made a wide swing and hit one of the enforcers in the stomach, causing him to fall to his knees and clutch his stomach. When Yamato hit the guy in the stomach, he let go of his bow staff, and the force of the hit caused the staff to spin. Yamato then spun around, then grabbed the staff and swung down and hit the guy on the back and knocked him out. He then spun his staff and delivered an upward swing to the last enforcer and knocked him off his feet and onto his back. Guy delivered a flying kick and knocked one of the enforcers and sent him flying into a crate. He then uppercut the 2 and enforcer with such strength that he flew off his feet and fell a few feet away. He then nut-kicked the last guy, causing the guy to pass out. "Ah, our spirit of youth is strong," Guy shouted as Yamato knocked his head with his bow staff. "Quite, Guy," Yamato said as they saw Naruto walk up to Mizuki, who crawled out of the crushed boxes. Mizuki looked up to see a guy wearing a black hoodie and face mask. "Who the fuck are you supposed to be?" Mizuki asked as Naruto picked him up and threw him against a crate. Mizuki fell on his butt in pain as Naruto held him up and pushed him against the crate and stabbed kunai next to his head. "What do you want?" "I want a name," Naruto said. "Name of who? You're going to have to be specific," Mizuki said as Naruto head-butted him. "The name of a merc you did a job with a year ago. He had an accent and has left a bloody trail of bodies all over the world, and his most recent killings were of 2 former Konoha members in America." "What's his name?" Naruto shouted as Mizuki was only slightly frightened. "I don't know what you're talking about," Mizuki said as Naruto then threw him against another crate and stabbed his hand with a kunai. "Ah!" Mizuki shouted in pain as blood dripped from his hand. "Hurts, doesn't it? If I twist this kunai 45 degrees, say goodbye to your right hand." "What's his name?" Naruto shouted as Mizuki grunted in pain. Naruto then slightly twisted the kunai as Mizuki shouted in pain. "That's 15 degrees, only 30 more," Naruto shouted. Okay, I know the guy you're talking about. He's the only merc I ever worked with. The Triads wanted a guy dead, so they called him in, and I was supposed to give him information and any assistance to complete the contract," Mizuki said. "Go on," Naruto said. "This guy, he's good, and I mean real good. But he seemed different. Like this was just part of a larger plan. That all his kills were just leading up to something," Mizuki said. "I don't want his backstory, I want his name," Naruto shouted. "I don't know his name. After the job, he cut all ties with us. Never left us anything, not a contact number or anything," Mizuki said as Naruto slightly twisted the kunai more. "All I know is that he had some kind of accent and he was missing an eye. His helmet didn't have a right eye slot, so I guess he lost it. And he mentioned something about moving across Europe to head to America." "That's it," Mizuki shouted as Yamato patted Naruto on the shoulder. Naruto stood up and then punched Mizuki out. Naruto, Yamato, and Guy then heard some sirens. "Let's get out of here," Naruto said as they left. Line break. Xchikazigs. End of Naruto flashback. Oliver and Naruto took Laurel back to her apartment and were trying to help her get her place cleaned up. Oliver picked up a photo of her and Sarah while Naruto fixed some furniture. Naruto was in the living room while Laurel and Oliver were in the dining room near the kitchen. "You haven't said much. Are you working on your lecture?" Laurel asked Oliver. "No lecture," Oliver said. "I suppose you think I was wrong about Sebastian too, though," Laurel asked. "Exhale. I think you have everyone fooled because you want people to think that none of this gets to you and that you don't need anyone's help," Oliver said. "I don't," Laurel said, "except I know you." I know you better than anyone else. This isn't you, Oliver said. What happened to no lectures? Laurel asked as she took a deep breath. I need a glass of water. Do you mind? Please, Laurel asked as Oliver walked over to the kitchen and got a glass of water. Oliver walked back out with a glass of water, but as soon as he stepped out of the kitchen, he was hit in the head with a club and knocked out. Naruto heard some glass drop and quickly ran in, but got hit with a trank dart and passed out. Laurel screamed as two men grabbed her. She then saw the man in the skull mask, Brother Blood, walk in. Leave him, he's not important, Brother Blood said, pointing to Oliver. Bring him, we have plans for him, Blood said, pointing to Naruto. Hello, Laurel, Blood said as Laurel screamed. Oliver then gasped as he stood up and looked around to see he was alone. Laurel? Naruto? Oliver called out as he stood up and saw something and immediately called Felicity. It's me. Someone came after Laurel, Oliver said. Do you know where they took her? Felicity asked. I think I have a pretty good idea, Oliver said as he walked out and saw on the wall a sign, Tell the Arrow Starling Cannery. Naruto groaned in pain as he tried to move but found his arms and feet tied to a chair. He shook his head free and his vision got clearer and saw he tied to a chair in some old warehouse factory. He tried to move but was still feeling the effects of the trank dart, so he wasn't back to his full strength. He then heard a noise. Good, you're awake, Naruto heard as the man in the skull mask walked out in front of him. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the man that he and Oliver have been trying to find for the past month. Who the hell are you? Naruto asked as he tried to get free. A savior for this city, and someone who wants to give you a gift, Brother Blood said as he pulled out a syringe with a green liquid that Naruto guesses was the Mirakuru. Get that away from me, Naruto warned him as he tried to get free. You should be honored. After the arrow destroyed our supply, this was the last one, and someone wants you to have it, Brother Blood said. Who? Naruto shouted as he tried to get free. You'll find out. Join us, Brother Naruto, Brother Blood said as he injected Naruto in his shoulder, and as soon as the Mirakuru entered his system and the syringe was pulled out, Naruto began to scream. Ah! Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs as he felt his body being destroyed from the inside out and blood drip from his eyes. Ah, gah! Ah! Naruto shouted as he then passed out. Laurel suddenly woke up having heard a scream and saw she was in an old factory like you would see in an old slasher horror movie. Laurel was breathing heavily as she slowly walked through the factory. Brother Blood watched her from afar as she walked through the factory, and Laurel managed to see Blood wearing a skull mask. If that mask is supposed to scare me, all that it's doing is confirming that I've already known for a while now. You're one sick son of a bitch, Sebastian, Laurel shouted as she ran away. 30,000 years ago, masks invested their wearer with authority, like a god, Brother Blood said. You're insane, Laurel shouted. I'm not the one make drug-addled, unsubstantiated accusations against Starling's favorite son, Brother Blood said. If I can find out the truth, then other can too, Laurel said. You found out nothing. You know nothing. And because of your digging, you have hurt the ones close to you, Brother Blood said, as Laurel ran around a corner and saw what she couldn't believe. Naruto tied to a chair with blood dripping from his eyes and his head to the side, like he was dead. Naruto, Laurel shouted as she went up to him to check on him. She checked his pulse to see it was gone and he was dead. No, Naruto, wake up, Laurel shouted as she tried to wake him, but he was not responding. A shame. He was a good man, Brother Blood said. You're one sick son of a bitch, Sebastian. Naruto was your friend, Laurel shouted as Brother Blood grabbed her from behind. His fate is on your hands, Brother Blood said as an arrow then shot down next to him. Get away from her, or I will put you down, Arrow shouted as Brother Blood and Laurel saw him on one of the rafters. Ed, and to think a few short months ago you were trying to arrest him, Brother Blood said to Laurel. Oliver then saw Naruto tied to a chair with blood dripping from his eyes and his head off to the side. He was dead. Oliver tightened his hand on his bow and pulled his arrow back with anger in his eyes. You wanted me here. I'm here. Let her go, Arrow shouted. Brother Blood tossed Laurel to the side and pulled out his gun while Arrow jumped to another rafter. No, I think she should witness this, Brother Blood said as he raised his gun, but Arrow shot an arrow at it, knocking it out of his hand and to the floor. Arrow then jumped down and tackled Brother Blood away from Laurel. Brother Blood swung with his right fist at Arrow's head, but Arrow ducked and smacked Brother Blood in the stomach, pushing him back. He then blocked 2 punches to the chest and kicked Brother Blood in the stomach, pushing him back, and then hit Brother Blood with a swing to the face, which knocked Brother Blood back. Arrow then jumped off the wall and landed a punch to Brother Blood's face as he then ducked as Blood kicked at his head. Oliver stopped a moment to see that Laurel was gone. He then swung upward, but Brother Blood was gone. Arrow ran after him as Laurel left, leaving Naruto alone in the chair, seemingly dead, but then his fingers began to move as they made a fist. Arrow was looking for the man in the skull mask, but got tackled to the ground from behind. Arrow fell to the floor, and his bow was knocked away as Brother Blood managed to lock his arm and began to twist. And after a minute, he would break Arrow's arm, but then someone grabbed Brother Blood from behind and pulled him off the arrow. Oliver turned to see Naruto alive, with the blood still on his face but extremely angry. He then grabbed the man in the skull mask and threw him across the room, causing him to crash into the wall. Naruto shook with anger as Oliver saw Naruto's hands shaking, just like Slade's did on the island. The man in the skull mask then slowly stood up as Naruto walked over to him. Brother Blood pulled out a spare gun from his leg holster and shot 4 times as Naruto, but Naruto just kept walking as the rage and anger kept him from feeling pain. Brother Blood then swung at Naruto, but he ducked and Naruto punched him to the side, sending him flying in the air and skidding on the ground. Oliver saw the rage in Naruto's eyes, and he needed to stop. "Naruto, stop!" Arrow shouted as he got in front of him. Brother Blood stood up and aimed his gun at the arrow, but was shot 4 times and fell over. Laurel then stepped out, holding the gun as she fired 2 more shots, causing Brother Blood to fall to the ground, blood spilling out and coughing. Laurel then walked over to the arrow. "Take off his mask. I need to see," Laurel said as Arrow kneeled down and pulled the mask off to reveal it was Officer Daly. Laurel couldn't believe she was wrong. Officer Daly turned his head and smiled before he died. Laurel couldn't believe she was wrong about Sebastian Blood and the man in the skull mask, and Oliver couldn't believe it either. He believed her about Blood. He allowed her to cloud his judgment because of how close he was to her. Naruto saw that it was Officer Daly in the mask, and was the one who injected him with the Mirakuru. Naruto tried to calm down as his hands were shaking and sat down against a pipe. Laurel turned to Naruto and was glad to see he was alive. She walked up to him and hugged him close. "I'm sorry," Laurel said as she hugged him, and Naruto and Oliver exchanged a glance. Things had gotten complicated. Line break, x. After the event at the cannery, Laurel called the police to come get her and take Daly's body, while the Arrow said he would take care of Naruto. Laurel was sitting in the precinct with a blanket over her and holding a cup of water. She was just sitting there as her father came over. "Sweetheart," Lance said as he hugged his daughter. "Are you all right?" "Exhale. I'm fine," Laurel said. "Looks like Daly was behind this whole thing. Son of a bitch volunteered for the raid that got Hilton killed. And we found the accelerant that he used to torch the Langford Institute in his apartment. And he saw you leaving with Naruto and Oliver, which is why he grabbed you too," Lance said. "How's Naruto?" Laurel asked. "I got a call from our hooded protector. He's going to be looking after him. Whatever he was injected with, he said it could be dangerous. So he's going to make sure that he's stable," Lancey said. "I thought it was Sebastian. I was so sure," Laurel said. "Yeah. Well, that's the thing about the booze and the pills. You know, same thing that dulls your pain, clouds the judgment," Lance said as he hugged her close, and Ada Donna walked over. "Can we have a minute?" Donna asked. "Yeah," Lance said as he left. "Are you here to say I told you so?" Laurel asked. "We're dropping the possession charges, and you won't be charged in Daly's shooting." "It was clearly self-defense," Donna said. "You don't seem that thrilled for me," Laurel said. "Are you going to look me in the eye and tell me you don't have a substance abuse problem?" Donna asked, as Laurel didn't answer because she did. "The DA's office has a generous severance package." Wait. Let me explain to DA Spencer. I can tell her everything," Laurel said. This isn't coming from Spencer, Laurel. This is me. I'm the one who hired you. I'm sorry, but you're done, Donna said as Laurel's career in the DA's office was gone, and possibly her entire law career as well. Back in the cave, Naruto was sitting on the table as Felicity hugged him, happy to see he was alive but trying to soothe him. Naruto remembered what he felt when he attacked daily. He felt incredible strength and energy, but also incredible rage. And it scared him. Oliver walked around as everyone digested the information that Laurel killed the man in the skull mask. Did Laurel really shoot him? Diggle asked. She saved my life, Oliver said, and so did you, Naruto. Oliver said as he looked over to Naruto, who was just trying to clear his head. That's a good thing, Oliver, Felicity told him. You okay? Diggle asked. She really had me believing that Sebastian Blood was a criminal mastermind, and the only reason that I nearly believed her because it was Laurel. I do have a blind spot where she's concerned. Not anymore, Oliver said. Certainly know how to talk yourself out of a victory. Naruto finally spoke as they all smiled, that the real Naruto was still there. It's a gift, Oliver said. Take the win, man. Daly's dead. You destroyed the serum. It's over. Diggle said as Oliver exhaled. No, it isn't, Oliver said, looking at Naruto and then at camera feed of Roy in the club. Talk to him, Oliver, now knowing what he's going through. He needs all the help he can get, Naruto said as Oliver nodded. Naruto then stood up and put the blanket away. Where you going? Diggle asked. Home. I need some peace and quiet, Naruto said as he left. Felicity, Oliver said to her, watch over him. He needs you, now more than ever. Always, Felicity said as she followed Naruto. Line break. Naruto flashback. After the confrontation with Mizuki, Naruto wasn't getting any closer to finding out the identity of his parents' killer, and it was frustrating. Mizuki offered nothing resembling the idea of help. Naruto got back to his apartment and held his head in his hands. Months of searching in Japan and this stinking city, dozens of dirtbags beaten, and I am no closer to finding out who he is than when I started. Naruto said in frustration, I'm sorry that Mizuki wasn't able to provide you with anything, Naruto. I truly am, but you did a good deed tonight. You helped bust 30 Triad members and stop an illegal weapons shipment. It's what Konoha shinobi do, Yamato said. I'm not a Konoha shinobi. I might have the headband, but my parents were shinobi, I'm not, Naruto said. Don't say that, Naruto. Your spirit of youth is strong and resembles that of a great Konoha shinobi, one that your parents would be proud of. Guy said. Guy's right, Naruto. You are a Konoha shinobi, and don't get frustrated with this. It will take time, but we're here to help, Yamato said as Naruto smiled. We've already sent out messages to other Konoha members to watch out for any news or info on this merc, and should they find anything to give us a call. Thanks, Naruto said. Don't thanks us yet. We still must train. Guy said. What? Naruto asked. Guy's right. You've still got some stuff to learn, and we're here to help, Yamato said. Thank you, Sensei. Naruto said they nodded. Naruto's journey to become a Konoha shinobi was only just beginning. Line break, X6, end of Naruto flashback. In Las Vegas, Nevada, the city of sin where lust and greed ruled, there was one person in particular who was gambling and drinking and having the time of her life. Not necessarily winning, but it's the effort that counts. Anyway, the woman returned to her room and laid on her bed as another woman walked in. I'm sorry, my lady, but I have some information I think you should know about, the woman said. And what would that be? The woman asked, speaking into the bed. It's about Naruto Uzumaki, the woman said, which caused the other one to sit up. What about him? The woman asked. Something happened, the woman said. Pack our things. We're going to Starling City, the woman said. Yes, my lady, the woman said. Back in Starling, Blood and 3 of his followers walked into Slade Wilson's office to report that any lingering doubt or suspicion on Blood was gone. It's done. They think it was all Daly. He sacrificed himself for our cause, Blood said. A good start, but the magnitude of your negligence requires a greater sacrifice, Blood heard Slade said. Slade then appeared and unsheathed a katana and slashed the back of the first guy's knees, causing him to fall down. He then slashed the side of the second and kicked Blood in the chest, knocking him away. He then slashed the throat of the first man, killing him. He spun around, slashing and slicing, legs and bodies, as the three men fell down dead. Blood saw his men die and moved to run, but turned to see a blade at his neck. He saw Slade Wilson decked out in his mercenary armor with bullets, knives, shotgun shells, a pistol on the side, and armor on his chest with a special orange and black mask with only one eye hole. "Your incompetence has not cost 4 lives, Alderman," Slade said as he took off his mask. "Fail me again, and yours will be the 5th, Slade said as he left, and Blood knowing not to screw up again. Meanwhile, with Roy, he was wheeling an empty beer keg into the back alley when he heard something fly through the air and hit the wall behind him. Roy turned to see his mini arrow he painted red, that he used to contact the arrow, embedded into the wall. "If that was supposed to go through my other leg, you missed," Roy said as the arrow walked out into the alley. "You seem to be healing pretty well," Arrow said. Roy then walked up to him and swung at his head, but Arrow ducked. He swung at his chest, but the arrow moved to the side, and Roy then released a right cross, but Arrow dodged to the side as Roy's punch hit through the brick wall, destroying a small part of it. "You're stronger, you heal faster, but you're not in control. The serum that you were exposed to, it changes your body, but it also warps your mind," Arrow said. "How do you know so much about it?" Roy asked. "I've seen it before. It twists men, turns them into someone they don't recognize. Someone dangerous," Arrow said. "Maybe you should put another arrow through me." "This time through my heart," Roy said. "There's another way, Roy. I can teach you to control your new ability and to control yourself. Let me help you," Arrow said as Roy looked at him, determined. "When do we start?" Roy asked. End of Chapter 9. I hope you guys liked it. Oliver and Naruto took care of shrapnel, but Brother Blood has complicated things, and now we have a Mirakuru-infused Naruto and Roy. Things are starting to pick after these sort of filler episodes after the mid-season finale. Slade's plan begins to come into play more, and Naruto will have an interesting meeting with Slade Wilson in the future, so look forward to that. Hoped you guys likes the flashback with Yamato and Guy and the introduction of the other Naruto characters we'll see in flashbacks. For those who wanted to see Naruto and Slade meet now, please be patient. It's still too early for them to meet, but soon. Next chapter will be a double feature. Oliver begins to train Roy with his Mirakuru abilities, and Naruto gets some special training from someone he thought was dead. Sarah comes back and she brings the League of Assassins, including Nisa and a person that Naruto has faced before. "Sorry it took so long. I know you guys have been waiting, and I'm so sorry. Between some family stuff, school restarting, and spilling water onto my keyboard, I've had some distractions. Don't worry, I got a new one and I saved my story. Also, this chapter was a bit more complicated than I thought in the sense that I had different angles to pursue it before setting in on this one. Hoped you guys like it, and if you didn't, I'm sorry and don't hate me. No flamers. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or Arrow, both belong to their respective owners. I'm just a fan. 11 Tremors. Sorry this took a while. I finished it a few days ago, but it wouldn't upload for some reason. I split this one into individual chapters so you guys didn't have to wait longer for an update. I'm going to update my other stories as well as this, as often as I can, but it's getting really busy, so please be patient. Here is Chapter 10 of Kitsune in Starling City, based on the episode Tremors. Oliver trains Roy to better control his new Mirakuru powers, while Naruto isolates himself from the group to train with someone he thought was dead. My name is Oliver Queen. After 5 years trapped on a hellish island, I have come home with only one goal, to save my city. But to do so, I can't be the killer I once was. To honor my friend's memory, I must be someone else. I must be something else. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. For my entire life, I have undergone training that forged me into a weapon. After my parents died, they wanted me to use my gifts to change the world and find something worth fighting for. And I have, to honor their memory, I have become Kitsune. And I will defend Starling City and keep the innocent safe. But my parents' killer is still out there, and as long as he still breathes free air, I will not stop until he is brought to justice. And no one will get in my way. Tremors. At Iron Heights Prison, the jail that held all the people that the Arrow and Kitsune had busted, was now getting a new prisoner. They brought the prisoner over to the checkpoint to register and check his belongings. Got your latest customer. Genius here held up the convenience store across the street from a police precinct. Not the smartest plan. The guard who escorted the prisoner in said as they left. Come on through, the checkpoint guard said as the prisoner walked through a metal detector and it went off. Bum knee, had it replaced a few years ago, the prisoner said. Well, I guess we'll have to do this old-fashioned like, arms up. The guard said as he did a pat down. He was then put in a prison uniform and then taken to his new cell and his new cellmate. Got your new bunkmate? Place nice? The guard said as the prisoner walked in and saw his new cellmate, Ben Turner, aka Bronze Tiger. Ben Turner? The prisoner asked as Turner turned his head to the new guy. Tonight, midnight, Redwood Drive and Larkspur Avenue. What the hell are you talking about? Turner asked. Redwood and Larkspur, the rooftop, be there, the prisoner said. I don't know if you looked around, but we don't exactly have in and out privileges here. Turner said, my son is with his mother. I won't get to see him anyway. This way, he's set. I do this, he gets the money, the prisoner said. Do what? Turner asked. The prisoner then opened his sleeve to show a small knife cut and began to press against it, forcing the wound open and blood to pour out, and something else along with it. A sharp blade came out of the man's arm, and he did the process 3 more times, and Turner smiled as he saw his tiger knuckle blades. One of the guards walked to the cell, having heard some shouts of pain, and saw the new prisoner was lying on the floor in a pool of blood, with Turner sitting on the bed. Crap, the guard said as he unlocked the cell and walked in. What the hell did you do to him? I didn't do anything, Turner said as the guard looked over the dead prisoner. Turner then walked up behind the guard and slashed his throat, took his keys and left the prison. Line break, EXIXI. Back with Naruto and Felicity, they were asleep in his apartment. Well, Felicity was sound asleep while Naruto was sweating and fidgeting. His head jerked back and forth as he was having a nightmare about his new Mirakuru abilities and the rage that accompanied. He remembers the man in the skull mask sticking the needle in his arm and Naruto feeling excruciating pain, and after he almost died, nothing but pure rage and anger in its most concentrated form, so strong that it impacted his judgment and control his actions. Naruto then sprang up from bed in a sweat, breathing heavily as he saw Felicity sleeping peacefully with her head in a pillow. Naruto got up and put the covers over her as he grabbed a shirt and walked to the kitchen. He grabbed a glass and filled it with water as he saw it was about 7 in the morning. He drank the glass in one gulp as Kurama then jumped onto the kitchen counter and dropped his snake chew toy and looked at Naruto. Hey buddy, just can't sleep, Naruto said as he pet Kurama's head. Nightmares? Naruto heard as he looked up and saw Felicity standing in the doorway wearing one of his shirts that went up to about her knees. You should be asleep. You have work soon and you need your rest, Naruto told her. So do you, Felicity said as he walked up to him. Naruto, you haven't slept well for the past 3 days. We've been lucky that things have calmed down a bit, but this is not healthy. Pretty much everything I do is not healthy, physically or mentally. Naruto joked as Felicity chuckled a bit and then looked at him. Naruto, I'm serious. Ever since that night at the cannery, you haven't been the same, Felicity said as Naruto sat on the couch as Felicity sat next to him. I know, I've seen some really strange and bizarre things, but this Mirakuru is a first, Naruto said as he tightened his hands into a fist. Oliver told us that Mirakuru turns a person into a monster, and after that night, I believe him. All that rage, anger, strength, it's like I wasn't myself. What's to stop me from snapping and turning into a monster? Naruto said as Felicity turned his head to her and kissed him. Me, I'm here, Felicity said as Naruto smiled. Just being around you helps keep me calm, Naruto said as she smiled. Then they heard a knock on the front door. I'll get the door if you make some coffee, Felicity said. Deal, but put on a robe. Naruto joked as she chuckled and got her robe while Naruto went to the kitchen. Naruto started the coffee maker as Felicity put on a robe and answered the door. He got 2 cups and put them in the coffee maker as the machine poured the coffee. Naruto, there's someone here to see you, Felicity called out as Naruto walked out of the kitchen, looked at the front door, and dropped his cup of coffee. "Hello, Naruto. It's nice to see you again." "Kid?" Naruto heard as he couldn't believe what he saw. In the doorway was a woman with blonde hair, a gem on her forehead, a green jacket and grey shirt that was able to hold her large bust, and blue jeans. Accompanying her was a brunette woman wearing a black shirt and grey and white coloured jacket with a sash on her waist like a belt and black pants, holding a small pig. "It's nice to see you again, Naruto," the other woman said as Naruto was still dumbstruck. "Granny?" Naruto asked. Line break, x. Meanwhile, as the rest of Starling was up and getting to work or started their day, Oliver was busy as well. After Roy accepted the Arrow's invitation to train, he and Roy have been working for the past few days in an abandoned apartment complex in the Glades so no one would disturb them. "Again," Arrow said as Roy slapped his hand into a bowl filled with water and splashed some water out. "Sai, you know I slapped water out of a bowl yesterday." "And I slapped water out of a bowl the day before," Roy said. "You must be getting pretty good at it," Arrow said. "Yeah, well, I can't wait to get attacked by a dog dish," Roy said. "This is how an archer builds arm strength," Arrow told him. "I'm not sure if you've been paying attention, but strength isn't my problem," Roy told him. "No, controlling it is." "Again," Arrow said as Roy got frustrated and punched through the bowl and table. "And that is how you put a guy in the hospital the other day," Arrow said as he saw Roy's hand was shaking as Roy put his hands in his hoodie pockets. "How do you know about that? It's none of your business," Roy said. "You made it my business when you agreed to let me help you," Arrow told Roy. "I knew someone like you, someone injected with the Mirakuru. He was my friend. But it warped his mind to the point where I didn't even recognize him anymore." "Who was this guy? How come I've never heard of him? Or a Mirakuru?" Roy asked as he saw the Arrow didn't want to answer. "Is there anything you can tell me about him?" Roy asked. "Yeah, I had to put an arrow through his eye," Arrow said. Line break, x. Oliver flashback. Oliver and Sarah returned to the plane to try and find Slade, but he was not there. So they spent the night, and after Sarah agreed to not give in to Ivo's demand because he was nuts, they tried to find Slade. Oliver took the motion sensor to try and locate Slade. He and Sarah walked through the forests as they used the motion sensor device to find him. "If I'm reading this right, then Slade is back at the cave," Oliver said. "Why would he go back to where the caves are?" Sarah asked. "I don't know. We'll find out when we find him," Oliver said. "And when we do—" "You can't tell him," Sarah said. "Tell him what?" Oliver asked. "Don't talk to me like I'm other people," Sarah said as she stopped Oliver. "You've got that look on your face, the same one that you had after the first time we kissed. Pure guilt." "It's because I am guilty. Evo killed Shadow because of me," Oliver said. "But that's true. And even if it was, I mean, nothing good comes from telling Slade that you think that you're responsible for the death of the women he loved. Love's the most powerful emotion, and that makes it the most dangerous," Sarah said as the motion sensor lost power and turned off. "Great," Oliver said. "You still know how to get to the cave?" Sarah asked. "Yeah, it's this way," Oliver said as he led Sarah. Line break, XX. End of flashback. Back at Naruto's apartment, Felicity was all dressed and ready for work as Naruto was dressed as well. That was normal except for the two guests in his living room, one of whom was possibly his godmother, who was supposed to be dead for about 5 years. Naruto escorted Felicity to the door. "Are you sure I should leave?" Felicity asked. "Yeah, it's fine. Look, just go about your day as normal and tell Oliver. I'll be busy for a while. I'll contact you guys when I'm done," Naruto said as he kissed her and she smiled. "I'll be fine. Go," Naruto said as she nodded and walked away. Naruto then closed the door as Tsunade then clapped her hands. "Well, now that that's done, I'm sure you have some—" Tsunade was cut off when she saw a katana pointed at her face. "Who are you?" Naruto asked with a glare. "Kid, relax, it's me," Tsunade said. "Yeah, right. My godmother died 5 years ago. Now I'm going to ask again, who are you?" Naruto asked. "It's me. I know you thought I was dead, but it was a lie. I wanted out of the life, so on my last mission, I faked my death. I wanted everyone to think I was dead. I got tired of the life, so Jiraiya helped me disappear. Tsunade said. Ha! You think I'm an idiot? Naruto asked. Easy, kid. It's the truth, Tsunade said. Oh yeah, then answer this. Who was the person you had a drunken one-night stand with? Naruto asked, as Tsunade wasn't comfortable answering that. Oh, come on, Tsunade said. Answer it, Naruto said. Ugh, Jiraiya, Tsunade said, as Naruto knew that was correct. I'm still not convinced. Naruto said as Tsunade got angry and then punched him in the face and sent him flying across the room and smacked against the wall. Geez, kid, it's me. I answered the one question that you know I never wanted to speak about again. Tsunade yelled as the other woman held her back. Lady Tsunade, please calm yourself, Shizune said. Ow, all right, you're granny. No one else acts like that except for Tsunade, Naruto said as he stood up and cracked his neck. Told you. Now. Tsunade was cut off again as Naruto hugged her close. She smiled and hugged back. I missed you, Naruto said. I missed you too. Tsunade said as she pat Naruto on the back as the two separated from the hug. Oh, sorry, Naruto, you remember my old assistant Shizune? It's nice to see you again, Naruto, Shizune said. Likewise, Shizune. I take it you helped Tsunade with her disappearing trick, Naruto said. Yes. I've also been able to expand on my training and have helped send out helpful leads to Konoha members. Just because I'm not out there fighting doesn't mean I can't help, Shizune said as Naruto smiled. How'd you do it? Jiraiya told us you were dead. Naruto said, I know, but he told you they found my body in a warehouse that exploded. Tsunade said as it clicked with Naruto. Oh wow, how did I not put it together? Naruto said as Tsunade smiled. So you went into a secret retirement? Yup, no one looks for a dead woman, Tsunade said. Why, Granny? Naruto asked. I got tired. I've been with Konoha for years, since I was a kid when my grandfather began to train me. Believe me, Naruto, I love Konoha and everyone. It's just that I got tired, Tsunade said as Naruto looked at her. Well, I can't say I agree with why you left, but I'm glad you're alive, Naruto said as Tsunade smiled. So what brings you to Starling City? Even though I'm dead, I still know the tricks of Konoha's spy connections, and Jiraiya does have his spy network out there. I keep tabs on it now and then, and I heard about an incident here in Starling. You and a woman named Laurel were kidnapped, and then the arrow saved you, Tsunade said. Yeah, Naruto said. Well, I came as soon as I could, and I can see that something is different, Tsunade said. Yeah, it's a long story, Naruto said as he sat down. Well, I'm here to help, Tsunade said as Shizune set up some equipment. Naruto then explained to Tsunade and Shizune about what he was told about the Mirakuru from Oliver, how it was Japanese early stem cell research to create human weapons and how it changes the body and mind. He also told them how he was able to walk away from 4 bullets to the chest and heal in a matter of hours, and the uncontrollable rage that nearly drove him to kill someone. Wow, that's a lot to take in. I mean, my training and the muscle-enhancing serum I use increases my strength, but I've never encountered rapid regeneration on the scale you're talking about, Tsunade said as Shizune took notes and also began a preliminary diagnosis and observation of Naruto, looking at his pupils, taking his pulse, and also checked his muscle reflexes as Naruto was a bit uncomfortable with what Shizune was doing. Is this really necessary? Naruto asked, as Shizune kept looking at him. Yes, Naruto. We needed to figure out what this Mirakuru has done to your body to best figure out how to help you, Tsunade said as Shizune then took out a syringe and stabbed Naruto. Hey, Naruto said as Shizune and Tsunade chuckled as Shizune took some blood. Sorry, Naruto, but with a blood sample, we can figure out what's going on, Shizune said as she took the syringe and went over to the medical equipment to analyze the blood. It's not my blood I'm worried about, it's my strength and my mind. When I went berserk, I was incredibly strong, and I've been having nightmares since. I need help to control my strength, and to control myself as well, Naruto said as Tsunade looked at him and saw he was a bit scared. Don't worry, Naruto. We're here to help, Tsunade said. Line break XXX. Night had settled over the rest of Starling as Laurel was in her apartment when she heard a knock on the door and opened it and saw her dad. She opened the door and he walked right in. No, please, Dad, come right in, Laurel said as her dad walked around and saw the place was a mess. Well, I guess you're going for that lived-in look, Lance said. Can't afford a housekeeper without a job, Laurel said as she sat down on her couch and read a book. Got enough beverage money, I see, Lance said, looking at all the empty bottles of wine. I'm going to need to crack open another bottle if we're going to fight, Laurel said. I didn't come here to fight, Lance said. Then why are you here? Because I'm fine, really. In fact, I have a job interview at Joanna's new firm, Laurel said. That's good. Good, but the real reason I came here is because you realized that you didn't reach your weekly quota of reminding me how much I'm ruining my life. Laurel interrupted. It's 'cause I miss you, Laurel, Lance said as he sat down next to her. For a long time, it was just you and me. Whatever else was going on, no matter how bad either of us was doing, we didn't disappear on each other. Because you're my family, and I miss my family. So how about we have dinner? You and me tonight. I already ate, Laurel said. How about tomorrow night? Lance asked. Sure, Laurel said. Dinner tomorrow. Thank you, Lance said as he left. Back at the Arrow Cave, Oliver was training on the salmon ladder and talking about the training with Roy. How's it going with Roy? Diggle asked Oliver, who climbed up to another ledge on the salmon ladder. Not well? Oliver grunted as he climbed another ledge. I don't know the kid all too well, but he seems to be 5 kinds of angry, Diggle said. You might be underestimating. Roy was mad at the world before he was injected with the Mirakuru, Oliver said. You say you've seen this before? Diggle asked. Slade Wilson, he was my friend, Oliver said. Troubling use of past tense there, Felicity said. I thought I could help him control it. I was wrong. But I know more now, and I'm not going to make the same mistake with Roy, Oliver said as the computer went off. What's that? Diggle asked as Felicity activated the computer. Iron Heights. Due to their low security post-quake, I thought it would be a good idea to keep an eye on their internal communications for a while, Felicity said. You hacked into a prison system network, Oliver asked. Is that judgment I'm hearing? Felicity asked. Pride, Oliver said. Iron Heights just put out a bolo on Ben Turner, aka Bronze Tiger, which, BTW, is a terrible nickname, because tigers are not bronze, Felicity said. Turner escaped? Oliver asked. Killed 10 guards on the way out, Felicity said. You think that would have made the news? Diggle said. Iron Heights is better at keeping secrets than they are at keeping prisoners, Felicity said. Any idea where he's headed? Oliver asked. No, Felicity said. Get one, Oliver said as he walked to his hood. Should we get Naruto? Diggle asked. Naruto's busy right now. I'll contact him and let him know what's going on, Felicity said. Line break, X. Back with Naruto, Tsunade was walking him through some new meditation exercises that would help calm his mind. From what Naruto told her, his anger and rage clouded his mind and impacted his judgment, so the best way to fix that was to gain complete control over your mind. Naruto was sitting in a meditative position, his eyes closed and breathing in and out, as he seemed to be at peace. But that was soon ended when he was hit across the head with a wooden yardstick. Hey, what was that for? Naruto asked as he saw Tsunade standing above him with the yardstick. Training, meditation and finding your center is good and all, but it won't be of much use if you're not able to do it properly. For example, in situations of stress or annoyance, Tsunade said as she bonked Naruto on the head again. Hey, Naruto said, find your peace. If what you said is true about the Mirakuru, you're going to need complete mastery of your mind, Tsunade said as Naruto glared at her and then began to try and focus. Tsunade kept bonking Naruto on the head and even began poking and pinching him as Naruto felt himself getting irritated. He could feel some anger beginning to form and began to feel his mind slip, but he was quickly brought out of his thoughts when Shizune spoke. Lady Tsunade, Naruto's blood work is done, Shizune said as Naruto and Tsunade walked over to Shizune, who had set up a lot of medical equipment, including a small centrifuge, a laptop, a microscope, and a small case that held some medicinal herbs and special elixirs and liquids that Tsunade had made over the years. And what do we got? Tsunade asked. Honestly, it's like nothing I've ever seen before, Shizune said as she brought up some images of Naruto's blood on the laptop. It showed a picture of Naruto's blood from the microscope, but it was very different than a normal view of a blood sample. Naruto's red blood vessels and white blood cells were much larger, and there were a higher number of them. Probably the Mirakuru serum's affect of healing. Impressive, Tsunade said as she saw the blood sample. The Mirakuru serum not only increased your strength, but it's also increased your healing. The increased amount of red blood cells means you won't bleed out as much, and the white blood cells make sure your body stays healthier. This is incredible. Yeah, incredible. Anything you can see to possible cure it? Naruto asked. Sorry, Naruto. This is only a rough understanding of it. To even think about curing this, which I'm not sure is possible, I would need the original documents and recipe, Shizune said. But this does give us an idea of what this is doing to your body, Tsunade said as she began to write stuff down and handed it to Shizune. And that's the best starting point. Shizune, get to work on the items on this list, and Naruto, let's continue training. Now to train your newfound strength, Tsunade said as Naruto smiled. His phone then went off, and he saw it was Felicity. Naruto, I wouldn't go out on patrol tonight or put on your hood just yet, Tsunade told him. But I need to. They may need my help, Naruto said. I know, but until you get better control on your new abilities, you'd be more of a liability than help, Tsunade told him. Lady Tsunade is right, Naruto. We have just broken the surface on the Mirakuru. You just need to be patient, Shizune said as Naruto looked at them and knew they were right. Line break. XXX. Naruto flashback. 7 years ago, Naruto was in his junior year of college and was home for spring break. His parents were happy to have their son back after being at school, and they were all together in the kitchen making dinner when the doorbell went off. I'll get it, Naruto said as he walked to the door and opened it to see Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya. Hey kid, how's college? Jiraiya asked as Naruto smiled and hugged them. Mom, Dad, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune are here, Naruto called out as his parents walked out of the kitchen and were happy to see them here. They all enjoyed a little reunion and a nice dinner. After dinner, they ate some desserts and enjoyed a nice conversation. So Naruto's, how's it been in college? Any girls you find interesting yet? Jiraiya asked as Tsunade bonked him on the head. Don't be a perv, Tsunade said. Not really, pervy sage, Naruto said. Good. You need to focus on your studies first. And if you do meet a girl, she should be funny, smart, and very kind, Minato said. Just like me, Kushina said. Yeah, and ill-tempered, Naruto whispered. What was that? Kushina asked. Nothing, Naruto quickly said. So Naruto, how's your training been? Tsunade asked. Well, I've stayed in shape and try to practice as much as I can, but it's a bit hard to try train at Columbia. I can't exactly carry swords and a bow to the gym. Naruto joked. Well, let's see if you're not slipping, Tsunade said as she stood up. Seriously? Naruto asked. Come on, kid. Let's see if you can take your godmother, Tsunade said as Naruto chuckled and stood up. They all walked over to the training room in the house. A large training mat was set up on the floor, racks and shelves of training weapons, wooden swords, bow staffs, training dummies, and a whole bunch of other training supplies. Naruto took off his shoes and stood on the training mat and grabbed a wooden sword as Tsunade stood across from Naruto with a sword in her hand. Shall we? Tsunade asked. Age before beauty. Naruto joked as Tsunade glared at him and the two began to fight. Naruto charged forward and lunged with his sword as Tsunade blocked the lung and then swung her fist at Naruto's head, but Naruto ducked. He ducked and spun around Tsunade and brought his sword to hit her head, but she then put her sword behind her back to block it. Tsunade then swung her elbow at Naruto, but Naruto ducked and kneed Tsunade in the back, getting some distance. Naruto and Tsunade then fought sword for sword, striking and blocking, and kept on fighting. Blocking strikes and slashes from the side or head, countering and parrying attacks, as the two seemed pretty even. Naruto then blocked a sword strike to the head, rolled forward and put his sword in reverse grip and stabbed it backward, but Tsunade blocked the slash and swung at his stomach. Naruto then stabbed the sword in the ground to block the slash and then did a windmill kick at Tsunade, who raised her foot to avoid it. She then swung down hard as Naruto used his sword to block, but Tsunade's strength broke the sword in half. Naruto then rolled backward and threw 3 punches at her head and body, but she blocked them, and then he delivered a kick to her side. She then grabbed his leg while it was still in the air and spun him. Naruto spun in the air and then rolled on his back as Tsunade them jumped in the air and stabbed her wooden sword right next to his head. "Done. You've still got a lot to learn," Tsunade said as she saw Naruto smirked and saw his broken wooden sword pointed at her stomach. "I know, but I'm getting better," Naruto said as Tsunade smiled and helped him up. "That you are, kid. You'll be a force of nature one day," Tsunade said. "Nah? Well, that's something we kind of want to avoid," Kushina said as she walked over and hugged Naruto. Line break 6, end of flashback. Happening at the same time that Naruto is training with Tsunade. Back with Oliver, he was having another training session with Roy. He brought a training dummy and was going through fighting forms and then ended with a punch to the dummy head. "Now you," Arrow told Roy. "Go slowly," Arrow said as Roy walked up to the training dummy with a semi-annoyed look and began punching the middle with some force. "Stop. This is not about learning to throw a punch. This is about learning to control your strength," Arrow told him. Roy then went through the training exercise. First water slapping, now this. "When are you going to run out of ideas to make me look stupid?" Roy said in anger as he punched the head off of the training dummy. "All I'm learning is new ways to get pissed off, and in case you haven't noticed, I'm already good at that." "There's nothing wrong with anger, Roy. Anger is energy. But you need to learn to channel it in a positive way," Arrow said. "Like putting the hurt on guys going after the city. Let me try hitting something that'll actually hit back," Roy said. "Too soon," Arrow said. "Get me out there with you. One night, all this, it would be a lot easier to take," Roy told him as Oliver thought for a moment. Oliver then heard his cell phone go off and answered it. "Go ahead," Arrow said. SCPD's network just lit up with a fresh homicide. Multiple stab wounds, like claw marks, Diggle said. The victim was an architect. Tuna ransacked his place, took blueprints of his designs. One of the aforementioned designs, Malcolm Merlin's house. "I don't know much about architecture, but this can't be good," Felicity said. "What would Turner want with Merlin's house?" Arrow asked. "Not sure yet. All of Malcolm's holdings, including the house, are in receivership," Felicity told him. "Who's that you're talking to?" Roy asked. "Oh, wait, let me guess. You can't tell me that either." "Any word from Kitsune?" Arrow asked. "I've tried calling him, but no answer," Felicity said as Arrow made a decision, not sure if it was the right one, but a decision nonetheless. "A guy I put in prison got out, and I have an idea where he's headed." "Do you have one of your hoodies?" Arrow asked. "Do you seriously have to ask?" Roy asked jokingly. The Arrow took Roy to Malcolm Merlin's mansion in the suburbs of Starling City. They snuck in through a window and walked around the second floor of the mansion to see a lot of things covered up with tarps or gathering dust. "Whatever happens, whoever we run into, do not engage," Arrow told Roy as Roy looked around and picked up a picture. "And don't touch anything." "This is his kid, right? The guy that died?" Roy asked as Oliver saw Roy picked up a picture of Tommy. "Yes," Arrow said. "You know your way around this place? You been here before?" Roy asked. Arrow kept walking, but then heard some noise coming from a floor below. "What was that?" "It came from underground. Merlin has a large garage. Let's go," Arrow said. In Merlin's garage, Ben Turner and a group of men walked into the garage looking to take something and had a large truck to transport whatever it was. Turner walked over to the far wall and saw some shutters and an electronic lock. He used his claws and destroyed the keypad, causing the electronic lock to short-circuit. Turner opened the shutter and saw what they came for. "What the hell is that?" the mercenary asked. "Looks like a prototype," Turner said. "Of what?" the merc asked. "A machine that killed 503 people, Merlin's earthquake machine," Turner said as the merc and his men loaded it in the truck. "Okay, a simple snatch and grab. Don't know why Mr. Armitage thought we needed you," the merc said. "For that," Turner said as they saw the Arrow and some kid with a red hoodie enter the garage. The merc went back to the truck as Oliver saw the device and immediately recognized it. "Step away from the device. You don't know what it is you're dealing with," Arrow said. Big machine. Makes earthquakes, Turner asked rhetorically. Do you have any ideas what happens if the wrong people have it? Arrow asked. Yeah, I get paid. Close it up, Turner said as the mercs closed the truck. The Arrow shot an arrow at Turner, but he slashed it with his claws. The Arrow fought Turner while Roy ran to the truck. Arrow blocked and dodged claw strikes from Turner, and Turner ducked under kicks and punches. The merc started the truck as Roy smashed the driver's seat window, pulled him out and threw him on the ground. Roy then stepped on the gun and destroyed it. That thing killed 8 of my friends, Roy growled as he punched the merc in the face over and over again. Turner kicked the Arrow to the ground and ran back to the truck, started it and drove away. Arrow fired 3 arrows at the truck, but the truck got away. Arrow then saw Roy continuously punching the merc in the face and was going to kill him. Hey, that's enough, Arrow said as he grabbed Roy's arm and stopped him. Line break, each XX. After the fiasco at Merlin's mansion, Oliver sent Roy home and returned to the Arrow cave as Felicity and Diggle saw Oliver was in a mood. Uh-oh. You got angry face, Felicity said. What happened? Diggle asked. Roy Harper, Oliver said. You took him out on the field. He wasn't listening to me, Diggle. I'm trying to reach him, but he lost control. Then he nearly killed somebody, which I obviously couldn't let happen, and in the process, Turner got away, Felicity said, finishing his sentence. What was he there to steal? Merlin's art collection, Felicity asked. Something much more dangerous. It's a prototype earthquake machine, Oliver said. Oh, holy God, Diggle said. Why would Turner want to destroy the city? Felicity asked. He doesn't. He's a mercenary selling his services to the highest bidder, Oliver said as he took out a watch from his pocket. This watch belonged to one of the guys that Turner was working with. Fingerprints, Felicity said. Turner's are longer, which means that this guy works for his client. Fingerprint equals name equals known associates. I'm on it, Felicity said as she began to work on her computer. It was the look in Roy's eyes. It was Slade all over again, Oliver said. Oliver, what happened with Slade? Diggle asked. Me. Someone killed Shadow. Slade loved Shadow, and it was my fault, Oliver said as Diggle and Felicity looked at him. I wanted to tell him, because it would have been better coming from me, but I didn't. And he found out another way, Felicity said. If I had just told him the truth, I could have gotten through to him, Oliver said. And that's why it's so important for you to get through to Roy, Diggle said. I lived a 5-year nightmare. But if I learned something that could help me reach Roy now, it'll all be worth it, Oliver said. Oliver then restocked on some weapons as Felicity diligently tried to find the person who the watch belonged to. As she was on the computer, she also texted Naruto to see if he could possibly help. Back with Naruto, he and Tsunade were in the middle of training. Naruto's new strength. They were in Naruto's garage at his apartment, so they didn't accidentally break anything in his apartment. Tsunade had set up a large pile of bricks, a training dummy, and had a bow and quiver of arrows set up with a target at the far end of the garage. Here are some of the training exercises I did to control my strength when I first created my strength serum, Tsunade said. Bricks? Naruto asked. Trust me. Now first put the brick down and grab the bow, Tsunade said as Naruto put the brick down and grabbed the bow and an arrow. Now pull the string back and fire at the target. Naruto did that, but when he pulled back, the string snapped. What the? Naruto asked. I switched out the string from the bow and replaced it with waxed linen string, which is a lot weaker than that Dacron polyester strings we use in our bows. So it takes precise muscle and strength control to use without breaking. It also helps you learn control over your new strength, Tsunade said as she quickly replaced the broken string with a new string. Try again. Naruto took the bow and looked at the target and then the bow. He pulled the bow up, grabbed the bowstring, and slowly pulled it back. When the string reached his face, the top knot snapped from the bow. This may take a while, Naruto said as he replaced the string again. After about an hour of trying and several broken strings and even a broken bow, Naruto was beginning to get frustrated. Easy, Naruto. I know this is difficult, but it's necessary, Tsunade said as Naruto huffed. Okay, let's try again, Tsunade said as Naruto replaced the bowstring. Breathe, Naruto. Everything your body does needs to breathe. Every muscle in your arm, every bone in your body, your mind and your soul. Breathe, Tsunade said as Naruto breathed in and out. He slowed his heart rate, closed his eyes, and calmed down. He let his hands and arms relax as he then pulled his bow up. He grabbed an arrow and put it on the string. He took a breath and then pulled the arrow and string back slowly, using very careful strength. He was able to pull the string back enough so it hit his cheek, and then released the string, and the arrow flew through the air and hit the dead center of the target. Naruto smiled as Tsunade clapped. Well done, Tsunade said. Again. Line break exceed 6. Back with Roy, he walked into Verdant looking for Thea and saw her walking down from the manager's office on the second floor. Thea was walking down the stairs as she saw Roy walked in. Oh, thank God you're here. I need your help, Thea said as Roy walked up to her. I have to talk to you. It's important, Roy said. Okay, you look stressed out. Is everything okay? Thea asked. You have to leave town. Grab your mother and your brother if you can and leave, Roy said to her. It's just for a few days. A reason would be nice, Thea said. I need you to trust me, Thea, Roy said. I do. I can't up and leave with my family without a reason, Thea said. No, you have to, Roy said. Roy, you're not making any sense right now. Would you just tell me what's going on? Thea asked. No, why aren't you listening to me? I need you to listen to me, Roy said as he began to squeeze her arm. Roy, you're hurting me, Thea shouted as Roy saw what he was doing and removed his hand, but it was shaking. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Roy said as he left. I know, wait, Thea said as Roy left the club, leaving Thea worried and confused. Back with Laurel, she had just arrived at Joanna's new law firm. She walked into Joanna's new office and saw her working on some papers. Well, your work environment has definitely improved since CNRI. This place is bigger than my apartment, Laurel said as she hugged Joanna. Well, there is a limit to the glamour, unfortunately. I spend my days in document production and answering interrogatories, Joanna said as her office phone went off. It doesn't feel like practicing law as much as pushing papers. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were trying to talk me out of the job here, Laurel joked while Joanna had a serious, gloomy look. I guess I do know better. I'm sorry, Joanna said. What's going on? Laurel asked. One of the partners serves on the Bar Association's disciplinary committee and, well, when I sent your resume, he did some checking, Joanna said as Laurel realized what was going on. That was a complete misunderstanding. I mean, sure, yeah, I had some problems, but I'm fine now, Laurel said. The bar is going to open disciplinary proceedings, Joanna said. What for? Laurel asked. Conduct affecting your fitness to practice, Joanna said as Laurel scoffed. That's ridiculous, Laurel said. I know, but while this is out there, the firm can't hire you, Joanna said. Thanks, Laurel said as tears began to form and she walked out as Joanna went up to her. Thanks for letting me know. I have to go. Laurel, we can fight this, okay? I'll help you and I need some time to process. I'll call you, Laurel said as she left. Back with Naruto, after about a few dozen shots with the bow and arrow, and Naruto feeling comfortable with the exercise, it was time for the next part of the training. Tsunade placed some bricks over some pieces of wood, like a martial arts studio would if they wanted to demonstrate brick breaking. Tsunade placed one brick as Naruto wondered what was going on. So we're breaking bricks now? Naruto asked. Pretty much, but this is still strength controlling. Now that we've got precise muscle control with the bow exercise, let's try precise power release, Tsunade said. Now punch right through the brick. Naruto walked up to the brick, brought his hand up and smashed it to pieces. Tsunade then placed 2 bricks on the training stool and Naruto smashed through them with ease. See, I got this down, Naruto said. Sure, but this is precise power release, Tsunade said as she placed 3 bricks on the stool. Now I want you to do the same thing. But only break 2 bricks. 2? Naruto asked. Only 2. This is where the precise power release comes into play. You have to choose the right amount of strength to use. You can't just swing and punch wildly. With your new strength, you can seriously hurt someone, so let's try and prevent that, Tsunade said as Naruto looked at the bricks and opened and closed his fist. He then took a deep breath and swung down at the bricks, smashing completely through 2 and cracked the 3rd halfway through. Not bad. Now try again, Tsunade said as she replaced the broken bricks. Naruto concentrated, breathing in and out at a slow pace, and clenched his fist. He then swung up and then down and smashed the first 2 bricks and kept the third one intact. Excellent, we're making some headway here. Let's keep going, Tsunade said as they kept on training. Line break, XX. Oliver noticed it was time to meet with Roy to continue his training and talk to him about what happened at the mansion. He got suited up and put on his hood and was waiting at the warehouse as Roy walked in. You're late, Arrow said. I tried to get my girlfriend to leave town, but she won't. Roy said as Arrow stood up, worried that Roy got Thea involved. You cannot bring her into this, Arrow told him. But how am I supposed to lie to her and protect her at the same time? Roy asked. How do you do it? How do you keep secrets from people in your life? By remembering it's the only way to keep them safe, Arrow said. No, keeping them safe is what keeps them safe. Telling people the truth. But you won't tell me anything. Not about the Mirakuru and this other guy. You got me slapping water and hitting dummies instead, Roy said as his anger began to boil. Roy, you're spiraling and you need to calm down, Arrow told her. No, I need to save Thea, Roy said as he moved to leave, but Arrow grabbed his arm. That thing is out in the open because of you. I think you've done enough, Arrow said. Let go of me, Roy said as his frustration began to grow. Roy, I said let go of me, Roy shouted. Get control. If not for me or yourself, then do it for Thea, Arrow said as Roy pulled his arm away. What the hell do you know about Thea? Don't you talk about her? Roy shouted as he tried to swing at the arrow, but Arrow just moved to the side and Roy missed. Roy spun around and swung twice at the arrow's head, but the arrow just backed away and ducked. He then grabbed Roy's punch, spun him around, pushed him forward, and then grabbed his hoodie, which choked Roy. Are you done? Arrow asked as Roy began to boil with anger. He then spun around and pushed the arrow at least 20 feet away and crashed into the training table they used. No, I'm not done, Roy said as he walked up to the arrow, his frustration and anger very apparent and seemed to be controlling his actions. I'm going to stop this thing. And if you want to stop me, try. Try putting another arrow in me. Go ahead, 'cause I heal fast now, but if you get in my way, then I'll give you a look at that anger you're so worried about me losing control of, Roy said as he left. Oliver returned to the arrow cave as Felicity gave him an ice pack to put on his neck. He told them both what happened with Roy, and it was going to be a problem. You both scoffed when I said we should invest in an X-ray machine down here, Felicity said. What do you want to do about Roy? Diggle asked as Oliver didn't seem to have an answer and wanted to change the subject. Where are we with the fingerprint? Oliver asked. I struck out on domestic agencies, but I'm checking Interpol, PRC Public Security, and MVD databases now, Felicity said as she scrolled through the monitors on the computers. Oliver, I know you've taken on Roy and why, but Roy slayed a lot of guys I served with. Exhale. Some people are just broken, man, and nobody can put them back together, Diggle said. I refuse to believe that, Oliver told Diggle. I'm not letting what happened to Slade happen to Roy. I'm not. Then Oliver's phone went off. Diggle picked it up off the counter and saw it was Thea calling for him and handed him the phone. Yeah, Oliver answered. Are you near the club? Thea asked as Oliver looked up to the club above his lair. I'm pretty close, why? Oliver asked. Laurel's here, and she doesn't look good, Thea said as she saw Laurel drinking at the bar and wasn't looking good. Hey, Laurel's upstairs, Oliver whispered to Felicity as Felicity brought up the club's security cameras and they saw Laurel at the bar. Laurel just finished drink and was leaning on the bar as the bartender walked by. Excuse me, can I get something with olives? I don't care what it is, as long as there are a lot of olives, Laurel said as Oliver walked up next to her. How about coffee? Oliver asked. Coffee and olives? Bad combination, Laurel said as Thea walked over as well. What are you doing? Oliver asked Laurel. This is where it's happening, right? The big club? Laurel said as the bartender handed her a martini. Laurel, go home, Thea said, hating to see Laurel like this. Thea Queen, telling me enough is enough. Now that is priceless. Laurel joked but saw Thea and Oliver were serious and stopped. Fine, bar me from your bar. That's today's theme, right? Disbarment. Laurel, are you being disbarred? Oliver asked. Yeah, looks like my law career's over. But you know what? Maybe Thea here can hire me as a waitress. Or, Ollie, I could come be your secretary, but that would mean you would have to fire her, Laurel said, pointing to Felicity, who was standing next to the stairs. Hi, Laurel. How are you? Felicity asked. Laurel moved to get her keys, but Oliver grabbed them first. Did you need to borrow my car? Did your limo break down? Laurel joked as she leaned on Oliver. Get her a cab, please. Oliver told Thea, who nodded. Oliver then walked over to Felicity. The fingerprint was in Interpol's database. The guy worked for Milo Armitage. He's a black market arms merchant, Felicity said. He's trying to sell the device. I need for you to search for any indication that Armitage is in Starling. Oliver told her. I already did. His ship filed a loading manifest at the Starling City docks. I'll get you the slip number, Felicity said as she walked back to the cave, as Oliver looked at Laurel and decided to make a call. Hi, it's Oliver. I just ran into Laurel and something's wrong. She needs you. Oliver said as he hung up and left, missing that the man sitting next to Laurel at the bar watched Laurel leave the bar and slip an empty vial in his jacket pocket. Back with Naruto, he was up to the last part of the brick-breaking exercise. He had gotten the hang of up and was on the last part of the exercise. Tsunade had set not a pyramid of 22 bricks, and the goal was to use enough strength so that he only smashed 16 of the bricks, and the bottom 6 would be unscratched, which was the ultimate test of complete mastery of his new Mirakuru strength. He closed his eyes and concentrated, and the smashed down and split 19 bricks, with the bottom 3 bricks remaining completely intact. Not bad. But you're getting there, Tsunade said as she replaced the bricks as Naruto smiled. He felt more comfortable with his strength, but he had no idea what would happen in the field. Naruto then felt his phone ring and saw it was Felicity. He didn't answer her call before, so this time he decided he would. Hey Felicity, what's up? Naruto asked as Tsunade saw him talk on the phone and was happy that Naruto found a special someone. Wait, what? Whoa, Felicity, slow down. What? Ben Turner? All right, Naruto said as he looked back at Tsunade and made a decision. No, I'll be there, Naruto said as he hung up and walked to the door and went back to his apartment as Tsunade followed him. Naruto, what's going on? Who's Ben Turner? Tsunade asked. Guy I helped put away. He's out and he's up to something big, and Felicity needs my help, Naruto said as he walked back into his apartment and into his room as Shizune came out of the bathroom. Naruto went to his room to get dressed in a spare outfit since he didn't want to waste time going to the cave when he would just use a spare. Naruto, we agreed that you shouldn't go out in the field until we learn more about this Mirakuru, and you have complete control, Tsunade said. And when will that be? When I can punch through a building without it crumbling down, Naruto said as he put on his jacket. Naruto, we're in uncharted territory here, and from what you told us, you could put a lot of people in danger, including Felicity, Tsunade told him. They'll be in danger if I do nothing, Naruto shouted as Tsunade and Shizune were a bit taken back by his screaming. Turner is out there with a device that could kill millions of people, including Felicity, and I am not going to let that happen, Naruto said as he strapped on his vambraces. Naruto, I understand you want to protect her. No, you don't. You quit being a shinobi. You turned your back on everything my parents stood for and faked your own death just because you didn't want to fight anymore. Well, I am not you. I made a vow to honor my parents' death by promising to never stop protecting people. And I promised myself that I would do anything protect Felicity, Naruto said as he strapped on his swords and left for the garage as Tsunade watched him leave, still shocked. My lady, it's all right, Shizune. Something tells me that Naruto's been keeping that bottled in for a while. Come, let me help you finish the project, Tsunade said as Shizune nodded. Line break XX. At the shipping yard of Starling City, Ben Turner was meeting with Milo Armitage and his men as they were securing the earthquake device into a shipping container, and Turner was being wired his payment. $10 million, I believe, was the negotiated amount, Armitage said as he showed Turner his phone and the money was transferred. Congratulations, you're now in a new tax bracket. Just out of curiosity, you pay me $10 million and you get 3 times that, Armitage said. You already have a buyer, Turner asked as Armitage nodded. I recommend that you stay clear of Markovia for a few months. I believe our business is now concluded, Armitage said as Turner nodded. They then heard a zip line go by as the Arrow dropped down in the shipping yard. "Not yet," the Arrow said as he shot one of Armitage's men. Turner ran away as Arrow fired another shot in Armitage's leg, preventing him from escaping. The Arrow walked forward and saw that Turner ran. "Looks like your partner abandoned you," Arrow said. "He's not my partner, he's someone I hired to do a job," Armitage said as Turner jumped down from a crate and stabbed the Arrow in the back, pushing him down and keeping him pinned. And it turns out, it was money well spent. The Arrow then kicked Turner away from him and pulled his claws out, but then heard the cocking of a gun and saw another of Armitage's men, with his gun pointed right at him, walk up next to Turner. "Just too dumb to stay down," Turner said as he and the goon were then pushed away from the Arrow by Roy, who had arrived. The goon pulled out his gun and pointed it at Roy, but Roy just swatted it away and punched the goon across the face and knocked him further away. Turner got up and saw Roy, but before he could charge at him, a kunai flew through the air and hit the ground near his feet. He then looked up to see Kitsune jump off a storage container and land on the ground and stare at him. "I've been wondering where you went." "Time for round 2, Turner said as Kitsune drew one of his swords and the two fought. Arrow stood up and saw that Kitsune had arrived, but also saw Armitage walk away and pull out the detonator switch for the earthquake device. "Don't do it, you'll kill everyone here," Arrow yelled. "If I don't deliver this device to my buyer in Markovia, I'm dead anyway," Armitage said as he activated the detonator. "No," Arrow yelled as the earthquake device turned on, and Armitage destroyed the detonator so it couldn't be deactivated. Arrow then knocked out Armitage with a punch across the face and then fired an explosive arrow at the storage container, but it didn't open. He fired another as it exploded against the container, but it was still in one piece. The Arrow looked to see Kitsune occupied with his fight against Bronze Tiger, but saw Roy punching the mercenary in the face and needed his help. With Kitsune, he was fighting against Turner as the two fought near some extra shipping containers near the docks. Kitsune was using one of his swords and his spiked forearm guards to block Turner's tiger claws as Turner pushed the offensive. Turner swung at Kitsune's head as Kitsune used his vambraces to block the strike and then blocked Turner's swing to his midsection using his katana. Kitsune then pushed Turner away, stabbed forward with his katana as Turner then blocked and parried the strike with his claws and then sliced Kitsune in the leg and then in the stomach as Kitsune reared back a bit. Turner then smirked as he pulled his fist back and launched it forward, determined to deliver a claw strike to the heart. But Kitsune reached up and grabbed his wrist and stopped him. Turner was shocked that Kitsune was able to recover so fast. The slice to the tendons in the leg and stomach should have kept him in pain, but he seemed fine. He then began to twist Turner's slowly as Turner swung with his other arm, but Kitsune caught that one as well. Turner then looked at Kitsune and saw a determination and strength look that he didn't remember seeing when they fought before. Kitsune continued to twist as the pain kept rising. Turner was then forced to his knees and dropped his claws as Kitsune then kicked Turner in the air and knocked him against a shipping container as Turner hit the ground hard and groaned in pain. Turner then grabbed one pair of his claws, stood up and swung at Kitsune's head as Kitsune ducked under and spun around Turner and then punched him in the stomach, hard enough that he was sent flying 20 feet away and tumbled across the ground. Turner groaned in pain and looked up at Kitsune, who walked up to him. "What happened to you?" Turner asked as he then fell down unconscious. "A lot happened," Kitsune said as he looked at his hands, and they weren't shaking. He then clenched his fist and smiled. He had control. He then tied up Turner with ninja wire as he heard an explosion, as Turner and Kitsune are fighting. Roy kept punching the merc in the face as he was unconscious. Roy kept swinging and cursing and swearing as his rage kept him swinging at the merc. Roy, I need you to stop. Roy, I need your help. Roy, stop. Roy, I need you to stop." Roy heard as his arm was grabbed. He turned and saw the hand of the Arrow grabbed his arm, but his hood and mask were off to reveal it was Oliver, Thea's brother. "The earthquake device is in there. The steel is military grade, built to withstand a bomb, but not you," Oliver said as Roy shook his head. "Think about Thea, because she could die without your help. I know you love her, because I've seen it. Save my sister. Control. Focus on Thea. She needs you right now, or she is dead. Everyone is dead." Oliver said as Roy took a large breath and tightened his fist so it wasn't shaking. They then walked up to the storage container and Roy punched through the steel and made a hole. Oliver then shoved an explosive arrow with a 5-second timer and they ran away. After 5 seconds, the arrow exploded and destroyed the earthquake device and the container as well. Roy then looked at Oliver and still couldn't believe he was the arrow. "You're—" "Yeah," Oliver said. "Last year you saved my life. And I don't mean from the guy who kidnapped me, I mean you saved me. You gave me purpose." Roy said as he stuck his hand out, and Oliver looked at Roy with a small smile. Oliver then shook Roy's hand. "We're just getting started," Oliver said as Roy nodded. Naruto was in the distance and saw Roy and Oliver and smiled. He would stop by the cave to see Felicity, it's been a while, after he took care of some business. Line break, XXX. Naruto returned to his apartment and saw that Tsunade was drinking some tea and sitting on the couch. But he didn't see Shizune. Kurama yipped as he saw Naruto return and walked over to him as Naruto smiled and pet Kurama on the head as Tsunade turned and saw Naruto. "I'm guessing your night out went well?" Tsunade asked. "Yeah, it did," Naruto said, feeling bad about what he said before he left. "Tsunade, I'm sorry for what I said before I left." "No, it's all right, Naruto." Naruto looked up as Tsunade stood up. "Something tells me that you've been keeping that bottled up since you found out I was alive." "You're right, Naruto. I did turn my back on everyone when I left. I don't really have a good excuse, but it was my decision to make, and I've faced consequences for that." "But you," Tsunade said as she walked up to him and placed her hands on his shoulders, "are not me. I know that much. You won't ever stop doing this. That's why I want to give you something." "What?" Naruto asked. Tsunade reached around her neck and took off her jade necklace she got from her grandfather. "I want you to have this," Tsunade said. "Granny, this is yours though," Naruto said. "I know. I remember when my grandfather first gave me this, he told me to live by the #1 code of Konoha for as long as I live. To never stop protecting the innocent. I can't say that I've been able to keep the code alive, but I know you can," Tsunade said as she handed him the necklace. "I don't know what to say," Naruto said. "You don't have to say anything. Just know that I am proud of you," Tsunade said as she kissed his forehead and hugged Naruto as Naruto hugged back. "Thanks, Granny," Naruto said as Tsunade glared a little, but then chuckled and bonked him on the head. "Just promise me one thing, never stop fighting to protect the people you care for," Tsunade said. "Believe it," Naruto said as Tsunade smiled. Then Shizune walked in, carrying in some bags. "Lady Tsunade, that's everything," Shizune said. "You're leaving?" Naruto asked. "Yup, I came here to make sure you were okay and help you. My job is done. We've done all we can to help you. The rest is up to you," Tsunade said as Shizune handed her a case. She then opened it and showed it to Naruto to reveal 5 vials of greenish-blue liquid and a jet injector. "Shizune and I made these for you." "What are they?" Naruto asked. "Enhanced muscle relaxants and brain stimulants. We made a serum that will help you if something happens. We'll keep on working to try and understand the Mirakuru more, but this should help until we find more answers. This will help if you find yourself slipping or your strength gets too much," Tsunade said as she handed him the case. "Thanks, Granny. So where are you going?" Naruto asked. "Well, I'll head back to Vegas for a little," Tsunade said as Naruto glared at her and shook his head. "And after, I'll find Jiraiya. I have some unfinished business to discuss," she said as he smiled. "Take care of yourself," Naruto said as Tsunade smiled and grabbed her bag as Shizune walked up to Naruto and they hugged. "Stay safe, Naruto," Shizune said. "I will, and keep an eye on her," Naruto said as Shizune nodded and the two grabbed their bags and walked out the door as Tsunade turned to him one last time. "Take care, Naruto. And if you ever need anything, I'll be there," Tsunade said as Naruto nodded, and she left as Naruto smiled as he looked at the jade necklace in his hands and then put it around his neck and then left to see Oliver, Diggle and Felicity at the cave. Oliver returned to the Arrow Cave and told Felicity and Diggle what happened. He destroyed the earthquake device and stopped Armitage from selling the device, and Turner was sent back to jail. He even mentioned that Naruto was fine since he helped in the fight, so Felicity felt a bit better. But he then mentioned that he showed Roy who the Arrow really was, which did raise a serious issue. So, the secret society gets a new member, Diggle said as Oliver was getting his wounds fixed by Felicity. Where is he now? Home, he's processing, Oliver said as Felicity finished bandaging the wound and Oliver put on a sweatshirt. When I found out who you and Naruto really were, I processed my way through a pint of mint chip. I stress eat, Felicity said as Oliver and Diggle chuckled. Speaking of stress, I'm not trying to Monday morning quarterback here. It's Wednesday. Didn't all of this start because you were worried that Roy's marble collection was on the short side? She has a point, Oliver. Roy's a loose cannon. Now he knows your secret, Diggle said. You're right, and I wasn't thinking about the consequences. I only knew that I needed his strength, his power. On the island, Sarah told me that love is the most powerful emotion. Well, the Arrow couldn't get Roy to think about Thea. But I could, Oliver said. She's right. Love is the most powerful, but it's also the most dangerous. They heard as they saw Naruto walk in. Naruto, Felicity said as she ran up to him and hugged him as Naruto hugged back. Oliver and Diggle smiled to see Naruto back after being gone for a while. Sorry, I've been unavailable for a while, but it was for a good reason, Naruto said. Really? Diggle asked as he shook Naruto's hand. Yup, had some family matters to deal with, but some training and guidance as well, Naruto said. Family matters? Oliver asked. Long story, so how did it go? Felicity asked. Some drama, but I feel better. I feel in control of the Mirakuru for now, and should something happen, Naruto said as he placed the case on the table and opened it to reveal the 5 vials Tsunade gave him. I have some help. What are those? Oliver asked. Some help should the Mirakuru take over. Don't hesitate to inject me or Roy with this. It should stop the Mirakuru from taking over, Naruto said as they nodded. So what else has been going on? Line break iskaseksex. Turner was returned to his cell at Iron Heights and sentenced to an isolated cell and under high security. Turner was relaxing on his bed in his cell as he heard the sound of high heels in the hall and turned to his cell door and saw an African-American woman walk up to his cell. Mr. Turner, the woman said as Turner sat up and got to his feet. I didn't know this place allowed conjugal visits, Turner said. My name is Amanda Waller, Waller said. You say that like it's supposed to mean something, Turner said. To the contrary, my identity is highly classified, Waller said. Then why are you introducing yourself to me? Turner asked. I have an offer for you. A way to work off your sentence. As it turns out, I have need of someone with your singular qualifications, Waller said. For what? Turner asked. For a unit I'm putting together, Waller said. For what type of unit? Turner asked. Actually, it's more of a squad, Waller said. Back with Oliver, he got Roy to meet him at Verdant so they could discuss Roy learning Oliver's secret and to discuss about what to do next with Roy's training. Roy and Oliver entered through one of the secret locked doors from the club and walked down the stairs to the cave. Is this the part where you kill me, 'cause I know your secret? Roy asked. Do you actually think that I'd kill my sister's boyfriend? Oliver asked. Well, you did shoot me in the leg. Forgiven, by the way, Roy said as Oliver stopped and turned around and grabbed Roy's arm. Thea, she can never know, Oliver told him. I get the feeling that if I did tell her, that would be when you kill me, Roy said. Trust that instinct, Oliver said. Okay, all right. How many people know who you are? Roy asked. Too many, but these 3 are the only ones that matter, Roy said as he showed Roy the cave and saw Felicity, Naruto, and Diggle. John Diggle, Felicity Smoke, and Naruto Uzumaki, Oliver said. Does group have a name? Like Team Arrow or something? Roy asked. We don't call ourselves that, Oliver said. I do, occasionally, Felicity said. Stop, Oliver said. Whatever, welcome aboard, Diggle said as he shook Roy's hand. Back with Laurel, she stumbled into her apartment after getting escorted out of Verdant and walked into her apartment. She closed her door, dropped her bags, and stumbled into the living room, as it seems all those drinks were taking effect. She stumbled into the living room and then fell to the floor as she felt dizzy and weird. She opened her eyes and saw someone walk up to her, but her vision was blurred. She shook her head and blinked her eyes a few times as her vision cleared up, and she couldn't believe what she saw. Her sister Sarah, looking over her with concern. "Sarah," Laurel said as she then passed out. "End of Tremors, and Roy has officially joined the team to get training with Oliver and Naruto. I hoped you guys liked the chapter. Sorry it's been so long, but things have just gotten so crazy with tests, exams, and internship stuff that I haven't been able to write as much as I would like, so again, sorry. And so that you guys didn't go so long without an update, I just wrote one episode Tremors, I'll write the other one separate." Next chapter, Sarah returns to Starling to look over Laurel and her family and unexpectedly brings two fearsome foes, one of which has a grudge against Naruto, but he's more than ready to fight. Again, sorry it took so long. Things got crazy and hectic and are only going to get more hectic, so it may take me some time to update my other stories. I'm almost finished with an update to Game of Thrones crossover and halfway down with my X-Men Evolution update, so please be patient. We'll see more of Tsunade and Shizune later, as well as other Naruto characters, so look forward to that. Hoped you guys like it, and if you didn't, I'm sorry, no flamers. Disclaimer, I don't own Arrow or Naruto, both belong to their respective owners, I'm just a fan. 12. Heir to the Demon Time of Death. Here is Chapter 11, Heir to the Demon. Sarah returns to Starling to check up on Laurel and her family, but she unfortunately brought along two guests, with one that has a serious vendetta against Naruto. Enjoy. My name is Oliver Queen. After 5 years trapped on a hellish island, I have come home with only one goal, to save my city. But to do so, I can't be the killer I once was. To honor my friend's memory, I must be someone else. I must be something else. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. For my entire life, I have undergone training that forged me into a weapon. After my parents died, they wanted me to use my gifts to change the world and find something worth fighting for. And I have, to honor their memory, I have become Kitsune. And I will defend Starling City and keep the innocent safe, but my parents' killer is still out there, and as long as he still breathes free air, I will not stop until he is brought to justice, and no one will get in my way. Heir to the Demon. At the Starling City Airport security check-in, passengers who had arrived from international flights were going through security and having their passports checked. Two women of interests walked up to one of the security checkpoints and handed their passports to the guard who was looking over them. One of the women seemed to be of Arabic nationality, while the other was Asian. One of the ladies smiled and winked at a little boy who was with his parents. "Business or personal, Miss Ratko, Miss Wu?" the security guard asked. "Personal," Ms. Ratko replied. The guard then scanned the passports into the computer as it ran a scan on the IDs and pictures, and after a few seconds, the two pictures of women enlarged as an Argus security alert popped up. "My computers froze. Can you hold on a sec? I'll be right back," the guard said as they nodded, and he left. They then noticed one of the security guards in the room get a message in his earpiece, and he then unholstered his gun and pointed it at the two women. "Down on the ground! Down, down!" the guard shouted as the civilians hit the floor or ran away, while the two women remained calm. "Put your hands on your head," I said. "Put your hands on your head, lady. I will shoot you," the guard said as another guard came to support him. The two women did as they were told and put their hands behind their head. But then one of the women grabbed the gun, twisted the guard's arm and smashed his head into the glass at the security desk, knocking him out. The other woman smacked the gun out of the guard's hand and then jabbed him in the throat, destroying his windpipe, and then kicked him in the groin. 3 other guards then arrived and took out their batons as the two fought back. One of the women grabbed the security rope, disarmed the guard, and then wrapped the rope tightly around the guard's neck and then knocked him out with an elbow to the chest. The other woman then ducked under a baton swing, jabbed one of the guards in the ribs, then kicked out the leg of the other guard and kneed him in the face. She then elbowed the other guard in the head and spun him around and knocked him out with an uppercut. The two women then regained their composure, grabbed their bags and walked past the security checkpoint and into Starling City. Line breaks 6. At Queen Consolidate, Oliver was in a meeting about his mother's announcement for the Starling City mayoral office. They were using his boardroom where Moira, Thea, Walter and Moira's advisor, Mark Francis, were meeting about what to do. A successful mayoral campaign isn't about polling, it isn't about fundraising or hot-button issues. It's about connecting with people. That's why right after we announce tomorrow, Moira, I want to get you in front of as many cameras as possible. Morning shows, talk shows. Mark, I want to help rebuild the city, not pander to it. Moira told him. It's not pandering, Mom, it's campaigning. Oliver told her, let the people get to know the real Moira Queen and they are going to fall in love with you, Mark said. Speaking from experience, this man knows what he's taking about Moira. Walter said as Moira smiled. Walter then walked out of the conference room to answer a text as Felicity walked up to him. Mr. Steele, may I talk to you about something? I'm no longer your boss, Felicity, so let's make it Walter from now on, Walter said. Okay, Walter, it's about Tempest. Mrs. Queen's super sketchy offshore LLC you asked me to look into last year, Felicity said. I remember, Walter said as they moved away from the conference room to talk privately. So the thing is, I left an embedded account alert so we'd know if anyone tried to access it again. A few days ago, there was a wire transfer made from Tempest to a numbered account at Starling National Bank, Felicity said. Probably the campaign accountant shutting it down, Walter said. Or it could be something else. That is the money Mrs. Queen used to do some really nasty things. I mean, you guys did get divorced for pretty good reasons, Felicity said as Walter looked at her, which is none of my business. I'll talk to Moira first thing, and thank you for bringing it to my attention, Walter said as he left. Of course, Felicity said as she watched him leave, but she knew he was lying. Oliver then stood up to talk to Mark about him ending his endorsement of Sebastian Blood, because he would now be supporting his mother, and he understood, so he would need to talk to Sebastian. He then got a call on his phone from Naruto. Naruto, what's up? Oliver asked. It's Laurel, Naruto said. Line break X. At the hospital, Laurel was in a room she was taken after being found unconscious on her apartment floor. She was sitting on a hospital bed as her father, mother, and Naruto were next to her. They heard a knock on the door and Oliver walked in. Oliver, Mrs. Lance said. Mrs. Lance, Oliver said with a smile as she hugged him. I came back as soon as I heard, Mrs. Lance said. Thanks for coming, Mr. Lance said as he shook Oliver's hand. Hey, how are you feeling? Oliver asked Laurel. I've been better, Laurel said. Don't worry, baby. We're going to get you all the help you need. There's a great rehab right outside of Starling. They got a bed waiting for you. Dad, I already told you. I didn't OD. I didn't take any pills last night, I swear, Laurel said. Then a nurse had walked in. Laurel, the doctor wants to check you eye. What happened to her eye? Oliver asked. Minor subconjunctival hemorrhaging. Probably from hitting her head when she lost consciousness. After the exam, we can discharge her, the nurse said. Oliver then walked up to her. You feel better, okay? Oliver said as he saw her eye. Thank you, she replied as Oliver kissed her head. Naruto then walked up to her and kissed her head and saw her eye as well as she grabbed his hand. We never got a change to talk. How are you? Laurel asked, worried as Naruto chuckled. I'm fine. Worry about yourself, all right? Naruto said as Laurel nodded. We'll be outside. Let's go. Lance said as they left, but Laurel grabbed his hand. Dad, before I passed out, the strangest thing happened. I saw Sarah. I know I was hallucinating, but I saw her. She was standing right over me. I've dreamt about of her over the years, but this was so much more real. That's crazy, right? Laurel asked as her father knew Sarah was back in town. Yeah, it's crazy, Lance said as he left. Back at the Arrow Cave, Naruto and Oliver arrived to see Felicity and Diggle watching Sarah do the salmon ladder exercise. She's been doing that for like an hour, Felicity said as Sarah finished and dropped down and grabbed a towel. You saw Laurel. Is she going to be okay? Sarah asked. You saved her life, Oliver told her. Hey, thanks for calling me, and I never did ask you. How did you find me? Sarah asked. I wasn't going to lose you again, Oliver said. I should get going, Sarah said as she walked over to pack her stuff. So that's it. You're back in town for 24 hours. Now you're going to take off again? Oliver asked. The League of Assassins is still after me, Ollie, and staying in town would only put my family at risk, Sarah said. I only came back because Laurel was in trouble. Well, she's still in trouble, Sarah. Your entire family needs you, Oliver said. You've got enough on your plate without worrying about me, all right? If I were you, I'd worry about him, Sarah said, looking at Naruto, who was talking to Felicity and Diggle. Naruto, Oliver asked. They told me what happened. He was injected with the Mirakuru. You're sure you want him here? Sarah asked. He's my partner. He's got this under control, Oliver said. We thought the same thing of Slade, and look how that turned out, Sarah said. Naruto's not Slade. He's in control, and he's got a reason to stay that way, Oliver said as he looked at Felicity. Either way, I hope you have a contingency plan, Sarah said. Diggle, can you do us a favor and dig up a copy of Laurel's blood work from the hospital, please? Naruto said. Sure, what are we looking for? Diggle asked. Just want to make sure of something, Oliver said. Then Felicity's phone vibrated as she saw it was Lance. Lance, for the Arrow, Felicity said as she handed Oliver the phone. Hello, Detective, Oliver said. Put my daughter on, Lance said as Oliver walked up to Sarah, who nodded no, not wanting her dad to know she was back. I know she's there. Oliver then handed Sarah the phone and talked to her dad. Line break XXX Naruto flashback. After a few more months of training with Yamato and Guy, Naruto figured it was time to move on. Yamato got Naruto a lead after hearing Mizuki mention the mercenary moving throughout Europe, so he did some digging, and it seemed that the merc left a blood trail in London. Interpol's records of a diplomatic shooting of local diplomat made big news, and whoever the person was left a bloody mess similar to his parents' murder. It was a slim lead, but something to start with. Naruto thanked Yamato and Guy for the training and took off for London. Naruto spent his first few days investigating the original crime scene, which was in a hotel room where the diplomat had stayed and where he was killed. He took down all the information that he could from where the crime was committed and all of Interpol's notes on the assassination. Apparently, the assassin was able to silently kill the lookouts placed at the hotel, then climb down the side of the building and from the coroner's notes was able to enter the room and using a sword killed the diplomat and all 6 of his bodyguards in under a minute. The original reports show bullet casings all over the floor, meaning the bodyguards opened fire at the assassin, but the only blood at the scene was the diplomats and the bodyguards. The assassin was unscathed. After investigating the assassination, Naruto stayed in London for a bit to try and see if he could collect any more information and try and find out who ordered the hit on the diplomat. Naruto did some daytime investigating as well and found himself at a public press conference where Interpol was welcoming a US liaison to deal with the recent bomb threats and attacks from the psychotic lunatic known as Anarchy. Catherine Colbert was the liaison to help bring down Anarchy after he escaped Gotham and fled to London. Naruto listened to the conference as Interpol urged the Pubic that they would have control of the whole situation, and then Catherine Colbert talked about Anarchy and how he was very dangerous. Naruto then noticed a glint from the rooftop across the street from the press conference. He then looked at Koba and saw a laser line up on her head, and Naruto knew it was a laser sight from a rifle. Naruto then ran to Koba, tackled her to the ground as the podium she was standing in front of received a large bullet hole where her head used to be. The crowd ran in fear and for cover as the security team took Koba to safety. Naruto helped Koba to safety as he turned back to the rooftop and saw 2 people looking at him. Line break Eastgaxigs. End of flashback. Lance was at the Chinese restaurant where he met Sarah last time and was sitting at the counter drinking some tea. Then he heard the door to the restaurant open and saw Sarah walk in. Hi, Dad, Sarah said as Lance was happy to see his daughter alive. He stood up and hugged her tight. Come here, Lance said as he hugged her tight and kissed her head. I only have a minute, Sarah said as she and her dad sat at the counter. Well, a cup of tea is all I ask, Lance said as he poured a cup of tea. Oh, baby, I have missed you so much. Hey, how's Laurel? Sarah asked. She saw you right before she passed out. She thought it was, I don't know what. A hallucination, Lance said. That's good, Sarah said. Baby, you don't understand. Seeing you, it made her happy. Lance said, Look, Dad, the League. They're still hunting me, Sarah said. So what? You're just going to pop back every time one of us is in trouble. We can't live like this, Sarah, and you can't. It's time we started facing things together, Lance said as Sarah stood up and hugged her dad as he hugged her back, and then she left the restaurant. Sarah was then walked down a lonely street under the bridge as the Arrow and Kitsune were watching her from afar to make sure she was safe. While more of Oliver looking out for her, then a League member descended from the bridge using a cloth ladder as Arrow drew an arrow ready to fire and Naruto drew some shuriken. The League member landed in front of Sarah with a dagger in her hand. The member then removed the hood to reveal she was a woman and slowly walked up to Sarah. The woman then pulled Sarah close and kissed her as Sarah kissed back. Oliver lowered his bow and Naruto put his shuriken away as both were shocked. "Okay, didn't see that coming," Naruto said. Sarah and the woman then separated from the kiss as the woman smiled at Sarah. "I've had better greetings," the woman said. "I'm sorry, I didn't know what you were going to do," Sarah said. "To be honest, neither did I," the woman said as she sheathed her dagger. "Yeah, we should talk," Sarah said. "Of course. Do you need permission from your boyfriend?" the woman said as they turned to see the Arrow and Kitsune standing there. "I am Nisa, daughter of Raz Al Ghul, heir to the demon." "What are you doing here?" Arrow asked. "Sarah swore her allegiance to the League of Assassins. It's time for her to return home," Nisa said. "That is not going to happen," Kitsune said. "It is not up you, and if I were you, I'd be more worried about my friend," Nisa said as Kitsune went wide-eyed and pushed the arrow to the side to avoid being sliced in half by a sword. Kitsune then drew a katana and turned to block a downward sword slash from his opponent that he knew all too well. "Shiva," Kitsune said as he pushed Shiva back, and Kitsune, the Arrow and Sarah saw the mightiest assassin next to Raz Al Ghul, Lady Shiva, the Lady Shiva from Arkham Origins. Kitsune then ducked under a sword slash to the head and spun around Shiva and slashed at her back, but Shiva blocked it by quickly moving her sword behind her back. She then kicked Kitsune in the stomach as Kitsune took the hit and then grabbed her leg. He then swung at her head, but she then bent forward to avoid the blade. As she bent forward, she placed both her hands on the ground and used her other to kick Kitsune in the chin, but he moved out of the way and she flipped forward to her feet. She then attempted a spin kick at Kitsune's head, but Kitsune grabbed her leg and threw her as she then flipped in the air and landed on her feet. "I owe you a debt of blood for the dishonor you gave me," Shiva said as she then swung her sword at Kitsune, who blocked it and then parried it, then kicked at her head as she ducked, but then missed as Naruto kicked her in the side with his other leg and kicked her away. Shiva recovered and charged again with her sword. "Enough! Lady Shiva, stand down!" Nisa shouted as Shiva stopped her sword mid-air from hitting Kitsune's katana. Shiva then stood back and sheathed her sword, still glaring at Kitsune while Kitsune was ready to fight and Arrow was ready to back him up. "Nisa, please, would you give us a moment?" Sarah asked. "Take your time. Goodbyes are never easy." "Is that why I didn't get one?" Nisa asked as she then signaled Shiva. "Come," Nisa said as they walked away. "I can explain," Sarah said to Oliver. "You don't have to, but you're not leaving. Not with them, I don't trust them," Arrow said. "Then trust me," Sarah said as she then looked at Kitsune. "Don't worry, Shiva won't attack unless Nisa allows her. She wouldn't dare disobey an order from her." "From some reason, that still doesn't fill me with a lot of confidence," Kitsune said as he and Arrow saw her leave with Nisa and Shiva. Meanwhile, at the Queen Mansion, Moira was sitting on the couch reading a book when a maid came into the room. "Mrs. Queen?" Moira asked. "A Miss Smoke is here to see you," the maid said. "Who?" Moira asked. Me," Felicity said as she walked in and the maid left. "If you're looking for Oliver, he's not here," Moira said. "I know, I'm here to see you," Felicity said. "Really? What about?" Moira asked. "Tempest, I flagged a large wire transfer you made. When I mentioned it to Walter, he said he would talk to you about it. I could tell in his face he wouldn't." "British people are terrible liars," Felicity said. "Yes, they are," Moira said. "So I looked into it myself, because, full disclosure, I don't trust you. You paid a substantial sum of money to a Dr. Gill. He was the doctor who delivered Thea, which didn't make any sense to me. So I went through like a dozen different theories until I remembered your testimony. At trial. You had an affair with Malcolm Merlin 1 year before Thea was born. Merlin is Thea's father," Felicity said. I can see why Walter and Oliver have such a high appraisal of your capabilities, Moira said. So, what are you going to do with this information? Felicity. I don't know. Confronting you in your living room was as far as my plan went, Felicity said as Moira nodded and went to get herself a drink. I thought you deserved the chance to tell Oliver yourself. He should hear it from you. I'm not going to tell my son anything, and neither are you. If you won't keep my secret for Oliver's sake, you should keep it for your own. I see the way you look at him. You treasure your friendship. If you tell him this, you will rip his world apart. And a part of him will always blame you. Oh, he'll hate me for sure. But he will hate you too. We all have to keep secrets, Miss Smoke, Moira said as Felicity left. Line break, sex. Back with Sarah, she and Nisa were walking near the docks with Shiva walking behind them and keeping an eye on Nisa. She wanted to go find Kitsune and kill him, but she couldn't leave until Nisa gave her permission to leave and fight. Shiva's priority was the protection of Nisa, and she wouldn't dare disobey an order from the heir of the demon. You're different, Nisa said. I'm still me, Sarah said. The Sarah I know wouldn't have betrayed us and fled Nanda Parbat under cover of darkness, Nisa said. I didn't have a choice, the earthquake. I needed to see my family, make sure they were safe, Sarah said. And so they are. Now come home, Nisa said. I can't. Look, I can't go back, Nisa. I don't have much of a soul left in me, but what there is can't take the killing anymore, Sarah said. You swore an oath. My father sent me here to make sure you honor it. One way or another, Nisa said. We both know the real reason why you came here, Sarah said as Nisa smiled and held Sarah's hand. When I found you, you were starving and alone, simply waiting to die. The League took you in, nursed you back to health. The only reason you're alive today is because of me, Nisa said. Hey, I wasn't with you because you saved me. I was with you because I loved you, Sarah said. But not anymore, Nisa said as tears began to form. Raz listens to you, and you can ask him to release me, Sarah said. Scoff. My father has never released anyone from the League, Nisa said. He released Malcolm Malin, Sarah said, an action he and the citizens of Starling deeply regret, Nisa said as Sarah held Nisa's cheek and hugged her close. Do what you have to, Sarah said. Nisa then reached for her dagger and tried to kill her then and there, but she couldn't do it, so she and Shiva left. Back at the cave, Naruto was on the salmon ladder, doing his workout, while Oliver was working on his strength by swinging a sledgehammer on a large tire. Felicity would glance at Naruto every once in a while, but she was deep in thought while Oliver spoke. It's been 2 hours and she should have gotten back in touch with me by now, Oliver said as he walked over to Felicity. Felicity, Felicity, Oliver shouted as she jumped in shock, and Naruto let go of the salmon ladder bar. What? Felicity shouted as Oliver and Naruto looked at her weird. Sorry, what? Are you okay? Naruto asked as he walked over to her. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just... Things in here, Felicity said, pointing to her head. They then heard the door to the cave open and Sarah walked in. The League is never going to let me go. At least if I'm halfway around the world, then I can keep my family safe, Sarah said as she got her bag ready. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Just got a copy of Laurel's blood work. She tested negative for drugs, Diggle said. Then why did she collapse? Sarah asked. Because they found traces of snake venom in her blood, from a Tibetan pit viper, Diggle said as Sarah took the file and looked over it. Wait, so Laurel didn't OD? Felicity asked. She was poisoned, Sarah said. She was poisoned by Nissa, who did it to draw you back here. And it worked, Oliver said. My family's in danger, Sarah said. They got to Laurel first, now they'll try for the rest of your family. We need to go. Naruto said as they all got suited up to head to the hospital. Speaking of, in Laurel's hospital room, Laurel was sound asleep while her mother was looking over her. She went to fill her glass of water, but the pitcher was empty. She walked out of the room and went to the water cooler to fill up the pitcher. But she was then grabbed from behind and smothered with a rag by the same man who poisoned Laurel. The man then took Mrs. Lance from the hallway and to the parking lot where Nissa and Shiva were waiting in a truck. They put her in the back and drove away as the Arrow and Kitsune arrived on their bikes. They sped up as Sarah was on Oliver's bike and pulled out her sonic scream device and activated it as they passed the truck. causing the windows to break open and the League members to grab their ears in pain. Sarah then deactivated the device as Kitsune and Arrow turned their bikes around and sped up to the truck. Nissa then went to the back of the truck and used her bow to fire arrows at the three vigilantes. Kitsune got in front and drew a katana and deflected and slashed the arrows that were being shot at them. One managed to hit his should, but with the Mirakuru it was nothing. Shiva then saw Kitsune and opened up the side door of the van and drew her sword and swung at Kitsune. Kitsune pulled back and then activated a button that turned on cruise control for his bike. Kitsune then swung at Shiva, who blocked the sword, and then kicked at Kitsune, who ducked. He then swung his sword at Shiva, who blocked it, and then used her elbow to block a punch. While Kitsune and Shiva fought, Arrow drove up to the truck, which allowed Sarah to climb on top. When Sarah got on top of the van, Nissa fired some arrows through the roof of the van as Sarah backed up from the center of the roof, backing away more and more until she was at the edge and then fell off, but she grabbed the top of the van. She then was able to look inside through one of the windows and saw her mother tied up in the back. Nissa then punched her in the face, knocking her off the van and to the ground, while Shiva sliced Kitsune's front wheel, causing him to hit the brake immediately and stop as the van got away. "No, oh, Sarah shouted as she saw Nissa get away with her mother. "Line break, X, Keeks." Back at the hospital, Officer Lance walked out to the back of the hospital where his daughter said that Mom was taken. Mr. Lance walked out of the back door of the hospital as Sarah ran up to him and hugged him. "Dad, it's my fault, I'm so sorry," Sarah said. "The assassin group that you're a part of, they took your mother," Lance said. "Not exactly," Sarah said. "Well, what exactly?" Lance asked. "A woman, Nissa, she's a powerful figure in the League, and she poisoned Laurel. She took Mom," Sarah said. "What, to get you to come back to the League?" Lance asked. "To get me to come back to her," Sarah said. "Oh," Lance said as he understood. Then Sarah's phone went off and Sarah saw it was Nissa. "Nissa, don't do this," Sarah said. "I tried to warn you, but you wouldn't listen. I thought it would be instructive for you to know what it feels like to suddenly lose someone you love. To have them ripped from your life without warning," Nissa said. "You do not want to hurt my mother," Sarah said. "You're right, I don't. You have one day, Altaya Safa, make the right choice," Nissa said as she hung up. "We have 24 hours, Sarah said. "Detective, we'll find her," Arrow said. "Okay, Laurel's inside. She's losing her mind." "I got to go. Keep me updated," Lance said as he walked back in. Oliver, Naruto, and Sarah returned to the Arrow Cave as Felicity and Diggle had been hard at work trying to find anything that could help find Nissa and Shiva. "Did you guys find anything?" Naruto asked. "We researched the poison Nissa used on Laurel," Diggle said. "Luckily for us, Tibetan pit viper venom is surprisingly difficult to transport. It starts losing its potency the moment it leaves the fangs." "Yet another sentence I never thought I'd actually say out loud," Felicity said. "So it was bought locally?" Sarah asked. "Not bought, stolen," Diggle said. "From where?" Oliver asked. "The zoo, a local break-in. The perps didn't steal anything, so the cops chalked it up to a bunch of kids looking for a thrill," Diggle said. "I pulled up the zoo CCTV footage from the night of the break-in. I caught a plate. The car's a rental. Address is in the Glades," Felicity said. "Sarah, call your father," Oliver said as his own phone rang, and it was Sebastian. "Sebastian, I am so sorry. I have a bad habit of standing you up," Oliver said. "Look, I know you have to pull your support for my campaign. Blood is thicker than politics." "And it should be," Sebastian said. "Well, thank you for understanding, and I really hope that this doesn't ruin our friendship. It's important to me," Oliver said. "And to me," Sebastian said as he hung up. "All right, my dad got the information and is going to try and track down a lead," Sarah said. "I think I might have a way to even the odds. I'll head out on my own and find Shiva," Naruto said as the others thought he was insane. "Naruto, that's insane," Felicity said. "Maybe. But she will want to find me personally, and the fight will be a lot easier without Shiva involved. I'm skilled enough to fight Shiva. You guys just focus on locating Mrs. Lance," Naruto said as Naruto sheathed his katanas and placed them on his back, and they all left. "Be careful. Felicity told them as they left and got to work. Oliver and Sarah left to track down the lead Felicity gave them to track down the League of Assassins member who came with Shiva and Nisa, while Naruto decided to go out and find Shiva. Well, not so much find her, but let her find him. This would allow Sarah and Oliver the advantage of taking down one League member while Shiva was occupied with him. Her honor would want her to deal with Kitsune by herself. Kitsune vaulted over a rooftop and then fired a grapple hook to get to a higher building. He ran across the rooftop and then stopped when he neared the edge. He then turned around to see Shiva standing on the opposite side of the roof with her sword at her side. "I knew you'd find me," Kitsune said, "and I knew you'd try and isolate me alone, in the hopes of preventing me from attacking your friends." "How very noble," Shiva said, "though quite foolish to fight me alone. Tell me, how did your friends feel about that?" "Stay away from them," Kitsune warned her as he tightened his fist. "Don't worry, I have no interest in fighting them, only you," Shiva said as she ran at Kitsune while Kitsune ran at her. Kitsune did a flying kick, while Shiva flipped over him. Kitsune then threw a wide leg kick behind him as Shiva bent forward to duck under the kick, but kicked her back leg up to hit Kitsune in the head, but he blocked the kick. Shiva then backflipped and tried to hit Kitsune in the jaw with a rising kick, but Kitsune backed away. Shiva got back to her feet and cracked her knuckles, while Kitsune cracked his neck and got into a fighting stance Tsunade showed him. He set his feet apart and pulled his right fist to his face, while his other fist laid by his side. Naruto saw Tsunade use this fighting style to deal some serious damage, and when used in conjunction with her superior strength, it could end a fight quickly. Kitsune then charged forward and brought his fist down on Shiva, but she dove to the side, so Kitsune's fist smashed into the cement of the roof, causing it to crack and making a large dent, which raised an eyebrow with Shiva. Naruto then kicked off from the crater and threw a punch at Shiva's head, so she used her arms to block and redirect the punch away from her. Kitsune then tried to elbow Shiva, so she ducked and grabbed his arm and threw him over her shoulder, but Kitsune landed on his feet. As Kitsune was thrown over her shoulder, he grabbed her arm and tossed her over his shoulder and onto the ground. She then went into a roll and used the momentum to throw Kitsune off of her. Kitsune got back to his feet and brought his leg up to do a dropkick on Shiva, but she rolled out of the way and his leg smashed into the ground. Shiva then kicked out his leg, forcing Kitsune to go into a split. Kitsune then swung his other leg at her, which she blocked, and threw a punch at his head, which he dodged, then grabbed her arm and threw her over him and onto the ground. He then flipped back to his feet and threw a three-punch combo with a rising knee strike that Shiva blocked and avoided, and countered with a spinning kick to his head, which he blocked, but then got hit with a follow-up kick to his side. Kitsune recovered and then blocked a kick to his side and quickly did a spin kick and nailed Shiva in the chest and knocked her away as she rolled on the ground and back to her feet. Shiva slightly rubbed her side from the pressure and sting of Kitsune's kick, which was vastly stronger than when they last fought. "You've changed," Shiva said as she drew her sword. "You have no idea," Kitsune said as he drew his two katanas. "I'm glad. That will make my victory all the more sweeter," Shiva said as she charged in with a downward sword slash that Kitsune blocked by crossing his swords. He then used one blade to push her sword away and then swung at her side with the other sword. Shiva backed away and parried the sword strike and tried to lunge at his head, so Kitsune moved his head to the side to avoid it. Shiva then lunged again as Kitsune moved his head again and then tried to do a X slash at Shiva, who blocked the swords, and then threw her free hand to punch Kitsune in the head. Kitsune ducked his head to the side and then pulled one of his arms back to hook her arm and throw her over his shoulder as she then slid under his legs and kicked out his right leg, causing him to fall to his knee. Shiva then brought down her sword on his head, but Kitsune pulled his sword up and blocked the slash. Then brought his other leg and kicked Shiva away. Shiva rolled away and back to her feet as she and Kitsune continued their sword fight. She managed to knock one of his katanas away, so it was sword against sword, and both were not giving up an inch in the fight. After about an hour and a half of fighting, Shiva back-flipped away from the fight and threw some shuriken at Kitsune while he blocked and slashed them with his swords. Shiva then lifted her hand and touched her ear. Kitsune knew it was an earpiece. Shiva grumbled and then sheathed her sword. Our fight ends now, Kitsune, but we will continue on later, Shiva said. I didn't think the great lady Shiva would ever leave from a fight, Kitsune said. I don't. But Nisa calls me back. Don't worry, our fight will continue, Kitsune, Shiva said as she threw down 4 smoke bombs and disappeared in the smoke. Kitsune ran to try and stop her, but she was gone. Damn it, Kitsune said as his comm went off. I'm here. Back with Oliver and Sarah. Sarah was waiting in an alley as her father drove up and got out of his car. So what exactly is the plan here? Lance asked. We wait. The arrow will lead him right to us, Sarah said as Lance nodded. You know, you never did tell me how you joined up with the arrow or Kitsune in the first place. Where did you two even meet? Lance asked. Vigilante Club, Sarah said as Lance exhaled and chuckled. Same old Sarah. Well, not exactly the same, Lance said. I loved her dad, Sarah said. Are you upset? Honestly, Sarah, to think what you've been through these past 6 years, the pain, the loneliness, I'm just happy to hear you had someone that cared for you, Lance said as Sarah smiled. She then heard the sound of a fabric unfold and saw the League member use the cloth rope to descend from a roof and into the alley as the arrow followed. Sarah drew her bow staff, while the arrow backed her up as the League member used a sword and dagger combo. The League member thrusts his sword at Sarah, who blocked the strike with her bow staff, and then the arrow swung at his head with his bow, but the League member ducked. The League member then did a spin kick at the arrow's head, but Arrow ducked as Sarah then blocked a dagger stab and then kicked him in the side, but he stepped to the side to avoid it. The League member spun around, blocking and striking at the 2 vigilantes, while Sarah and the arrow worked in tandem to fight against him. Sarah got punched across the face and knocked away as the arrow then blocked a sword slash. He then pushed the League member away as he spun and got sucker punched by Officer Lance with a right cross and knocked on his back. What's the matter? They didn't teach you about right crosses in assassin school, Lance shouted. Sarah then grabbed the League member, choked the League member using her bow staff, and then ripped off his hood. Where is Nissa? Sarah yelled. Tell me where my wife is, Lance shouted as the League member spoke Arabic. What the hell is he saying? He's praying, Sarah said as the League member then pulled out a vial and drank it. No, don't, Sarah shouted, but it was too late as the man drank the vial empty and fell over dead. You son of a bitch, Lance shouted as the arrow picked up the empty vial. It's over, detective. He's gone, Arrow said as Lance exhaled in frustration and Sarah comforted him. Arrow then contacted Kitsune on his comm. Kitsune, you there? I'm here, Kitsune responded. How did it go with Shiva? Arrow asked. Good news is she found me like I planned, Kitsune said. And the bad news? Arrow asked. She didn't break. She's gone and didn't spill a thing. How about you? Kitsune asked. Nothing, Arrow said. They tried to track down some more leads, but they came up with nothing, so they called it a night. Felicity set the computers to try and find other leads while everyone got some rest. Naruto and Felicity walked into Naruto's apartment to get some rest. On the way home, Naruto noticed that Felicity was very quiet. She's never really been this quiet before. Something was on her mind. So, Felicity, want to tell me what's been on your mind? Naruto asked. Nothing, Felicity said as Naruto knew she was lying. You've always been a bad liar, Felicity, Naruto said as he walked up to her and turned her head to face him. Seriously, Felicity, what's going on with you? Are you in trouble? No, it's nothing like that, Felicity said. Then what's going on? You know, I will always be there to help you. You can tell me anything. Is something wrong? Naruto asked as he then thought of something. Are you pregnant? What? No, Felicity said. You're pregnant, oh my god. I wore protection, we should have been fine. Oh my god. But don't worry, I promise to help take care of the baby. Naruto! Felicity shouted, getting him to stop. I'm not pregnant. We've been safe when we've been intimate in bed, together. Of course, together, I wouldn't be intimate in bed with anyone else unless I was cheating on you. Which does not mean I'm cheating on you now. I love you, and I would not cheat on you. But to bring myself from my rambling, no, I'm now pregnant, Felicity said as Naruto let loose a sigh of relief. Oh, thank God. Not to say that I don't want children, I just want to sort of put that off for later in life, maybe, Naruto said as Felicity chuckled. Naruto smiled, seeing her laugh. So what's really going on? Is something wrong with you? No, it's Oliver, Felicity said. Line break XXX Naruto flashback. Night had descended in the city of London as the city was still much alive. Young people were out having a night on the town while families stayed inside and got ready for bed. Naruto was out in the city, dressed in his ninja gear. He was scaling buildings and rooftops, getting some fresh air and on a mission. He grappled to another building as he remembered the attempted assassination on Catherine Colbert and was glad he got to her in time to save her, but knew she was marked for death, probably by the maniac Anarchy she was sent to catch. Naruto decided to scope out Colbert's hotel to make sure she would be safe. There was a chance that the assassins would try again. He stopped on the rooftop of a building across the street and took up a position on the perch. He took out some binoculars to get a closer look inside, and everything seemed normal. Then he looked to the side and saw two ropes descend from the roof and end at the floor where Koba was staying. It was the assassins. They were going to kill her, and Naruto couldn't let them do that. Catherine Colbert was in her hotel room, sitting at a desk and looking over some documents for a meeting tomorrow with her security team in the room. After the attempted assassination of her, she had her security team with her wherever she went. One of the security guards walked out of the bathroom in one of the spare bedrooms and noticed one of the windows was slightly open as the breeze was blowing the drapes. He reached for his gun, but then someone from behind him grabbed his neck and snapped it. The man was wearing a black combat suit with a belt holding two pistols with silencer attachments and a knife on his leg. One of the security guards heard something. He pulled out his gun and cocked it as the other 7 guarded Catherine Colbert. He slowly opened the door to the bedroom and saw the dead guard on the ground and a man standing over his body. But then his gun was knocked out of his hand and then punched across the face and then was chopped in the neck, crushing his windpipe and causing him to keel over. He was then killed a punch to the back of his neck. The person who killed him was a woman, wearing a red and black outfit with a jacket and sword around her waist. They stealthily moved out of the bedroom to their target. The 7 security heard something hit the floor and moved in formation with 4 protecting Colbert and the other 3 looking towards the door. "Lee, you all right?" one of the guards called out as they heard something hit the floor and pointed their guns at it. A small ball rolled into the room as it rolled in front of the 3 men and exploded into a burst of blinding light and loud noise as the 3 guards were disoriented and confused by the flashbang. Then the man burst into the room with his silenced pistol in one hand and a knife in the other and slashed the first guard in the throat. He then elbowed the 2 guard in the throat and shot him in the chest as the 3rd guard managed to regain his bearing. He aimed his gun at the assassin, but the assassin used his knife to slice the guard's hand. The guard then threw a left punch at the assassin as the assassin ducked, grabbed the guard's hand and twisted it back and placed his gun at the man's chest and unloaded 3 shots, killing him. While one assassin took care of 3 guards, the other aimed their guns at the assassin. But then they saw a woman jump over the male assassin, unsheath her sword, and performed a wide swing that sliced the 2 front guards in the chest and killed them. The 2 remaining guards backed away as they escorted Colbert away using the other door. "This is Alpha 1. We have hostiles in the room. They are after Mockingbird. Send immediate back. AK." The guard was cut off from his walkie by a sword through his back as the other guard was killed by the man. With a shot to the head, Colbert grabbed one of the guard's guns and aimed it at the 2 people. "Stay away," Colbert said as she shot her gun, but the lady deflected the bullet with her sword. "Nice effort. But I'm afraid this is over," the lady said as she moved forward, but then the window glass smashed into the room as Naruto in his hood ziplined in and threw 4 shuriken at the lady as she deflected them, but she then saw another one fire at her and explode in a bright light. The man aimed his gun, but Naruto threw a kunai and lodged it in the gun's barrel, making it useless. The man threw the gun aside and charged with his knife as Naruto blocked the knife stab, then blocked a punch to his face. He then head-butted the man in the face, blocked a wild haymaker to his side, and then roundhouse kicked the man into the hall. The lady attacked Naruto with his sword as he ducked. From the sword stab, and her sword stabbed into the room wall. Naruto rolled forward and unsheathed his katana and blocked a sword strike at his head. He and the lady engaged in a sword fight as the door to the hotel room broke in as more security guards charged in. Freeze! Drop your weapons! The guards shouted as Shiva saw the reinforcements and knew they would be surrounded and their target would have a chance to escape. Kane, we're leaving, the lady said, as they drew down smoke bombs and ran for the window they came in through as Naruto followed them, avoiding wild gunfire. He saw the two assassins jump out the window and slide down the zip line as Naruto followed them. Line break. XXXXA. End of flashback. The next morning, Oliver, Diggle, Naruto and Felicity were at the announcement rally for Moira's start of her mayoral campaign. Moira was talking to Thea, while Naruto, Felicity and Oliver were hanging out as Diggle walked up to them. Felicity and Naruto were a bit preoccupied and conflicted if they should tell Oliver something important. "How's Sarah holding up?" Diggle asked Oliver. "Not well, and I need you to pick up the trail on Nissa because Mrs. Lance is running out of time," Oliver said. "I'm on it," Diggle said as he walked away, and Moira walked up to Oliver. "Oliver, Felicity," Moira said as she greeted them, and Naruto and Felicity didn't really pay them much attention as Moira hugged her son. "Oh well, I haven't been this nervous since my wedding day." Both of them. "Moira, it's time," Mark said. "Oliver, are you ready to introduce your mother?" "With pride," Oliver said as Moira kissed her son on the cheek and smirked at Felicity, who walked away as Naruto talked to her. "Felicity, we need to tell him. He needs to know." Naruto whispered to her as Oliver overheard. "Felicity, what's going on with you?" Oliver asked. "And don't say nothing. Don't say nothing," Oliver said to her. "The truth, please." Felicity felt conflicted as Naruto squeezed her hand in comfort. "You might have noticed I talk a lot," Felicity said. "It has not escaped my attention." Oliver said as Naruto chuckled. "You also may have noticed that I don't talk a lot about my family." Felicity said. "I have noticed that," Oliver said. "My mother is... She's my mother. And I don't really know what my father is, 'cause he abandoned us," Felicity said as Naruto held her hand. "I barely remember him, but I do remember how much it hurt when he left, and just the thought of losing someone that important to me again." "Hey," Oliver said as he comforted Felicity, "you're not going to lose me. Whatever it is that's bothering you, is it about your family?" "No, it's about yours," Felicity said. "With Sarah, she was in the graveyard at the grave that was placed there when she was thought dead. Then her phone went off and she answered it to hear Nissa." "Time's up. Have you made your decision?" Nissa asked. "Let my mother go, and I will return with you to Nanda Parbat," Sarah said as Nissa let loose a sigh of happiness. "You're doing the right thing, Sarah, for both of us," Nissa said as she hung up. Sarah looked at her grave and then took a vial out of her pocket and looked at it, and then called her dad. Speaking of her dad, he was with Laurel at her apartment. She was a wreck, still crying at her mother's kidnapping, and no one knew where she was. Mr. Lance walked out of the kitchen, carrying a cup of tea to help her. "Here you go, sweetie. Is there anything else I can get you?" Mr. Lance asked. "My mother," Laurel said, wiping the tears from her eyes as Mr. Lance decided to tell her. "Laurel, there's something I got to tell you. It's about your sister," Mr. Lance said as Laurel looked at him. "What about her?" Laurel asked, but before Lance could speak, his phone went off. He took it out and saw it was Sarah, so got up to answer it. "Hello?" "Dad, I found Mum. Meet me at the lower boatyard in 30 minutes and come alone." "Don't tell the Arrow or Kitsune," Sarah said. "Copy that," Lance said as he hung up and then looked at Laurel. "I got to go." "What about Sarah, Dad?" Laurel asked as Lance got his coat. "I'll explain everything later, all right? Just sit tight," Lance said as he left, and Laurel got up, thinking he got something on where her mom could be and wouldn't sit tight. Back with Oliver, after hearing the revelation that Naruto and Felicity told him, he couldn't believe it, and now he had to introduce his mother in front of everyone, and Thea. Walter was at the podium speaking to the crowd. "I say this with confidence, because the Moira Queen that I know is more than a successful CEO and philanthropist. She is a loving mother who has devoted her life to raising 2 wonderful children. Just to tell you how special she is, I'd like to welcome her son, CEO of Queen Consolidated, Mr. Oliver Queen," Walter said as everyone clapped and looked Oliver. He was conflicted on the inside about what he was told. Naruto pat him on the shoulder as Oliver walked up to the podium. Diggle then arrived and stood beside Naruto and Felicity. Oliver stood at the podium as he exhaled in relief. "Thank you," Oliver said as he tried to figure out what to say. "Well, I'm here today to say a few words about Moira Queen. I bet many of you think that you know her because you read about her in the press or you saw her on TV. But I can promise you, you don't know my mother. You don't know her like I do." Moira saw Oliver struggling with what to say and figured that Felicity told him and prepared herself for the backlash. Moira looked at Felicity and saw her with Naruto's arm around her shoulder and him glaring at her. "And you don't know what she's capable of when it comes to helping the people of Starling City," Oliver said as Moira smiled. "Ladies and gentlemen, my mother, Moira Queen," Oliver said as everyone clapped and Oliver went to his mother and hugged her. He whispered into his ear, "I know." Moira then went to the podium and put on her public face and smiled. "Thank you. Thank you, Starling City." Line break XXX. After the announcement, Oliver, Naruto, Diggle, and Felicity went back to the Arrow Cave to talk to Sarah. "Sarah," Oliver called out, but she wasn't there, and Felicity noticed the vial of snake venom was gone. "The snake venom, it's gone," Felicity said. "Sarah found Nisa," Naruto said. "And she's going to poison her?" Felicity asked. "We need to stop her before she does. Activate her tracer," Oliver said as Felicity went to the computer. "You placed a tracer on her?" Diggle asked. "She has a bad habit of disappearing on me," Oliver said. "Guys, not to sound cold, but why do we care if Sarah kills some badass assassin that wants to get her family?" Diggle asked. "Because if Ra's al Ghul finds out that Sarah killed his daughter, we will all pay," Naruto said, knowing full well what Ra's al Ghul would do if Nissa was killed. Naruto then got suited up as Oliver went to his trunk and pulled out the pouch of island herbs. With Nissa and Shiva, they were in an abandoned warehouse near the docks where they were holding Mrs. Lance hostage. Shiva stood watch as Nissa walked up to Mrs. Lance, who was tied up to a chair, and cut her ropes. "They're coming for you now," Nissa said as they heard the door to the warehouse burst open. "Dinah, move away from her, move away," Lance shouted as he pointed his gun at Nissa, who stepped back as Dinah ran over to Quentin. It's all right," he said as he comforted her, and then Dinah saw something she couldn't believe. "Sarah," Dinah asked as Sarah slowly walked up to her mother as her mother cupped her cheek. "It's me, Mum, it's me," Sarah said as Dinah gasped, feeling that Sarah was real, and hugged her tight. "Oh, my baby," Dinah shouted. "I love you so much, Mom." "I have to go," Sarah said as she tried to walk away, but her mother held onto her hand. What are you doing?" Dinah asked as Quentin began to pull her away. "Dad, get Mum out of here," Sarah said as Quentin pulled her away. "What?" Dinah shouted. "No!" Sarah then walked forward but fell to her knees after a few steps. Nissa ran to Sarah as Shiva went to her side to see what was happening. Nissa looked at Sarah and saw the discoloration in her eye. "You took the poison," Nissa said. No. I can't go back. I can't take the killing anymore. It needs to end," Sarah said to Nissa as Mr. Lance ran back into the warehouse, hearing the screams. Nissa then put Sarah on the ground and stood up as Mr. and Mrs. Lance ran to their daughter. "Sarah, Delta Charlie 52 to Central. Need backup at the lower boat yards. Ambulance, paramedics," Lance said over his radio as he and Dinah looked over Sarah. "If you want to be with your family so badly, they can join you in eternity," Nissa told them as Lance took out his gun and pointed it at Nissa's face. "You get the hell away from my daughter," Lance told him as Nissa grabbed the gun, smacked his arm out of the way and punched him across the face, sending him to the ground. She then pulled out a knife from her pouch and raised it up, but then it was knocked out of her hand by an arrow. She and Shiva turned to see Kitsune and the arrow standing near the other exit. "Live or die. It's up to you," Arrow said as he fired another arrow at Nissa, but she backflipped onto the table and grabbed her bow while Shiva ran at Kitsune, who drew her back to the other side of the warehouse. Kitsune threw shuriken and kunai at Shiva while Shiva deflected them with her sword. Kitsune drew his two katanas and charged at Shiva as she jumped over him and slashed at his back, but he blocked the sword. He shot out his leg to kick at her head, but she ducked and kicked his leg out from under him, but Kitsune dove forward and forward rolled back to his feet. He then stabbed his sword down at Shiva, but she rolled out of the way and his sword stabbed into the ground. Shiva slashed the sword, hitting it hard as Kitsune used the momentum to spin his katana into reverse grip and slash at Shiva's head, but she blocked it and kicked him back. Shiva then kicked Kitsune in the head, but he ducked and the two engaged in a heated sword fight with neither one letting up an inch. Shiva would make on close slice at Kitsune's head, while Kitsune who narrowly slashed Shiva in the side. Both warriors weren't letting up. Shiva then managed to knock one of Kitsune's sword out of his hand, leaving him with just one as Kitsune fought Shiva sword for sword. Shiva then made a wide swing at Kitsune's shoulder as Kitsune raised his sword up to block it, and also raised his free arm up, locking Shiva's sword with his sword and locking it in one of the spikes on Kitsune's vambrace. The two glared at each other as their swords were locked, as Kitsune then pushed his sword and arm closer, closing the distance between him and Shiva. He then pushed his sword and arm out, knocking Shiva's sword away. Shiva then punched Kitsune in the face 3 times, kicked him in the stomach, and then elbowed him in the back. She then threw out a kick to his head, but Kitsune grabbed her leg and threw her over his shoulder and 10 feet away as she tumbled on the ground. While Kitsune was fighting Shiva, Arrow was fighting Nissa in an archery duel. Nissa had her compound bow ready as she climbed up some of the old boat scaffolds as she saw the arrow at the far side of the room, atop one of the old construction platforms. Nissa fired an arrow while Arrow just moved his head back to dodge it. He returned fire with an arrow that she moved forward to avoid. He then fired another that she ducked under and she an arrow at his head that he dodged. He then fired 3 arrows in rapid succession that she dodged, and she countered by firing an arrow that sliced the strap of his quiver, causing it to fall to the floor. Arrow took the arrow he was going to fire and aimed at Nissa, who was sliding down a rope, and shot at her, but she dodged it. Arrow then jumped to the ground as Nissa aimed an arrow at his heart. "Nissa, I can still save her," Arrow said. "Worry more about saving yourself," Nissa said as she fired an arrow at him that he smacked away with his bow. He then swung at Nissa's head as she ducked and blocked a punch. Nissa then swung her bow at Arrow, who blocked it with his bow. But then Nissa punched his wrist and took hold of his bow and threw it away. Arrow grabbed her arm and put her in a lock as she threw him over her shoulder. Arrow rolled back to his feet as he blocked 3 punches to the head, blocked a kick to his stomach, and then shot out a punch to her chest. But she blocked them and kicked him in the gut, sending him to his knees. Nissa grabbed a knife from her boot and tried to slash his neck, but Arrow grabbed her arm and pushed her away. He elbowed her in the face, put her arm in a lock and grappled her to the ground and put her in a chokehold as Nissa began to gasp for air. "Don't kill her, please," Olive heard as he saw Sarah slowly walk up to them but fall to the ground. "Sarah," Oliver said as he let Nissa go as she tried to catch her breath. Oliver ran up to Sarah and pulled out the pouch of herbs. "Sarah, hold on, stay with me, come on." Oliver then put some of the herbs into her mouth as she swallowed them. "Come on, not again." Sarah then gasped for breath and shot up as she coughed. Oliver hugged her, glad she wasn't dead as Nissa looked at Sarah. "No more killing, Nissa, please," Sarah said to Nissa. "Altair Safa, in the name of Raz Al Ghul, I release you," Nissa said. Nissa then left as Oliver heard the police sirens and went to check on Naruto. Speaking of which, he was fighting Shiva fist to fist as Kitsune wasn't letting up and began to use his Mirakuru strength to gain an edge. Shiva threw out a punch that Kitsune grabbed. Shiva threw out another punch with her other hand, and he grabbed that punch too. He then began to squeeze and twist her arms, forcing Shiva to her knees in pain. Kitsune then punched her across the face, sending her to the ground, as she then responded with a punch at his gut, which he knocked away. He then kicked her in the stomach, with the force that sent her up, and he grabbed her by the throat. He then lifted her up in the air off her feet as Shiva gasped for breath. "Go ahead. Gasp. Kill me. Gasp. You've won this fight. Take my life," Shiva said as Kitsune tightened his hand around her throat and felt his rage building. But then an image of Felicity flashed into his head and then released her as he let Shiva go, and she fell to the floor. "I'm not a killer," Kitsune said, as reached into his belt and took out the jet injector with Tsunede's muscle relaxer. He kept one in his belt, just in case. He injected himself in the neck to let his rage subside. He then looked down and saw Shiva gone as he saw Arrow run up to him with the police arriving. "Let's go," Kitsune said as they left. He didn't have complete control over the Mirakuru as he thought he did. Line break X6666. Flashback. Naruto chased after the two assassins, following them on the zip line as they ran on the rooftops. Naruto dropped down from the zip line as he chased after them, throwing shuriken and kunai at them as the two dodged and kept running and jumped to another building. Naruto followed them and kept running as he threw two shuriken boomerang and threw them to his side as they flew through the air and came around to the front of the two assassins and hit the ground and exploded, causing the two assassins to stop in their tracks. Naruto then threw 8 shuriken at the two assassins as the woman blocked them with her sword, and the man took out his other gun to shoot at the hooded man after them. Naruto flipped to the side and dove away as he then threw a kunai at the man and knocked the gun out of his hand. Naruto then drew his 2 katanas and ran at the two assassins as he did a butterfly spin and sliced at the man who blocked the sword with his knife. He then took out a metal police baton and tried to hit the masked man in the head, but Naruto blocked the baton and spin-kicked the man in the face, knocking him to the ground. Naruto then blocked a sword slash from the woman, blocking the sword with his 2 katanas, and then leaned his head back as he let his swords fly back and her sword to fly over his head. Naruto then spin-kicked at the woman, but she ducked, and when he landed back onto his feet, she threw out a kick to his side that he caught, but she then kicked him in the chin and knocked him on his back. Naruto flipped back to his feet and readied his 2 swords as he finally got a good luck at the 2 assassins. David Kane and Lady Shiva, members of the League of Assassins. "You know, kid, you've become a real inconvenience for us lately," Kane said. "Well, then maybe you should find yourself a new profession," Naruto said. "No, after this, we will continue with our contract to kill Catherine Colbert after we kill you," Shiva said as she ran forward and swiped at him with her sword that he ducked under, and then he threw a kick at Kane that he knocked aside, and then he threw a punch at Naruto, but Naruto blocked it and kneed Kane in the stomach as Kane then grappled Naruto when he got so close. Naruto stabbed his swords into the ground and rolled backward, kicking Kane off of him. He flipped back to his feet and quickly pulled his katana out of the ground to block a sword from Lady Shiva and then ducked under her wide leg kick. He then rolled backward to avoid a sword stab and then sliced his 2 swords forward as Shiva blocked them and raised her leg to kick him, but he blocked it with his arm and then brought his sword down to swipe at her, but she blocked it with her sword and tried to punch him, but he kicked her away. The fight between the 3 continued for well over several hours, and the sun was just coming up over the city skyline. Naruto was beginning to get tired as his breathing was starting to get heavy, and so was Shiva's and Kane's. Naruto knew the fight had to end soon, so he decided to put that into motion. He pushed the fight to the edge of the roof and kicked Shiva away as Kane then ran up to him, but Naruto's spin kicked him in the face. Naruto then pulled out 5 explosive shuriken and threw them down the street and hit an ATM, causing an explosion that destroyed the machine but also drew in the police because it was wired to the bank's alert and the police response. Naruto then kicked Kane, knocking him back a few feet, as he then threw a boomerang shuriken at Shiva, who ducked it and then sliced it in half when it came back at her. Naruto then threw 3 shuriken at Kane, who caught them all but got nicked in the shoulder by a kunai that Naruto threw after the shuriken. Naruto then slashed Kane in the leg with his sword and kicked him off the roof, sending him falling onto a parked car in the street just as the police arrived. The police and Interpol were made aware of the descriptions of the 2 assassins that tried to kill Colbert and took him into custody. Naruto turned around to fight Shiva, but she was gone. Exhale. "Glad that's over. Time to get some rest," Naruto said as he left. Line break XX. End of flashback. Back at the Queen Mansion, Moira was watching the news coverage of her press conference on her new mayoral campaign. "Because Starling City is our city, and starting today, we are going to take it back." They played that part of her press conference as Moira just watched and had a drink as Oliver walked into the living room. Moira saw him, turned off the TV and stood up. "I know we need to talk," Moira said. "No, you need to listen," Oliver said as Moira looked at him. "For the past year, I have stood by your side, and I have fought because I wanted to believe that you weren't this monster, and I needed to believe that I still had a mother. You do, Oliver, Moira said as she tried to walk up to him, but he motioned her not to come close. Oliver, I only lied to Thea to protect her from Malcolm. No, you lied because that is what you do, and that is who you are, Mum. Lies, and now you've made a liar out of me, because Thea can never find out about Merlin. And she can never find out the truth about us, which is, as of this moment, we have no relationship, Oliver said as his mother choked back a few tears. I will keep up appearances for Thea's sake, and publicly I will continue to support your campaign. But privately, you and I are done, Oliver said as he walked away. Oliver! Oliver! Moira shouted as she watched Oliver leave. Back with Sarah, she and her family were at Laurel's apartment as Dinah was ecstatic about having her youngest daughter back home. Quentin was extremely happy to have her back as well and done with the League of Assassins. They then saw Laurel slowly walk into the room and get a glass of wine. I know you have a lot of questions, Sarah said to Laurel. Nope, Laurel said. How could you not have any questions? Sarah asked. Because I already know all of the answers to them. How could you still be alive? Where have you been all this time? Why didn't you call us? And the answer to all of them is because it's Sarah, Laurel said. Baby, don't do this. Dad, I swear, if you say one more word, Laurel said, stopping her father from speaking. Laurel, look, I know you're angry, and you have every right to be, but please don't take this out on Dad. If you need someone to blame, blame me, Sarah said. I do blame you, Sarah. Every single thing that's gone wrong in our lives is your fault. You got on that stupid boat with my boyfriend. You didn't call us to tell us that you were still alive, even though it probably would have saved Mom and Dad's marriage. And you brought some crazy assassin into Starling City who nearly killed Mom and who poisoned me. You stole my whole life away from me. Now get out, Laurel told her. Laurel, get out, Laurel said as tears began to form in Sarah's eyes. Sarah then grabbed her jacket and walked to the door. She opened it, but then looked back at Laurel. I'm sorry, Sarah said. I said get out, Laurel shouted as she threw her glass at the door as Sarah left. Back with Naruto, he returned home to his apartment and opened his front door to see Felicity sitting on the couch with Kurama sitting on her lap. Hey, you're back, Felicity said as she went up to Naruto and hugged him, as Naruto smiled and hugged her back. I'm fine. How are you? Naruto asked. I feel like I should be asking that question. How are you? I mean, you fought against an elite assassin and warrior from the League of Assassins who you fought previously and managed to survive, Felicity said. I'm fine. Really, I'm good. The Mirakuru gave me a bit of an edge this time, Naruto said. And Shiva? Felicity asked. I'm sure she won't be bothering us for a while, Naruto said. In Nanda Parbat, home of the League of Assassins, Nisa and Shiva returned to the assassin headquarters after the confrontation with the Arrow and Kitsune, as well as Nisa's release of Sarah from her position in the League. The two walked through the large complex that was the home and training ground for the League of Assassins, as the other members of the League bowed as they walked in. The two then walked into one of the large rooms of the compound, where there was a very large pool of water that seemed to be the center of attention in the room. There was a border put up around the water that showed the outline of a man lying in the water. Father, Nisa said as she and Shiva took a knee. My daughter, I assume that arriving by yourself and Lady Shiva that Altaya Safa is dead. Raz said. No, I freed her from her hotel in the Ligu. Nisa said as Raz stood up and put a robe on as he then went behind a dresser to Chengi. You freed her when my orders were to bring her back or kill her, Raz asked. I did what I thought was necessary. Altaya Safa will not betray the League like Malcolm Merlin did, Nisa said as Raz put on his clothes. That will be all, my daughter, Raz said as Nisa got up and left, while Shiva stayed put. Shiva, I assume your mission was successful. Indeed it was, Master, Shiva said. Naruto Uzumaki was there. And his skill, Raz asked. As skilled as his father was. He has changed since our last fight. Something has increased his strength, but his skill has greatly improved as well. He managed to win our fight, Shiva said. Interesting, Raz said. If it pleases the demon head, I can return there at once to further test his skill, Shiva said. No, let him grow on his own. I have a feeling that our paths will cross soon enough, Raz said as he sheathed his sword and then went to a box on his dresser and opened it to reveal a three-pronged kunai with a very old stain of blood on the blade. We shall see, Naruto Uzumaki, if you can finish what your father lacked the conviction to do. Back at Starling, Oliver was in the Arrow Cave, training with a training dummy, letting some of his anger towards his mother out, striking the dummy very hard. Oliver then stopped as he saw Sarah walk down the stairs into the cave. "You've been crying," Oliver said, noticing her eyes. "Yeah, I was happy to know I still could," Sarah said. "Are you okay?" Oliver asked. "Well, Laurel wasn't as thrilled to see me as you thought," Sarah said. "Give her time. Believe me, she wasn't as thrilled to see me either, but she'll come around," Oliver said as he punched the dummy very hard. "I gave her 6 years," Sarah said as Oliver punched the dummy hard again. "I gave her 5 and she still hated me when I first came back," Oliver said as he punched the dummy again really hard. "What exactly are you taking out on that dummy?" Sarah asked. "Hi. My mother, she's not who I thought she was," Oliver said. "I guess it's going around," Sarah said as Oliver put on his shirt. "So what do you plan to do now?" Oliver asked. "I don't know," Sarah said. "What about you?" "I'm not sure," Oliver said. "I do know one thing, I'm home," Sarah said as Oliver hugged her and Sarah hugged him back. Line break, XXX. Notice, I didn't have Sarah and Oliver hook up, because honestly, when I watched the episode, I thought it was the stupidest thing for the two of them to do, especially with all the drama that they have now, and Laurel's hate of Sarah. To have them get back together was so stupid. That's just my opinion, and I'm partially biased because I'm a Green Arrow purist who believes that Oliver and Laurel should be together. Since I've changed it up and had Oliver try and repair his relationship with Laurel, since the two still have feeling with one another, so I decided against putting Oliver and Sarah together and instead have them both be a bit more smart and try and repair things with Laurel. This is to change it up to the canon and make it a little different. I don't hate the Sarah character, I love her, but I want Oliver and Laurel to be together. Time of death. The next day, Starling City seemed normal as people went to work, students went to school, and it was business as usual. At Cord Enterprises, run by the brilliant Ted Cord, employees were leaving and entering the building as the staff was undergoing shift changes. Some employees were leaving while others were starting their day. 2 individuals walked into the building wearing earpieces. "In 6 seconds, lobby security will undergo a shift change. When that happens, make for the elevator bay," a man told them over their earpieces. "Copy," one of the guys said as they moved to the elevator and walked in. When the door closed, they began to take off their business clothes to show custodial clothes. Watching them over the security cameras was the man who spoke to them, the one orchestrated it all. A bottle of pills the man took showed his name, William Tockman. "Now remember what I told you, timing is everything," Tockman said to the other two. The elevator went up to the 2nd floor as the 2 men exited the elevator wearing custodian clothes. They ditched their business suits and briefcases into a cleaning cart that was left in front of the elevator by a janitor. One of the guys then pushed the cart as they walked down the hall and through the office cubicles of Cord Enterprises. Maintain a pace of 1.3 meters per second, 6 seconds to target. 5, 4, Tockman counted off as he watched the security cameras and saw the target. 2 security guards escorting a Cord executive carrying a very special briefcase, so special it was handcuffed to his wrist. "Now is the time, gentlemen," Tockman said as the 2 goons knocked out the 2 guards and the executive as they saw the briefcase. "It's a fingerprint reader. I can't crack it," one of the guys said. "I can," Tockman said as he used his computer and unlocked the fingerprint scanner and the briefcase opened to reveal a metal cylinder and they took it. "You have 5.3 seconds to get to the east stairwell. Stop, stop." Tockman told them to stop at the bottom of a staircase in an empty lobby with a security camera. "What the hell are we doing?" one of the guys asked. "We got what we came for." He said to wait. The other guy said, "Out in the open? Forget this," the guy said as he kept walking and turned the hallway as the other guy followed, but then a security guard came from the other hallway and saw them. The 2 men reached into their uniforms for their guns as they looked at the guard. "Don't do it," he said as the guard then reached for his gun and the guy shot him dead. "Security clocked us," the guy said as Tokman looked at the security footage and saw the guards heading to stop the thieves, and they called the SCPD as well. They've alerted the SCPD, exit the East Lobby in 22 seconds, Tokman said as the two made their way down, just as Officer Lance and two squad cars arrived. The two men ran out of the East Lobby, firing at the cops while Officer Lance and the others took cover and fired back. The two men ran down the alley and to the street, where they quickly ditched their custodian clothes for regular street clothes and blended in with a riot that was taking place outside of Cord Enterprises and were lost in the sea of people as the police lost sight of them. Power to the people, Tokman said, smirking at his plan. Line break 666. At the Arrow Cave, Naruto, Oliver, Diggle, and Sarah were having a sparring session using wooden bow staffs. Sarah was in the middle as she blocked a swing by Oliver and smack by Diggle as Oliver then spun around and blocked Naruto's wide swing. Naruto then swung his staff at Sarah's stomach as Sarah blocked it and then smacked Diggle's staff forward, causing him to jerk forward. Oliver then went through a series of strikes at Sarah while Naruto then delivered a wide swing that Sarah ducked under, and then she smacked Diggle in the leg, causing him to fall to his knees in pain. Sarah then swung at Naruto as Naruto blocked the swing and parried it, causing Sarah to turn around and be greeted with a wooden bow staff smack to the face. "Dig!" Felicity shouted, shocked he hit her. "Sarah, I'm so sorry," Diggle said as Sarah grabbed her head in pain. "Groan." "It's okay," Sarah said. Let me see," Oliver said as he walked over and looked at the cut on her head. "She's bleeding, but it's not deep." "Good, I can't take any more scars," Sarah said as she then looked at Dig. "Speaking of, mortar round." "Yeah, IED, the Paktika province in Afghanistan." "Good eye," Diggle said, looking at his leg wound. "I know my wounds. Grenade, Algiers," Sarah said, pointing to her leg. "Same here." "Grenade, London," Naruto said, referring to his leg. "I've never been hit by a grenade," Oliver said. "All those scars, you've never been hit by a grenade?" Diggle asked. "Arrow, knife." "A lot of bullets, no grenade," Oliver said, pointing to all his scars. "I got myself a new bullet, 9mm, right here," Diggle said, pointing to the bullet wound he got from shrapnel. 38. "I'm mostly swords and spears myself," Sarah said. "Swords and knives," Naruto said, pointing to his arm and stomach. "I have a scar," Felicity said as everyone turned to look at her. "It's in my mouth. I had my wisdom teeth removed when I was 16. 3 stitches. They were really badly impacted." Felicity said as they chuckled. "You're still cute," Sarah said as Naruto walked up to her and kissed her head. "We should get going. We don't want to be late for your own welcome home party," Oliver said as he put the bow staff away. "You didn't have to throw me a party, Ollie," Sarah said. "Sarah, when you come back from the dead, you get a party. It's a Queen family tradition," Oliver said. "I don't know how well that's going to work with the Lance family tradition of holding grudges forever," Sarah said. "She'll come around," Oliver said. "Maybe," Sarah said. "Laurel has a lot of issues going on. She'll come around eventually. We've just got to give her time," Oliver said as Sarah nodded. "Okay, I survived Lian Yu and Nanda Parbat. I guess I can handle a cocktail party," Sarah said. Line break X66. Oliver flashback. After so much drama on the island with Slade and trying to use Fire's missile launcher to sink the freighter, Oliver managed to convince him not to, saying that Shadow would want him off the island rather than have Ivo dead. So Oliver had the idea that they would take over the freighter, kill Ivo and his men, and leave Lian Yu. Oliver, Sarah, and Slade were on a hill looking at Ivo's freighter in the bay near the island, trying to figure out how to approach it. "We're never going to make it. Ivo has 8 guards on deck at all times, all armed. The second they see us, we're dead," Sarah said, using the binoculars to get a better view. "Assuming we can deal with Ivo's defenses," Slade said, "how are we going to get close enough to aboard the ship?" "Maybe we build a raft," Oliver said. "It'll take us weeks to find the timber." "We don't have weeks," Sarah said. "I've been on this island for 264 days. All I have is weeks," Slade said. "Shut up," Oliver said. "You don't have to defend me, Ollie," Sarah said. "What?" "No, both of you shut up. You hear that?" Oliver said as they heard it too, the hum of an airplane engine as a small single-engine plane was flying low above the trees of Lian Yu. "Hey, stop!" Wait! They shouted as they tried to run after the plane, but then it was shot out of the sky by a rocket that was from the freighter. Line break, X66. End of flashback. Back in Starling City, the two goons who broke into Cord Enterprises met up with Tokman at his base of operations and handed him the device that they stole, while the one idiot was having a spat with Tokman. "You left us sitting in front of the security camera. Guards could have killed us," the guy said as Tokman was busy looking at the device. "Are you listening? If you had simply waited for 5 more seconds, like you were told, no one would have died," Tokman said. "Sorry, I wasn't going to bet 10 to 20 up in Iron Heights on your skill with a stopwatch," the guy said. "The strongest of all warriors are these two, time and patience," Tokman said as he grabbed his handkerchief and coughed. "What?" the guy asked. "It's from War and Peace, 1,440 pages. It takes a while, but it's a good read." Tolstoy knew that patience was the epitome of strength. It takes fortitude to stand still, just as it is a sign of weakness or cowardice to move when you should not, Tokman shouted. "Look, we did the job. You owe me," the guy said as he put his hand on his gun. Tokman turned and coughed as he reached for something. "The dead are owed nothing," he said as he violently stabbed the guy in the stomach 5 times and then embedded the tool in the guy's stomach, which was a minute hand, not a knife. Tokman then cleaned his glasses of the blood and exhaled. On the other side of town, at the Queen Mansion, it was the party that was welcoming Sarah Lance back from the dead. Family, friends, and old friends were in attendance as Oliver was hosting the event. The doorbell rang as Oliver and Thea opened the door to see Sarah, Quentin, and Dinah Lance. "Ah, come in, Oliver said as he and Thea smiled as the Lances walked in. "Welcome home, Sarah," Oliver said as they hugged. "I'm so happy you're here." "Come on," Thea said as she escorted Sarah into the main living area where the party was being held as everyone followed. Roy and Sin walked into the hallway as Sin saw Sarah and ran up and hugged her. "Oh, Sarah, this is Sin. Do you two know each other?" Thea asked. No, we don't," Sarah said as Sin realized what she did. "Right. I just love when people come back from the dead, you know? Juice's my zombie fetish," Sin said as Roy chuckled. Roy said as he and Sarah shook hands. Sarah said. "Come on," Thea said as they joined the party, while Sin whispered sorry. Oliver walked into the adjacent gathering room and dialed Laurel's number to talk to her, and it went to voicemail. "Laurel, it's Ollie. I hope you're coming to the party. I heard that you're mad at Sarah, and she's your sister, and you only get one," Oliver said, not knowing the right thing to say with a delicate situation. "And I was hoping that we could talk as well. Given everything that you've been through, no one should have to go through it alone. And like I said before, I'm here for you. Bye," Oliver said as he hung up, and Mr. Lance walked up to him. "Hey, Laurel is not coming," Mr. Lance said. "Well, maybe she just needs time," Oliver said. "Yeah, I needed time too," Mr. Lance said as Oliver looked at him. "When you got back, I was pretty harsh on you." "Hey, Mr. Lance, you don't have to." "Oh, I do," Lance said. "When you and Sarah went off on your dad's boat, you were just a kid, both of you were. And whether she came back or I was out of line, you're not a killer, Oliver," Mr. Lance said as he and Oliver shook hands, and after a brief moment of awkward silence, they rejoined the party. Sarah mingled with the guests as Moira talked to Dinah. "I'm so happy for you, Dinah. Those 5 years that Oliver was gone was like a piece of me was missing," Moira said as Oliver walked over to her. "I know just what you mean." "Oh, excuse me," Dinah said as she talked to another guest. "I didn't think you'd be here," Oliver said to Moira. "This is my house, and if you don't want to pretend to be mother and son, then don't throw parties in my home," Moira said to him as she walked away, with Thea noticing the tension between the two. "Mum, is everything okay between you and Ollie?" Thea asked. "Yes, of course," Moira said with a smile as she mingled with the guests, but Thea suspected something was up. Naruto and Felicity were having a drink with Diggle as Naruto looked at Felicity and saw her looking at Sarah with a worried look. He kissed her head as she smiled, and they enjoyed mingling with the guests and friends as Mr. Lance was speaking with his ex-wife when he got a call from the station about a dead body and left. Oliver and Naruto looked at each other and nodded as they looked at Diggle and Sarah, and the four left the party with Felicity and Diggle staying at the Arrow Cave, while Oliver, Sarah, and Naruto got suited up and met with Mr. Lance in an alley where he had some information on the dead body. Mr. Lance walked into the alley, seeing the Arrow, Kitsune, and Sarah waiting for him. "What, do you guys just show up at every crime scene now?" Mr. Lance asked. "I saw you leave," Sarah said as Mr. Lance pulled out the piece of evidence which looked like some weird knife. "CSU just pulled this out of a skell I know named Eddie Woolsack," Lance said as he handed it to Sarah. "I've never seen a knife like this," Sarah said. "It's not a knife, it's a minute hand, like from a clock," Lance said as he showed them a photo of how the body was found on his cell phone. "Now I popped Woolsack for B&E a few years back. This morning, he and an accomplice were involved in a robbery homicide." "What did they steal?" Kitsune asked. "Some high-tech gizmo. Cord rep called it a skeleton key," Lance said as Oliver groaned. "What? You know what it is?" "It was intended as a military tool to aid in code breaking on foreign intelligence targets. Felicity Smoke works at Queen Consolidated, and she said that they were working on something similar. But Oliver Queen shut it down once he realized what it could be used for," Arrow said. "What?" Sarah asked. "It could be modified to open a bank vault." "Any bank vault," Arrow said. "Okay, well, Woolsack was small-time on a good day. I mean, I doubt he'd even know how to use this thing, let alone break into a place like Cord and steal it on his own," Lance said. "Woolsack was just the puppet. We need to find the puppeteer," Kitsune said. Line break eek 666. Felicity was in the Arrow Cave alone, practicing on a training dummy. She changed into some workout clothes and put her hair into a ponytail as she repeatedly punched the training dummy. Felicity grunted as she kept punching the dummy, not hearing Sarah walk down the stairs. "Plant your feet," Felicity heard as she saw Sarah walk up to her. "Strong foundation equals stronger punch." Sarah then helped Felicity spread her feet and gain a stronger foundation. Felicity then punched the dummy with more strength. "Nice. If this is for self-defense, I'd recommend Wing Chun. It uses your opponent's strength against him, so it's ideal for smaller people," Sarah said as she punched the dummy. "Like us." "You seem like you can take care of yourself just fine," Felicity said. "Are you okay?" Sarah asked as Oliver, Naruto, and Diggle walked into the Arrow Cave. "Where are we with the skeleton key?" Oliver asked as he and Naruto walked to the computer and saw Felicity. "And what are you wearing?" "I just thought I'm cross-referencing Woolsack's known associates with the decryption experts on the NSA watch list, but it's taking some time," Felicity said. "Which we don't have." "Okay, the key is not just a code breaker. In the wrong hands, it's a weapon," Oliver said. "Whoever killed Woolsack, in addition to finding creepy uses for clock parts, is very good at covering their tracks," Felicity said. "Lucky for us. We got you," Naruto said as he kissed Felicity on the head and then whispered to her. "I like the outfit. You should wear it more often," Naruto said as Felicity chuckled. While Team Arrow were trying to find out who stole the skeleton key and what heist it could be used for, Mr. Lance was paying Laurel a visit to try and repair the family bond. "Hey," Mr. Lance said as he opened the door and walked in and saw Laurel on the couch reading a magazine. "I'm really starting to regret giving you a key," Laurel said. "I'm sorry I bailed on the party." "Ah, I figured you wouldn't make an appearance," Lance said as he put the wine bottle away on a shelf. "Finally, someone understands," Laurel said. "Well, I wouldn't go that far, but I understand how Sarah keeping it a secret that she was alive could hurt." "'Cause it hurt me too," Lance said. "I sense a but coming in my future," Laurel said. But I need you to move past it." "Laurel, a family dinner. It's a chance to reconcile," Lance said. "I don't want to reconcile with Sarah," Laurel said. "I'm not talking about you and Sarah. I'm talking about me and your mother," Lance said. "What do you mean?" Laurel asked. "I don't know how to describe it. It was like there was, signals and feelings, chuckles. And I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but I figured if we were all together as a family, maybe it would remind her of how happy we were," Lance said as Laurel smiled at the idea. I don't know. Maybe is it stupid?" "No, Beep." Laurel was cut off when his radio went off, and he was needed at a location of a bank robbery. "I got to go." Lance said as he got up and walked to the door as Laurel stood up. Tonight, 8:30. Tell everyone to be here, Laurel said. What? Lance asked. Well, your place is too small, and no offense, it's kind of a mess, so, Laurel said as Lance smiled and hugged her. Oh, sweetheart, Lance said as Laurel chuckled. I love you, sweetheart. Line break. Flashback. After the plane was shot down, Oliver, Slade, and Sarah ran to check on the pilot. The plane crashed through some trees and landed in the forest. Slade walked up to the cockpit, tore the door of its hinges, and saw the pilot look dead. Slade then grabbed the radio and pressed the button, but it wasn't responding. He then picked the radio out from the cockpit to try and fix it, but the side was destroyed, it couldn't be fixed. Of course, Slade said as he threw the broken radio down and walked away. Sarah then walked up to the pilot to see if he was alive. She touched his shoulder and he jolted awake, gasping and groaning in pain from serious internal damage. He's barely alive. Do you have medical supplies on the fuselage? Sarah asked Oliver. We have some, Oliver said. Just go, I'll be fine, Sarah said as Oliver and Slade left for the plane while Sarah helped him out of the cockpit and onto the ground. Sarah put his back against the plane and sat him up and tried to make him as comfortable as possible. It was starting to get dark, so she made a fire and tried to keep him warm. The man was gasping and groaning in serious pain as Sarah kept waiting for Oliver and Slade to come back soon to help him. The man groaned in pain and tried to get something out of his jacket pocket, but couldn't. My wallet, he said as Sarah understood and took it out and handed it to him. He opened it and pulled out a photo. She's my daughter, she's 12. I need to talk to her, the man said. Your radio's broken, Sarah said as the man groaned in pain. Her mother died just after she got out of diapers, cancer. And without me, she's not going to have anybody to look after her. So, the man said as he began to tear up, I know I don't know you, and I know you don't know me, but please make sure my daughter's okay, the man said as he put the photo in Sarah's hand. Please. Line break, XXX, end of flashback. Night had come over Starling City as Tokman was watching his men use the skeleton key to steal money from a bank. Tokman was watching everything from his van by hacking into the security cameras at the bank. From his position, he could watch over the entire bank and streets surrounding. The two henchmen working for Tokman snuck into the bank and made their way to the vault. One guy placed the skeleton key on the vault door near the access panel. The device is hot. 3.2 seconds. Tokman said as after 3.2 seconds, the vault unlocked and the men opened the vault. Extract as much money as you can in 90 seconds. The two then got to work on putting as much money as they could in their bags when Tokman told them to stop. Stop, get out of there, Tokman said. Why, we still got 20 seconds left, the guy said. No, you don't, Tokman said, seeing the arrow on the security camera. The arrow was walking down the main hall to the vault. Tokman didn't see Kitsune or the canary who snuck in through the roof. The two goons then quickly left and made their way to the emergency exit in the back, where they would head to the back alley to the truck. Arrow, Kitsune, and Canary ran in the vault and saw some of the money was gone and the two henchmen had left. They're already gone, Arrow said. I think I have an idea where. The skeleton key operates on an OFDM wireless signal. I'm picking up a transmission signal in the alley next to the bank, Felicity said, looking at her computer. But you won't be heading there. They heard on their comms. What was that? Kitsune asked. He's hacked our transmission, Felicity said. My associates may be heading to the alley, but the 910 bus from Crescent Circle is about to collide with the Starlight Freight Express, Tokman said as he hacked the city's municipal transit system and set the two on a collision course. Oh my God, he's right. The 910's headed for the track at Amherst, Felicity said as she saw his work. By my calculations, you can't be in two places at once, Tokman said, thinking he was just talking to the Arrows. He doesn't know there's three of us, Arrow said as Kitsune and Canary nodded. They would go try and stop Tokman while Arrow would try and stop the bus in case Felicity can't prevent the bus from stopping. Arrow ran to his bike as Canary and Kitsune ran to the alley that Felicity said Tokman would be. The two goons ran into the alley and were running to the truck as Tokman grabbed his gun and opened the door to his truck and saw his goons running. Come on, Tokman shouted as he saw the Canary and Kitsune exit the door and run after his men. He fired his gun as Canary separated her staff into her eskrima sticks and threw one at Tokman, nailing him right in the head. Tokman groaned in pain as the stick nailed him hard in the face, causing some blood to flow. One of the goons then turned around and fired his assault rifle as Canary took cover. Kitsune then threw a shuriken at the goon's hand that was holding the bag of money, causing him to drop it in pain. The other goon then fired at Kitsune as he took cover, taking a bullet in the arm. The two henchmen then got in the truck as Tokman drove away. Canary grabbed her eskrima stick and Kitsune threw a tracer on the truck while the arrow narrowly stopped the bus from colliding with the train. The three vigilantes returned to the club as Naruto was with Felicity trying to track down Tokman while Oliver and Sarah were upstairs in the club watching the news. They were watching the news coverage on the bank heist as the media coined Tokman the Clock King. "I guess it's not real until the media comes up with a nickname," Sarah said. "How can I run a bar without any bartenders?" Oliver and Sarah heard as they turned around and saw Thea stock the bar. "For that matter, how can you quit without giving me advance notice?" "No, 1 hour before opening is not notice, Mandy," Thea said as she hung up and then turned to Oliver. "Can I talk to you for a second?" Oliver nodded. "I'm going to go use the little blonde's room," Sarah said as she left for the Arrow Cave. "Everything okay?" Oliver asked. "You tell me." "Other than the party, I haven't seen you at home all week. I've been busy. Being a CEO doesn't leave me with a lot of free time," Oliver said. "Yeah, well, looks to me a whole lot like you're avoiding Mom," Thea said. "I'm not avoiding Mom," Oliver said as Thea saw he was lying. "You're lucky your life does not revolve around lying," Thea said. "Thea, everything's fine," Oliver said. "You know, it's secrets that pushed this family apart in the first place, Ollie," Thea said as she walked past him as Oliver stopped her. Speedy, really, everything's fine," Oliver said as he kissed her head, but she didn't believe him. Oliver then left and went down to the Arrow Cave to see Naruto and Felicity near the computers while Sarah was at a table. "What do we know?" Oliver asked. "He hacked into our frequency, somehow gained remote access, but I upgraded our firewall. He won't be able to hack into our comms even if he had a bazooka," Felicity said as Oliver was confused. "You know, computer science-wise." "Good," Oliver said. "I think I have something that may help track him down," Sarah said as they saw her put a drop of Tokman's blood from her staff onto a slide to use under a microscope. "I can run that to the lab," Felicity said. "I spent a year on the freighter studying genetic blood anomalies. I kind of know my way around a microscope," Sarah said as she looked at the blood sample. "There's some significant cell damage and platelet count is extremely low." "Felicity, can I use your computer?" Sarah asked as she did some searching on a computer. "McGregor's syndrome. It's a genetic defect that creates fluid buildup in the lungs, which leads to oxygen deprivation and multi-system organ failure. It's terminal. But the syndrome may give us a way to ID him," Felicity said as she got to work, doing her computer magic. "People with McGregor's syndrome are incredibly rare. And people with McGregor's and a degree in computer science are even more rare. William Tokman, former encryption engineer at, wait for it, Cord Enterprises. Which explains how he was able to deactivate my tracer," Naruto said. "What's the point? He'll be dead before he can spend the money," Diggle said as Felicity did some more digging and may have found out why he was doing this. "He's not stealing the money for himself. He's using it for his family, his sister specifically. She's got cystic fibrosis and needs a lung transplant," Felicity said. "Give us an address, please," Oliver said to her as he, Naruto, and Sarah got their gear. 52 Nelson Way, Felicity said as they left. The Arrow and Kitsune drove to the address on their bikes with Canary riding with the Arrow. They parked in the alleyway of the address and got off their bikes. "This area doesn't look very residential," Arrow said as Kitsune walked and turned the corner and saw the truck. "We're here. That's Tokman's truck," Kitsune said as Arrow and Canary saw it. Arrow readied his bow and Canary readied her staff while Kitsune drew one of his swords. They slowly walked up to the truck as Canary walked to the door and put her hand on the handle as she nodded to Kitsune and Arrow, who nodded back. She quickly opened the door as Kitsune stepped forward and held his sword up, ready to strike, but there was no one there. The only thing in the truck was a wireless router hooked up to the truck's power supply. "Tokman's not here, just a router," Kitsune said to Felicity. "I'm on it. The router in the truck is transmitting the same OFDM signal Tokman used at the bank," Felicity said. "Can you trace it?" Arrow asked. "As we speak, it's leading," Felicity said as she got the address, and it was to their wireless signal. "Back to our network. Tokman's piggybacking off my hack. It's a trap. He's trying to break into our network." "Not trying, succeeding," they heard Tokman say as he took over their communication line. "Where are you? Are you home? Are you safe? Somewhere you think you're safe. Somewhere without windows for anyone to creep through. Underground, perhaps. You think no one can get to you. You think no one can touch you in the safety of your hidey hole?" Tokman taunted them. "Felicity," Kitsune said. "I can," Tokman said as he pressed a button and all the electronic and computer gear in the Arrow cave exploded and short-circuited as Canary, Kitsune, and Arrow heard a scream and an explosion before the line cut off. "Felicity!" Kitsune shouted. "Line break eeks." Naruto, Sarah, and Oliver returned to the Arrow cave to see Diggle setting up the emergency battery-powered lights to keep the place illuminated, and Felicity sitting next to one of the main computer servers they had, looking through the scorched and destroyed computer microchips and processors that once helped the team track down bad guys. "How bad?" Oliver asked as Felicity took one of the wasted computer drives out of the server as Naruto held up a light to help her see. "Bad," Naruto said. "Tokman used the skeleton key to penetrate our firewall and recode our security. Basically, he told our system to commit suicide, and it did." "Bravo, Clock King," Felicity said. Sarah and Naruto stopped Tokman's men before they could get away with the cash. "So Tokman is going to be looking for another score. Maybe we should give him one," Oliver said, coming up with an idea. "Maybe we should give him one." Oliver then faced Felicity. "Would you call Walter and have him liquidate 500,000 shares of QC stock? Put it in cash in my vault at Starling National and ask him to do it tonight," Oliver said. "Smart, if Tokman really needs that money. Who better to rob than a suddenly cash flush Oliver Queen?" Oliver finished Naruto's thought. "And what if he doesn't take the bait?" Sarah asked. "Good point, make it 800,000 shares," Oliver said. "Okay," Felicity said. "What can I do?" Sarah asked. "Go to your dinner, your family's waiting for you," Felicity said. "Right, dinner at Laurel's. This is more important," Sarah said. "You can't do anything here, Sarah. Your family's important too," Felicity said. "Yeah," Sarah said. "Hey, you should go," Oliver said. "Will you come with me?" Sarah asked. "What?" Oliver asked. "I know I wanted us all to get together for a while now. It's just, now that it's actually here, I'm nervous. I mean, the last time I saw Laurel, it didn't go very well, and it'd be helpful to not have to go alone," Sarah said. "I should probably stay here," Oliver said. "What is it exactly you think you can do here to help?" Felicity asked. "Call us if you need us," Oliver said. "Got it," Naruto said as Sarah and Oliver left. "You know, it's not your fault, Felicity," Diggle said. "Really? Which one of the rest of you put up the security safeguards? Maybe if it had been Sarah, we wouldn't be in this mess," Felicity said. "Felicity, you know that's not true. Just because Sarah is now a part of the team doesn't take away anything that you do, for us and for me," Naruto said. "Really? Sarah can analyze blood, she can kick ass, she can do anything." Sigh. "And the one thing I'm supposed to be good at, I'm failing at miserably." "And why do you even need me now that you have her?" Felicity asked. "Because you're irreplaceable, Felicity," Naruto said, as Felicity looked at him and Diggle. "I've got a lot of work to do," Felicity said as they nodded and left to get dinner. Naruto kissed her head and left with Diggle. At Laurel's, her mother and father were in her apartment setting up the dining room for the dinner. Laurel was okay with the idea, but time would tell how all right she would be with Sarah. She walked into her bedroom and went to her dresser and opened a box and took out a bottle of pills, and was about to open it when her mother shouted, "Laurel, Sarah's here," Mrs. Lance said. Laurel then put the bottle of pills away and walked into the main room and saw her mother open the door to Sarah and Oliver. "Hey, Mom," Sarah said as she walked in with Oliver behind her. "Hi," Mrs. Lance said as she and Sarah hugged as Oliver walked in with a bouquet of flowers. Hi, Oliver. Thank you. These are lovely. Thank you, Oliver said as they walked into the dining room. Hey, Sarah said as she passed Laurel. I don't remember your last name being Lance. Laurel said to Oliver. Well, yeah, I certainly didn't mean to crash your family dinner. Again, Mrs. Lance, I'm so sorry. I was on my way over here anyway when I ran into Sarah and she said that you guys were having a family dinner, Oliver said. And Oliver thought he could try Dad's famous chicken cacciatore, Sarah said as they chuckled. Actually, excuse me, Lance said as he walked out of the kitchen with pizza boxes and almost hit Mrs. Lance. We're having Oliver. Mr. Lance, Oliver said. Yeah, we're having pizza. Sorry, I had a little incident in the kitchen. I guess that's what happens when you haven't used an oven in 6 years, Lance said with a chuckle. They all sat down and dug in to the pizza pies that Lance bought. They had some glasses of wine except for Laurel. Things seemed to be going well. They were having dinner, and no one yelled or tension wasn't at an all-time high. Towards the end of the meal, after a few drinks of wine, conversations began to arise as Oliver asked some questions as well, enjoying the moment. So, Mrs. Lance, are you still teaching? Oliver asked. I am, Greek and Medieval at Central City University, Mrs. Lance said. Wow, Oliver said. So do you have plans to come back to Starling here? I remember you taught at university here. Unfortunately, no, Oliver. I'd like to move back, but I have a new life in Central City. And I, have a wonderful job there, Mrs. Lance said. Well, there's jobs here. You could always come back, Lance said. Well, it's more than a job, actually, Mrs. Lance said, feeling the awkwardness that was going to come soon. I have someone. When Lance heard that, his dreams of getting back together with his wife were trashed. He was happy for her, of course, but he was devastated as well. Laurel and Sarah were a bit saddened at the thought that their mother was moving on so fast, and the possibility of them becoming a family once again was gone. Congratulations, Mrs. Lance, Oliver said. You know, it's great, Mum. You deserve to be happy, Sarah said. Mr. Lance was quiet, trying to balance himself from what was being said, and managed to have a smile on his face, showing his wife that he was okay and happy for her. Laurel decided that the family dinner had run its course and got up. Well, that was fun and not at all awkward. I'm going to head out now. You all can let yourselves out when you're done, Laurel said as she got up. Laurel, where are you going? Sarah asked. Out, Laurel said. Maybe I can go with you, Sarah said. I'm fine, Laurel said without looking back and just left as Oliver got up and followed her. Laurel walked down the hall from her apartment to the staircase out of her building when she heard the door to her apartment open and close. I thought I made myself clear when I said not to come, Laurel said as she turned around and saw Oliver. Laurel, wait, Oliver said. I'm really not in the mood for this, Oliver, Laurel said. Well, I think it's about time we talked, Oliver said. You know, I figured that with everything that you've been through, all the dangers, the loss, you deserve to be angry and mad and pissed at the world. At me, at Sarah, at your father. Fine. But I figured that after seeing your family come back after everything that has happened, you would start to take some responsibility over what has happened and start to fix your life. Do you really intend to lecture me like I'm some sort of child? Laurel asked. Well, if you continue to act like one, then I guess it is up to me to help you get your life back in order, Oliver said. Like you're the best person to talk about getting my life in order when you were responsible for ruining it in the first place, Laurel said. Is that why you've been so distant recently? Because Sarah is back, Oliver asked. Because she is the reason my life has gone down to hell. She got on that boat with you. She didn't tell us she was alive when it would have saved my parents' marriage, and she brought a crazy assassin to Starling City who poisoned me and put our family in danger, Laurel said. You're right, it's her fault, mine as well, Oliver said. Yeah, Laurel replied. And is you losing your job, doing drugs and being a drunk? Is that Sarah's fault? Is that my fault? Is that your family's fault, or are you going to blame Tommy for dying? Oliver asked as Laurel got pissed. You know what? Screw you, Oliver, Laurel said. I have stood by you through everything. The DUI, losing your job, Laurel. I was worried about your well-being when you were trying to get my mother the death penalty, Oliver said. You think you're the only one with family issues. You have no idea what is going on with my family. But I am still standing here, and you are still blaming everybody but yourself. Are you done? Laurel asked, as Oliver realized he couldn't do much else. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done taking the blame, and I'm done watching over you. Why don't you go have a drink? Get wasted. Go to Verdant. I'll pay for it. I have loved you for half my life, and I still do. But I'm done running after you, Oliver said as he walked back to the apartment while Laurel left with tears running down her eyes. Line break, XXX. Oliver and Sarah soon returned to the Arrow Cave and saw that the cave's main systems were down. The backup lights shined on some of the new equipment that Naruto was bringing in and set down as Diggle was booting up one of the new computers. Have you seen Felicity? Naruto asked Oliver. No, wait, why? Oliver asked. We went to Big Belly to get takeout. When we came back, she was gone, Diggle said. She told us to start setting up the new equipment, but that was hours ago. Naruto said as he got a call on his phone and saw it was Felicity, so he put it on speaker. Felicity. Tokman took the bait, the money Oliver had Walter deposit. I'm reading Tokman's signal at Starling National, Felicity said. Wait, how do you know that? Oliver asked. Because I'm here, Felicity said. What? Naruto said. Naruto, Oliver, and Sarah quickly changed clothes and left for Starling National Bank, while Diggle stayed behind. Felicity was at the computer in the safety deposit service section, using the computer to track Tokman. She also happened to be wearing a stylish black leather jacket. She was tracking the signal when she heard footsteps down the hall. She quickly ducked under the desk, thinking it was Tokman and his goons. The footsteps got closer as she heard a person walk down the stairs to the level, and Felicity got scared. She was then grabbed and stood up, causing her to scream in surprise. But then she saw that it was Naruto that grabbed her. He was suited up, and Felicity turned to see Oliver and Sarah also suited up. Ahem, Oliver said as Felicity looked at him. What are you doing here? I'm tracking Tokman. He fried out computers, so I'm using the banks to trace the signature, Felicity said. And the jacket? Sarah asked. I was cold, Felicity replied. Kitsune, get her out of here, Arrow said as Kitsune began to lead her out when the bank alarm went off. Tokman disabled the bank's security system. I re-abled it, Felicity said as she hacked the security system and brought up the cameras. The camera footage showed Tokman's two goons walk through the front door. They're blocking our way out, Kitsune said. I'll deal with them, Arrow said as he left. Tokman's signal's strong. He's here. He's close, Felicity said. Find him, Felicity, Kitsune said. No need. I'll tell you exactly where I am, Tokman said as he began to hack Felicity's connection to the bank's security systems. I'm everywhere. At the moment, I'm particularly focused on the sublevel, the gas mains specifically. Tokman pulled out a tablet to figure out what was going on, and Tokman was right. He caused a malfunction with the gas main. Oh God, he shut down the gas main release, Felicity said. Why is that bad? Sarah asked. The build-up could cause an explosion, Kitsune said. It will. It'll blow up 3 square blocks, Felicity said. Not if I have anything to say about it, Kitsune said as he ran and headed towards the basement. Arrow went through the bank to the main hall where the vault was located. Tokman's goons were moving the bags of money from the vault and through the hall when the Arrow slid down the stairs and shot a bolo arrow at one of the men's feet, knocking him off his feet and to the ground. He then punched the other goon in the face 3 times and then kicked him down the stairs. The other goon grabbed his gun and fired his gun while Arrow ran and ducked for cover. While Arrow was dealing with Tokman's men, Kitsune ran down the stairs to the basement and walked through the sublevel to the gas main and began to cough as the corridor was being filled with gas. Kitsune kept his face mask on, which helped with the gas inhalation as he looked for the shut-off valve. He found it and turned it with all his force as the valve shut off and the gas pressure began to drop. While Kitsune was dealing with the gas and Arrow was taking out Tokman's men, Felicity may have found a way to track Tokman. Wait, Tokman overplayed his hand. The gas main's in the city's network. That's where I live, Felicity said. Am I supposed to understand that? Sarah asked. Oh, in trying to blow us up, he gave me a way to track him down, Felicity said. That I understood, Sarah said. Felicity managed to track Tokman's signal to a part of the building that was under construction. After finding the location, Sarah ran ahead with Felicity following her. Sarah ran into the room with her bow staff out, but didn't see Tokman. She then turned around because she heard footsteps, but it was Felicity. With her back turned, Sarah didn't see Tokman walk out from behind a pillar with a gun pointed at her back. "Watch out," Felicity yelled as she tackled Sarah out of the way as Tokman fired his gun and hit Felicity in the shoulder. Felicity groaned in pain as Sarah moved in front of her and stood ready to move as Tokman walked forward with his gun. "You don't even know why I'm doing this. The money's not for me. I'm doing this all for her," Tokman yelled. "Doesn't make it right," Sarah said. "Tempus fugit," Tokman said as he aimed his gun. "Time flies," Felicity said as she pressed a button, and his jacket chest pocket exploded in a bright flash and sparks as Tokman fell to the floor in convulsions before he passed out, as Sarah was shocked about what just happened. "What the hell was that?" Sarah asked. "His cell phone," Felicity said as Sarah went to check on Tokman. "I uploaded the same virus he used on my gear in the foundry. I didn't just kill him, did I?" "Just knocked him out," Sarah said as Sarah smiled at Felicity, and Felicity smiled back. "We did it," Felicity said. "You did it," Sarah said. Line break 6-6. Team Arrow returned to cave after Oliver called Office Lance and the police arrested Tokman and his men. Arrow told them what happened and Tokman was going to jail, but to be safe, Team Arrow decided to hold on to the skeleton key so that no one else could use it. When they got back, Sarah told them what happened, and Naruto nearly flipped out before Felicity calmed him down. So Sarah and Naruto got to work on sewing up Felicity's bullet wound and removing the bullet from her shoulder. Sarah was sewing up her wound as Naruto helped her by making sure to wipe up the blood and providing good light while Oliver and Diggle looked away, so as not to peek at her without her shirt. "And are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital?" Oliver asked. You guys never go to the hospital. Besides, Dig gave me some of those aspirins. Are you spinning?" Felicity asked, a little loopy. "Aspirin?" Oliver asked, whispering to Dig. "Oxycodone," Dig said as Oliver chuckled. "I'm proud of you, Felicity," Naruto said. "She did great. I wouldn't be here if you weren't so brave." "Thank you," Sarah said. "It was nothing. I've always wanted to say I've taken a bullet for someone, and now I can. So really I should be thanking you," Felicity said as Sarah finished. "All done," Sarah said as Naruto placed her shirt on to cover her. "Not bad, but you're still going to have a scar." "My own scar," Felicity said with a smile as Oliver walked up to her. "You all right? Naruto had mentioned that maybe you were feeling a little left out," Oliver said. "What? No, I was just used to being your girl," Felicity said as they looked at her. "I mean, not your girl. Of course, I'm Naruto's girl, but I mean your girl. I know it sounds like the same word, but it means something different in my head," Felicity said as Oliver pat her cheek and she leaned into his hand as Oliver chuckled. "Hey, you will always be my girl, Felicity," Oliver said with a smile as he left, and Naruto hugged her from behind and kissed her cheek. Felicity then looked at Naruto. "Can I have another one of those aspirins?" Felicity asked as Naruto and Dig chuckled. Oliver changed to his normal clothes and walked up to the club, and Sarah had changed as well and was behind the bar mixing a drink. "Hi," Oliver said. "Try this," Sarah said as she poured 2 glasses and gave one to Oliver. Oliver took a sip and was a bit taken back. It had a kick, but it was good. "Good, right?" Sarah asked. "Really good," Oliver said as Sarah took a sip of her cup. "And what are you doing back here mixing drinks?" "Thea hired me. I am the new bartender," Sarah said. "Uh-huh," Oliver said. "I bartended in college and, well, it's kind of hard to get a job when International Assassin is the highlight of your resume," Sarah said. "You're going to do great," Oliver said as Sarah hugged him. Then his cell phone went off and saw it was a text from Thea saying that there was an emergency and he needed to go home now. "I have to go home." "Is everything okay?" Sarah asked. "I hope so," Oliver said as he walked out from behind the bar and to the exit when he heard the door open and saw Laurel. Oliver said as Sarah saw her sister. "You can go. I'm not here to kill her or anything," Laurel said as Oliver smiled, and just before Oliver left, Laurel walked up to him and kissed his cheek and smiled at him as he left with a smile on his face. When Oliver left, he missed a beautiful moment as the 2 sisters rekindled their love for one another and began anew. And Laurel began to rebuild her life from what it was, by going to the AA meetings like her father. Line break X, sex X, flashback. Sarah looked at the photo of the young daughter of the dead pilot that he hoped Sarah would promise to look over. Sarah looked over the photo and would try and keep that promise. She stared at the photo as the fire kept her warm, as the photo was of a young Sin. She then folded the photo and put it in her pocket as Oliver and Slade managed to come back, huffing from running all the way back. "Got it," Slade said. "It's too late. He's gone," Sarah said as Oliver and Slade let loose sighs of frustration. "We're all going to die here, just like him." Oliver looked at her as he looked at the dead pilot, but then saw something behind the pilot seat in the plane. "No, we're not," Oliver said as they looked at him, and Oliver grabbed something from the plane. "I think I found our way onto the freighter," Oliver said as he handed a parachute to Slade. "Parachute," Slade said. Line break, Sidskaks, end of flashback. Oliver arrived home and walked through the front doors, looking for Thea. "Thea," Oliver called out as his mother walked out from the living area. "Oliver, what's wrong? Is everything all right?" Moira asked. "Thea texted me saying there was an emergency at the house," Oliver said. "There is no emergency. I'm in the middle of a meeting, and Thea's not even here," Moira said. "Then why would she— I can't believe she would do this," Oliver said, realizing what Thea did. "Do what?" Moira asked. "She's trying to force us to talk because she's sensing the tension between us," Oliver said. "And what did you tell her?" Moira asked. "Nothing. To protect her, not you," Oliver said. "Mrs. Queen, is everything okay?" Oliver and Moira heard as the person Moira was having a meeting with called out, "Yes, thank you. My son just dropped by," Moira said as Oliver nodded, willing to meet the man to keep up appearances, so the two walked into the main room as Oliver saw the back of the man sitting on the couch. "Oliver, I'd like you to meet Slade Wilson," Moira said as Oliver went wide-eyed as he saw the man turn around, and it was Slade Wilson. Slade was older, with some grey in his hair, an eye patch over his right eye, and was wearing a business suit. Oliver was speechless as he wasn't dreaming, and Slade was still alive and in his house. Slade got up and smiled as he walked towards Oliver. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Slade said as he shook Oliver's hand with force. "Mr. Queen." End of Chapter 11. After dealing with the League of Assassins and some emotional attachment, Sarah is staying in Starling City and a part of Team Arrow. She helped the group take down the Clock King. Next chapter, Slade has returned and has a promise to keep, as well as Naruto joins a squad to pay back a debt. Not to mention, we'll begin to get answers to his parents' death. Sorry it took so long. My Word document wasn't working for a while, so I had to get it fixed, and I have a job as a camp counselor, so I don't get a lot of time to write. But I'll keep writing. With Season 3 done, I'm starting to build ideas on how to add Naruto to the mix, so look forward to that, as well as updates to my other stories. And I've also changed some stuff from the show, like Sarah and Oliver not hooking up and being together, which changed the interaction at the dinner. Also a notice to all talented artists, drawers and painters. If you would like to create some pictures, drawings, or art pieces, drawing the Naruto from my fanfics. One from Kitsune in Starling City as Naruto in his Kitsune outfit, and bonus credit if you can get him drawn in with the arrow. One for the Maelstrom and the X-Men and bonus points if you can Photoshop him in with the rest of the X-Men. One for the Orange Flash in Westeros and one for Naruto in Capua. So if you can create a drawing, painting, sketch, or picture, I would love to see them and use them as the cover image for those fanfics. You don't have to do it, but I would greatly appreciate it. If you would like to, send me an email through my profile with the image attachment or send me a link. I look forward to seeing what you guys come up with, so good luck. Please leave a review if you liked it, and if you didn't, sorry, flamers will be ignored. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or Arrow, both belong to their respective owners, I'm just a huge fan.